Chapter 291. Radiated Planet, High Earth Orbit. A sizable interplanetary exploration fleet formed a spherical shape. Carrier-based aircraft and shuttles handled transport and personnel transfers. From a distance, the entire fleet resembled a swarm of steel-cast void insects, dismantling cosmic remains known as probes, squeezing out their last drop of nourishment to contribute to the fleet's continued growth. However, according to the intelligence compiled by Vulcan, both probes were pitifully poor. The quantity of alloys and rare metals is hard to say. We have to wait until the probes are dismantled and classified according to radiation levels to get a clear estimate. But this is truly the first time I encountered such a poor remnant of a human civilization, Vulcan said in the projection. Leaving aside alloys, the two engineering teams extracted a total of 290 canisters of fuel from the probe's fuel depots. This stuff, regardless of its value, couldn't be converted into cash in the lost sector and had to be a core reserve for the fleet. In addition, the fleet also recovered 120 cans of volatile substances and 66 cans of organic matter from the probe storage depot. The former is essential for synthesizing conventional fuels, while the latter was used to manufacture some of the probe's non-metallic parts. Furthermore, due to the probe's prolonged exposure to planetary radiation, other parts had already been damaged, leaving only the core hull components and remnant components, which could slightly compensate for the fleet's losses from the horizontal jump. Are you sure you can handle this? In the laboratory, Nikolai stared intently at the control panel, questioning Zhugapa, who was completely focused on deciphering the black box. Zhugapa dabbed her sweat with a handkerchief. These were some of the many pure cotton-absorbent clothes and handkerchiefs the captain had given her after learning that she was getting old and sweated easily during hacking and deciphering. This subtle gesture of care pleased the elderly and lonely Zhugapa, and although she remained silent, she harbored a strong liking for Li Bin. This time, deciphering the detector's black box was also something she volunteered for. Hearing Nikolai's blunt, mocking question, Zhugapa raised his left eyelid and glanced at him emotionlessly. Even if Nikolai was slow-witted, he could sense the blood in her eyes. Chen Luo quickly pulled Nikolai back, explaining with a forced smile he was actually being considerate of the elderly, worried that he might accidentally damage the black box, and wanted to persuade you to try a different method. But this idiot is clumsy with words, used to technical research, and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it personally. Nikolai's lips moved. Chen Luo was right, he was indeed worried about the old woman, but he also genuinely doubted whether this wrinkled old woman could handle the person's belongings. However, recalling that captivating gaze, despite his refusal to put in any effort with emotional intelligence, his survival instincts still screamed at him to shut his mouth. Oh, thank you very much. Zhugapa glanced kindly at Chen Luo, thinking to herself that Li was indeed capable, knowing that letting a hothead like Nicola run wild would eventually cause trouble, and finding a complementary partner for him. But tell your genius friend not to worry, the old lady has been hacking for decades, and hasn't lost a single tooth. As her voice fell, the ancient virus and decryption methods collected over many years by the Special Forces hacker veteran finally took effect. The Perseus Star System network code after the Great Crash was a mountain of excrement built on the ruins of the human realm's code. Each giant corporation had developed new models, with distinct personal styles based on the original human realm network's foundation and knowledge. As a former Special Forces hacker, Zhugapa had undergone extensive training. Her mission was to drill holes in the mountain of excrement code and firewalls of various space stations, planets, and spaceships to conduct information warfare infiltration. Therefore, although Nicola was currently the company's most talented scientist, and had extensive experience in compilation and decryption due to archaeological and business needs, compared to Zhugapa, who specialized in this field, he was still a novice. Using the information about the Brown family ancestors provided by ISA as a medium, Zhugapa transformed the human leader officer into a human leader engineer, successfully obtaining all permissions for the black box, and the massive amount of data began to be exported. Nicola, looking at the dense data on the projector, finally became excitedly engrossed. At this moment, his troublesome mouth was no longer dangerous. Most of the data here is about investigations of radiated planets, mostly analysis and data on the causes of radiation in that area. It's useless to us, so clean it all up. Leave the mineral data, personnel activities, and work logs. These things can indicate whether there are relics from the human leader era on the surface. Zhugapa had as much automated screening software as he needed, and Nicola's needs were quickly met. Nicola excitedly rubbed his ears, carefully examining the data, and step by step, he made precise requests for the screening range, like a gold prospector panning for gold in the sand. After an unknown amount of time, Even Shenluo was infected and joined the operation. Nikolai finally excitedly pieced together what he wanted from the logs. There really are ruins on this radiated planet. Quickly report to the CEO and send people down to explore. If it's a research station or a laboratory, we make a fortune. Shugapa, who had been busy for a long time, calmly wiped away her sweat. She swallowed a glucose dangling from her mouth, marked the destination for the automatic wheelchair, and silently left the laboratory. Upon receiving Shenluo's message, Li Bin immediately began mobilizing the crew. Considering the impact of the irradiated planet on all intelligent devices and the human body, he not only ordered the ship's onboard factory, the ship's own printing factory, whose output, quality, and precision were inferior to those of industrial ships, to resume production of outdated but radiation-resistant ground vehicles, but also ordered the production of multi-layered chemical protective suits and mobile bases. Tell the research team that I don't want those bulky mobile base stations. I want small, efficient, and easy-to-use camps. As long as they can meet the crew's 24 to 48 hours of surface living needs, changing into NBC protective suits is sufficient. Service life and technical capabilities are not a concern. This is a one-time use item, and ensuring the crew's life and health is the highest priority. While awaiting the equipment's completion, the crew members assigned to the landing mission underwent emergency radiation protection training, while the optical observation post and research team worked tirelessly to verify the planetary environment based on log information, narrowing down the area of the underground base. 3 days later, shuttles and carrier-based aircraft began frequently shuttling between the fleet and the surface, transporting personnel and supplies. The shuttle was not recorded in the fleet composition because it had little practical use for the company beyond showing off. Even with wired communication between the air and ground, the radiation from the planet still significantly impacted communication. The good news was that Juga Po's decryption skills were advanced enough that the deciphered information was largely intact, and Nikolai, with his exceptional talent, narrowed down the location of the underground base to within a 10-kilometer radius. It's all thanks to the planet's good geographical location, Nikolai frankly admitted. No star, no moons, not even a meteorite nearby. Even the star's core is dead. There's no life or flowing water. It hasn't changed at all in the last few decades. Meanwhile, Vulcan, having landed, unexpectedly discovered an alloy track beneath a half-finger-deep layer of dust while building the camp. Following that track, the ground camp discovered the ruins of an ancient, hundreds of years ago, human realm space elevator terminal, and a heavy, massive alloy door leading underground. Good news, Captain! The human realm era space elevator ruins are much tougher than anything we could build ourselves. We can use what we already have. But that alloy door. After testing, it's found to be incredibly hard and thick. Our equipment can't open it. Vulcan, unusually, swore. He felt humiliated by his failure to open the door. Shugapa looked at the man huddled in the corner of the bridge, squinting at the door, and raised his withered hand. CEO, shall I try? Chapter 292. An old soldier is an old soldier, yeah, that's impressive. The ship's factory, printing factory, worked overtime to produce cables, using the ruins of the human realm space elevator as a bridge to extend Juga Po's consciousness to the surface, connecting a specially made connector conforming to human realm standards to the long sealed door. With the DNA information provided by ISA and experience in deciphering detectors, and with the help of the ship's AI, Shugapa poured a massive torrent of data down, quickly unlocking the door. Vulcan stared at the old door, a full 50 meters in diameter, its indicator lights glowing a barely perceptible green. He gripped the lever of the light engineering vehicle tightly, an unprecedented sense of crisis creeping up his spine from his tailbone, chilling him to the bone. He felt his position had been challenged, but he couldn't muster even the slightest resentment towards Shugapa. This isn't her fault. She was assisting the captain, just like me. It's all my fault, I'm incompetent. Vulcan looked at the open door, along with the intact airtight doors and isolation structures inside. He knew that Juga Po's soft barrier method was actually more suitable for grave robbing and archaeology. Compared to his usual brute force methods, Juga Po's method not only preserved the original appearance of the ruins better, but also saved the company money. The original protective devices of the ruins only needed charging to continue operating, which was much faster, better, and cheaper than building additional radiation-proof camps and airtight chambers himself, which was time-consuming and laborious. I need to study harder, I can't fall behind, he thought, jumping off the engineering vehicle and roaring through the noisy channel. Move! First team, come with me to explore. The complete NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical protection structure was intact. The power and electrical circuits were functioning normally, and even the internal air circulation was normal. After passing through numerous tests, including radiation-absorbing sections, disinfection sections, and biochemical testing gates, Vulcan entered an extremely spacious underground tunnel. A tunnel with a radius of 32 meters, a high-radiation environment yet still able to maintain its power system without maintenance. What is this for? Vulcan frowned, looking at the clean and tidy surroundings, deeply suspicious. This was unlike any ruin he had ever seen before. It was too orderly. Although he couldn't see the internal wiring, the bright lights and humming ventilation fans indicated a high level of technology. Soon, a dozen or so people arrived at what appeared to be the ruins of a reception desk. The reception desk, polished from a single piece of marble, reflected the metallic sheen of the walls. Behind it stood a square, intelligent machine. The electronic screen, upon seeing humans, displayed a smiling face. Rank, Navy Lieutenant Commander. Position, Captain of the Legion-class aircraft battleship Alexander. Personal information, 14th Legion, Northern River Strike Group, Dole Brown. Welcome to the 7th Reserve Armory in the Persis sector. This reserve armory has decommissioned all defensive firepower. You have the right to utilize 42% of its resources. Please feel free to withdraw weapons. Best of luck in your military campaign. The robot spoke with an icy tone, yet with enthusiasm, like a soldier who had been guarding the frontier for years, almost forgotten, suddenly encountering a comrade. He hadn't yet changed his tone, but his emotions were fervent. Huh? Vulcan was dumbfounded. Not only him, but even Li Bin, Old One-Eyed, Shugapa, and even Isa in the sky were astonished. Isha's ancestor, though deceased for many years, is still exerting his power. This is the armory left here by the human territory? The Old One-Eyed man rubbed his prosthetic eye, looking utterly bewildered. So, without the identity information provided by Isha, we still have to fight the self-defense forces? Li Bin scratched his head, looking at Isha. How strong are the human territory's self-defense forces? Isha also looked shocked. She gently covered her mouth and shook her head, saying, the human territory's self-defense forces are divided into many types, and different levels are assigned different firepower. Should we have Vulcan check? When the delayed signal reached Vulcan's ears, he discerned the repeatedly played instructions amidst the background noise. He then cautiously approached, cleared his throat, and mimicked Isha's words. Activate the self-defense system self-check of the 7th Reserve Armory. Beep beep, self-checking in progress. Please wait. Self-check complete. After a lengthy self-check, the robot began its report. 32 sets of killing mechanical spiders, normal. 12 pairs of omnidirectional combat robots, normal. Self-destruct modules, normal. 1107 sets of tiered artillery, tiered Vulcan cannons, and tiered machine gun units. 415 sets have been found to be damaged. 480 sets of maintenance units, 310 sets have been found to be damaged. The maintenance strategy has been adjusted according to the arsenal priority order. Killing mechanical spiders, generated by AI, you can understand the meaning. Please contact the logistics department immediately to dispatch an engineering team to repair each unit and replenish replacement parts. Current combat strength is only 91% of the initial level. Vulcan Khan was about to come down. Losing 415 sets of artillery, Vulcan cannons, and machine gun units, and only a 9% decrease in combat strength? If they were to use their own method to detonate them, wouldn't everyone die? What's more, there are self-destruct modules. If they can't defeat the enemy, they can destroy everything, leaving you with no weapons. What kind of armory is this? He couldn't help but ask. Beep beep, we failed to understand your question. We have searched for similar commands, and found the command described the purpose of the armory. Does this match? The robot's tone remained cold. Compliant. Ding ding. Reserve Armory 1 through 8 are designed to respond to potential rebellions in the Persis starfield. In such cases, the human leader's forces may face equipment and supply shortages. Approved jointly by the human leader's Colonial Military Management Regulations, Rebellion Prevention Plan, and the 98,167th Human Leader Agreement, the first governor has established reserve armories in 8 concealed locations within the Persis starfield. The armories must store 32% of shipborne weapons, 4% of carrier-based LPC aircraft, 32% of Army weapons and equipment, and 32% of military supplies. Any naval captain or higher, or any Army major or higher, may open the armories to draw weapons and supplies during wartime. Upon inspection, this armory has not received a security code regularly sent by the human leader for 210 years. The Persis starfield is currently under a state of emergency. You belong to the 14th Legion and are tasked with rotating troops to defend the Persis starfield. Therefore, the conditions for opening the armory are met. Li Bin and Isa exchanged bewildered glances. After a long silence, Li Bin finally swore, "Holy crap, this is the human realm's backup hidden energy source." Isa anxiously tugged at Li Bin's sleeve, quickly asked if anyone has been here before. After Vulcan relayed the message, the robot immediately replied, searching. Answer, no. This is the first time the 7th Reserve Armory has been opened. The Persis starfield has entered a state of emergency. The human realm is in dire straits, and humanity is in imminent danger. Major Dale Brown, please work with the 14th Legion to quell the rebellion as soon as possible and rebuild the Persis starfield. Quell the rebellion, rebuild? Isa chewed on these two words, feeling a bitter taste in her mouth. Where are there any regular troops left in the Persis starfield? By the human realm standards, every single one of them is a traitor. Let alone the fallen overlord. Even the people of the Persis star system don't know if the leader of humanity is still alive. Her mood was low when suddenly a warm hand covered hers. Isa looked up and saw the handsome Li Bin smiling at her. Don't worry, aren't we on our way? With our limited strength? Isa pursed her lips. We could fail at any moment. Beheading isn't scary, there will always be successors. As long as the ideal of unification exists, unification will happen sooner or later. The rise and fall of the world is the general trend, and a winding road doesn't hinder a bright future. Even if we die, there will be others to follow. Each generation does its own thing. Li Bin squeezed Isa's hand. We just need to do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Okay. Chapter 293. With the 7th Reserve Armory's defensive firepower offline, the only danger on this radiation-laden planet was the radiation itself. Li Bin dispatched a large number of engineering personnel and armed sailors to collect chemical protective suits and camp equipment in batches, preparing to unload the cargo. Through Vulcan's inquiries, Isa meticulously examined the concept of the human territory's reserve armories, learning that the locations of each armory were not shared. This was to prevent unauthorized personnel from outside the human territory's military from accidentally discovering the armory locations, and then using skilled hackers to decipher and steal them all. Furthermore, the locations of these armories were carefully chosen, poor and dangerous places that clearly offered little profit. They weren't radiation-laden planets like the 7th Reserve Armory, which required lateral movement and human territory military identification to access. They were either near black holes, but not within their event horizons, around pulsar systems, or hidden at the edge of nebulae. In short, without coordinates to search them one by one, it would take forever. Even with just this one, the Universal Alliance can have a prosperous year, Li Bin muttered, looking at the armory list recorded by Vulcan. 24 large-scale energy weapons, 8 plasma cannons, 8 Lancer siege cannons, and 8 automatic pulse lasers. 12 large-scale ballistic weapons, 5 Mark 9 automatic cannons, 2 storm needles, and 5 devastating cannons. 18 large-scale missile weapons, 4 catapult missile launchers, 6 nanoacid torpedoes, 4 storm launchers, and 4 cyclone death torpedo launchers. As for the various medium and small-scale weapons, they are countless. Among the more famous ones from the Persis star system's past wars are the short spear launcher, the 100-handed giant torpedo launcher, the heavy shockwave, the plasma shockwave, and the woodpecker rocket launcher. Many of these weapons were not developed by the human realm itself, but rather from technologies developed by other giant corporations. For example, the woodpecker rocket launcher and the Lancer siege cannon were developed using technology from the Demon Avionics. The nanoacid etching torpedo, on the other hand, is technology from the Apex Design Group. Before the Great Collapse, these companies were either companies that relied on the human realm to issue military contracts, designing and producing military supplies, much like the Ruby Design Bureau of Tsarist Russia. Or they were companies like Blackwater, providing armed escort, bodyguard, and mercenary services, specifically the FSF. Because they themselves possessed some military technology or products, these companies were able to stand out from the crowd after the Great Collapse. They eliminated companies like the Celestial 4 Utopia Group and the Orbital Factory Corporation, which focused on civilian and non-military technologies, dividing their assets and technology, thus creating the current structure of the Persis sector. Therefore, it is not surprising that the 7th Reserve Armory contains a considerable amount of weapons and equipment developed and produced by the predecessors of these giant corporations. Back then, the Land of Man issued military orders, and these companies were only responsible for production. Where the goods were delivered and what their intended purpose was beyond their knowledge. Among the countless rebellions the Land of Man's authorities were trying to prevent, corporate separatism was also a factor. Criminal conglomerates were nothing new in the Land of Man's long history. Besides these weapons, there was also a batch of carrier-based LPC aircraft, including fighters such as the Claymore, Warthog, Duke, Raven, Dahlia, and Lark, bombers such as the Piranha, Longbow, Dagger, Sunflower, and Earl, and interceptors such as the Arbitrator, Wasp, Baby Dragon, and Advocate. Many of these LPC, large-scale combat aircraft, were enlarged to accommodate the large hangars of cruisers and capital ships. Carrier-based aircraft images are extremely small and blurry, so I won't show them here. I provide combat screenshots later. A summary of the giant aircraft pack. The original carrier-based aircraft are on the left, and the giant versions are on the right, only slightly smaller than frigates. This book sets them specifically for use on aircraft carriers of cruiser size and above. In addition, the land-based equipment is even more abundant. Compared to the massive carrier-based weapons, land-based equipment, although only accounting for 32%, is significantly larger in scale due to its smaller size. ISA looked at the inventory list, marveling at its contents. 888 crates of heavy weapons, 5,500 sets of Marine Corps equipment, built entirely to the standards of the human realm. Hovercraft, mechs, artillery, tanks, everything is included. The Marine Corps sets are all heavy armored. This is prepared to meet the standards of 4 heavy mechanized regiments and 5 elite Marine regiments. Heavy weapons and Marines. This is just one reserve armory. If I'm not mistaken, there should be warships hidden in the other armories. 8 of them combined should indeed be enough to quell the chaos at the beginning of the Great Collapse. And that's not all. Lieben flicked his terminal, beaming. There's more. There's 32% of the supplies. Let me see. 3,000 boxes of food and daily necessities. 1,500 cans of fuel, including antimatter fuel. This is enough to allow the officers, who came here for reinforcements, to immediately deploy a complete army, saving time on managing the rear and acquiring resources. It's a swift move to quell the rebellion. Fleet's main supplies overview. ISA, however, became worried. Don't forget, we only have permission for 42% of the resources. These supplies seem like a lot, but apart from food and fuel, the other resources aren't very useful to us right now. If we take all the supplies and fuel, we'd just be watching the treasure vault without being able to act. Can we have Shugapahakan again? Admittedly, these are invaluable assets in the hands of any company or power. While their quality may not match that of a single cruiser, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. However, for the financially strapped Universal Alliance, most of these military funds are currently unusable. Only supplies and fuel can alleviate the current fuel shortage in the lost sector. Nevertheless, any gain is a good thing. This batch of military funds can alleviate the production capacity pressure on the Tonfa heavy industries, allowing them to skip the production of conventional ordnance and begin constructing the Thunder Elf-class corvettes. I already asked Mr. Jugapa. He said that deciphering the main gate and deciphering the armory's core are 2 different things. Considering the armory has a self-destruct mechanism, she's not entirely confident she can decipher it safely without being detected. If she fails, all the armory will be destroyed, which would be a huge loss, Li Bin explained, nonchalantly closing his terminal. As for not being able to take it, what's the big deal? Doesn't the Brown family still have loyal followers in Montanetta and the East family? They even protect Brown's remnants, so asking for the identity information of a few 14th Army Corps officers isn't unreasonable, is it? We can just exchange it for the information of 2 naval lieutenants or a few army majors later, right? Besides, the armory's information isn't shared. We've been lucky enough to find one now. If we find others in the future, we can just use the card to collect them repeatedly. ISA nodded hesitantly. As a soldier, seeing a warehouse full of weapons that couldn't be emptied and used, only left to rot and stink, was truly torture. Li Bin immediately stood up to go downstairs. I go help check the storage condition of the weapons. This shipment is too large. We can't take our share in a short time. It's safer to keep them here, and it also frees up space in the cargo hold. The fleet only needs to resupply here once. Let's move quickly and try to finish in a day or 2, then continue looking for colonies. There's one more thing. She pulled Li Bin back, who was eager to go down. Could you let Nikolai and the others take their men down as well, and bring up all the defensive firepower? Seeing Li Bin's frozen expression, she stammered an explanation. The Killing Spider and the Omnidirectional Combat Robot are both high-specification automated war machines. The Northern River Strike Group doesn't have many of them. With so many gathered together, as long as they aren't exposed to radiation artillery or directly hit by heavy artillery, they could wipe out an entire Marine regiment in urban warfare. What's wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Isha's face flushed slightly. Li Bin finally chuckled. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just think you picked up a merchant's whim now, always trying to snatch up anything good you see. Ha! Isha laughed angrily at Li Bin's gleeful expression, chasing after him and playfully hitting him. Who am I doing this for? It's for the company, for us. And you're laughing at me? Take this collarbone grab. You're serious? In the bridge's first officer seat, Jeffrey watched the two flirting resentfully, pouting as he looked at Anna. Anna, in the navigator's seat, was stung by Jeffrey's gaze, turning her head away expressionlessly, but a blush crept onto her neck. Chapter 294. Such a massive armory required the fleet to deploy over 1,000 crew members in shifts to explore, verify, and inspect it. Isa, carrying her ancestors' ID card and genetic information, worked under the guidance of the research team to continuously extract data from the armory's front desk robot database. It took a full week to complete the inventory. The spacious passageway, wide enough for a car to speed through, was filled with the smell of engine oil and metal emanating from the unpacked warehouse. The ventilation fans couldn't completely remove the odor. Li Bin, however, was in high spirits. The armory's preservation system was excellent. All supplies were in great condition. Even the food, which could theoretically be preserved indefinitely, was still perfectly preserved. Li Bin called the crew aboard, using the space elevator ruins as a pretext to replenish the fleet's food, supplies, and fuel. He then began sealing the area. Don't dismantle those detectors. Just leave them here, they can't escape anyway. We dismantle them when the industrial ships arrive. Also, disguise the space elevator ruins and the armory gate, and clean up any traces on the ground. That way, even if some lucky ones come, without the black box providing detailed information, they won't be able to find the armory coordinates. At most, they just take the detectors. Understood, I arranged the manpower right away. Vulcan accepted the order and quickly began operations. Although everyone was exhausted after checking the inventory, no one complained. This was because, according to the company's rules and regulations, engineering teams participating in dismantling, engineering, and excavation activities, who made significant discoveries or performed meritorious service were entitled to triple pay during the project period, plus additional performance bonuses linked to the project amount. They wished their project period could be longer. Based on the transparent salary system, some frontline crew members had already calculated that their triple pay and performance bonuses for this week would add up to 4-star coins. This is the income for the second half of the year under normal circumstances, with a weekly salary of 4-star coins. If there were big jobs like this every day, everyone could be a 10,000-star coin household. The crew members gradually withdrew from the armory. The robot at the front desk, still sporting its unchanging smile, watched the last person leave. As the armory doors closed, the corridor lights went out one by one, entering hibernation mode. Its screen also switched off the instant the overhead lights went out, quietly awaiting the next destined person, or perhaps Major Brown's return. Analyzing gravity readings, collecting space parameters, deducing the coordinates of hyperspace star shadows, the antimatter fuel exploded. Space seemed to tear apart like viscous syrup, revealing a hazy purple and blue hue. A mysterious suction force dragged the fleet into it. Amidst an indescribable, vivid sense of nausea and dizziness, Li Bin returned to hyperspace once more. While the fleet was adjusting its formation, Isa, rubbing her dizzy head, approached Li Bin. The research team asked thousands of questions, most of which the armory robots didn't know the answers to, or were just giving cliches. But we did manage to gather some useful information. She held up her terminal to show Li Bin. The human realm has stockpiled a large amount of supplies in the Perseus constellation, or more precisely, in all its newly developed colonies, to prevent logistical failures in the event of a local rebellion. These supplies form the 8 reserve armories. Besides these weapons, there are also 2 reserve warehouses. As the silver-haired beauty spoke, a star map of the core constellation unfolded. In the Lost Star sector, about 55 light-years from the core, there was a red circle containing 6 star systems. According to the robots, the reserve warehouses contain the human realm's basic industrial equipment, most of which are defective industrial products damaged during transport from other constellations within the human realm. Recycling these would be too wasteful for the human realm, and the Perseus constellation lacks the resources for repair, so they simply hid them. These were originally intended as reconstruction materials. In the event of a rebellion, the entire star system would be engulfed in war, severely damaging local production and daily life. Humanity would seal the Stargate, and the local garrison would rely on these damaged industrial facilities and reserves to restore local production before the Stargate reopened. Li Bin paused, looking up at ISA. Seeing her bright, fluttering eyes, he was incredulous. You mean? Yes, damaged nanoforges and damaged automated factories, and more than one. Even if we can't repair them, the damaged automated factories can be transferred to planets where they still have operational facilities, allowing those factories to dismantle them themselves as spare parts, extending their lifespan. As for the nanoforges, although damaged, their importance is self-evident, isn't it? The nanoforge, a versatile and efficient manufacturing facility, is also a black box device with an unclear internal workings. With sufficient raw materials and manpower, it could become an unparalleled industrial behemoth. Two types of nanoforges. The preciousness of nanoforges can be explained from two perspectives. First, there's the founder of Risk Mining, nicknamed Dangerous One, Futsuki Nagao. He had nothing but a shepherd ship, some spare change, and a grand dream. After the great crash, he risked his life, venturing from the core sector to the edge sector, then the lost sector, where Risk Mining was located, eventually building a fortune from scratch. Risk Mining was a force composed of mercenaries, adventurers, engineers, and miners. Their system was surrounded by numerous powerful entities, like Overlord and Left Path. Risk Mining's logo. He seized the golden age before other giant corporations took shape, founding Risk Mining. He first found a damaged nanoforge in the ruins, and within a decade or so, relying on that damaged nanoforge and an ever-expanding team of engineers and scientists, he designed the unique Waste Ship series of ships, despite lacking an AI core. These ships, characterized by cheap raw materials, unconventional designs, and ease of repair, coupled with the high productivity of damaged nanoforges, allowed for the continuous recruitment of troops using inexpensive spaceships. This helped Wintermoon survive the company's most dangerous years, establishing a foothold in the fringe sector teeming with pirates, the Fong clan, the left-wing madmen, and automated war machines, and establishing Risk Mining Company's unique ship preferences. By the time he obtained the AI core, 40 years later, Risk Mining Company naturally used it to optimize its ship designs and colonies, successfully growing into a behemoth recognized by other powers within a decade. The most famous example of the scrapship series is the Steel Dragon-class dreadnought, also known as the Steel Dragon-class mobile fortress. Secondly, all current behemoths possess not only AI cores, but also complete or damaged nanoforges. If the AI core is the computing power matrix that allows behemoths to maintain company secrets, preserve their advantages, and always be one step ahead. The nanoforging furnace is the source of the giant corporation's massive production capacity. The former is innate talent and aptitude, the latter is a top-tier martial arts technique. Combined, advancement to a giant corporation is effortless. Of course, without the nanoforging furnace, one could train like an eagle for hundreds of years, achieving production capacity through sheer volume. However, compared to the power of inheriting the legacy of the human leader, the nanoforging furnace, it's like Kumarjiva's dragon elephant Prajna's skill. Training for 1,000 years to reach the 10th level would achieve martial arts mastery, but compared to Duan Yu's Northern Darkness divine skill, the latter is far more impressive. With the nanoforging furnace, who needs to work hard? Just find an AI core and happily wait to become a giant corporation. How many people know about this? Hearing the news of the nanoforging furnace, Li Bin, who had been dazed by the horizontal axis jump, suddenly woke up, feeling light and refreshed, incredibly comfortable. Isha, with an air of self-awareness, said, "It was just you and me. I used the ancestors' ID information to ask around. I didn't tell anyone else about this." Li Bin laughed heartily, grabbed Isha's face with both hands, and gave her a fierce kiss. "You're truly my good wife, a lucky charm for your husband. Our family is going to be rich." Chapter 295. Leaving the radiation planet, where the reserve armory was located, the fleet continued northward. Actually, when Li Bin sent someone to extract information from the frontline robot, he didn't initially have the greedy intention of acquiring another warehouse as coordinates. His enthusiasm for exploration wasn't because he genuinely enjoyed risking his life wandering aimlessly in the uncertain, lost star sectors. It was simply that the resources in the core star sectors had long been plundered. To catch up with the giant corporations, one could only dig up old graves and conduct archaeological excavations on the outside. Li Bin's initial thought was actually to try and obtain nearby star maps from the armory's database. With star maps from the human realm era, Li Bin could save a significant amount of exploration time, directly heading to the star systems marked on the map with human activity to plunder, saving time and resources. Unfortunately, The first governor who built the reserve armories and warehouses never imagined the absurd situation of the Stargate collapsing and the human realm being cut off from communication for hundreds of years. Who could have foreseen this? Holographic novels are keen on depicting apocalyptic themes, but those are just for show. Who would believe that the once powerful human realm would actually face such a day? Even with the utmost malice, the first Starfield governor only anticipated a major rebellion in the Starfield, with all production capacity seized by the rebels, and even the destruction of local industries after defeat. Therefore, his strategy of intercepting damaged industrial equipment while stockpiling 8 reserve armories as hidden energy reserves for suppressing rebellions and rebuilding was already quite far-sighted. That's why the armory data doesn't contain detailed star maps. Every member of the human realm's army should have one. According to ISA, the predecessor of the Overlord, the Northern River Strike Group was truly unlucky. They encountered the Great Collapse before they could receive data from the solar system, which led to the later, albeit haphazard, rescue and high-risk navigation beacon marking activities organized by the Overlords in the Lost Star sector. However, in retrospect, the fallen Overlord failed to find these reserves, instead giving Li Bin an opportunity to grow stronger. The lack of a star map was undoubtedly a regrettable omission. After leaving the radiated planet, the fleet flew for another month, discovering 5 star systems, including binary and blue giant systems. Li Bin led the fleet into each system to investigate, even exploring metallic, icy, and barren planets. But the result was that, apart from a bunch of data on first and second order planets, nothing was found, resulting in a complete waste of heavy machinery and fuel supplies. On the bridge of the Enlightened Beast, Anna routinely reported on the voyage's progress. We are currently about a week's straight-line distance from the Jumbo planet. Based on our previous effective speed, excluding time spent exploring and salvaging within the system, the fleet will need approximately 10 to 12 days to reach our destination. The fleet is currently near the hyperspace reflection of a celestial system, where the star is a pulsar. According to the publicly available exploration logs from the core star region, this type of celestial system has immense scientific and life experiment value, and there's a low probability of research stations or probes existing there. Furthermore, this type of dangerous celestial system meets the criteria for a reserve arsenal, and based on calculations, it meets the captain's exploration criteria. Although Anna said this, the senior officers on the bridge looked grave. Pulsars are a type of celestial body that doesn't exist in the core star region. The most well-known example in the core region is the Twin Mountain Pulsar, which became the name of an expensive cocktail. Moreover, within the captain's circle, pulsars, along with black holes, excluding the event horizon, which is suicidal, only the vicinity, are considered high-risk natural celestial systems. Pulsars are rotating neutron stars that evolve from supernova explosions. They possess extremely high temperatures and dense masses, and their volume is extremely small due to their immense gravity. Therefore, although these celestial bodies often have a mass greater than the Sun's mass in the past, their volume is smaller than Earth's. Thus, such celestial systems can easily carve out gravity wells in hyperspace, but no captain would be foolish enough to steer their ship into a one-way jump point carved out by a pulsar. That would be tantamount to suicide. This is because it releases terrifying radio pulses during its rotation, surpassing any current Perseus energy weapon, and these pulses expand with distance, continuously emitting cone-shaped radio pulses in all directions from the pulsar until they gradually weaken as the distance and range increase. A fleet falling into the radio pulse range. But no matter how close the distance, within this celestial system, vast in the eyes of tiny humans, the radio pulse released by the pulsar has the capability to destroy a human spaceship. Whether it's a cruiser, a battleship, or a dreadnought, given enough time, just a few months, even the human realm's level 3 space station, the Interstellar Fortress, could be reduced to a pile of space debris. But there's a distress signal here, Jeffrey said, wiping his face, revealing the reason for Li Bin's hesitation. A distress signal is a special signal emitted by the transponders and probes of overloaded ships/satellites in star systems without relay communicators. It can be sent into hyperspace via natural jump points. Although the signal can only be received near the hyperspace reflection, sending a signal into hyperspace offers a chance to hope that a nearby fleet will come to their aid, rather than waiting to die alone in the physical universe. Of course, such assistance is never free. It often requires the captain or fleet commander to pay exorbitant fees, sometimes even a tenth of the ship's cargo. Li Bin analyzed. Such a remote place, far from any village or town, is unlikely to be pirates, and even less likely to be the Afterglow or automated war machines. It's most likely a fleet thrown in by the cosmic galaxy. Or perhaps there are still survivors on a planet in the pulsar system, using a satellite on the planet's far side to send a distress signal during the window of time after the radio pulse sweeps across the planet. ISA quickly added, if it's the latter, then at least like the Tonfa, there's a group of survivors, and the ruins of the human territory can be excavated. Let's do it. Li Bin decided, the Caming Beast has been modified with a stellar protective coating, which can guarantee the ship's safety for a short time, as long as the location we enter is within the radio pulse range. Pulse Center, activate overload mode. According to the ship's AI, we have a 95% survival rate. Let the rest of the fleet stand by in hyperspace, we jump in ourselves. I'm so stupid, really. I only knew the distress signal might be pirate bait. I never imagined someone would be so audacious as to attach a transponder to the ship's nuclear reactor power generation system in a pulsar system. Even though the ship is in danger of exploding at any moment, as long as it doesn't explode, with the nuclear batteries providing power, even if everyone on board starves to death, the transponder will still work until it breaks down. On the bridge of the Enlightened Beast, Li Bin stared blankly at the dilapidated abandoned ship not far away. An Enforcer-class destroyer. This abandoned ship is located at the gravitational equilibrium point of a barren planet and its moon, surviving only because of the two celestial bodies. However, the people on board have all died from hunger and infighting. Like a space ghost, it continues to relentlessly send out distress signals, luring passing ships. Near the Enforcer-class destroyer, several shipwrecks could still be seen. Their paint schemes were completely different from this abandoned ship. These were likely exploration fleets that had passed through since the Great Collapse, hoping to earn a rescue fee, but were struck by the radio pulse and became unfortunate casualties. After all, not every cruiser is large, resilient, and equipped with a strategist capable of horizontal jumps, ignoring danger and recurring radio pulses, and entering hyperspace without using jump points. Even so, the Caming Beast was still struck by a radio pulse on half its hull after entering this system. Fortunately, Li Bin quickly deployed the shields, opening and closing them simultaneously, while maneuvering the ship backward, flying in the opposite direction of the pulsar's rotation, thus escaping. In just half an hour, not only did the Caming Beast's surface stellar protective coating melt, but many detection units and optical observation posts were also instantly destroyed. Even the bow armor showed slight signs of melting, revealing only a thin layer of stellar protective coating remaining on the second layer of armor. Jeffrey stared at the Enforcer-class ship and cursed, "Captain, this ship is weird. All the other ships are wrecked, but this one's main structure is still intact, and it keeps sending out distress signals." Li Bin nodded, and then shook his head. "It's my fault. I said I wasn't greedy, but I still got greedy. How could the other reserve armories be located near the 7th armory? To ensure the fleet can receive supplies from any direction, they must be scattered throughout the sector. Sigh, this time the Air Force is fine, but we still have to pay several thousand star coins for repairs. I paid for a lesson. At least I didn't let myself get carried away and remembered to put the other ships in hyperspace, otherwise I would have been in deep trouble this time. Learn from this experience, it will definitely be useful next time." Li Bin grew angrier the more he thought about it. He felt Jeffrey was right. All the other ships that arrived later were destroyed. There was no reason why this earliest ship should still have its main structure intact. The Enforcer class was indeed a heavily armored ship, but even with the protection of the 2 stars, how could it have lasted so many years? Even planets themselves get shaved off by radio pulses. Chapter 296. Captain, there's nothing on this barren planet either. Vulcan reported somewhat dejectedly, treading on the desolate planet, its surface gradually smoothed by the radio pulses that had sculpted it. The fleet's harvest this time was undeniably plentiful. Even if only a portion could be extracted from a reserve armory, it would still be worth hundreds of thousands of star coins and munitions. In the war-torn core sector, with the Risk Mining and Hyena Mining rivals locked in conflict and the Perseus Alliance under attack, there would be no shortage of buyers. However, their engineering department was different from other departments. They needed to land repeatedly to collect information, set up camps, and explore planets. Since leaving the radiated planet, they had repeatedly come up empty-handed. Inevitably, morale was low in the engineering department and its subordinate units. Vulcan now only wanted to dismantle that damn ghost ship, at least to recover some alloy, so that this exploration wouldn't be a complete failure. He could also find an excuse to take some money from his own pocket as bonuses to encourage his men. But this plan was met with strong opposition from Jeffrey. "Captain, although the ghost story has never been proven in the human realm, it's a fact that this ship is haunted. The news of the fleet being wrecked by the abandoned ship has spread. I went down to check, and although no one said it, They were somewhat influenced. They believe it's a ghost ship, looking for scapegoats. Even in the interstellar age, feudal superstitions remain deeply rooted in human thought, passed down through cultural traditions. Since the Great Collapse, most of the local population has suffered, and poverty has forced many to seek solace in the spiritual realm. The widespread influence of the Luddite Church in the Persis region, even extending to planets directly controlled by the dominant power, clearly demonstrates the strong market for these superstitious beliefs among the poor, largely uneducated, and economically disadvantaged lower classes. Most of Li Bin's men came from impoverished backgrounds, either from the factory district or from the Lloyd settlement, all extremely poor before boarding the ship. It's not surprising that they believed in this stuff. Li Bin stroked his chin, neither speaking nor denying. Seeing this, Jeffrey mustered his courage and continued, I know Vulcan is loyal, but those who only have you, Captain, on their minds are rare. Captain, you are a rare and excellent leader. If you give the order for everyone to board the ghost ship to salvage it, everyone will definitely grit their teeth and go. Dismantling the ship is easy, and salvage isn't difficult either, but what will happen afterward is hard to say. At this moment, Jeffrey seemed to have activated memories of his time at the academy. He spoke more and more fluently and professionally. If one or two of the people who have gone on board to dig up graves fall ill, they will claim it's because they are haunted by ghosts or cursed. At that time, something bad will happen on the ship. It's just a rumor. I remember the professor mentioning this in my archaeology class. Archaeological teams often encounter strange things when digging graves. While experts believe it's due to the influence of artifacts or lost techniques, the hired laborers don't listen and just assume it's a vengeful ghost. In these situations, instead of trying to dispel superstition with science, it's better to go along with it and please everyone. Wow! Isa exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Jeffrey as if she were seeing him for the first time. Li Bin, his eyes shining, looked at the first mate and raised his chin. What's your plan? Perhaps you could perform a ritual, make a Luddite insignia to exorcise the evil spirits? No way. You forbid your men from believing in the Luddite cult. If we set a precedent, they only become more convinced of that stuff. Jeffrey shook his head like a rattledrum. The scarred first mate, his steel teeth clenched on his cigarette holder, said, no matter what strange modifications this ship has, or whether it's possessed by ghosts, we're not afraid. As long as we don't let our men board it, and we don't blame their illnesses and strange phenomena on ghosts and spirits, that's fine. He grinned maliciously, raising his hand in a vicious punching motion. If you ask me, let's just go all the way. Anyway, that ship is small, and it's been bombarded with radio pulses for so many years. Even if it has an AI core, it's long gone. Let's just blast it with the Riza laser. Let everyone see this damn ghost ship being blasted to smithereens, and all the ghosts and spirits will be reduced to ashes. Isa nodded repeatedly, immediately raising her hand. I agreed. Under the large cannon position, all beings are equal. Even if there are ghosts, let alone ghosts, the company has killed so many people over the years. In a real fight, ghosts should be afraid of us. Let everyone in the company see the consequences of the so-called ghost ship toying with the Universal Alliance. Then the exploration crew will never be afraid again. Then let's set the rules. Li Bin slammed his hand on the table and made the decision. Before exploring ruins and relics, have the fleet fire 2 rounds of cannon fire in space as a show of force. Let me make it clear, this cannon fire isn't for the long dead, it's for the superstitious living. Near the gravitational equilibrium point of the 2 planets, the enlightened beast aimed at the ghost ship and the surrounding wreckage, ready for battle. All crew members were ordered to report for duty, standing in front of the portholes, in front of the live broadcast projector, in front of the optical observation posts and cannon aiming holes, to watch this ritual. Some crew members didn't believe in superstition at all, whispering among themselves to their friends. This was the kind of behavior Li Bin wanted to see. Other crew members, though standing ramrod straight, had shifty eyes and trembling fingers. These were the ones with a deep reverence for superstition. After experiencing setbacks, they were likely to seek solace in religion. Li Bin wanted to use this opportunity to completely shatter their feudalistic beliefs with heavy artillery, forcing them to stand tall with steel and firepower. The fleet's loudspeaker broadcast a sweet voice, amplified in every compartment. On February 3rd, 211 of the star calendar, the Universal Joint Exploration Fleet received a distress signal in the hyperspace reflection of the tentatively designated Beta 3 pulsar system. In accordance with the principle of mutual assistance, our flagship, the Enlightened Beast, risked severe damage from the radio pulse to enter the physical universe, only to discover one abandoned ship. Given the recent ghost ship legend circulating on board, the captain of the Enlightened Beast the commander of the exploration fleet, and Li Bin, CEO of Universal Joint, have issued an order. The enlightened beast will hold a memorial ceremony for its fallen comrades. Solemn music played, and a binary hymn of mourning rose and fell with the music, like dolphins occasionally breaking the surface of the water. Li Bin pressed the switch, and the electronic bell rang throughout the ship. Jeffrey's rough, knife-sharpening voice boomed from his chest. Sound the bell once. Raise the gun emplacements. Under the terrified gaze of the superstitious, the gun emplacements, resembling barnacles clinging to a whale, slowly rose. Behind the layers of armored cannons were various missiles, artillery pieces, and laser crystals. The switch was pressed again, and the bell tolled melodiously. Jeffrey solemnly announced, "Sound the bell twice. Calibrate the firing data." The sights, aiming sights, and electric engines all sprang into action, and the automatic loading mechanism began loading the cannon. The missile/torpedo bay was crammed with terrifying weapons of destruction. A few points of fluorescent light shone in the center of the crystal. The energy weapon was charging. The switch was pressed again, and the evening bell tolled with a long, mournful tone. Sound the bell 3 times. A eulogy is to be delivered. On the broadcasting station, Jeff, his face flushed and neck bulging, took a deep breath and shouted hoarsely. Our captain said, "So you call yourself the ghost ship? Gunners, all ranks, fire. Repeat, fire. Blow this pile of scrap metal to smithereens." Whoosh, hum. The cobalt blue ion laser, as soon as it was fired, began to expand. The ion cluster, like a dump truck, trailed a long beam of light, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, carrying Li Bin's best wishes, and the crew's gazes of fear, bloodlust, or excitement, traversing a long distance, landing in the wreckage area invisible to the naked eye. The enlightened beast released a Risa-type plasma laser. Those at the porthole couldn't see what happened. They only knew that a bright spot of light exploded in the wreckage area long afterward. That was the Risa-type plasma laser, locked onto and aimed at the abandoned ship, hitting it, detonating the nuclear power plant, and subsequently obliterating the entire ship. The crew in front of the holographic projection clearly saw the massive hull of the Law Enforcer-class destroyer, which had stood firm for countless years, struck from the middle. The secondary explosion shattered the ship into 3 pieces. From the slanting pillars of fire, they could see a 15-meter radius hole, melted and hollowed out by the large-scale energy weapon. The ship's keel and alloy armor were melted into a viscous molten metal by the boiling ion clusters, like rich cream squeezed from a cream puff. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Storm missiles rained down, like an entire missile brigade conducting a barrage of fire. These missiles flew aimlessly towards the wreckage area, exploding indiscriminately upon reaching their designated distance, completely disregarding whether they hit the accompanying spaceship parts. The 66-meter-long military destroyer's structure was riddled with cracks from the bombardment, then relentlessly bombarded by the approaching Kaming beast's various cannons. Laser ablation carved winding marks. Light machine gun bullets chiseled into the keel, leaving a row of marks resembling those of a Tyrannosaurus rex, while the scorching, half-melted bullets resembled dragon teeth. Heavy artillery and machine guns followed in turn, shattering the broken structure into fragments, which were then obliterated by missiles covering the entire wreckage area. Then, a second fully charged Risa laser was fired, vaporizing even the debris. All-out attack, and more all-out attack. The ferocious firepower, enough to destroy any city on Earth in the past, relentlessly exploded here. Blue ion clusters exploding, bright yellow missiles exploding, red exploding shells, and heavy artillery shells exploding, providing everyone with a visually stunning spectacle of space firecrackers and fireworks. Jeffrey, clenching his fists and thrusting his hips excitedly on the radio, gritted his teeth and questioned the ghosts that had been physically vaporized. "Are you all satisfied now?" The fireworks faded, and the wreckage area was no longer littered with space debris larger than a finger. Only tens of thousands of spherical hot liquid metal swirled in place, the dark red liquid slowly cooling. It was as if the Enforcer and her accomplices, moved by the devout ritual of remembrance/consecration held by Li Bin, had burned away the heavy artillery and lasers to create relics of emotion. Chapter 297. Have the engineering department send a salvage platform to retrieve some alloy relics. Let these superstitious fools see for themselves. Anyone who dares to interfere with the Universal Alliance's cause will be sent to enlightenment by heavy artillery. Thousands of semi-soft alloy spheres, bound by magnetic fields in glass cases, were placed throughout the ship, forcing the crew to observe them one by one. They could even apply to be recycled, using the ship's factory to make plates, cups, or other items from these alloy spheres. The broadcasting station enthusiastically introduced this service, while the bulkheads, which previously displayed company slogans, job competitions, and holographic projections of outstanding employees, were now repeatedly showing footage of the fleet destroying the ghost ship. The mess hall prepared extravagant food. Anyone who received alloy tableware/cups could get more for free. At first, the superstitious fools were hesitant, but after seeing other synthetic meat patties and crisp fruit being eaten, splattering juice everywhere yet remaining unharmed, no one could sit still. You say there might be a curse, and not everyone will be afraid. But if you say there won't be any benefits, then everyone will be dissatisfied. No one cares about that bullshit ghost ship wreckage materials, fleet heavy cannon casting anymore. Everyone rushes to get their cutlery and joins the frenzy of dividing the food. After the meat and fruit are gone, patting their full bellies, looking at everyone's shared plates, and recalling the magnificent scene of the bombardment, no one mentions the curse or the consequences anymore. The rumors are disproven. As for the 2 planets in the star system, there's no need to look at them anymore. One is a barren planet that was already explored when the enlightened beast repaired its probes. It's so resource poor that it doesn't even have shallow mineral veins that meet the minimum interstellar mining standards. The other is a gas giant with no spacecraft around it, so there's no need to explore it. So the enlightened beast waited a day until the radio pulse swept across the system again. Li Bin then steered the ship behind the pulsar sweeping through the system, leisurely reaching the jump point, leaving this place of sorrow to rejoin the fleet. The legend of the ghost ship, after Li Bin personally incorporated it into the radio storytelling of the heroes of the Universal Union, was broadcast several times, emphasizing the crew's fearless spirit under the barrage of cannon fire. He flattered everyone, and after this round of praise, the crew, completely swayed by Li Bin's flattery, could no longer claim to be afraid of ghosts. With the pulsar system matter resolved, the fleet continued north, navigating the raging hyperspace storm. Along the way, they encountered a left-handed madman, a ship that had been hastily traveling and was thrown to this side by the storm, nearly exhausted of fuel. It left behind a pile of wrecked escort ships and corpses. The fleet arrived at a star system centered on a blue giant star. Captain, after exploring this system, the next system is Jungle Planet, Jeffrey said, rubbing his hands together like a fly. Li Bin, propping his head up, flipped through the fleet's resource consumption report. Yes, this star system is only 1.5 light-years from our target. It's the only route from the core star region to the colony, practically the southern gateway to the colony system. We must thoroughly survey it inside and out. At this point, resources were no longer the deciding factor. To ensure the colony's safety, Li Bin had to expand the survey outwards from the colony system, ensuring there were no outposts of the residual AI, left path, or pirates near his base. With this in mind, the quantum probe entered the physical universe first, beginning its probe. If the residual AI or other dangers existed within the star system, at least the fleet wouldn't be in the same predicament as when it encountered residual again. A day later, as the fleet's engines continued to consume fuel to stabilize its position, the probe finally completed its sketch of the galaxy. After summarizing the data, Anna entered the galactic map into the Sky Battle System on the bridge, reporting, "Captain, basic mapping is complete. Further precise mapping requires the fleet to enter and utilize shipboard instruments." Currently, the Nanchaman Galaxy has 1 star, 3 asteroid belts, and 9 planets, including 2 gas giants, 3 microasteroids scattered within the asteroid belt, 2 metallic planets, 1 bombardment planet, and 1 radiating planet. Li Bin, looking at the complex and magnificent celestial system, asked, "No attacks?" "Not yet. Of the 132 quantum probes released so far, 89 have lost fuel and are heading out of the system, 6 have been destroyed in the asteroid belt, and 1 has lost contact due to the radiating planet, but has not been subjected to any firepower. Notify the fleet to prepare to enter the Nanchaman Galaxy." "Aye, Captain." Beep beep beep, beep 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 beep. The moment the fleet entered the Nanchaman Galaxy's physical universe, a massive amount of information flooded in. Those were the mapping intelligence continuously emitted by various quantum probes, as well as the results of information feedback received from the wide area detection triggered by the shipborne probes. From the massive, metal-rich void meteorite deposits in the asteroid belt, to the wreckage area, and then to... "Holy crap, there's a Stargate here?" Jeffrey's eyes widened. The core members of the bridge looked at the first mate with considerable confusion, wondering what had gotten into him. Stargates were no longer controlled items from the era of the human realm. In the current Perseus star system, all Stargates were useless, not a single one was usable, or rather, as of now, no force had a way to reactivate them, not even the technology to scientifically dismantle them. Stargates, the highways and communication bases of humankind, transformed the entire Milky Way into a treasure of the human kingdom, a pinnacle of human space and communication technology, and the direct culprit behind the current tragic state of the Perseus star system. The first mate, ignoring the strange looks from the others, stared straight at Li Bin and said, "Captain, my teacher said that the great collapse happened very suddenly. After the Stargate collapsed, most of the cargo was frozen in the Stargate traffic, and the remaining little bit was flung out, like an intestinal obstruction. Most of the feces are stuck in the intestines, but the stomach and anus are flung out directly." Isa frowned. What a disgusting and inaccurate analogy. Couldn't you use the analogy of squeezing out excess water when you block a pipe? But Li Bin didn't mind the first mate's slightly toilet-like words. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You mean, there will be cargo left behind by the human realm here?" "Yes. That's exactly what I mean." Jeffrey became excited, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. "Those things are a drop in the ocean for the human realm, but we have plenty." Li Bin's eyes gleamed, and he was about to lead the fleet straight to the Stargate when he suddenly slumped back on his throne, as if his soul had been ripped out, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Li Chongjin, in the second mate's seat, craned his neck to look at Li Bin. "Brother, Captain, what's wrong?" Isa, seeing Li Bin's heart-wrenching pain, helped explain. "Nothing, it's just that our captain suddenly remembered that our target is the abandoned ship of the 14th Legion. That means not only have we been here before, but over 100 years ago, the 14th Legion was here too. They definitely take all the high-value items as war supplies for unifying Perseus." Isa spread her hands, her delicate face full of regret. "So we're destined not to get any top-tier loot." Jeffrey scratched his head in frustration, unusually displaying his other half of his intellectual abilities, only to be told the information was outdated, causing him to go crazy. Damn it. Chapter 298. Just as highway exits and train station stops aren't everywhere, Stargates aren't found in every star system. As a unit possessing high technology, political significance, and military value simultaneously, a Stargate is typically only deployed every 10 light-years. The star system possessing a Stargate naturally becomes the economic and transportation center within that 10-plus light-year radius. Isa recounted the information about Stargates held by the 14th Legion to Li Bin, while looking regretfully at the lifeless star map. "It seems there are no living beings left in this star system besides us. There are far too few surviving colonies, like Tonfa. When the Great Collapse occurred, most forces in the Perseus star system were unprepared. Otherwise, the star sector would be much more bustling now." Li Bin comforted Isa, and the fleet slowly approached the Stargate. Even from a great distance, the now silent Stargate clearly showed a circular shape in the detectors. As the lifeline of interstellar transportation, the Stargate was no small matter. On the contrary, it was a colossal structure, its circular Stargate nearly a third the diameter of the old Earth, surrounded by countless metallic signals. Even after years of dormancy and neglect, the Stargate's main structure remained remarkably well preserved. Aside from the faded and mottled surface paint, the alloys and armor that made it appear flawless even in the projection. A breathtakingly advanced human-controlled technology. It's heartbreakingly beautiful no matter when you look at it. "Captain, I strongly suggest the fleet be stationed near the Stargate to give the research team ample time to analyze its technology." Nikolai's voice rang out on the public communication channel. His restless research spirit had been ignited upon seeing the Stargate. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a shoving sound filled the channel, followed by Chen Luo's teeth-gritting voice. "Can't you be a little more conscientious? There are only a few hundred people in the team. What are you researching? Researching Stargates? Tachyon Technology has been secretly researching this for years. Has it been effective? With so few people and so little equipment, you think you can do research? Shut your stinking mouth." Nikolai's avatar flashed across the channel, then disappeared just as quickly. Half a day later, the fleet arrived at the Stargate. This seemingly lifeless ring-shaped structure, constructed of an indestructible material, was a relic of a bygone era. The spaceships were passing through the abandoned Stargate. The Stargate was so enormous that it generated gravity almost like a small celestial body. The wreckage of spaceships, broken into pieces and completely destroyed during the Stargate's closure, and structural components were scattered around it, orbiting the Stargate. Besides these, several structures made of stacked space containers sat steadily in their stable orbits, scattered here and there. Each container had a large QR code affixed to it, with the 14th Legion's insignia at its center. The 14th Legion's expeditionary force really did come here. Jeffrey hissed through clenched teeth, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Clearly, the cargo dropped from this Stargate had already been thoroughly plundered by the 14th Legion's expeditionary force. The most valuable parts had been taken, What remained were the inferior goods loaded into the cargo holds by the expeditionary force. Li Bin ordered the fleet to disperse and scan the containers and QR codes one by one. The Caming Beast scanned the largest container. The QR code information was not encrypted. The message from the former expeditionary force appeared directly on the bridge. This is the 14th Legion Expeditionary Force of the Northern River Strike Group under the second leader. We are carrying out a rescue and technology recovery mission. We have discovered an abandoned Stargate here and sorted out the cargo left behind. Whoever you are, please pick up what you need. May the glory of the second leader shine again in the Perseus Starfield, and may we restore order to the Perseus Starfield. In addition, there was another piece of information. The space containers were filled entirely with fuel, totaling 641 canisters. The bridge fell silent for a moment. Even the resolute ISA couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. This was information from at least 100 years ago, from officers of the human realm before their fall, navigating the law sector with lofty ideals. When they left this information, they were full of hope for the future, but Li Bin and others from the future only felt a heavy burden. The glory of the human realm never came, and the 14th Legion failed to restore order. Instead, it degenerated into warlords, even internally splitting into the extreme militaristic regime of the Sindar power. But the expeditionary force, driven by hope and duty, didn't know that they were simply faithfully carrying out orders, sorting and collecting the scattered cargo around the Stargate, and deliberately placing it in a stable orbit for later recovery. Without their actions, much of the cargo would likely have gradually escaped the Stargate's gravity, and scattered into the vastness of space over time. ISA slumped into her seat, her eyes lowered, red-rimmed, but she didn't cry. Old One-Eyed snapped on his lighter, lit a precious natural cigarette, and exhaled the pent-up frustration mixed with the nicotine. Throughout the salvage operation, the channel was eerily quiet, with only each team scanning codes and reporting the type and quantity of their cargo. Watching the shipping containers bobbing up and down in the void, Li Bin recalled a documentary about navigation he had seen in his past life. Those cargo ships traversing the oceans, each carrying tens or even hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo, navigated through gales, torrential rains, waves, and whirlpools. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of containers on their decks frequently tumbled into the sea during extreme weather. In such situations, salvage operations are not feasible. Firstly, cargo ships, prioritizing cargo capacity, won't accommodate space-consuming salvage equipment. Secondly, once containers fall overboard, they are affected by ocean currents and winds, making their location difficult to pinpoint. Therefore, unless the cargo is high value or located near the coastline, ship owners typically proceed with insurance. Finally, the exorbitant cost of salvage, deploying salvage vessels and divers, often exceeds the value of the cargo. Consequently, many containers that have fallen overboard are simply abandoned. Conversely, many fishing vessels, especially deep-sea fishing boats, occasionally encounter drifting containers at sea. Containers are waterproof if the waterline is intact. If they are lucky, the crew may have the opportunity to observe the cargo inside through holes above the waterline, even discovering items like PS5s and iPhones, allowing the crew to make a small profit. Crew members are retrieving items from a container that fell into the sea. Li Bin thought to himself, although times have changed, and vehicles have changed, as long as humanity and the main civilization have not been severed, many activities are actually continuations of past experiences. Before, sailors retrieved containers that fell into the sea. Now, astronauts retrieve containers from space. It's like changing maps and leveling up in a game. After Jeffrey finished compiling all the scanned data from the fleet, he found the distracted Li Bin and reported, "Captain, there's quite a lot of stuff." The cargo holds of that 14th Legion fleet back then were probably overflowing. They only had time to take the most expensive goods. The remaining cargo includes 641 cans of fuel, 842 cans of organic matter, 567 boxes of alloy plates, 121 sets of rare metals, 331 boxes of daily necessities, 32 boxes of luxury goods, and 212 boxes of heavy machinery. In addition, there are over 20,000 boxes of ore and thousands of boxes of rare ore, as well as hundreds of cans of volatile substances. Main cargo, only including items without attached images. Besides, Jeffrey looked at the intelligence report and couldn't help but frown. A captain reported that the message displayed on his scan, besides the message and cargo data, also included a warning. A warning? Tell me about it. Li Bin raised an eyebrow. Yes. Jeffrey coughed and relayed, "Those who see this message, unless you are the governor of a star system, please do not conduct any exploration, reconnaissance, or research activities on equipment near a star, and even more so, do not attempt to destroy it. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. But whatever you do, do not touch anything. Do not do it. Chapter 299. They only said not to provoke, not that we can't look. We go check it out after this is over. Li Bin pondered for a moment, then ordered the fleet to prioritize collecting cargo. The core fleet of the Universal Alliance has 4 cruisers, whose fuel consumption is astronomical. These hundreds of canisters of fuel are just enough to fill the gap. After collecting 100 more canisters of organic matter, and all the rare metals, the other containers will be temporarily set aside. There's no afterglow AI here. The expeditionary force has already helped put the cargo into a stable orbit. The fleet can return at any time if needed. Don't rush to fill the cargo holds. After emphasizing the importance of reserving cargo holds to the captains, Li Bin divided the fleet into 2 groups. One group was the Enlightened Beast itself, a ship coated with multiple layers of stellar protective coating, capable of surviving near the solar corona for 24 hours. The other ships went to explore the planet, checking for any ruins. Jeffrey, you temporarily serve as captain of the CIG, leading the fleet on exploration. I meet you after I'm done here. Aye, Captain. As they approached the Blue Giant, the fleet began sealing all portholes and ventilation ducts, relying solely on optical observation posts and detectors for navigation. The Blue Giant is within detection range. Anna faithfully reported in the holographic projection, the red circle representing the ship's detection range encompassing the Blue Giant. Li Bin ordered, activate sensor scanning. Sensor scanning is a risky activity involving connecting all the ship's sensors and overloading them to perform a large-scale scan, somewhat like bats using echolocation. The problem is, while humans and many animals can't hear ultrasound, sensor scanning of other ships can certainly be received using the passive mode of the detectors. This area spanned half a galaxy, and Li Bin would never have gone this far if he hadn't confirmed beforehand that only his own fleet existed within the galaxy. Sensor scanning was very useful for reconnaissance, salvage, and searching for fleeing enemy fleets, but the cost was exposing oneself. Beep! Anna's perpetually cold voice showed a rare hint of surprise. A huge metallic signal near the stellar corona. The size is equivalent to a small planet. Don't panic, what's the distance? Anna quickly calmed herself. On the other side of the star, it takes 4 hours to rotate in the opposite direction. Then rotate there. A slender, graceful, colossal void structure, resembling a futuristic steel nail, silently appeared before everyone's eyes. It stood silently in the thousands of degrees of heat of the stellar corona, its surface armor showing no signs of melting. Its tip pierced the corona, leaving 2 trails visible only through a detector filtered by sunlight. If the Stargate's impact stemmed from the grand historical weight of humankind, then this creation brought a genuine sense of awe. This is a creation of humankind, bold to the point of arrogance. If a Ludovoid here were, he would surely shout blasphemy, and ram his spaceship into it, splattering a wall of blood on this colossal structure with his own life. Holy crap, the legend is actually true. The human realm has really built a corona splitter. Image of a corona splitter icon on a star map. Gameplay. Jeffrey stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at this thing he had only ever seen in hypothetical diagrams, when his teacher recounted the history of the human realm at the academy. The corona splitter, this colossal structure, was once the source of power for the human realm's industrial sector, propelling human civilization to the second level of the Kardashev scale. It could directly extract unimaginable amounts of energy from cutting-edge extraction stations. If the activated corona splitter is not shut down promptly according to the proper procedures after being lost, the consequences would be devastating. In short, this is a superhuman forged from an alloy, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and extracting the energy from stellar fusion to power human colonies, providing electricity to residents and an endless supply of energy to heavy factories. The sun's mass is 330,000 times that of Earth, and the fusion energy it contains is unimaginable. In other words, just one of these things could launch a colony into the sky. Li Bin's lips trembled slightly as he bit his cigarette. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Does anyone know how to use this thing? Isha shook her head. As a soldier, she knew how to detonate it. Jeffrey jumped up and down in a frenzy. Are you kidding me, Captain? This is a corona splitter. A splitter. The pinnacle of human technology, humanity's greatest achievement in energy science. Didn't you see even its design is different from other ships and space stations? Detailed image of the corona splitter, incredibly dreamlike, unlike the cheap stuff in the Perseus region. This thing doesn't even have a power supply pipe. Do you know how it powers the colony? I don't know. Li Bin gave him a look that said, I'm just a 3000 native. Why are you asking me? That's why I'm asking you guys. Does anyone know? Hey Nicola, why are you playing dead when it's your turn to speak? Buzz? Hey, stop gagging me. Buzz, the captain told me to speak. I promise I won't say anything. Nikolai's slightly resentful voice squeezed into the channel. He was also stunned by the scene before him, his expression completely out of control. His hair was a mess, and the wrinkles on his face were bulging out, giving him a look of satisfaction that even death would be worth it after seeing such a beautiful sight. Captain, this thing has an automatic repair protocol. To be precise, it's a super space station built on the corona of a star, and it also includes a port, an automatic maintenance center, and all the necessary facilities. As long as it's provided with enough materials, it can complete self-repair. He snatched Chen Luo's terminal glasses and put them on his nose, frantically flipping through the data as he read, saying, as for the energy transmission method. According to the data from the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Modification Group's database, which was plundered by Tachyon Technology, this thing doesn't need any energy transmission pipelines. It relies on micro-wormhole technology to directly inject energy into the colony's superdiversion valves. In fact, if it really existed, it would be incredibly stupid. Think about it, the distance from Earth to the Sun is 150 million kilometers. Building such a long pipeline just to power one planet, and then creating a 150 million kilometer control line, constantly vulnerable to attacks by terrorists, pirates, and religious fanatics. It's unbelievable. The leader wouldn't be that stupid. On the contrary, using quasar gate technology, this coronal splitter can power human colonies within 10 light years. That means if we input enough materials and activate it, your colony, once equipped with the supersplitter valve and stocked with sufficient rare metals, will immediately gain near limitless energy, well, enough to sustain it for at least 1 billion years. Nikolai excitedly rubbed his hands together, adding, since the Perseus star system has a coronal splitter, it must have a supersplitter valve. The core star system doesn't have a coronal splitter, and currently no force possesses a supersplitter valve. Supersplitter valve? His. Li Bin gasped, his eyes gleaming. Despite the warning from the 14th Legion, even if it meant facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, he was determined to explore today. Notify the entire ship to enter Level 1 Combat Readiness Alert. Recall all optical observation posts. This ship will be making close contact with the coronal splitter. Li Bin sat on his throne and began to plan nervously. As the spacecraft approached the corona splitter, the solar wind spewed by the blue giant slowed it down considerably. The hull creaked and groaned violently, and the crew watched their surroundings with tense anticipation. Although the intense heat hadn't yet penetrated, sweat was already beading on their foreheads from the tension. Overload thrusters. Activate emergency acceleration mode. Li Bin roared into the engine room. Chu Xiongfei. Go and keep things under control. The chief engineer, his headset crackling with static, relayed the captain's orders to the chief engineer. One activated the overload thrusters, while Chu Xiongfei quickly donned his protective suit and rushed into the engine room, arranging for everyone to receive stimulants. He himself, along with the damage control team, stood calmly directing operations from inside the engine room. As the booster was injected with large amounts of catalysts, stabilizers, and antimatter, the antimatter content in the fuel began to increase significantly. The booster emitted a crackling sound as the Kaming beast, braving the raging solar winds, crashed into the nut-shaped structure of the corona splitter. The probe has detected the port. Anna cried out uncontrollably, then suddenly screamed in terror, Captain! The spacecraft has detached from the corona splitter. It's heading towards us, so fast. I see it. Li Bin bit his thumbnail, his face grim as he stared at the swift, wind-like trajectory in the holographic projection. That speed surpassed all currently known spaceships and carrier-based aircraft. What material could withstand a ship several kilometers long flying at such speed? Had physics been killed by humans? Chapter 300. The intense heat of the corona wasn't enough to instantly destroy the Kaming beast, which possessed a composite stellar protective coating. All the gunners and crew from the outer compartments were concentrated in the center. Li Bin believed his arrangement was sound. He had only planned to probe the corona's diverter to see what it was all about. If it were just ordinary automated war machines, then one Kaming beast, one Siege, plus a fleet of miscellaneous armed merchant ships and warships, could easily lure the mindless automated war machines out of the corona. But could anyone explain to him what this thing was? Two high-speed approaching signals, as swift as meteors and as powerful as lightning, flew towards them with incredible speed. Before the Kaming beast could even react, it was attacked from both sides. Li Bin suppressed his unease and ordered the optical observation posts to collect data. Soon, a spaceship so beautiful it seemed out of step with anyone's era appeared before them. What is this? Aliens? Li Bin was dumbfounded. Isa stared in shock at the strikingly styled spaceship in the holographic projection. She explained, "This is a ship from the Central Fleet of the human realm. Is the Star Crown diverter that high level? Why would the Central Fleet be guarding it?" Li Bin bit his lip until blood trickled down his cheek. The name Central Fleet alone suggested something to be reckoned with. Their automated war machines were built using early unmanned ship technology from the human realm, lacking shields, slow speeds, and energy weapons. But this ship, at first glance, was even more fantastical than the ships from Tachyon Technology and the Afterglow AI. If appearance equates to combat power, and if Tachyon Technology's ships had a combat strength of 1,000, then these two ships must have at least 10,000, like a starfish, or a swirling galaxy, for fluid-like hulls extended from it, refracting starlight into a rainbow of colors. Its pinkish-purple tail flame shimmered with a bizarre brilliance unlike any propulsion technology in the Persis region. "Captain! Enemy ship communication detected. Connect!" Li Bin practically roared. The next moment, a string of scarlet characters appeared on the projection, warning. "You have entered the airspace controlled by the human territory. Please turn on your transponder and present your identification information. Refusal will be considered a dangerous element. According to the Human Territory Control Regulations, first-time offenders will be punished." Isa decisively removed her ancestors' identification and genetic information and tossed it to Li Bin. Li Bin turned on his transponder, scanned the information, and sent it out. The characters quickly turned orange. North River Battle Group 3, 14th Legion, Captain of the Capital Ship Legion-class Aviation Battleship Alexander, Dole Brown, hello. The Delta Squadron of the Central Fleet of the Realm of Man, the supersized automated cruiser left-handed, and the supersized automated cruiser right-handed are currently on a mission escorting the Corona Splitter in the Persis starfield. The Delta Squadron has been out of contact with the Realm of Man for 211 years, 3 months, and 3 days. They have also lost contact with the governor of the Persis starfield. 110 years ago, they contacted the 14th Legion and requested a change of guard formation, but have not received a reply to date. The squadron is currently on a mission, and cannot leave the P-U-9527 system. Please contact the governor to submit a change request. Supersized unmanned cruiser. Damn it. Li Bin sat exhausted on the throne, his back soaked with cold sweat. Isa also looked at the beautiful ship with lingering fear. Li Bin paused for a while, then asked several questions, but the superbody not only didn't answer, but continued to urge him. This area is under the control of the human realm. Please leave as soon as possible. Those without authorization are not allowed to inquire about any issues. Even with my status as a naval lieutenant commander in the 14th Legion, I can't stay. Li Bin asked Isa. What's the situation with this human realm Central Fleet? It's so different from the 14th Legion and Tachyon Technology, and so strict. They won't even answer my questions. While Li Bin kept asking questions, his hands didn't slow down at all. He started maneuvering the ship, and the enlightened beast, riding the solar wind, with its engines at full power, reached its highest speed ever. Isa, looking at the stunningly beautiful superhull captured by the optical observation post, gently shook her head. I only know a little bit from stories passed down through generations of my family. They say the human realm's army is divided into many levels, from Class A to Class B, each representing different combat strengths and equipment allocations. Besides, local armed forces and police forces aren't counted in the army. What level is the 14th Legion? Isa looked at Li Bin, who seemed like a curious child, and forced a smile. The 14th Legion is a Class B Legion. Their warships are modernized and enhanced based on the early and mid-stage human realm spaceship blueprints, so the combat power of a regular offensive-class capital ship is worlds apart from that of a 14th Legion offensive-class ship. Dude, the 14th Legion strength is only Class B? Jeffrey looked bewildered. That's true. The human realm's technology is the best in the world. Isa glanced at the first mate, half proud and half disappointed. Otherwise, out of so many legions in the Northern River Strike Group, why was it the 14th Legion that got the rotation mission? The human realm rules the galaxy. Aliens have been wiped out one by one. Before the Great Collapse, the galaxy has no rivals left. Therefore, military deployments have been adjusted accordingly, shifting from a strong frontier and weak central region to a strong central region and weak frontier. A strong trunk and weak branches strategy, an old trick, Li Bin commented. It means the human realm has temporarily shifted from an expansionist strategy to a stable management strategy. ISA continued, all ships built with the latest technology are incorporated into the central fleet, maintaining absolute dominance of the solar system with overwhelming strength. With the existence of Stargate technology, any rebellion, in any place, can be quelled within a few years by the human realm in conjunction with the local garrison. Li Bin recalled the two alien-like cruisers, a strange possessiveness rising within him. He thought, how wonderful it would be to have such a fleet, no such a ship. He asked, do you or the Overlord's database have parameters about superhumans? ISA instantly understood Li Bin's thoughts. He shook his head, no. We only knew these ships existed, we didn't even know their class before. I advise you to give up the idea of seizing them. The technology of the central fleet of the human realm is overwhelming for us after the Great Collapse. The technological gap is too great. According to internal intelligence from the Overlord, each large ship in the central fleet has the strength to rival a main fleet. She solemnly warned Li Bin, don't be fooled by the fact that the Star Crown Diverter only has 2 cruisers. To eliminate them, I think we need at least an invincible fleet consisting of 5 capital ships and a swarm of cruisers. Li Bin, unfazed by being seen through, lightly tapped the armrest. Do you think tachyon technology might have relevant intelligence? Impossible. Isha categorically denied. Tachyon technology was just a communications company before the war. They are strictly controlled by the human realm in the communications field. They have no right to obtain intelligence about the central fleet. Hearing Isha's words, Li Bin still wouldn't give up the idea. He thought of Miss N from Prism Freeport. The superbody is an AI, and so is Miss N. Perhaps we could try using Miss N as a starting point. Having made up his mind, Li Bin stopped worrying about the superbody. In any case, it was unlikely that the Lost Sector had a fleet capable of destroying 2 superbodies. Instead of worrying about that, he better secure the colony first, then return to the core sector to make money and build relationships. So, the enlightened beast, its surface slowly dripping with molten metal and scattering countless tiny metal particles across space, swayed and drifted towards rendezvous with the exploration fleet. Chapter 301. We're too late. This ruin is small to begin with, and everything has been looted by the 14th Legion Expeditionary Force. On the planet's surface, Vulcan sat dejectedly on a broken rock, complaining to his men that Expeditionary Force is strange. They didn't bother with the things scattered all over the Stargate, but they insisted on sweeping this ruin clean. This ruin is small, and after they swept it up, there's nothing left but concrete. One of his men couldn't help but whisper, Minister, what if we get to the jungle planet only to find out it's just a planet with nothing else? That would be a huge loss. You don't know anything. Vulcan slapped his man's helmet. If it's really a jungle planet, even if there's nothing there, we'd be happy to be paid. The captain has arranged everything. As long as the planet's conditions are good, everyone can get land. 111, Minister, really land? A man excitedly raised his hand. Vulcan pointed to himself with his thumb and laughed. How many people are there in the company? And how many are like us, the loyal followers? We select the best of the best. How big is a planet? Ever heard of the westward expansion? Oh dear, I told you to listen to the radio more often. Have you forgotten American romance? Lots of land, few people. How can we develop on a large scale if everyone isn't allocated land? The best is yet to come. Vulcan wasn't wrong. The Universal Union was currently severely understaffed. Even including everyone in the factory area and Tonfa, the total was less than 500,000. Jungle planets were unlike desert planets. They were truly resource-rich, and land redistribution was imperative. The exploration of the Nanchaman system was unremarkable. The biggest finds in this system were the Stargate and the Corona Splitter. The remaining scattered ruins, after investigation, were confirmed to be the workers' camp when the Stargate was built. Seeing no further progress, Li Bin highlighted the Nanchaman system on his star map and led his fleet on a grand journey towards their destination. 7 more days passed, and when the binary stars of the Eden system, Li Bin's name, became clearly visible in hyperspace, Li Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so terrified by the super beings these past few days that he couldn't sleep, his dreams filled with terrifying scenes of being hunted down by them. This was the first time Li Bin had truly felt the immense power of the human realm's control over its colonies, and the super beings were the embodiment of that power. If one day the Stargate suddenly opened, and the human realm returned to the Perseus star system, that star system would inevitably be engulfed in bloodshed. And Li Bin, with his special connection to the pre-March ISA, would likely not fare any better. However, now, looking at the purple planet at the one-way jump point, Joy finally dispelled the clouds of gloom in his heart. Jeffrey couldn't help but smirk. Captain, shall we jump? The last leg of a journey is the hardest. We can't afford to fail on this final hurdle. Notify all ships to release quantum probes, and thoroughly survey the galaxy to ensure there's no risk before jumping. Li Bin, recalling their 2 previous adventures, cautiously instructed, even if we jump, we enter from the furthest jump point. Aye, Captain. Half a day later, the galaxy data map by the quantum probes was uploaded. The Eden Galaxy is a system of 2 orange dwarf stars, intertwined. While each individual orange dwarf is slightly smaller, and smaller than the sun of the old Earth, the combined heat released by both far exceeds that of the sun. Therefore, even though the jungle planet is farther from the sun than the old Earth, its local temperature is still extremely high. Introduction. Jungle Planet Overview, green in the game, but purple in this book. In fact, none of the 6 planets in the entire system are icy. They consist of 1 jungle planet, 1 metallic bombarded planet, 3 barren planets, and 1 gas giant. The metallic bombarded planet is the closest to its star system, with temperatures reaching up to 512 degrees Celsius. The farthest planet is the gas giant, adjacent to the barren planet, a custom system, no star map. In addition, the system has 2 asteroid belts, passing over the gas giant and the metallic bombarded planet respectively. Wow, this system is amazing. Jeffrey's mouth watered as he looked at the data from the quantum probe. The jungle planet itself can be developed into farmland. The captain has already mentioned a partnership with Bishop Pucci of the Luddite Church, who will bring over a batch of integrated farms, so the colony's food supply is not a concern. While planets with metallic bombardment features suffer from extreme heat and meteor showers, they are rich in minerals, especially rare metals. Ordinary alloy plates and ores can be obtained by mining the asteroid belt. Furthermore, gas giants can obtain a continuous supply of resources by establishing gas extraction stations. In other words, even if a jungle planet produces nothing, considering the overall conditions of this star system, its planetary data can be adjusted to level 3. If it also contains organic matter or other resources, a level 4 rating wouldn't be unreasonable. No wonder it's a planet listed in the 14th Legion's logbook. It's really rich. First mate. Li Bin's sudden voice brought Jeff back from his reverie. He responded loudly, yes. Notify the fleet to prepare to enter the physical universe. Aye, Captain. The familiar disorientation, the familiar turbulence, the familiar visual distortion, and the familiar dizziness. The disorientation caused by crossing the jump point was like a familiar guest, always arriving on time, but no one in the fleet cared about this discomfort. They paced back and forth on the deck, their excitement palpable, wishing they could reach their target location in the next second. The fleet has entered the physical universe. No enemies, no signals from unknown probes. Anna's voice trembled slightly as she reported loudly, her fist clenched. 2 man's territory probes detected. Besides that, there are no other spacecraft in the system. Jeffrey reported simultaneously, looking at the probe scan results. Excellent. Li Bin ordered gruffly, notify the fleet, ignore everything else for now, proceed to the jungle planet. A day later, the Universal Union Corps fleet traversed the asteroid belt and planets, arriving near the jungle planet. A massive alloy monument, over 50 meters high, made of meteorite and alloy, stood at the gravitational equilibrium point between the jungle planet and its satellite. A huge QR code was displayed on it, the insignia of the Central 14th Legion still vibrant. A word of warning to those who come after. This area has been included in the 14th Legion star map and belongs to the Persis garrison. Given the current dire situation in the star system, if there is no human territory colony there when you arrive, you are permitted to colonize this area. If the Persis garrison or human territory troops arrive in the future, you will be obligated to provide supplies, rest, rotation, logistical support, and combat assistance. The Human Territory's Northern River Strike Group, under which is the 14th Legion Expeditionary Force Commander, Will von Rundstedt. The text displayed after scanning the QR code made all the captains and company executives click their tongues in astonishment. ISA exclaimed in surprise. So the Expeditionary Force Commander is General Rundstedt. No wonder. The Rundstedt family perished 80 years ago. This family had a profound influence during the 14th Legion era, but for some reason, their power declined significantly during the First AI War. The Rundstedt family declined too quickly. Many families even suspected that the Supreme Overlord had framed them to seize power, but it turns out they had invested their main resources in the Expeditionary Force. Li Bin astutely seized on ISA's hint. You mean no one knew the Rundstedt family was on an expedition? No. ISA shook her head. There should be some who know, but very few. Even the subsequent patriarchs of their family couldn't explain where the family's power went back then. This expeditionary force could only have been completely annihilated. If the expeditionary force had returned safely, these battle-hardened soldiers who survived from the era of the human realm would have been. We find some ships and rearm. The Rundstedt family won't be wiped out. The overlords, after all, have a degenerated army. They value heroes, but the expeditionary force are absolute heroes. Li Bin's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. While I admire this expeditionary force, from the heart, this is a good thing. Isha painfully admitted, yes, it's better for us to rule this planet ourselves than for the overlords to do so. The overlords have already proven their thinking wrong through 2 wars. I'm glad we reached an agreement, my wife. Li Bin hugged his wife and dialed the engineering department. When Vulcan's face appeared, Li Bin's orders followed. Notify all departments to prepare for landing. Your engineering department is in the first batch. Show some spirit. This is a planet belonging to the Universal Alliance. Don't do any destructive development. Vulcan pledged, watch me, Captain. Chapter 302. Everyone get the hell into the shuttle. Don't take the flamethrowers or fuel tanks. Leave the safety to the armed sailors. Inside the cargo hold of the Colossus-class freighter, Vulcan, wearing an industrial exoskeleton resembling the power suit from the movie Edge of Tomorrow, removed his small, pipe-like self-defense weapons, and loaded more engineering machinery. 2 extended mechanical arms could be used to replace parts from his engineering backpack, which contained everything from electric drills and hydraulic shears to impact drills. The Edge of Tomorrow model has many exposed parts. Its strength lies in its power boost and the auxiliary robotic arm behind it. Chen Luo, wearing terminal glasses, followed Vulcan, shouting through the ship's loudspeaker in the spacious cargo hold, attention everyone. This planet is entirely purple. Even the seawater is pale purple. This means the local plants can obtain a large amount of energy from the star, with photosynthetic benefits far exceeding those of plants on old Earth. Such a large-scale purple forest can support large animals. Purple planet. Furthermore, the probes launched by the fleet sampled and analyzed the local atmosphere, finding that oxygen accounts for 42.8%, and the planet's weight is also greater than Earth's, 1.2 times that of Earth. Therefore, it has been confirmed that giant creatures exist. The weapons and equipment on the industrial exoskeleton cannot guarantee everyone's safety, so the ballast has been distributed to the batteries. If you encounter danger, be sure to follow the emergency manual immediately. The engineering crew nervously packed their things, joking among themselves, hey, this seems to be the company's first time exploring a jungle planet, aren't you nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Didn't we simulate the Jiangre environment during the holographic training? The moment you said that, I knew you were going to die. Can a simulation compare to reality? A swamp can kill someone. In a simulation, you can remake, but try resurrecting yourself in reality. You're just spouting nonsense. You even have your seatbelt on backwards, and you're trying to lecture me? Get lost. Haha, getting impatient. Beep. The docking bay will close in 15 minutes. Engineering crew members, please enter the shuttle as soon as possible. Unlike the crew members busy delivering engineering vehicles and equipment, carrying large bags and small packages into the shuttle, the armed sailors, led by Li Changzhen, Old One-Eyed, and his old teammates, had already entered the escape pod converted into an airdrop pod. As for why they didn't just have the sailors board the torpedoes and launch them towards the planet, well, let's just say that planets have gravity. Launching boarding torpedoes from distant orbit without parachutes would only turn everyone into a pile of mud. The escape pods of 5 cruisers, crammed with over 300 elite armed sailors, launched after calculations by the ship's AI. 300 escape pods descended from the sky, crashing into the atmosphere and creating bright flames and long trails of fire, like an outstretched hand encompassing the North Pole of Eden. The pods landed, the intense heat scorching the rare tundra of the Arctic. Li Changzhen kicked open the door of one of the escape pods, raising his machine gun and cautiously scanning his surroundings. His over 2-meter-tall frame, clad in power armor, resembled a giant. The planetary gravity had left his muscles weak from prolonged space travel, but the powerful power armor produced by human realm compensated for this. Using the signal amplifier on his backpack raised from the escape pod, he began contacting his comrades. Li Changzhen clenched his fist, feeling the gravity. With the enhancement injection, it will only take 30 minutes to adapt to the local gravity. The troops will assemble at this coordinate point in 1 hour. Aim to clear a landing zone within 3 hours for the engineering department to land. Yes, sir. Damn, this little idiot is actually quite cute. On a rock about 20 meters long in the tundra, Old One-Eyed squatted down, looking at the alien species resembling a crab hiding in the crevices. Looking at the purple-skinned alien crab with 2 pairs of stalked eyes, 6 pairs of arthropod-like legs, and waving a pair of pincers, he couldn't help but curse. I wonder if it will turn red when cooked, and I wonder if it will taste good. Captain, everyone's here. Veteran demolition expert Dolly Pros, Sniper Lorne, Scout Bond, and Breacher Newman, shaking their heads, led their team over, stretching their limbs to quickly adapt to the planet's gravity. The Old One-Eyed Man reached out and easily lifted the crab by its pincers. Oh, did you encounter any monsters along the way? Scout Bond shook his head. Just crabs and shrimp, like marine animals that come ashore. I checked, there wasn't even anything hairy. Lorne, carrying his massive sniper rifle, added, the plants were strange too. From orbit, it looked like forests everywhere, but after landing, I realized something was wrong. I landed quite far away, where there were sparse trees. Getting closer, I saw calcified hills, like anthills, covered in all sorts of purple shrubs. He shuddered. What's even more absurd is that those shrubs were slowly unfurling even without wind, like sea anemones. The one-eyed old man caught a crab and examined it, saying nonchalantly, that's not our concern. Let the boys set up a defensive line and establish a landing zone around this place. Once the engineering department has the camp up, let the scientists take care of it. By the way, where's Li Changzhen? The demolition expert, Dolly, put his hands on his hips and said, his landing spot is too remote. He's gathering the other sailors. He probably won't arrive until tomorrow. Well, he's out of luck, the one-eyed old man said, slinging his gun over his shoulder and picking up a crab. I tested it. This thing isn't poisonous and is edible. The power armor also tested the air. There are no harmful substances. Brothers, catch all the crabs nearby. Let's set up a pot. The armed sailors, whose turn it was to cook, began laughing and joking as they searched for the alien crab under the stones piled up on the tundra. Although it was a jungle planet, the polar temperatures were still cool. It was currently summer here, with temperatures reaching 27 degrees Celsius. According to the ship's AI analysis, the Arctic summer lasted about 42 days, then directly transitioned into winter. Compared to the old Earth's poles, this place is far too mild. Even in winter, it's only a few degrees below zero. After all, there are 2 suns in the sky. The old one-eyed man sat cross-legged on a rock covered in purple moss, breaking off crab legs. He watched the armed sailors, even while catching crabs, not remove their helmets and remain vigilant. He nodded secretly, thinking that this group had finally graduated. He gazed contentedly at the magnificent, spreading purple landscape, thinking that although it looked somewhat incongruous with the green planet transformed by the human realm, it was still a beautiful planet. Just as he was breaking off crab legs and admiring the beautiful scenery, he felt a distinct tremor beneath his buttocks. What's going on? An earthquake? What a coincidence! Old One-Eye stood up, stuffed the crab into the pot, and hung it on his waist. The nearby armed sailors quickly pointed to where Old One-Eye was standing. He looked down and gasped. 2 pairs of eye-like appendages, each the size of an adult's head, pierced through the purple moss and sprang out, dangling in the air, their eyeballs rolling as they looked at Old One-Eye. Damn it, the pot didn't contain an adult, but a juvenile. Old One-Eye realized upon seeing the appendages that what he was standing on wasn't a rock at all, but a giant alien crab, and the creatures scurrying around him were its offspring. Even the life detectors hadn't detected a signal from this thing when it was dormant. It made a rattling sound, like some kind of sharp, mournful howl, and its 5 or 6 meter long claws slammed down on Old One-Eye's head, shaking off dirt and moss. The AI-generated image of the crab is off-color, and its body is too round. Please bear with it. Caming Beast, Bridge. The alarm sounds. Li Bin temporarily changes the deployment order, withdrawing half of the engineering staff and replacing them with the medical department. The genetic behemoth Oglin, with its cute, harmless eyes, is prominently featured, wearing a power-amplifying exoskeleton designed by Chen Luo. Medic Yin Chong tries to persuade Amanda. What's the point of sending her? She's too obedient. She can't fight the crab. Amanda, wearing a trench coat, stands confidently in the shuttle, waving her terminal. The company's armed sailors can even fight in boarding battles. I don't believe they can't handle the crab. I need Oglin to help dissect the giant crab's carcass. Also, if any wounded are pinned down, I need her to act as a human crane. Chapter 303. The medical team has been dispatched. The engineering department estimates it will take 3 hours to build a temporary camp. If additional engineering equipment and heavy machinery are deployed, this process will be shortened to 1.5 hours. On the bridge of the Caming Beast, the first mate, ISA, was now in her position, faithfully fulfilling her duties as first mate. Jeffrey, meanwhile, was leading the CSG to a stable point in the system to build a relay communication device. The Eden system has 2 stable points. According to the company's development plan, a relay communication device and a navigation beacon will be built at each. The former will be used to contact Tonfa, and then Tonfa's relay communication device will be used to contact the core star sector. The latter will monitor the activity of ships throughout the system. Fortunately, we amassed enough resources along the way. The fleet has collected enough rare metals to build 5-star system satellites. Otherwise, with only the supplies we brought with us, we wouldn't even be able to build the colony after finishing these 2, Lieben said, looking at the rapidly decreasing cargo hold reserves, a headache creeping in. The saying goes, you only realize how little you have when you need it. Although there are probes from other planetary systems that can replenish alloy plates, the construction needs of a single planet cannot be met by the cargo holds of just a few cruisers. This isn't like food, people can't eat more once they're full. The consumption of metal and concrete is hundreds, or even thousands of times greater than that of grain. Furthermore, these 2 ships don't have excess production capacity during the colonization phase. Building roads and bridges, constructing cities, building dams, setting up military camps, in short, the more the better. That's why he hurriedly sent Jeffrey to repair the relay communication device. When his sister, Li Shu, arrives with the industrial ship Zhu Yin and the subsequent fleet, they can immediately start a massive steel production run, freeing him up from the work. Li Bin rubbed his throbbing head, deciding to ignore it for now. What's the situation on the ground? Tui! Old One-Eye removed his helmet, spitting out a mouthful of foam mixed with blood. He glanced at the giant crab's corpse. When it stood up, its several pairs of large claws supported its body to an enormous height of 8 or 9 meters, like a stone guardian striking down on him. Old One-Eye's equipment was specifically designed for breakthroughs, but he was helpless against the monster's thick shell. Plus, standing on the giant crab was like being on a boat, and he accidentally bit his lip, causing it to bleed. Captain, you're so easy to fool. The demolition expert, Dolly, gave a thumbs up, chuckling as he carried his armor-piercing rocket launcher, which looked like a mountain gun. Caught completely off guard in the sudden battle, the armed sailors faced such a monster for the first time. Their survival instincts made them panic in the face of the behemoth. It was Old One-Eye who dodged the crab's smashing attack, managed to draw his gun, and blasted the crab's mandible, enraging the behemoth and throwing it off balance. This created an opportunity for Dolly to calmly aim and fire a rocket, killing the creature. Otherwise, the crab's 2 large pincers might have blocked the rocket launcher while swinging. Now, a huge hole has burst open in the crab's abdomen, and yellow, green, and purple discharge flows out like a dye shop has opened, polluting the ground. The young crabs, attracted by the stench, swarmed to the corpse of the crab, whose parentage was unknown, and began to feast. They had never seen humans before, and did not understand what the gunshots and rocket explosions meant. These young crabs were too young, their mouth parts and pincers were not yet developed, and they could not break through the shells of other crustaceans. They only fed on polar moss and rotting corpses. Now that such a large mountain of corpses was in front of them, these beasts naturally could not understand any ethics or kinship, and simply regarded it as a feast. Enough talk, get the bodies safe. Amanda said she wants to collect local biological genetic samples, preferably from all age groups. These organisms' genetic information and organs might contain excellent medicinal components. He lit a cigarette, his teeth clenched. Of course, you can refuse, but the consequences of offending the doctor. Humph. Being a Marine is a high-risk profession. Injuries are inevitable. Nobody wants to offend a doctor. Otherwise, not using anesthesia during surgery is considered merciful. A minor injury could become an amputation, and before you even realize it, Oglin's saw has dismembered your arm and leg in a few strokes. As everyone was busy, 2 bright shooting stars streaked across the sky. The fleet's shuttles were entering the atmosphere. Eden's Arctic doesn't have a thick ice cap, only a vast ocean. Warm ocean currents from the south flow north along the coastline, further warming the already low Arctic Ocean. The truly cold areas of the Arctic are only this million square kilometer tundra on the continental edge and the deep purple jungle slightly south. Now, the tundra, accumulated over countless years, has been ripped open, revealing dark, greasy, fertile soil. Alloy pillars are driven into the ground, reaching the bedrock, and alloy plates cover the soil. With the help of heavy machinery and tracked engineering vehicles, a ring of camps has been rapidly constructed. Simultaneously, several watchtowers, each over 10 meters high, have been erected, powered by the shuttle's nuclear reactor. Automated sentry guns operate around the clock, forming a death zone. Now, if the Cancers were to launch another attack, they wouldn't need to exert much force. The dense metallic storm of the sentry guns would be enough to pierce their thick chitinous carapaces that roam the tundra. A few unfortunate crabs were receiving treatment. The crabs hadn't harmed anyone. Some had gotten stuck in the seasonal swamps of the tundra during patrols, while others were accidentally injured by equipment during construction work. In the medical room, Yin Chong finished treating the last injured crab. Bored, she played a game of fetch with Odlin, watching Amanda enthusiastically studying the crab's organs and genetic samples. She sighed, "I say, are these crabs really that fun?" "You don't understand." Amanda, through the control box, cut open the crab's stomach. Several scientists from the former Tachyon Technology Research Team, specializing in biological genetics, were beside her. She carefully tested its digestive fluids, without looking up. "My father always told me that order is everything. Government, corporations, gangs, the ecosystem, whatever the order, wherever it is, it determines everything. I left home to follow the captain in pursuit of a better order. Now, a completely new ecological order is before me. How can I miss it?" "Oh, so what have you found out?" "Yes." Amanda's eyes lit up as she pulled her sweaty hands from the control panel. "The drone airport is built, and we launched 297 drones so far. While mapping precise maps, we also recorded a lot about the local ecosystem. Our future survival here will inevitably be influenced by the local ecological order. It's a process of integration. We need to adapt to Eden's ecosystem, and Eden's ecosystem must adapt to us. As of now, this planet can be confirmed to be controlled by a carbon-based, calcium-rich ecosystem. The purple planet has been color-corrected. The oceans and shallow soils are rich in calcium, which affects local organisms. Both animals and jungle creatures have the ability to absorb calcium and secrete it to form shells." Amanda placed the terminal on the table, displaying an image of the southern rainforest. Rock crabs, the kind the armed sailors deal with. They're not the largest in the entire planet's ecosystem. In the southern rainforest, there are even larger crab-like creatures and scorpion-like, centipede-like creatures. Looking at the image of a centipede-like shell creature hundreds of meters long, burrowing underground to ambush and capture passing giant crabs, Yin Chong became interested. She leaned closer and asked, "This doesn't make sense. Do such large creatures have a spine? If they don't have a spine, how do they handle nerve transmission? And even if they have a lot of calcium, how many years would it take for them to grow this big, absorbing calcium from the soil and water? That involves the mysteries of the local rainforest," Amanda said enthusiastically. "The rainforests we see from space are actually like the coral reefs of old Earth, formed by the reproduction and death of organisms similar to corals and sea anemones." The projection shifted, revealing a triangular, giant anthill-like, purple calcareous tree hundreds of meters tall. The calcareous tree is a deep black, with countless tentacles probing and exploring its pores. These tentacles are anchored to the tree at their roots, and some extend outwards, resembling chrysanthemums while others look like succulents. Their purple leaves and violet bodies expand and contract, absorbing the starlight. Succulent-type illustration, image, marine coral reef. This process is short, the tentacles soft, moist skin cannot withstand prolonged direct sunlight, and they retract after about half a minute, moistening themselves with a sticky substance in the pores before re-emerging. Among the tentacles are tiny insects, the size of grains of rice, feeding on the dead tentacles, acting as scavengers to keep the calcareous tree clean. "This is a nest?" Yin Chong stared at the porous, calcareous tree, a chill running down his spine. Amanda nodded excitedly. "Yes. These life signs are similar to marine life. They also originated from the ocean. However, 80% of Eden's planet is rich in moisture, and there are frequent global-scale heavy rainfalls and hurricanes. Therefore, these marine animals did not evolve water-retaining skin after landing, and still retain many primitive characteristics. These alien sea anemones and corals gather together, feeding on the calcium and nutrients washed away by heavy rainfall, accumulating primitive calcareous trees. They also possess chlorophyll bodies to absorb sunlight and maintain their vitality. They constantly vie for higher positions to compete for sunlight. Newly born corals absorb calcium and nutrients from the water at the base of the calcareous trees. Once their bodies mature, they climb to higher positions. During their adult stage, they degenerate their mouthparts, synthesizing energy solely through their chlorophyll bodies. The corals survive for 2 to 3 months at the top of the calcareous trees, engaging in decompositional courtship activities, and then releasing their eggs into the humid air for dispersal. when the highest corals die. When they die, their corpses are held together by the mucus of sea anemone larvae. Sea anemone larvae are mobile and can find suitable places to attach themselves, slowly piling up. The sea anemones use the rich calcium in the coral corpses to build their nests, while also growing taller calcareous trees to compete for sunlight. Amanda spread her hands, looking utterly captivated. This is the charm of order, Yincheng. A single tree cannot make a forest. An individual cannot achieve anything. It is through generations of evolution and survival that such a magnificent rainforest has been created. The entire planet is occupied by this successful symbiotic relationship, and all the giant creatures regularly feed on calcareous trees to obtain calcium. And after they die, they become food for the coral polyps, further stimulating the growth of calcareous trees. Yincheng stretched out his hand with difficulty. But can this be called a plant? This is clearly an animal. Amanda looked at him with a look of disbelief. It can't move, it can grow upwards, it has roots to hold it in place, and it absorbs carbon dioxide to produce oxygen. What else is this but a tree? How can a tree be such an inconvenient thing? Chapter 304. So this planet has many behemoths, and real behemoths, not tiny little creatures like the Oglin. On the bridge of the enlightened beast, Li Bin, a cigarette but dangling from his lips, shifted the cigarette tip, watching the intense battlefield projected on the screen, feeling considerable pressure. The projection showed the Eden Star's Arctic tundra camp. It was currently the night of the midnight sun, and the dim yellow light spilled across the sea, tinging the pale purple surface with a golden glow. A truly beautiful sight. But no one in the camp cared about this magnificent scene, for the camp was under attack by rock crabs, named by Amanda. Ayase corrected, actually, we're the ones invading. These rock crabs are just guarding their spawning grounds. Li Bin clenched his teeth, stubbed out his cigarette, and feigned displeasure as he squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. The way you put it, I feel like Washington in American history, playing with the golden rope that scalps people. Humanity has wiped out so many intelligent races, and I'm just following their lead. Ayase grinned. I just think it's too inefficient. While the sentry guns can penetrate the rock crab's chitinous carapaces, the corpses can't be cleared out quickly. Logically, these corpses will only attract more rock crabs. Just like you said, these are mindless beasts. They eat the corpses of their own kind to replenish the nutrients lost from mating and laying eggs. There's no other way. Before we came to Eden, the local creatures relied on heavy armor and head-on combat. They never seen artillery or firearms, and they didn't know what sudden death meant. Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette. An orbital offensive would have too large a range. After all, this is our home. Too much casualties would affect our subsequent development. By the way, what are the research results from the surface research team? Is local organic matter resources and food self-sufficiency feasible? Li Bin changed the subject. Ayase glanced at the report. Well, food self-sufficiency is feasible. Local life forms haven't accumulated toxins in their bodies. At least most of them haven't. As for organic matter, a large amount has been washed into the sea by the global periodic heavy rains. According to the standards of the human realm, the local marine organic matter content is abundant. She smiled. Congratulations. According to the human realm's description of this level of resource, for those who discover and extract it, a river of wealth flows across the surface of Eden. This is great news. Just one desalination plant can extract an endless supply of organic matter from the sedimentation tanks. As for land resources, well, according to the engineering department, the tundra is all black soil underneath, so fertile that even nano-soil enhancement isn't necessary. If the Overlord knew how fertile the soil is, he'd definitely be willing to pay a fortune to buy it for their planetary colonization operations. Li Bin nodded. The tundra zones at the north and south poles are the most suitable for human habitation. Summer temperatures aren't high, and winter temperatures are only a few degrees below zero, making them ideal for planetary governors' offices, residential areas, and agricultural zones. No matter how rare these rock crabs are, these two lands must be in our hands. He exhaled a puff of smoke and dialed the front lines. Old One-Eyed? I'm informing you in the name of the company's CEO that the use of weapons of mass destruction is approved, but the use of white phosphorus bombs, fuel bombs, and radiation weapons is absolutely forbidden. Vulcan is working overtime to build the space elevator, and the aircraft carrier is being upgraded with LPC high-speed interceptors. Your mission is to hold the camp for 36 hours. After listening to the communication, Old One-Eye pursed his lips, staring at the dynamic projection map of the command center, his tongue pressed against his upper palate, remaining silent. Even without Li Bin's words, he would have defended this place. This was the company's first legitimate colony, completely under company control, unlike places like Tonfa where everything was negotiated. This was the starting point and rear base of his ambitions. Even if it were just for the sake of gene therapy for himself and his brothers, this land had to belong to Lee. I can't stand it. Old One Eye looked up at the dim sky, inwardly relieved that no flying creatures had yet appeared. He knew that on a planet with such a complete ecosystem, there would inevitably be creatures occupying a niche in the skies. Currently, the camp's production capacity was limited, the factory hadn't been deployed, and there was nowhere to produce the self-destructing drones. He could only act while the situation was still relatively good, leave one shuttle behind, and take the other up immediately to load heavy weapons. We need heavy artillery, we need tanks. Tell the pilots not to bring any hovercraft or mechs, they don't work that way here. One more thing. Have the medical station dissect the corpses as quickly as possible to pinpoint the rock crab's structural weaknesses. One more thing. Have the virus prevention team develop antibody drugs as soon as possible. I don't want my soldiers to win this battle only to be greeted with some damn death notice instead of bonuses and land. Old One Eye arranged everything and began directing the front lines. Although this group of armed sailors wasn't equipped with the human leader's powered armor, the quota was limited and needed to be determined based on actual circumstances. They were all equipped with giant Enterprise-powered armor, and each man still had a complete arsenal. When they landed, they were armed with light weapons, but those laser guns and conventional weapons were hardly effective against the giant rock crabs. According to the autopsy evidence from the medical station, these creatures have no spine, but their enormous size means they have multiple brains, like octopuses. Their complex and backward neural structure makes it impossible for civilization to arise, but it also saves them from being shot through the skull and dying instantly. In other words, even after being shot in the head, these creatures could still attack instinctively. The armed sailors had repeatedly found rock crabs with their skulls blown off, still chewing on the corpses of their own kind with their mouthparts drooping. Rock crab larvae, drawn by the smell, would crawl up and join in the munching, then climb up the claws onto the brains of the headless crabs, and begin eating their brain-dead uncles, aunts, and even parents. However, the prepared armed sailors collectively equipped themselves with machine guns, cannons, and rocket launchers. Relying on the sturdy trenches and alloy-plated walls beneath the camp, they fired in staggered bursts, the metal torrents momentarily stunning the rock crabs. These beasts were mindless and uncooperative. They arrived aggressively, but many were quickly drawn to the corpses on the ground, stopping to suck bodily fluids and tear at the crab meat. However, most were enraged by the noise of the camp's firing and charged towards the alloy walls. Fortunately, the alloy-cast camp was sturdy enough, and fortunately, the heavy machinery had extremely high production capacity. Although the rock crabs were making a lot of noise, their indiscriminate, non-group attacks meant they couldn't break through the Interstellar humans' multi-layered fortress, built with alloy foundations and walls, in the short term. Diagram of a bastion. This structure developed after the advent of firearms, featuring multi-layered firepower, no blind spots, and sloping ramps for easy firing. Height was increased through digging and building ramps. The entire camp was designed like a bastion, with multiple starfish tentacle-like bastion tips extending outwards, each tipped with a sentry gun. This shape originated from the modernized version of castles built by local nobles after gunpowder and artillery became widespread in Europe. This shape avoided blind spots, and the low, sloping walls provided the guards with excellent firing angles, allowing them to fire from the rock crab's relatively soft undersides. The outer watchtowers had been evacuated. The armed sailors, breathing in the abundant oxygen of Eden, didn't even need combat drugs. The high oxygen environment enhanced their fighting endurance. The sentry guns, barely small enough for a frigate, were now firing indiscriminately, their barrels glowing red-hot. Ammunition reserves were rapidly depleting. The ground outside the camp was littered with rock crab carcasses. The stench of carbon-based life fluids and the intense heat of the machine guns, combined with the increasing number of dead crabs, was becoming too much for even the helmet's filtration system to handle. The kill count at the camp continued to climb. In the first 3 hours, only about 30 had been killed, but by the 5th hour, the number had reached 3 digits. How many rock crabs could the millions of square kilometers of tundra support? Old One Eye didn't know, but it was probably no less than 5 digits. Later rock crabs, stepping on the corpses of their kind, easily pierced their brethren's carapaces with their immense weight and sharp claws, their claws sinking into the flesh, unable to move. These corpses now both obstructed the armed sailors' firing line and hindered any newcomers. The defensive line had already retreated twice, and several breaches had appeared in the camp. Rock crabs that broke in were killed by the turning sentry guns before they could even devour anyone. Li Chongjin had discarded his chainsaw sword. It was useless against the rock crabs. He held a hand cannon, followed by 2 rookie armed sailors carrying heavy ammunition boxes. Seeing a rock crab arrogantly charging through the collapsed alloy wall, Li Chongjin charged forward without hesitation, his jetpack propelling him to the rock crab's 2 hilts, the hand cannon, the size of a human head, pressed against the hilt's eye. The rock crab looked at the tiny creature with suspicion, then raised its claws in annoyance. Li Chongjin bared his steel teeth and pulled the trigger. Boom! The hand cannon, nicknamed Powered Armor Can Opener, shattered the handle, smashed the chitinous carapace, and obliterated the rock crab's tiny brain, eyes, and mouth parts. Nearby armed sailors rushed forward, firing at the rock crab's claws, quickly rendering it immobile. The severed-legged corpse twitched and struggled, unable to cause further damage to the camp. Under Li Chongjin's command, although the camp appeared to be in grave danger, the central living and work areas remained unscathed. At this moment, the engines roared, the shuttle pierced the clouds, and the ship's light machine guns swept across the battle line. The spaceship's firepower, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy and equipped with hastily replaced dum-dum bullets, easily carved large holes into the rock crab's body. The shuttle landed in the camp. As its belly opened, 5 space containers slowly emerged. The engineering crew cheered, pushing forklifts and cranes, working together to hoist them under heavy machinery for assembly. 15 minutes later, Tachyon Technologies' laser tank was assembled. Topped with a rectangular turret and a massive artificial crystal at its center, it charged along the alloy path built by the sailors to the front lines. The crystal began to glow, and 30 seconds later, a laser beam shot out. Before the rock crab's optic nerve could process the information to its brain, the laser melted half its body, also flipping the head off a rock crab behind it that was engulfed in its carcass. Illustration source: Red Alert Prism Tank. Since sniper rifles couldn't handle these behemoths, let's switch to the big guys. With a laser tank joining the battle, the situation was quickly brought under control. Once the subsequent arrival of heavy artillery and tanks, the battlefield became one-sided. While heavy artillery was indeed less effective against heavy fortresses and defensive positions compared to laser weapons, it was far superior against biological units. In addition to the explosion itself, the rich atmospheric environment added buffs called burning and shockwave. The rock crabs, even when faced with the charred corpses of their own kind, still possessed a palate. But faced with their own sizzling, burning crab oil, faced with the relentless shockwaves capable of shattering their pitiful brains and muscles, fear finally began to dominate their primal thoughts. The widespread fires, and the commotion caused by the unseen giants moving about finally caused the rock crabs to begin their retreat. But they collided with the endless stream of other rock crabs rushing towards them. The retreating and the joining forces huddled together, pushing and shoving each other. As more and more rock crabs arrived, they gradually began to regroup. The old one-eyed man, with a prosthetic eye, surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, finally finding a moment to light a cigarette. He chewed on his treasured natural tobacco, muttering softly, "This time, we absolutely have to get the airport and drone assembly plant repaired. Heavy weapons are only suitable for defense until the roads are finished. Colonial expansion requires a large number of aircraft." Chapter 305. Anyone who's played even a little StarCraft 2 knows that the Terran have a disgusting tactic called urbanization. The Zerg facing fully fledged urbanization are like a dog trying to bite into a durian, completely helpless. The Rock Scorpions only had one chance to launch an offensive, to go all in while the Cosmic Union was still establishing itself. The space elevators were not yet completed, and ground camps were severely underutilized. But you can't expect animals to have tactics. If the Zerg truly existed, the Terran Empire wouldn't have been living so comfortably back then. It can only be said that the outcome was already decided the moment heavy machinery appeared. With firepower replenished, the shuttle's second landing brought a large number of suicide drones, completely eliminating the Rock Scorpion's chances. Li Chongjin, not satisfied with the killing spree, now even dared to rush out of the camp, actively hunting tall creatures on the battlefield under the cover of suicide drones and squads. Huge cold storage facilities and barracks were hastily erected. Rock crab carcasses were carried by forklifts and cranes to the barracks assembly line. Following the dissection guidelines provided by the medical station, the crew butchered the crabs, removing the chitinous carapaces, separating the stomachs and excess organs. Organs needed by the medical station were tossed into carts, while the waste was thrown into the meat grinder. The succulent crab meat was then sent to the cold storage on the assembly line. The mess hall was set up outdoors, with large pots simmering crabs. The milky white broth was rich and flavorful, with distinct strands of crab meat, a taste neither quite fish nor quite crab, making mouths water. Outside the camp, the occasional sound of artillery fire could be heard. At the camp's edge, crew members used industrial exoskeletons to prop up alloy plates, their magnetic boots holding them atop the alloy walls to repair the fortifications. Meanwhile, inside the camp, those on rest were already eating. The space elevator in the center of the camp was completed. Blinding spotlights relentlessly shone into the sky, chasing away the squid-like birds with their gas sacks. As the first test transport unit landed, the 6-meter-tall, heavy mech from the Overlord series, sporting specially replaced wide, web mechanical legs, made its dazzling debut. Image of the Overlord mech sourced online, not original, image of a heavy weapon from a game, showing a bipedal mech, similar to the illustration, but the game's product is too abstract and lacks detail. Li Bin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, controlled the Overlord mech. One mechanical arm opened to reveal a case of genuine Byzantine wine worth hundreds of star coins, while the other held a case of Luddite military-grade natural cigarettes bearing the Luddite Church's logo. Li Bin arrogantly shouted through a megaphone, "I heard someone dislikes mechs." The space elevator's bird-repelling spotlights simultaneously lowered, casting a pair of luminous wings on the bright yellow Overlord mech, dazzling to the eye. The one-eyed old man raised his hands in surrender, jokingly bowing exaggeratedly. "You got some top-notch stuff, you're right." Li Bin placed the Byzantine wine on the ground. "Everyone gets some. Don't blame the captain for not letting us drink and smoke our fill." A case of Byzantine wine costs several hundred star coins, and a case of this lewd military supply badge costs 80 star coins. If tens of thousands of people in your company drink and smoke as much as they want, tomorrow I'd be stuck selling my boots at the Chromium Alloy Club. The joy of victory, the happiness of successful colonization, the imposing mechs with their spotlights, the captain who joked and laughed and was incredibly generous, and the luxuries the crew could never normally enjoy. At this point, it had become art. On the bridge, Anna watched Li Bin mingling with the crew, and Jeffrey, eager to return for the banquet via private messages, and asked ISA with a puzzled look, "Chief of Staff, isn't the captain being a bit too frivolous?" ISA laughed, "Not at all. Li Bin is fair in rewarding and punishing. When everyone performs meritorious service, he sneaks in to join in the fun, and he's generous. He's winning people's hearts. If I hadn't confirmed at the medical station that the local virus and bacteria environment wouldn't affect my health, actually, it's genetics, I would have gone down to play too. Long-distance voyages are extremely tiring. Many crew members spend most of their time in the cabins. Years ago, even space could only be viewed from the porthole. Letting them indulge a little was a good thing." "Oh." Anna nodded, then harshly ordered Jeffrey in a private message to go back and install the relay communicator, and to stop thinking about smoking and drinking. "The captain is winning hearts and minds, you just be freeloading. Do your job well first." "Calm down." Jeffrey looked at the photo of Li Chongjin arrogantly sitting on a rock crab claw bigger than a cow, showing off his trophy, and at the photo sent by old one-eyed with a sinister grin, showing him embracing a muscular, brown-skinned female sailor, the two drinking together. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Ribbit. "I'm so bitter." Alcohol was rationed. The crew members who had fought hard in the camp and participated in war logistics each received a small cup, so no one got drunk. Li Bin joined in the fun with everyone for a while, before Amanda led him into the medical station. He first rubbed Oglin's furry belly. This big guy had performed quite well on the battlefield. Although he didn't directly participate in the battle, he relied on his large size and strong upper limbs, wearing a special industrial exoskeleton, and using the rock crab's claws as tree branches to swing around. He saved more than a dozen people in the center of the battlefield, and was an excellent candidate for battlefield medic. Amanda waited until Li Bin and Oglin had greeted each other before projecting the message. "Captain, after remote research by the camp's genetic experts and fleet scientists, combined with the bosun's advice, we have a completely new plan for dealing with the rock crabs and the giant crustaceans of Eden." Li Bin listened attentively. Amanda zoomed in on the rock crab's stalk-like eyes and said, "These creatures have poor eyesight. Because mature Eden creatures are very large, the larvae cannot harm them. Therefore, these creatures cannot clearly see objects more than 50 meters away, especially those as small as humans. Conversely, they are very sensitive to color, able to recognize colors from 200 to 300 meters away, or even further, including complex mixed images. If we use long-range artillery and drones, these creatures' simple brains cannot comprehend the source of the attack. This makes it impossible to achieve. The purpose of deterrence is to prevent hostile creatures from posing a constant threat to the colonies. We need a more concrete weapon, preferably large and brightly colored, to establish humanity's invincibility on Eden's planet. Why don't you add powerful, domineering, and Shuabu? Li Bin thought to himself, thinking, what kind of war-crazed planet is this? Ranged weapons aren't impressive enough. Are we supposed to just hack and slash these crabs with chainsaws? Amanda, unaware of Li Bin's inner turmoil, continued, Mr. Chen Luo had people study the historical archives of the colonization of the jungle planet Jiangra provided by the Overlord. Combined with the bosun's professional combat advice, everyone agrees that in the current and foreseeable future, given the colony's severe shortages, forming a legion to expand the colonies would pose a significant challenge to the colony's economy, resources, and manpower. And the bosun repeatedly emphasized that using the army to eliminate the behemoths is a form of bullying the weak, which will significantly reduce the combat skills of the armed sailors and even subsequent troops. Amanda crossed her legs. The bosun's exact words were, fighting these stupid, heavy things that are too fragile for heavy weapons, my men will forget how to fight modern warfare against humans. He believes we should train hunters. Li Bin raised his hand to signal her to continue. I'm listening, please elaborate. I'm just reciting from the script, these are all paraphrased. Amanda pulled out another terminal and displayed a planetary map. Planet Eden doesn't have a true continent, it's a mixture of ocean and land. The land is broken into pieces, interspersed with the ocean, with only one strait, 80 kilometers wide, and 19,000 kilometers long. In other words, from a military perspective, forming legions to conquer location by location requires frequent crossings of the strait, making all-terrain vehicles like hovercraft indispensable. This will inevitably lengthen the battle lines on the surface. Building multiple supply depots deep outside the colony's control would endanger a large number of logistics personnel. Whether it's the army or air force, bombing and blasting are the most effective methods, but these have a severe impact on the local ecosystem, potentially causing the extinction of many scientifically valuable biological specimens. It could even lead to regional pollution. Training hunters is different. Hunters need to be proficient in hunting and reconnaissance skills. Equipping them with mechs allows them to venture deep into the jungle to hunt rock crabs, or work together to hunt larger creatures. The maps they record along the way can also refine the planetary scanning maps, facilitating subsequent colonization and marking high-risk areas for the military in advance. The Chief of Staff also said that these hunters could be directly converted into snipers and scouts during future recruitment. After simple training, they could be deployed to the battlefield, which is far more efficient than training them ourselves. She believes that the company's current recruitment areas are all industrial zones, and the military skills of the recruits are far inferior to those of a large corporation. Furthermore, these mechs need a uniform paint scheme. During hunting, the identical paint and appearance, combined with close-quarters combat within the mechs, will leave a deep impression on any escaping behemoths and juveniles. The research team has evaluated the rock crab's mainframe and believes that in just 10 years, or even less, any surviving rock crabs will flee upon seeing the mechs. Amanda Linlin said quite a bit, representing the company's research team, military, and medical departments, offering suggestions from the perspectives of infrastructure, material reserves, labor force, military affairs, and training. These complex and systematic suggestions were very helpful to Li Bin. Finally, Li Bin couldn't help but nod. It seems great minds think alike, we're all thinking the same thing. I also been thinking about how to deal with the local hostile biosphere, but my idea isn't to organize hunters, but to promote a hunting culture. Li Bin pointed to the mechs glowing under the spotlights outside the hatch, his voice booming. Directly issuing mechs would put too much financial pressure on the company, and too few would be meaningless. Besides, just having hunters hunt giant beasts, and us collect the food isn't enough of an incentive. My idea is to take a batch of power armor and mechs from the reserve armory, as a reward to encourage Eden Star immigrants to spontaneously train hunters. Ordinary hunters will receive interest-free loans for general power armor. Hunters wearing power armor must form groups, and bounties will be offered for the high-risk rock crab and giant beast lairs around the colony. No bonus will be given for taking the bounty, the prey will be bought back at cost, but a portion of the loan will be waived, and extra points will be awarded. These points can be used to redeem giant enterprise power armor and human leader power armor. Hunters can form teams to accumulate points together to purchase mechs. Mechs are heavy weapons. This will not only encourage hunters to hunt giant beasts, but also promote spontaneous cooperation among immigrants, training mech maintenance and repair technicians. Li Bin became more and more excited as he spoke, and simply created a group chat, pulling Old One-Eyed, ISA, Jeffrey, Chen Luo, and others into the meeting room, spitting as he spoke. He talked about hunting culture, the supremacy of hunting, and the vigorous promotion of hunting culture, including legendary hunting mech pilots in planetary war history, encouraging mech pilots to form mech families, encouraging the formation of mech hunting teams based on families, and equipping mechs with different weapons, such as katana mechs, battle axe mechs, gun shield mechs, and so on. Ascend to the dragon throne. Anyone can. Furthermore, cultivate a culture of loyalty within the family, grant titles and land, and infect these nobles in remote, undeveloped areas far from the colonies, allowing them to raise their own manpower and funds for expansion. However, one condition must be met. When the company recruits soldiers, all families must rally under the Lee family's banner, upholding loyalty and righteousness. Anyway, the planet is so vast, if Li Bin were to conquer it personally, it would take forever. His time is limited, his main focus must be on space. His sister, Li Shu, isn't skilled in warfare, so implementing a feudal system like the Shang and Zhou dynasties would be best. What? You're telling me you're afraid these knights will rebel? Do you think my countless starships in the sky are just for show? I'm not building a starship family. Let them do whatever they want on the ground. If they rebel, I issue an orbital bombardment warning. By the way, let's call these mech knights from now on. I take some time to create a code of chivalry, along with the 8 virtues of knights, and corresponding manuals and online courses. Later, we build a knight training school. In short, these knights must regard loyalty and honor as their highest pursuit in life, and all of this is tied to my family. Whether it's the honor of the knightly order or the titles, it's all up to me. Amanda's expression was numb at this moment. She considered order her highest pursuit, but what was originally just a routine matter of identifying and solving a problem had, in the captain's hands, transformed into a code of chivalry, a knightly family, and a complete system of order. It was as easily as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Isabella's eyes narrowed slightly. She was considering something else. In the future, peripheral members of the family could be arranged to intermarry with various knightly families, controlling the planet through political marriages. Then, using the honor and reward system Li Bin mentioned, the entire planet could be controlled effortlessly. Neither the Luddite Church nor any spies could thrive on a militaristic planet where hunting culture and chivalry reigned supreme. Even if a rebellion broke out, it wouldn't escalate into something threatening planetary order within the foreseeable future. I agree. She immediately raised her hand after Li Bin finished speaking. Jeffrey also raised his hand. The captain's family theory resonated with Jeffrey. He was considering whether to quickly acquire Anna. Li Chongjin's personality would definitely make him the first knight. A royal knight, right? He could then compete for the title of the company's second knightly family. Old One-Eyed agreed with everything beneficial to the army. He simply held his cigarette, watching the captain's whimsical ideas, thinking that with the honor system tied to fiefdoms, even his old subordinates would be itching to get one. Chen Luo, like Amanda, was dumbfounded by Li Bin's practiced approach. He just wanted to ask, how many times have you fantasized about this in private, to be so skilled? Chapter 306. The core fleet of the Universal Alliance carried few heavy weapons, and even fewer mechs, only 5 in the cargo hold. During the first weekend of colonization, with the frequent landings of the space elevators, all 5 mechs landed at the camp. Li Bin ordered everyone to put down their work and gather. The camp had less than 1,000 people in total. Any more would be insufficient for the fleet crew, including the crew members in the sky, to watch the live broadcast. During this meeting, Li Bin did 3 things. First, he distributed questionnaires to his elite followers. Those on board were all elites, asking them what they wanted to do with the land. The questionnaire stated that land would be allocated according to individual wishes. Those who wanted to farm/livestock were given hundreds of acres of fertile tundra. Those who wanted to fish were given land along the coast along with hundreds of acres of ocean. Those who wanted to do industry would have their allocation delayed until they explored more barren areas. Again, it was emphasized that a planet is truly enormous. This amount of land was insignificant. Currently, there were few people and much land, so enthusiasm was the most important factor. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the captain. Captain, we respect you. Li Bin seized the opportunity to introduce a series of groundbreaking announcements, including knight families, Eden hunters, honor system, and titles. At this stage, he repeatedly emphasized that titles were different from military ranks and company positions. They were inherited, and each title was tied to a large territory, allowing lords to add their own territorial laws based on planetary laws. Furthermore, in addition to knight families, titles would be bestowed upon employees who performed exceptionally well within the company. Before everyone could process the first surprise, the second bombshell announcement exploded in the crowd. The crew members silently digested the captain's information, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Hearing the announcement over the loudspeaker at the back of the crowd, Investigator Bond took off his sunglasses. Holy crap, is he going to establish a nation? Isn't that great? Demolition expert Dolly said, hands on his hips. Bond glanced at him. So you taken the bait? Dolly replied frankly, that's right. You and I are just worthless lives, spending decades in the core star sector, earning only a few hundred star coins. Enough to buy land, but when will we ever have a title to share with the nation? Bond scoffed. You want to be a nobleman? Who do you think you are? Dolly tilted his head. The captain said he bestowed titles on outstanding employees. How many outstanding employees are there in the company? At my age, I can find someone to have a baby, work like crazy for a few more years, and leave a title for my descendants. Is that so hard? Bond's smile vanished. He sniffed, wanting to retort but unable to find a point. The only thing they could say was question the lifespan of the Eden Star regime, but they were working there themselves. They couldn't just hope their careers would fail, could they? As everyone gradually came to their senses, the scene erupted in chaos. Li Bin simply raised his hand, and the boisterous crew instantly fell silent. The third thing, establish a role model. Amidst magnificent military music, the 2-meter-tall Li Chungjin removed his coat and tied it around his waist, revealing his bulging muscles and scars. He walked through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with lustful intent, and ascended the platform. He would be Eden Star's first knight, and also the first to receive a title. No one questioned Li Chungjin. Although he was the captain's younger brother, and although he might not be the brightest, his military achievements were undeniable. From the company's first raid on a pirate ship to its first boarding raid, Li Chungjin was there. He was present in every cabin battle and ground battle. His achievements were truly remarkable. Among the armed sailors were a large number of Li Chungjin's supporters, who watched their commander with great enthusiasm. Li Chungjin accepted the attention, but inwardly he was not happy. He knew that accepting this title meant leaving the spaceship and being stationed permanently on Eden, leading his hunters on the front lines of the hostile biosphere. Unless the company had a major war mission, he would likely never return to space. However, his elder brother had reasoned with him from the perspective of assisting his sister Li Shu, managing the colony's military and political affairs, and maintaining stability in the rear. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to accept. If you don't agree, I call your sister. The intermediate communicator is ready, I can call anytime. Let's see how she deals with you. He drew his chainsaw sword, pressing it once on each shoulder and once on the top of his head, presenting her with a sword, a pair of long-handled jet-powered battle axes, a hover-mobile, power armor, which was actually Li Chungjin's power armor, and then a mecha. Granting fiefdoms, bestowing resources, currently only nominally, issuing missions. The tedious process didn't bore the crew, as this was the company's first granting of titles, setting an example for future titles. This process would be recorded locally on Eden Star, becoming a model for future generations. After the entire process was completed, Li Bin reiterated that Eden Star was vast and could accommodate all ambitious individuals. He hoped company members would continue their efforts, and that once Planet Governor Li Shu arrived on Eden Star, the first formal, large-scale granting of titles and fiefdoms would be held. The crew cheered "Long live the Emperor." Some raised their hands, some knelt. It was chaotic, like a makeshift troop, but their high spirits and the gleam in their eyes proclaimed that the Universal Union was transforming from a company into a political entity. The camp should now be called a militarized town. This future planetary capital, yet to be named by the Universal Alliance, is referred to by the company's employees as Xinjiang New Town. This is a compromise. The company's employees come from diverse backgrounds. Besides the 44% Elfians and 37% Lloyds, there are 19% from other places. Everyone had their own opinion on the name of their new home, and in the end, they compromised and called it Xinjiang. After more than a month of construction and development, Xinjiang was divided into 3 concentric circles. The innermost part covers 55 square kilometers, with most of the spaceships serving as storage areas and airfields for shuttles and carrier-based aircraft, and also including a space elevator base station. Space-age colonies are not as densely populated as the core areas of densely populated towns in the 21st century. The vast land is conducive to further future development. The second circle is the war zone, exceeding 150 square kilometers. A multi-layered bastion structure protects the core area: triangular bunkers, concave bunkers, solid bastions, garrisons, and multiple layers of dikes intertwine. Since the completion of the space elevator, massive amounts of supplies from Starship cargo holds have been continuously delivered to Xinjiang. Based on the cargo of 2 Colossus-class freighters and several Buffalo-class freighters, the construction of the concrete plant did not take long. Thanks to Eden's calcium-rich ecosystem, concrete production was far easier than on old Earth. By crushing rock crab shells, or directly mining the calcium-rich trees covering the planet hundreds of kilometers away, fortresses with alloy skeletons transformed the tundra at a rate far exceeding geological changes. The defense zones also served as the future core areas of the cities, so they could be demolished at any time. The third ring, a vast expanse of hundreds of square kilometers of tundra, served as a sentry zone, guarded by concrete towers over 30 meters high, monitoring the activities of rock crabs and other behemoths, while also providing support for hunters venturing out. Of course, this was just Li Bin's blueprint. The strategic reserve was still under construction, and the labor force of the new town of over 1,000 people was not yet capable of controlling the land. In the past month, Old One-Eyed had commanded the armed sailors, repelling 2 more attacks by rock crabs that had gathered instinctively. The cold storage was overflowing with crab meat, forcing them to be transferred to the fleet's cold storage, and all the crew members were now eating fresh meat every day. Li Bin had thought he could smoothly advance the colony's construction until his sister took over in another month. But accidents always happen unexpectedly. Xu Jin, the captain of the patrol team patrolling the star system, reported that he had captured a group of pirates. Regarding the origins and objectives of this pirate group, Xu Jin stammered, unable to answer. "Captain, you might need to come in person. This group is too abstract. They talk incoherently, and always have their pets speak for them, like they'd lost their minds. You can't even handle addicts?" Li Bin paused, his hand holding the grilled rail crab sticks, made with the plump, tender claw meat of rock crabs. "No," Xu Jin shook his head like a rattledrum. "These pirates said that east of the originally planned Eden system, in the Dongshiman system, 2.4 light-years away, there's a wasteland planet with human settlements. And quite a few." Bang! Li Bin slammed his hand on the table. "Wait for me. Eden star data. Lower left is the galaxy coordinates. Lower right is the galaxy planets. Galaxy map, with 1 jump point outside the map and 2 stable points." Chapter 307. The Angry Pirates were an organization quite different from other pirates in the Perseus constellation. Since their captain, Fat Dragon, led his crew to raid a transport fleet of the Interstellar Empire 15 years ago, only to be chased and driven into a hyperspace glide by these space Romans, they hadn't returned to the core star system for a long time. It's hard to say whether they were unlucky or lucky, but the Angry Pirates, after being thrown into the hyperspace near the Eastern Heavenly Gate system, didn't perish due to fuel and supply depletion. Instead, they discovered a lost former human colony. This former colony wasn't as fortunate as the Tomfa colony. They didn't have space stations or mining stations overhead, nor did any powerful beings with AI cores descend from the sky. The local ecological conditions and technological heritage were also more advanced than Tonfa's. After the Great Collapse, the local planetary governor was killed by a traitor, and a massive rebellion and war swept across the entire planet, the flames of war raging for over 200 years. To this day, this desolate planet is controlled by 3 self-proclaimed caudillos, constantly at war with each other. Relying on massive mobile fortress cities, they lead a nomadic life on the wasteland, embodying thoroughly high-tech barbarism. Aside from lacking starships and a technological gap in their lineage, their basic technology is undoubtedly within the core star system. Originally, these 3 caudillos would have remained locked in a life-or-death struggle, until 15 years ago, when Fat Dragon drifted here with his fleet. This extraterrestrial visitor, accompanied by 4 escort ships, placed immense military pressure on the local caudillos. This was because the region, after over 200 years of civil war, had long abandoned air defenses, and besides, their surface mobile fortresses lacked the ability to harm pirates in distant orbit. Under pressure, the 3 caudillos, after negotiating with the pirates, formed an external government called the Granada Alliance, effective only when dealing with extraterrestrial visitors. The Angry Pirates wanted to obtain antimatter fuel and conventional fuel from the caudillos. Although Granada suffered from technological stagnation, its unique mobile city ecosystem allowed fuel manufacturing plants and antimatter synthesis facilities to be located within cities, with the products powering the cities. This technology, crucial to urban energy, was ironically preserved in the hands of warlords. The 3 caudillos agreed to Fat Dragon's request, on the condition that Fat Dragon scavenge materials and luxury goods from other star systems for them. Granada was originally a savanna planet with a rich ecosystem, but after the collapse of order, centuries of resource plundering by mobile fortresses and constant warfare reduced the planet to a wasteland, and surface resources gradually became scarce. To sustain their starship's fuel, the angry pirates began scavenging for resources in the vicinity of the Eastern Heavenly Gate system, establishing mining sites on gas giants and metallic planets, and hunting for exotic pets on the jungle planet Eden. What does a world honed by 200 years of warlordism look like? Even the powerful Sindar and other warlords pale in comparison. Here on Eden, a calcium-rich tree, along with terrestrial corals and slimy anemones, can be exchanged for a canister of regular fuel. A strange purple-skinned crab called the blasphemous armor, capable of mimicking human speech, can be traded for a small canister of antimatter fuel. The angry pirates sell these to 3 Cordelos, who collectively embrace these luxuries, creating a trend, and then resell them at inflated prices to other minor warlords. Thus, the luxury goods business is made. Damn, that's profitable. My cruiser's cargo hold is so full, I could just sell a few rock crabs there, equip them with tachyon tech control collars, and they'd be both pets and weapons of war. We make a fortune. Lieben closed the interrogation log and complained to ISA, this makes us look a bit foolish for struggling to colonize Eden. ISA shook her head. We're building our own nation. It's different from doing business, where you lose money first and then make a profit. Since someone has already opened this trade route, wouldn't it be unfair if I didn't take it? What was your saying again? Heaven grants favors. If heaven gives and you don't take it, you suffer the consequences. Right. ISA gently tapped the table. The angry pirates are all brainless. They know nothing about the Granada Alliance's size, number of mobile fortresses, production capacity, industrial level, or skilled workforce. They're incredibly short-sighted. The Siege and Kaiming Beast are already in orbit. We can set off at any time to negotiate with the Caudalos. Isha raised a finger, making a decapitation gesture. Anyway, they don't have any starships. If they're willing to talk, all's well that way. If not, we force them to open the gates. No rush, I go ask them myself. That dragon's eyes, ears, and mouth were gagged. He didn't know how long he'd been imprisoned. Without his pet to banter with, every second felt like torture. Ah! How I missed that little brat's lively way of imitating human swearing. I heard there's a creature on old Earth called a parrot, which, like the blasphemous armor, can speak human language. I wonder which has a bigger vocabulary of profanities, the parrot or his pet. He thought anxiously until the hood was ripped off, the earplugs and gag were removed, and the blinding white light made his eyes blurry, making it impossible to see anything. He painfully squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming down his face. Hey, Commander, open your dog eyes. A rough, grating voice boomed in his ears, accompanied by footsteps, spitting, smoking, talking, and the rustling of fabric, tormenting his newly restored hearing. He suspected he was experiencing tinnitus. The rough voice snapped, Captain, those 4 escort ships and hundreds of henchmen can't even scrape together 500 star coins. Fighting them won't even cover our fuel costs. 1 ship's blown up, 3 more are ruined, but we captured over 60. Are we going to kill them or not? A young but imposing voice, comparable to the Pirate King's fat dragon had once encountered, not Konda, but other pirate kings, rang out amidst the whooshing of a clockwork mechanism. Where are the star coins hidden? Tell me! If you don't tell me before the alarm rings, I hang you all in space as figureheads. Aya! Fat dragon, not wanting to die, screamed in terror. Crying? Crying counts as time. A slightly shrill, grotesque voice, as if squeezed from a mouthpart, yelled, just say what you have to say. Lieben reached out, and Jeffrey grabbed a cage and placed it in the captain's hand. It contained an alien crab the size of a human head. What are you? What the hell? The crab shrieked. Jeffrey swiftly pulled out an air rifle, pointed it at the crab's leg, and fired 2 shots. Another scream, filled with pirate profanities, echoed through the air, a veritable encyclopedia of ancient and modern swear words. Don't kill my pet! I have money! I have money! That dragon cried out hastily, as if the pet were more precious than his own life. Lieben tossed the cage behind him. Gag this thing! That dragon swallowed hard, his throat dry. I took an order from Kodairo to capture the blasphemous armor on Violet Star, Eden Star. My ship was destroyed, so I don't have it now, but I get it once the goods are delivered, and I get paid once it's delivered. The bell rang, and Lieben pressed it, winding it up a few more times. I give you 2 more turns. Keep talking about the Caudilos. This time, Fatty Dragon's seemingly damaged brain finally cleared up. The Granada Alliance has 3 major Caudilos, named Francisco Franco, Antonio Salazar, and Li Weining. They looted a lot of treasures from the human realm ruins in their city treasuries, including many gift cards and personal terminals. Selling things to them will earn you money. How much is a blasphemous armor worth? One can be exchanged for a small canister of antimatter fuel, at least 26 star coins in the core star sector. How many can you catch in one trip? Over 100 in one trip. Buy in one trip. How long will it take to sell them? It take about a month, including travel and contacting each seller. How long have you been doing this? 12 years. You earn 2,600 a month, 12 months a year, 12 years, you earn 374,000 star coins. No. Fatty Dragon panicked and quickly denied it. This business doesn't happen every day. Our group needs fuel too. How can we exchange it all for star coins? Besides, where do we spend star coins in a place like this? We spent all our money buying houses and land in cities, like Corderos. We really have no money left. I swear. If I'm lying, may my pet bite my little brother. Now everyone believed him, for the time being. Li Bin gestured with his chin, and his men untied Fei Long, dragging him up from the ground. Fei Long, thinking he was about to be killed, quickly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I still have a use for you. My men went out to fight pirates, sending out cruisers, and all they got were 3 dilapidated frigates that hadn't been repaired in over a decade and 500 star coins. Isn't that inappropriate? Inappropriate, inappropriate. Killing prisoners is unlucky. Finding an excuse, Li Bin had killed many surrendered pirates. You already surrendered, so killing you later wouldn't be appropriate either, would it? That's even more inappropriate. Li Bin pressed on Fei Long's shoulder, looking at the dragon tattoo on his forehead. The dragon stretched, bloated by his weight gain. What's your surname? My surname is Chu. What's your name? Xianyu. Commander Chu Xianyu. Shall we make a trip to the Granada Alliance? You really won't kill me? Fei Long's eyesight improved now. He looked at the young Li Bin, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his voice shaking. Li Bin grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. If you can help persuade Cadillo to hand over the business to my company, I not only spare your life, but I also hire you as the company's luxury goods consultant. Chapter 308. The Enlightened Beast, Bridge. As a cruiser, the Enlightened Beast boasts a magnificent and expansive bridge. The captain's throne resembles a raised platform, with 60 steps extending from the side hatches to the midsection. From here, the captain can overlook all the crew members on the double-decker bridge, and directly observe and monitor the projection and sky battle system. The first mate, second mate, and chief of staff's control panels are positioned to the left and right of the captain's throne, together forming the power center of this 1.8-kilometer-long behemoth. Isa, leaning against the captain's throne, looked at the interrogation records of the angry pirates on the control panel, her brows furrowing with worry. The colony has only been operating for a month, as fragile as a newly sprouted seedling. Isn't it too risky to send out the CSE and the fleet at this time? Li Bin gently stroked Isa's back, and with a swipe of his finger, the projection switched to the colony's data interface. The interface was flooded with various information and reports, with very few green sections representing health, and those that did focus solely on food and basic necessities. Medical supplies were marked in a critical yellow, while other sections were predominantly red, signifying danger. Eden Star was almost entirely red. To ensure the fleet's strength, only 1,628 of the core fleet's 6,872 personnel were deployed to the ground for colonization activities. Even with shipboard factories and technology, the situation is far from optimistic, Li Bin said in a deep voice. Isha, the population is too small, and there's a severe labor shortage. Both factories and the military are bottomless pits of manpower consumption, not to mention the sheer number of transport personnel needed to clear the 2 Colossus-class cruiser cargo ships. Newtown can't currently build automated loading and unloading docks. Massive amounts of supplies are stored in the warehouse area, and can only be transferred using forklifts and transport vehicles. The defensive bastion alone has nearly drained Xinjiang's resources. The colony's energy supply still heavily relies on the small reactors in 2 shuttles. We don't have the capacity to build our own nuclear power plant. The colony is a money-devouring behemoth. Even if Li Bin sent all 6,000 people to the surface, it would be a drop in the ocean. Colonial law is still non-existent, and the judiciary and law enforcement are maintained by armed sailors. The research department has repeatedly urged the construction of a research center, and Old One Eye has repeatedly urged the construction of a new concrete plant to meet the ever-increasing demand for infrastructure materials. The company's executives are now drinking caffeine like water, all with dark circles under their eyes and a dazed look, exhausted like beasts of burden. Even if a sufficiently secure governor's mansion were to suddenly appear, allowing Li Bin to insert himself into the AI core and take full control of Xinjiang, it wouldn't help. The colony's constraints are population, resources, and time. Computing power can never conjure up labor for Li Bin out of thin air. This isn't a game. People won't simply walk out the door once houses are built. Li Bin had once envisioned implementing a prefecture-county system, but that would require a large number of basic bureaucrats to form a management system. Eden Star simply couldn't support that many talents. Even emulating the Zhou dynasty's enfeeblement system was proving difficult. Li Chengzhen hadn't even been able to build his own mecha maintenance team yet. If he was struggling, what about the others? The new town now had 8 airports, all hastily constructed by leveling the land and spreading rock crab shell fragments. 6 arbitration-class interceptors occupied 1 airport, 8 squadrons of atmospheric self-destructing drones occupied another, 2 shuttles occupied 1, and the rest were empty, awaiting future additions. As the human colony and new town remained on this planet longer, its unusually bright lights at night attracted the attention of numerous alien flying creatures. Soft-bodied beings resembling jellyfish and flying squid would frequently drift by, curiously attempting to harass the orbital elevators and capture company employees. This forced new town to maintain vigilance even at night, necessitating a shift system with pilots on night duty. Correspondingly, radar stations, control towers, engineers, and maintenance personnel also had to work through the night, further reducing the number of available workers during the day. You know, back when the old Earth still existed, a country called Germany, with a territory of only 358,000 square kilometers, had a population of over 80 million. What do you think their expressions would be if they knew that the millions of square kilometers of land in Eden's Arctic tundra, all black soil, only housed less than 2,000 people, and that even with immigration, the number would hardly exceed 50,000 in the next 2 years? To this, ISA could only reassure her, "Don't worry, you've done very well. We have close ties with multiple powers, the Overlord, the Luddite Church, ELF, and the commercial fleets promised by various companies. The facility is complete, and Li Shu has arrived with the first batch of immigrants and industrial ships. Soon, more and more people will gather here. Bishop Pucci can also oversee the Luddite immigration. No, this is different. Thinking of the forces that will gather on Eden Star in the future, the open and covert struggles between various factions, Li Bin felt physically and mentally exhausted. He forced himself to explain, "There's an old saying, clean the house before you invite guests. Before Eden Star has a certain level of self-defense capability, I won't send messages to any faction. Otherwise, our efforts will only benefit others. Eden Star is richer than you can imagine. We can only send messages in batches." With a gentle tap, Li Bin displayed a flowchart constructed from countless lines and boxes. Only after Eden Star has absorbed the Tanfa immigrants and completed its infrastructure using industrial ships can we send a message to the dominant Wilson and Montanetta families. They are your relatives. Their past experiences make them trustworthy. Only after absorbing the supplies and industrial facilities they provide can we further spread the message. Especially the Luddites, they're uncontrollable, they're too widely distributed. Just as Westerners can't understand why most Yin people don't believe in religion, many in Yin can't understand how a religion like B can so profoundly influence every aspect of life from birth to death, to the point that even the head of state of the United States places his hand on a scripture during his inauguration. The influence of religion, even on old Earth, was so widespread that it astonished the people of Yin. Even on old Earth, atheists like Li Bin were a relative minority. Unlike a colony involves constant movement of people. You can't avoid dealing with the Luddite Church. Missionaries will secretly spread their faith among the crowds and diplomatic corps. Therefore, Bishop Pucci is essential as a religious safety net, but you can't immediately contact him. Li Bin believes that even if Bishop Pucci is willing to keep his word, other church personnel, upon discovering Eden's weak defenses, will genuinely allow believers to blend in with the other immigrants and flood in. Only a strong colonial government, coupled with the combined protection of martial arts families, can subdue these religious fanatics. In Li Bin's vision, the transmission of information should be layered. If the message is sent out indiscriminately, these people will only flock here, turning Eden and the Universal Union into a power struggle. Li Bin's best fate would be to end up like Governor Elfie, a rubber stamp controlled by a giant corporation/religion/company. He absolutely could not accept such an outcome. I can't just hand over a colony that any power can use as a chamber pot to my sister. That would be irresponsible, and I'd be letting down my loyal employees. I also can't leave all the problems to others. Li Bin rested his head on the throne, closing his dry eyes. Isa hugged Li Bin and whispered, "So you set your sights on the Granada Alliance?" "Yes." Li Bin nodded slightly. "The company has the license for the 7th Reserve Armory. We have enough fuel to support the entire fleet for a long time, but the labor force and population are too small. 300,000 people is an unbearable number for Tonfa, a desert planet, but on Eden, it's like a grain of salt falling into a river." Li Bin was even joking with himself. In ancient European history, Germany was known for its abundant farmers. With a large population and limited land, countless people of German descent migrated worldwide to seize colonies in order to survive. Isa blinked. She was stunned by the number. She was born in the Interstellar era. Even though the superpower had the largest population in the entire star sector, its capital planet only had 3 billion people. The regional population density, excluding cities, was far from the level Li Bin described. Moreover, Li Bin was afraid of frightening her, so he only mentioned Europa. "Therefore, I need the Granada Alliance." Li Bin tapped his fingers lightly on the control panel. "Fuel and star currency are just a pretext. The working-age population is the most important. I have appointed Jeffrey as the diplomatic ambassador for this negotiation, but I need you to be stationed on the CSG. Her neural link system can be most effective in your hands. I need you as the actual person in charge of the entire operation, to show our strength when the time is right." He added, "Bring the 2 Colossus-class ships along too. Cotalo doesn't recognize ship models, doesn't know they're cargo ships. With such large ships overhead, the pressure must be immense." "Why not the Enlightened Beast?" Isa asked, nuzzling Li Bin's head with her chin. Li Bin scoffed. "The Enlightened Beast's main gun is an energy weapon. It's dazzling and elegant, but its destructive range is limited. I'm worried the high-tech barbarians, especially the smaller warlords under those 3 major warlords, won't understand. To deter the barbarians, we need a brutal and direct approach. The CSG has 4 medium and 8 small composite weapon slots, all equipped with missiles. With slight modifications to the warheads, it can become a nuclear bomb. When a nearly 2-kilometer-long ship is stationed in near-Earth orbit, raining down deadly missiles upon the eternal mountains and oceans, even those mobile cities. Even a beggar knows that submission is the only way out." Isha tilted her head. "Now, I become death, the destroyer of the world? It's just a demonstration. Killing is unnecessary unless absolutely necessary. We destroy the world, but we also create a better one. Granada won't be ruled by Cotalo forever, it will belong to the Universal Union, whether they like it or not. And time will tell them it was all worthwhile." Li Bin spoke, his words slowing. Exhausted, he felt the warmth and softness, and finally fell into a deep sleep in Isha's arms. Chapter 309. When it comes to capturing blasphemous armor on Eden, the Universal Alliance is no match for these seasoned pirates. They donned hastily made slave collars around their necks, parachuted into the most complex and dangerous jungle in the planet's center via shuttle, and, amidst towering crabs and the bloodthirsty maws of various alien crustaceans, managed to capture 80 blasphemous armor in a week, sacrificing only 4 men. The main problem was the lack of manpower. The blasphemous armor is very alert. These things are too small. Even the cubs of other monsters can prey on them, making them difficult to capture. Fat Dragon, with his slanted eyes, originally looked quite fierce, but in front of the company, he stubbornly maintained a harmless demeanor, like a Maitreya Buddha on a lotus throne. If it weren't for the short-legged blasphemous armor on his shoulder constantly spewing pirate curses, Jeffrey might have mistaken him for a kind-hearted man. The journey from the Eden Galaxy to the Dongshaman Galaxy wasn't long. The angry pirates' slow speed was purely due to their ships being neglected and plagued with problems. Even with cargo ships slowing them down, the Universal Alliance fleet arrived in just 4 days. The Dongshaman Galaxy is a celestial system centered on a red dwarf star. Although Granada is close to its star, its temperature remains relatively low. The initial savanna ecosystem there was also a result of the cold environment. If it were a slightly warmer orange dwarf star, it might have even developed into a rainforest. However, all of this was destroyed by the mobile fortress city. When the company's task force arrived near the planet, everyone on the bridge of the Sierra, she could clearly see the distinct crisscrossing marks on the surface through the optical observation post. The deep indentations carved by dozens, even hundreds, of super heavy tracked vehicles have riddled the planet's surface with holes. These wounds are twisted and long, varying in thickness, the track marks like scales, resembling giant serpents trying to strangle the planet. Below the tracks left by the super heavy tracked vehicles, standing upright, are people. No, they should be said to be the owners of these marks. Mobile cities that have blended the dregs of both industrial and nomadic civilizations, killing the planet's already scarce life force. This planet is absolutely hideous, uglier than a barren planet, Jeffrey complained, his nose wrinkling as he stared at the planetary data projected on the screen. And what's with that ocean? How can it be so corrosive? It's a complete pool of acid. He glared at Fatty Dragon with exasperation. You and your pirate crew are really idiots. Leaving such good land on Eden Star unclaimed, you're desperately trying to buy property in this godforsaken place. Are you out of your minds? Jeffrey's resentment was justified. As the first mate, even just hearing Li Bin complain about it made him understand the hardship of building a colony from scratch. If the angry pirates had focused their efforts on pioneering Eden Star over the past 15 years, the Universal Union could have directly utilized the land and camps they had developed, instead of having to build them themselves. That dragon stood obsequiously below the bridge platform of the Siege warship, loudly protesting, "We have no choice. Eden Star is merely dangerous to the Universal Alliance, but for our group of about 100 people, it's fraught with danger, sir. Here we can still enjoy ourselves with money, but on Violet. Eden Star, we can't buy anything. Pirates aren't workers, they don't produce anything. They rather venture into the most dangerous rainforests to find expensive armor of desecration, and squander it on lavish spending than choose the relatively safer, but arduous labor. Perilous. You're courting death." His pet on his shoulder barked, spewing a string of pirate profanities. Jeffrey was startled, thinking, this little beast's mouth is even more venomous than mine. Seeing the strange look in Jeffrey's eyes, that dragon quickly tossed a piece of meat to shut the pet up, then went to the transponder to contact the Granada Alliance's 3D Codolo. Jeffrey's eyes followed Fatty Dragon's every move, making the latter feel a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, ISA's voice echoed in his ears. The fleet has surveyed the area. The Eastern Heavenly Gate system has 4 planets. The celestial system isn't large, and there's no asteroid belt. There's one stable point, but it's occupied by a damaged relay communicator. The angry pirates don't have many engineers to repair the relay communicator, but we can. The salvage platform and engineering department have already sent people to fix it. We'd be able to contact Li Bin in a day. That's good. Hearing that he could get remote support from the captain, Jeffrey's heart immediately relaxed. He had no doubt about the Chief of Staff's war skills, but when it came to diplomacy, networking, backdoors, and dirty tricks, well, the captain was the one with the most ingenuity. Jeffrey calmed down, but Fat Dragon was having problems. He swore on the transponder, shouting, "We've known each other for so many years. Would I lie to you? Do you still want your goods? You bastard." And other such things. He even held the blasphemous armor in his palm several times, letting it spew pirate curses. Judging from their demeanor, the person negotiating with Fat Dragon was no less formidable, responding with a barrage of bizarre and offensive swear words at a pace that seemed to play at 4 times the normal speed, on par with Fat Dragon's pet. Finally, Fat Dragon angrily slammed down the communicator, then sheepishly picked it up and respectfully placed it back, all while the bridge officers watched with cold indifference. Jeffrey only spoke after hearing ISA's instructions. "What's going on? Tell me." That dragon rubbed his chubby cheeks and said, "Ever since my pirate crew came from outer space, the 3 Caudilos have each ordered their warlords to install astronomical observatories in every mobile city and share the observations. Your fleet has been discovered. Furthermore, they refuse to accept trade negotiations, believing that the company's fleet's arrival, ostensibly for trade, is actually for conquest." Blasphemy Armor finished his meat and cheerfully shouted, "Conquest, yay! Kill them all, loot them all, burn them all, raise their ancestral graves. Turn their ashes into bone china." That dragon quickly stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth, swallowing hard, and said, "They use Grana. In the name of the Alliance, they demanded that the fleet not approach Granada, otherwise they would destroy all the relic technology reserves and mobilize all the people to wage guerrilla warfare." Jeffrey chuckled, as if he had discovered something new. They guessed correctly, but can guerrilla warfare be launched by a bunch of warlords just because they wish? ISA pressed her temple, thinking that Li Bin's idea had really come true. These Caudilos were truly a group of stubborn and prejudiced fanatics. Before the fleet set sail, Li Bin had told ISA that most of the warlord leaders came from humble backgrounds and had suffered a lot of abuse. They were all psychologically twisted, only centering on their own will, and their problems only worsened after they became warlords. Although Isha felt Li Bin's words were somewhat sarcastic towards the Lion of Sindaria and the Supreme Overlord, she had to admit that, in hindsight, he was right. That dragon rubbed his head and replied, "Please forgive me for speaking the truth, Captain." That dragon didn't know that Isha was actually the captain of the Siege, Li Bin was worried that Isha's involvement would attract the contempt and covetousness of the Kautoros, as not everyone is as enlightened as the supreme overlord. The local area has been under warlord rule for too long, and the people have become accustomed to being dominated by them. This is probably true. He added, based on my and my pirate crew's experience living there, the locals are very used to being whipped and commanded. Without a master, they're like maggots in a cesspool, utterly useless. Through Fat Dragon's description, the more Isha listened, the more she felt that the people of Granada were just like the caste nation of Stan that Li Bin had told her in his bedtime stories. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste any more words. Let's flex our muscles first. Send orders to the engineering department to send another ship. Have them repair the relay communicator as soon as possible. Forget about the outer casing. Get the machine up and running. Jeffrey then had Fat Dragon contact the 3 Cordilleros again, inviting them to observe the Universal Union's military exercise. The exercise is called Space Naval Planetary Conquest, and its name is High Against Low, Beat the Idiots, Fat Dragon said animatedly in front of the transponder. Yes, the target is the planet's highest peak, Mount Cordillera, 12,091.2 meters high, right on the main continent. You can see the results of the exercise from anywhere on the main continent. After the exercise, the company will give every warlord a free copy of the Space View record. On June 1st, 210th year of the star calendar, a day traditionally considered a children's holiday in the old world, all children on Earth were exempt from school, enjoyed free access to everything, and even the planetary governor couldn't refuse their reasonable requests. Children could indulge in a day of utopian bliss. On this very day, at noon on Mount Cordillera, home to the world's highest peak, 3 enormous shadows loomed over the mountain. Green lasers projected massive, verdant targets onto the red mountainside. A nearby airship captured the scene on camera and transmitted it to the Cordillera. Francisco Franco lay in the sunlit garden of the central courtyard atop the mobile fortress city of Impel Down, a hunting rifle adorned with 88 standard human 6 spinal bones pierced through the bone holes beside him. Beneath him lay a rare, soft meadow, enjoying the massage of countless beautiful women's delicate hands. He scoffed at the target projected onto the screen. You say you can see the entire continent? You're supposed to be flying people, yet you don't even know planets are round and your view is blocked by the Earth? I'm speechless. Beside him were 2 life-size screens and a camera locked onto him, moving with him. The screens displayed 2 other caudillos. Since forming the Ragnarda Alliance, the 3 caudillos, wielding the planet's highest military power, had used this method for diplomacy. The 3 had never met in person. Firstly, they distrusted each other and never left their own cities. Secondly, these 3 magnificent mobile fortress cities on the planet were both the greatest hunters and the perfect prey for each other. Meeting in person not only risked death, but also being swallowed up by the enemy. In the mansion of the mobile fortress city Poseidon's dimension, Antonio Salazar was soaking in a pool of human milk, his plump body bubbling up like a fountain. Supported by his naked male concubine, whose body was studded with jewels, he swam and drank, too busy to speak. Concept art of the mobile city. Meanwhile, Li Weiming, the lord of the climbers, was closest to Mount Cordillera. He was currently watching the distant, shimmering green light from the observation deck that had previously been used to observe city hunts. His mobile fortress city was a rare, planet-wide, legged city. 6 or 7 insect-like mechanical legs, each several kilometers long, combined with multi-layered tracks on its abdomen, allowed it to traverse mountains as if on flat ground. Using this mode of transportation, the climbers could enter the depths of mountains dangerous to other mobile cities, placing mines directly around the city's perimeter. Therefore, his city was also the largest industrial center on the planet. The mobile city hunting, the hunting scene in the background, Li Weiming's 112-meter-long, ornately decorated monocular telescope extended outwards, clearly showing the target and the mountain range. But at this moment, he wasn't paying attention to the mountains. Instead, he was staring intently at the shadows in the sky. Although he and the other 2 opposed the cooperation proposal of the Universal Alliance, unlike the arrogant 2, he had ordered the city to ascend to the highest peak overnight, just to get a clear view of the several spaceships nearly 2 kilometers long in space. Although these ships couldn't compare to the 3 Caudillo mobile cities, which were a full 20 kilometers long and wide, originally mobile mining and industrial stations and super-heavy megastructures used to traverse complex terrain before the Great Collapse, later seized by warlords, Li Weiming felt a burning desire. Airships, no matter how high they flew, were only a little over a kilometer high. Their bulky gas bags limited their actual usable space, making his city and his airship fleet seem like clumsy building blocks compared to these ships in the sky. How could cumbersome machinery, sparking gears, and extremely low fuel efficiency compare to these exquisite spaceships? I want it. I really want it. Li Weiming clutched the collar of his exquisite general's uniform, feeling a burning desire. Chapter 310. Target locked. On the bridge of the Siege, a class of missiles, the ship's AI aggregated fire control signals from all missile/torpedo launch bays, and the targeting system was complete. The Siege's, a class of missiles, ammunition magazine was bustling with activity. Crew members worked in groups of 3, operating a loading robotic arm. Each of the large and medium-sized missiles and torpedoes was over 10 or even 20 meters long, comparable in length to half a frigate. Even in the weightlessness of space, they couldn't be moved by an industrial exoskeleton. They picked up the missiles, inserted them into the tubes, and used the ammunition elevators to feed them into the automatic loading machines throughout the ship. Each launch bay required 3 to 5 minutes to load a single missile. A military exercise conducted solely to flex military muscle obviously couldn't tolerate continuous volleys of missiles. The launch times of each launch bay had to be carefully planned. And all of this relied on the ship's AI and ISA, who maintained a neural link with the ship. That dragon had been driven off the bridge. Jeffrey, guarding the first mate's position, watched enviously as ISA, whose spine was synchronized with the ship via thick tubing, moved along with it. As the steel nail-like tubing was inserted into the neural interface, ISA's body trembled slightly. She closed her eyes, letting the throne hold her in place. At this moment, she possessed supreme authority over the ship. Even the ship's AI had to submit to her. She opened her eyes again, and tens of thousands of cameras and observation posts transmitted video signals from inside and outside the ship. At this moment, ISA was the Siege, and the Siege was ISA. She didn't arbitrarily accept all signals directly. Instead, she first input filtering instructions into the ship's AI, cutting off visual signals from the various cabins inside the ship, and then cutting off all auditory signals, retaining only the external frontal observation posts and the aiming information provided by the AI. The readiness status of missiles/torpedoes in each launch bay was checked, the crew on the outer deck was evacuated, and an evacuation notice was issued for the Cordillera Mountains and surrounding areas. The long-absent neural link put a heavy strain on ISA's nerves, but it also excited her. She meticulously executed the Overlord orbital attack procedure. Many tedious and lengthy procedures kept the Cordillera crew on the ground waiting impatiently, but these seemingly superfluous things were rigorous procedures accumulated from the era of humankind, ensuring that no fool would make mistakes due to factors unimaginable to ordinary people. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Notify the Cordillera, the exercise begins. As ISA uttered these words, the Siege raised 12 missile/torpedo launch bays, for medium and 8 small. Li Weiming, from the climber mobile city, licked his parched lips, hurriedly returned to his flashy but impractical monocular telescope, pushed aside his obstructing subordinates, and pressed his eyes against the lens, gazing at the snow-covered Cordillera Mountains, resembling a white-haired goddess. The city resembled a climber city, with a spider-like leg structure. Initially, there was nothing there. The exhaust plumes of missiles and torpedoes were obscured by the sunlight, making them invisible in daylight. The missile types carried by the Siege were meaningless in this military exercise. They had all been replaced with primitive nuclear warheads. Some were mounted in Fire Serpent missiles, with small yields but large numbers, falling like raindrops. Others were mounted in short spear launchers, long and thick missiles capable of carrying larger warheads. By the time Li Weiming could clearly see the faint, thread-like contrails hanging from the sky, the nuclear missile offensive cluster had been established. From the hundreds of small, relatively speaking, but still much larger than a person, Fire Serpent missiles in the front row to the massive short spear missiles in the rear, the entire cluster presented a three-dimensional attack structure, like dolphins hunting a school of sardines, one fleeing, the other chasing. Or like countless invisible willow branches drooping in the wind. As the missiles drew closer, their streaks of fire came into view, transforming into a moving constellation in the naked eye, shimmering with striking red, blue, and yellow hues. The sound barrier-breaking speed caused the missile swarm to emit a piercing whistle. Despite prior military exercise warnings, the inhabitants of the Granada wasteland, with the same detached spectator spirit they had displayed during warlord conflicts, pointed and commented on the shimmering alloy stars from afar. Soon, regret would engulf them like a tidal wave. Missiles struck their targets squarely, small mushroom clouds spreading across the mountainside. These red-black mushrooms emitted ominous heat and light, evaporating the snow and ice of the mountaintops, shattering millennia-old rocks, and raising clouds of dust. Then came several enormous mushroom clouds, swirling up the planet's atmosphere, turning the surrounding air into a boiling cauldron of liquid, engulfing everything in their path. A mushroom cloud. The shockwave, carrying pulverized rock dust, radiated radiation and intense heat, swept across the wasteland like a shovel, blowing away dead trees, and snapping the tent frames left behind by refugees. The scorching sand ignited the plastic skin tents, the broken logs, and everything in the wasteland, grass, trees, and life, erasing the ancient furrows carved by heavy tracks. The onlookers frantically searched for sheltered slopes and embankments. Parents crammed their children into their arms, pressing them tightly against their bodies. This raging wind indiscriminately attacked everything, blowing only a scorching, metallic wind. Missiles rained down, their contrails growing denser, like angels spreading their wings, enacting a cruel drama of punishment on Earth. Finally, the most powerful torpedo, the Death Torpedo, fell from the sky like the sword of God, destroying the sinful city of Sodom. In the past, even God needed to destroy a city's sinful inhabitants with sulfur and fire, but astute humanity has learned to use nuclear bombs to compensate for the shortcomings of explosions and fire. The damage from flames and explosions is temporary, but radiation can ruin a person's life. A death torpedo, carrying a massive nuclear warhead, struck the mountaintop, instantly evaporating the snow and melting the rock into magma. A mushroom cloud rolled and expanded, like a fresh sun rising from the earth. At the top of the climber's tower, the change in atmospheric pressure and the ground tremors made Lee Weiming unsteady. He had covered his binoculars with several layers of sunglasses to prevent the great Cotalo from being blinded by the nuclear bomb. Screams echoed throughout the city. The city's inhabitants didn't know what was happening, only the distant lights, the muffled thunder of the explosion, and the ever-accumulating shockwaves sweeping everything around them made them believe the city was under attack. Air raid sirens, battle alert sirens, mobilization sirens, all sorts of sirens, and warning lights of different colors plunged the entire city into anxiety and panic. The city's lord stood motionless before his telescope, his gaze shifting from the ground to the magnificent spectacle of the spaceship launch. Unlike Lee Weiming, who seemed to be in heat, Francisco of impelled down silently withdrew his limbs from the lawn and the smooth thighs of a beautiful woman, standing naked before the screen, his face contorted with rage as he watched the projection. In the Poseidon dimension, Antonio of Cotalo was even more intense. He snapped off the male servants who were attending to him, climbed out of the pool of human milk, and with their fearful yet fawning help, one pushing his buttocks, two pulling his arms, this fat man, who probably weighed over 300 pounds, didn't even have time to change out of his bathrobe before bursting through the door and onto the balcony. Besides the orderly rows of the city's elite rooftops, all around him was a vast ocean. Antonio licked the milk off his fingers, raising his hand to feel the wind direction, but his city was so far from the main continent that the shockwave couldn't possibly reach him. Boom! A deafening roar, like the earth splitting, came from the projection behind him. He turned to see the bombardment continuing, but the planet's highest peak, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of nuclear bombs, had already collapsed in half. Many of the missiles launched by the Siege were deadly weapons capable of melting through warship armor. The missiles struck the softened rock layers heated by the nuclear bombs, exploding deep within and directly destroying the mountain's structure. Antonio sucked on his fingers, his eyes gleaming with malice. If he possessed these nuclear bombs, impelled down in Climber City could be destroyed in a single blow. The three Caudilos realized at this moment that they had fallen into a cognitive trap. They had only ever seen the angry pirates, subconsciously judging all extraterrestrials by the combat strength of pirate crews. But this Universal Alliance and Fat Dragon's subordinates were different. They might not have the ability to boil the sea, but they could truly incinerate mountains. Current main fleet composition. The industrial ship Zhu Yin is not included. 2 shuttles are not listed. Chapter 311. The fleet's nuclear reactor fuel was consumed at 22% during this military exercise. Current reserves are 44% before severing the neural link. ISA did a final check of the data. After confirming it wouldn't affect future transport and flight plans, the massive, intimidating data pin snapped open. The expansive view, the interactive information, and the omniscient experience of being one with the ship faded from her thoughts. Anna's spirit returned to her body, a feeling of claustrophobia that was difficult to describe welling up inside her. Even though the bridge of the Siege was larger than the slender Kaiming beast, a look of disdain still appeared in Isa's eyes. To be precise, she wasn't complaining about the small space, but rather about her own small body. Some kind of illusion was tempting her to shed her restrictive military uniform, tear open her skin, rip through her muscles, and release her vast thoughts and spirit. But the next second, ISA effortlessly suppressed this thought. Mental pioneer syndrome, a psychological illness existing only among officers who have mastered neural links, is a condition that occurs only when officers return to their physical bodies after using neural links and adapting to the complex and massive information interaction of the spaceship due to the limitations of human senses. For someone as mentally resilient and experienced as ISA, it's merely a psychological discomfort lasting a few hours. However, for newly recruited officers who have just undergone modifications or those whose thinking is wavering, the discomfort can transform into a long-term, intractable illness that plagues them, even driving them mad. I need to rest for a while. The relay communicator is repaired. Let's discuss the specific negotiations with Li Bin. He's more adept at this, ISA said, taking melatonin, switching the captain's lounge to sleep mode, and leaving the bridge. ISA was originally chosen to work behind the scenes because the Granada Alliance was separated by a star system, making communication difficult. Even with a salvage platform, building a relay communication device would take at least a week. Unexpectedly, this star system even had a damaged relay communication device, which actually lightened ISA's workload. As for why the angry pirates didn't mention this information in their intelligence report, that dragon said, "But you didn't ask." Jeffrey then slapped him hard, cursing, "You really lost your mind," and dragged the guy towards the conference room. Clearly, the three Corderos who had witnessed the military exercise, despite knowing their cities couldn't guarantee their safety, still refused to leave their base to negotiate on the siege. Jeffrey, as a high-ranking company executive and one of the few talents under Li Bin capable of independently commanding a fleet, was even less likely to be let go. Therefore, the negotiations would be conducted through the conference room and terminals. The three Corderos were already prepared and seated at the terminals. Jeffrey, wearing terminal glasses, tried to maintain a refined demeanor during the negotiations. In reality, the person leading the negotiations was Li Bin, who was using the glasses to eavesdrop and direct Jeffrey. That dragon, on the other hand, used his experience to help judge the veracity of Cautelo's words. The first Cautelo was Antonio from the Poseidon dimension. He was very proactive in the negotiations, not only agreeing to continue previous trade, but also showing great interest upon hearing that he could purchase large quantities of food from the Universal Alliance, and that an arms deal would be held in 4 months. However, after his tentative proposal to purchase starships was rejected, he proactively brought up the possibility of an alliance. "Your company has starships and can colonize countless planets, but I only want Granada. If your company sells me military equipment and orbital support services, and some handsome men, once I control this planet, all its natural resources can be sold at a low price, including the relics of the human race." The price? We can discuss it. The earlier conversation was normal, but Jeff couldn't hold back any longer with the handsome man. He frowned. The Universal Union doesn't sell people. The Universal Union itself is short-staffed. How could it export people? Besides, even if they were to trade back and forth between the Core Star region and the Eastern Heavenly Gate system, how could it compare to making money quickly in the turbulent Core Star region? Are you buying people? You're buying male concubines. If the Universal Union agreed, wouldn't they become interstellar pimps? But your company mentioned buying people in the contract. Buying and selling are always intertwined, aren't they? Antonio spread his hands. The fat man said, "I heard from Fatty Dragon that there's a relic technology facility in the Core Star sector called the Breeding Factory, which can continuously produce humans. Humans are very cheap in the Core Star sector, and I know the journey here is long, so I'm willing to pay several times the price." He greedily licked his lips, his voice trembling, an 8-year-old child, yet possessing the physique of an adult. What a wonderful prospect. Li Bin, far away in Xinjiang, felt nauseous listening to this guy's words. He tossed Jeffrey a message, "Leave this to you. Get him out of here, contact me after you're done," and disconnected, leaving the mess to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, a straight man who always understood women, was forced to chat with this guy. He clenched his fists several times, wanting to swear, but held back each time. By the time he saw Antonio off, Jeffrey's back was soaked with sweat from holding back his anger. Gay, and a pedophile at that. Damn it, are all the warlords in Granada this abstract? Jeffrey irritably tugged at his collar. Fei Long also felt nauseous, and kept drinking tea to calm himself down. He shook his head and explained, "Only Antonio is like this, the other two are quite normal." The second to initiate negotiations was Francisco of Impel Down. His stance was tough, or rather, bluster. He only agreed to continue the existing trade terms, exchanging alien pets and resources, alloys, food, etc., from Eden for fuel and Impel Down currency. All other transactions would have to be handled by the company itself. with representatives establishing an office in Impel Down. In other words, he demanded that subsequent purchases of people, and the exchange of relic technology and relic products, all follow the order he dictated. The negotiations with him lasted only 20 minutes. Despite Francisco's unyielding and stubborn nature, Jeffrey felt strangely refreshed after Antonio's torment, as if he had swallowed poison and then vomited up the nausea in his stomach. Li Bin commented through his terminal glasses, a typical warlord, arrogant, conceited, and obsessive. Many people believe that those who become great warlords are pragmatic, but that's before they become great warlords. Many warlords, after expanding to a certain level, become extremely inflated and lose all the excellent qualities that made them successful. For example, Saddam Hussein, who angered all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, and the incomprehensible Benin. This guy is very stubborn. Should we find someone to take him out? I think Antonio might be very interested, Jeffrey asked. Or maybe we should just kill all 3 Cadillos and support our own? I think Fat Dragon is quite good. He's familiar with the area, has space travel experience, and can clearly understand our strength. As long as we take his ship and send armed sailors to help him, we might be able to decapitate him and seize power. Hearing this, Fei Long's heart sank. It was true he wanted to break free from the control of the Universal Union and become a free man. It was also true that he had once considered living a peaceful old age on Granada because returning to the Core Star sector was hopeless. But then he met Li Bin, and now he had the chance to go back. If he could return to the civilized world and enjoy life, who would want to spend their whole life in a barbarian world where wastelands and acid seas meet? Let alone being thrown down there to become a warlord. The highest rank he had ever held was pirate captain, and he only managed about 100 men. Sending him to be a Cadillo was no different than sending him to his death. If he were capable of being a Cadillo, he would have already built a formidable pirate crew in the Core Star sector, instead of just floundering with a few escort ships. No rush. Compared to a coppersmith, I rather talk to a donkey dung beetle. Besides, there's another one coming up. We decide after we talk. Half an hour later, having composed himself, Jeffrey once again adopted his hypocritical demeanor, his scarred face beaming as he greeted Li Weiming, one of the 3 great Caudillos and the Lord of Climber City. However, the moment the projector turned on, the scene on the other side stunned Jeffrey. On the projector screen, Li Weiming was kneeling on one knee, leaning on a scepter-like alloy key. Before him lay a mountain of books studded with plastic sheets. His conference room was empty except for a single man, a warlord wearing a monocle, his gaze intense and his presence overwhelmingly powerful. The Granada Alliance, under the joint rule of Li Weiming, respectfully welcomes the Heavenly Army. Granada has long suffered under warlords, yearning day and night for the civilized world. However, isolated and cut off from the world, with no communication and no starships, we are utterly without information. For the sake of our people, and to properly preserve our relics and technology, Li Weiming had no choice but to overstep his authority and assume the title of Caudillo. Today, the army has arrived, and we shall reclaim our power. At the temporary governor's office in Xinjiang town, Li Bin paused in his crab eating, spitting out a half-empty crab shell from his greasy mouth. So arrogant at first, so obsequious, and yet he still has the nerve to speak like this. Interesting. Chapter 312. He claimed to have overstepped his authority, implying he could only temporarily rule the planet on behalf of someone else, yet he then returned power to Li Bin. This maneuver was akin to Satsuma and Choshu's 2 military campaigns overthrowing the shogunate, where the Satsuma and Choshu armies chose to venerate the Americans, who had seized the black ships instead of the emperor. This tactic was so abstract that Li Bin suspected this guy might actually be serious. In the temporary governor's mansion of the new town, which was essentially a concrete bungalow covered with blue aluminum panels, Li Bin wiped his hands clean and watched Li Weiming kneeling in a projected image within a luxurious, gold and silver inlaid palace. Power is not determined by the simplicity or extravagance of clothing and residence. These things merely symbolize status, not the source of power. Before Li Bin's arrival, the 3 Caudillos were indeed the most powerful forces on the planet. But now that Mount Cordillera has been bombed during a military exercise, its towering peaks cleaved in 2, and radioactive material and scorching rock still smolder, Li Bin is the greatest source of violence on this planet, wielding immense power. The emergence of surrender, resistance, and cooperation factions was expected. However, what Li Bin and all the company's top executives didn't anticipate was that Li Weiming, formerly one of the world's 3 powers, the Lord of Climber City, the great hereditary ruler of Cordillera, would surrender so easily. Following Li Bin's instructions, Jeffrey asked Li Weiming to first prove his worth. Okay, for the sake of demonstration, please allow me to stand up first, Li Weiming requested, bowing his head. Jeffrey, recalling Li Bin's appearance, carefully assessed his tone and nodded slightly. All right. Li Weiming stood up and pulled out a flat storage device, projecting a three-dimensional structure of the climber through the artificial crystal at its top. The mobile fortress city The Climber, built 22 years before the loss of civilization, that is, before the so-called Great Collapse. Originally a mobile mountain mining platform, it was also the largest mining platform on the planet. Granada was once a lush and fertile planet. Although its shallow surface was rich in minerals, to minimize damage to the grasslands and sparse plains, all large mining platforms were placed in barren mountains and oceans. Whenever a mountain is depleted of minerals, mobile mining platforms, like the climbers, will relocate to the next mining area. During the Great Collapse, my great-great-grandfather was the platform's general manager. He and a group of executives who had received company shares, in order to protect themselves and the company's assets, maintained order on the mining platforms during the early stages of the collapse, extending that order to nearby mining platforms. This was the precursor to my main warlords. As time went on, my great-great-grandfather and great-grandfather gradually realized that the human realm might not be able to return here in the short term. At that time, the planet was full of raiders and bandits. To protect ourselves, we joined in the plundering of fixed cities, including population, relics, technology, and resources. Wait a minute, Li Bin informed Jeffrey. Ask him how the other mobile cities came about. Hearing Jeffrey's question, Li Weiming first bowed, then returned. That's right. This planet was originally a savanna planet, with limited natural resources and soil fertility per unit area. The initial colonists all chose mobile base stations. To save money, they didn't purchase space quotas for large settlements, meaning they couldn't bring enough fertilizer. The Stargate wasn't built yet, and prices were high. To save money, our ancestors simply moved with the availability of water and fertile land, and this mobile lifestyle became a custom. Until the Great Collapse, 60% of the settlements hadn't received the human realm's building material subsidies, and still relied on mobile towns for survival. Li Weiming pointed to his feet. Currently, apart from the 3 cities of Kadalo, which were directly converted from platforms left behind by the human realm, all the other warlord cities are actually very small, pieced together from multiple mobile base stations. They have a population of only a few thousand and an area of just over 1 square kilometer, only a dozen or so exceed 2 square kilometers. My climber was originally the largest planetary mining platform. According to my great-grandfather's diary, this platform originally handled 67% of the planet's mineral production, and was a product of the Celestial Garden for Utopia Group. Antonio's Poseidon Dimension, on the other hand, was a mobile research center at sea, which was seized after his warlord grandmother breached the automated defense array. And Francisco Franco's Impelled Down was formerly a planetary prison. This prison would travel along fixed routes across the continent, receiving criminals from various mobile towns, and sending them to the nearest mining platform for. He squinted for a moment, recalling, before saying, to perform social service atonement. Yes, that seems to be the term. As for the star coins your company needs, I do have some, but they are all. These are byproducts of various ancient terminal artifacts, and there should be quite a few of these in the ruins of fixed cities. However, here, virtual currency is far less valuable than gold and silver. They are not only precious metals, but also excellent conductive materials, and can be exchanged for supplies in any mobile city. Gold and silver are still used in mobile phones and other electronic devices, but because they are too expensive, they are used less. Even the earliest atomic bomb tests by the United States used a lot of silver, whose stability and conductivity are irreplaceable. Li Weiming, fearing this would displease Jeffrey, added, these star coins add up to about 4,000. I also know of several ruins that once contained a lot of terminals and star coins. I can go find them if you need them. In addition, I also have the construction technology and maintenance techniques for the Deep Rock Galaxy drill bit assembly. This is the core technology that still allows the climbers to maintain the world's largest ore mining operation. It can drill down 120,000 meters, reaching the magma layer of the fragile crust. Except for the technology for special alloy plates resistant to the high temperature and corrosion of magma, which I lack, I have reserves of all the materials and manufacturing processes for this component. Furthermore, I have preserved all the maintenance techniques used by the climbers. Li Weiming's expression showed a hint of pride. We are one of the few forces with a well-established lineage, possessing considerable technical data. Moreover, our great-great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather, realizing the dark turmoil might last a long time, consciously collected relic technologies. We have the manufacturing and maintenance data for Granada's mainstream mobile base stations, but not the technology for manufacturing the key component alloys. This part was scattered to other planets by the human realm. We have complete geological exploration, mining, and smelting technologies. We have fuel facility maintenance technology and existing fuel production facilities. By purifying volatiles from the mines and collecting rare gases from the atmosphere, we can produce 0.6 human realm standard conventional fuel tanks per month. One standard tank, 1,000 tanks. We have our own antimatter synthesis station, originally intended for climbers self-propelled and antimatter-based targeted blasting of mining areas, but it can also produce antimatter fuel, though perhaps not enough for starships. Jeffrey pressed on with interest. You can build antimatter synthesis stations? No, but our engineers can maintain them, and have been doing so for over 200 years without any problems, Li Weiming said. Besides that, I also possess the technology for manufacturing settlement ion shield generators from the human realm era, but my engineers have researched for centuries without being able to implement it using existing equipment and techniques. Li Weiming detailed his technological reserves, many of which overlapped with those held by the Universal Alliance, including colonization, exploration, research, medicine, agriculture, construction, and so on. But beyond that, there were also technologies such as settlement ion shields, capable of supporting settlements of 1,000 people, covering an area of 8 square kilometers, and mobile platform power supply manufacturing technology, among others. Li Bin's heart itched. These technologies were undoubtedly perfect for Eden Star. The ion shield technology could be distributed to the knightly families as part of the bestowal of titles, allowing them to take it to their fiefdoms to ensure the initial security of their colonies. The advanced power and manufacturing processes for mobile platform components could be used to develop larger, more wide mechs. These mechs were ineffective in combat on other planets and difficult to transport, but on Eden Star, a planet where danger rivaled that of Jiangge, these things meant safety. Furthermore, the entire climber faction was a ready-made, large-scale mining and smelting center. With Li Weiming's allegiance, Li Bin essentially gained a perpetually inexhaustible source of ore. Very good. Jeffrey nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. So what do you need? Weapons, alloys, and food, lots of food, and plenty of clean water, Li Weiming said frankly. The planetary environment is deteriorating. Other Cotalo forces and the free warlords have ravaged the plains. Pollutants leaked from their battles, and from explosions at the city's antimatter centers have made vast tracts of land toxic. Clean food is becoming increasingly scarce, further escalating the war. The climbers originally had no food-growing areas. By my father's generation, many areas had been converted into greenhouses and purification stations. The soil removed from the ground has placed a huge burden on the climbers, preventing us from storing more ore and making life increasingly crowded. The lack of special alloys has forced us to abandon many once useful facilities, such as platform probes and detector arrays. Now our mining has degenerated to the point where we need to send people down to the surface to collect samples. 43 years ago, we could scan the soil and rock layers beneath the entire platform with just a few clicks from the control console. Li Weiming's eyes brightened as he spoke, and I have a small personal request. I'd like to acquire a spaceship. I know those large ships in the sky aren't realistic, so I just want a smaller one. He showed a photo taken during a military exercise, pointing to an Albatross-class ship in the picture, about this big. Jeffrey didn't reply, just looked at him seriously, actually listening to Li Bin. This startled Li Weiming, who feared Jeffrey's displeasure. He moved his lips, as if to say it was negotiable, but Jeffrey had already stood up. Li Weiming was sweating profusely, feeling a dampness in his crotch, the image of the broken Cordillera Mountain still vivid in his mind's eye. I can't make that decision myself. Please wait a moment, the CEO of Universal Union will personally reply to you. Jeffrey was now using polite language. He had sensed the recruiting intent in the captain's words, and besides, Li Weiming was far more pragmatic than Antonio and Francisco, truly a man of exceptional talent. It was only natural that he treated his future colleague well. Li Weiming swallowed hard, standing in front of the projection, afraid to drink water, move his feet, or wipe the sweat from his back, lest the CEO appear and his unsightly behavior spoil the CEO's mood. He was feeling incredibly tense, each second dragging on endlessly. After a few minutes, an unusually young face appeared in the dark projection. Li Weiming immediately recognized this as the CEO. He inwardly admired him, thinking, truly a man of civilized times. He has the art of preserving his youth. As CEO, I wonder how old he is, he looks so young. He was about to kneel down and repeat his earlier words when he heard the other party speak. Don't want the company to help eliminate the other caudillos, so you can become a planetary agent? The slightly mocking tone made Li Weiming's hair stand on end. He lowered his head and replied, as long as the company's fleet is in the sky, the other two are like porcelain dolls, easily broken. Whether I take them or not, the result is the same. You're quite cunning, Li Bin chuckled. This man didn't ask the company to help eliminate the other two, but if he truly reached a cooperation agreement, he could use the excuse of eliminating a threat for the company. Could Li Bin really refuse to watch this only sane person die? So he spoke again. How many people are in Climber City? How many people are in all your other mobile cities combined? How many people are on this planet? Li Weiming answered without hesitation. 2 years ago, a census in Climber City showed a population of 44,000, plus an average of 18,000 transit residents. I haven't kept exact statistics for the populations in my other cities, but according to the quarterly reports from various warlords, the population should be around 40,000 to 70,000. As for the planet's population, Li Weiming hesitated, then said after a moment's thought, because there are still quite a few. The number of people living in fixed villages and ruins, as well as those who fled to the mountains to escape the war, is impossible to count. However, it is estimated that Antonio's forces number between 110,000 and 160,000, Francisco's forces between 220,000 and 300,000, and the number of other free warlords is truly impossible to determine. We don't even know how many free warlords there are. Because there are no satellites? Yes, space technology has been lost for a long time. According to the Ancestral Diary, the last satellite ceased operation 120 years ago. Li Bin pondered. This number is already considerable. After all, it was a wasteland planet, but its foundation is still intact. Even piecing together all these elements, the planet must have close to 1 million people. That's more than enough to meet Eden's current development needs. I can fulfill all your requests, food, water, alloys. I can also provide the spaceship you wanted, but not now. How about this? I give you a frigate from the angry pirates for now, and I send you a destroyer later. By the way, what type of ship do you want? A warship or an armed merchant ship? A mining ship. Li Weiming's eyes shone brightly as he answered loudly, I want a mining ship. My ancestors have been miners for generations. There's no mineral on land that I can't find, but I never mind anything in the sky. I want to go into space and empty the asteroid belt. Good ambition. The company desperately needs talent like you. Li Bin gave a thumbs up. I agree to this. I definitely send you a mining ship afterward. If you do a good job, I can even give you a mining fleet. A fleet? This was something Li Weiming never even dared to dream of. His blood was boiling, and his mind was racing. He immediately presented the central control key, resembling a climbing cane, with both hands, and knelt down. In that case, CO, I, Li Weiming, offer my loyalty. I will pledge my allegiance to you. Chapter 313. With the contract signed, Li Weiming immediately became the general manager of the Universal Union's Granada branch, enjoying company stock options, very few, just meaning he became a manager. The escort ship he wanted was undergoing emergency repairs, preparing to arrive from the Eden system. Li Bin now really looked down on the angry pirates' meager assets. He even considered the repairs taking up port space, not to mention that Eden didn't have any interstellar stations, making repairs impossible. Sending them away to cultivate relationships was perfect. That dragon dared not be angry or speak out, because he had been appointed as the Minister of Foreign Trade for the Granada branch, and he and his gang of mad pirates had been officially recruited. This guy, along with 3 caudillos, led the fashion trend on Granada. Only after Li Weiming explained it did Li Bin understand why the blasphemous armor, this long-lived contraption, was so popular among the planet's upper echelons. The reason was simple. The warlords kept more than one. Like the larks kept by ancient people, the blasphemous crabs also possess foul language. These creatures lack human thought, and are unaware of their own speech. On Eden, they were originally creatures that cooperated with giant beasts. They would search for large prey, locate the predator, and emit the predator's calls to lure it away. Once the prey was killed and devoured, the blasphemous crabs would swarm to scavenge scraps from the carcass. This behavioral pattern allowed the blasphemous crabs to learn a variety of complex calls, and they could even learn human voices, though typically only 400 or 500. Therefore, local warlords would assign people to teach their pets different types of speech. Some were responsible for performing rituals and etiquette at banquets. These were the master of ceremonies crabs. Others acted as the warlord's mouthpieces for cursing, These were the swearing crabs. Some were responsible for daily conversations with subordinates and friends. These were the social crabs. Still others were responsible for fighting in crab cages. These were the warrior crabs. Because warlords, their wives/husbands, and their subordinates all take pride in possessing the blasphemous armor that allows them to speak fluent human language, many warlords and their underlings now use the blasphemous armor for greetings and entertainment. With a large number of people demanding it, and a wide variety of needs, the market has grown significantly. Li Bin can only say that this is all due to insufficient short video viewing. If the holographic novels and diverse, unrestrained entertainment activities from the core star sector had flooded in earlier, this strange trend wouldn't have developed. Regarding population relocation, Li Weiming has no objection. His city, like other cities in Kadalo and even among warlords, has long exceeded its designed population carrying capacity. Many people at the bottom are willing to undertake dangerous combat missions for job opportunities, food, and water. Their departure will greatly alleviate his resource pressure. Moreover, these people would be heading to the more prosperous planet Eden. Frankly, if it weren't for his immense influence on Granada, preventing the climbers from being transported there, he would definitely have applied to become a knightly family within the company, operating these enormous climbers to carve out his own fiefdom. However, the inclusion of many engineers and technicians in this group caused him a brief moment of heartache. But for the sake of the spaceship, it was worth it. Speaking of the spaceship, Li Weiming suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly stepped forward before the communication was cut off, calling out to Li Bin, who was about to get busy, CO. Just call me CO. Okay, CO. Regarding the spaceship, I have some information here, discovered by my father. About 30 years ago, my father was obsessed with stargazing for a time, and this fancy 112-meter-long telescope of mine used to be his stargazing telescope. When he was observing celestial bodies in the galaxy, he discovered a cluster of floating meteorites at the galactic edge. This cluster is usually obscured by other planets in the galaxy, with only a 2-month observation window every 3 years. My father observed it a few times during his years of stargazing obsession. Once, during an observation, he discovered a ship among the meteorites. An abandoned ship, not surprising. Li Bin asked, "You want that ship?" No. Li Weiming quickly explained, "That ship isn't something I'm entitled to. According to my father's stargazing log, that ship is about the size of those large ships in the sky today. A cruiser." Li Bin couldn't sit still. He stood up, reopened the galactic reconnaissance data, and compared it repeatedly. There was indeed a cluster of meteorites at the far end of the Dongshanmen galaxy. These were remnants attracted or ejected by planets during the galaxy's formation. Because the quantity was too small, and the distance too great, they failed to form an asteroid belt. The meteorite activity in this area is unpredictable, making it an unsuitable hiding place as items are easily destroyed by impacts. It's far less stable than an asteroid belt. The red box indicates a meteorite cluster, and the chrysanthemum-shaped area represents the jump point. Li Bin glanced at Li Weiming again, knowing this man was only acting when he saw a bargain, using the information to curry favor. Li Weiming knew he was currently the most powerful figure in the system. Even if he got the escort ship to steal the abandoned vessel, he lacked both military support and loyal, secretive subordinates. He was directly using this information to negotiate for a destroyer and subsequent benefits. He was smart enough to keep the other 2 Caudilos to test his loyalty and abilities. If they passed, they could be put to good use. After figuring this out, Li Bin encouraged Li Weiming a few times before cutting off communication. He also instructed Jeffrey to send men to investigate the abandoned ship within the meteorite cluster. If it was indeed a cruiser, it should be protected until he arrived with a repair and research team to assess the damage. In Li Bin's mind, he already considered the ship as wreckage damaged by a meteorite. If it was a combat vessel, he'd tow it to the Brighton Alliance for repairs and to buy a license. If it was a non-combat vessel, cargo hold, cruise ship, or tanker, he'd tow it to Overlord for official registration, registering it under the company as a discovered abandoned ship, and paying a hefty tax. Cruisers are strictly controlled, but non-combat vessels are operable, just like warships, and conventional ships of the same tens of thousands of tons. But the situation was far beyond Li Bin's expectations. A day and a half later, the captain of the Albatross-class destroyer that went to scout sent a message, stating bluntly that based on its size it was indeed a cruiser, and based on its gun positions it belonged to a combat vessel, but it was definitely not any type of ship recorded in the core star sector, and the research team needed to come and confirm. Looking at the ship's image sent from hyperspace via relay communicator, Li Bin fell into deep thought. Chen Luo and Nicola, who had rushed over from the research station, were also completely baffled. This thing, indeed, no one had ever seen before. Chapter 314. 4 days later, Li Bin, having extricated himself from the arduous work of colonization and development, arrived at the Dongshanmen star system aboard a Hammerhead-class military destroyer, escorting the frigate meant for Li Weiming. After entering the physical universe from the jump point, he sailed straight towards the asteroid belt. The area around the asteroid belt was now under tight control by the core fleet. On the bridge platform of the Siege, Jeffrey looked at Li Bin with excitement, while Li Bin looked at the report in his hand. Following Li Bin's instructions, Jeffrey had already conducted preliminary reconnaissance. The ship's condition was surprisingly good. Apart from severe damage to the outer armor, and several damaged outer compartments, the main structure was undamaged. These damaged compartments were actually advantageous for the reconnaissance crew, as the ship was in hibernation mode, all hatches were locked, and the ship's main door was tightly sealed. Opening the main door would require brute force. Comparatively, the fragile and inexpensive airtight doors were a better entry point. The report's findings were unexpected. The ship bore clear markings of the human realm, yet it didn't conform to any of the recorded human realm era ships. Its hull armor was sturdy but not thick, and the smelting and manufacturing techniques employed were highly advanced, clearly consistent with the technological level and design concepts of the extended era, late human realm. However, its internal structure, especially its internal electrical and weapon systems, differed significantly from contemporary weaponry. Furthermore, the ship's midsection contained a massive, enclosed structure that appeared to be both solid and liquid, connected to the internal nuclear power plant and dispersion system. The scientists aboard Jeffrey's fleet were unable to determine its nature. However, it was confirmed that this was a high-tech warship. Its design and 12 weapon bays clearly demonstrated its specialized firepower. Li Bin put down the report, and Jeffrey seized the opportunity to speak. "Captain, the cargo hold and fuel tanks of this ship are quite large, crammed full of cargo, and there are many large blue crystals. Scientists detected that they contain very high energy. To avoid a catastrophic explosion caused by improper operation, I didn't have anyone force open the doors." "Didn't you have anyone hack into the ship's control room?" Li Bin frowned. Jeffrey shook his head. "Not yet, because we found 3 living people in the hibernation chamber. With their help, we can control the ship without hacking." "You're right." Li Bin nodded in agreement with Jeffrey's idea. "Have Chen Luo and Amanda prepare the wake-up procedure, and have the armed sailors in position to prevent these people from suddenly attacking. If they resist, administer tranquilizers and drag them to the bridge." "Aye, Captain." Lan Yuan felt like she had slept for a very long time, so long that even her dreams were fragments of memories from a distant past. When she awoke, the stiffness, dizziness, and prolonged hibernation caused severe discomfort. The sheer weakness in her body was overwhelming, emanating from within, almost causing her to faint. The cabin lights were deliberately dimmed to prevent the eyes of these hibernating humans from being blinded by bright light, but the faces were all utterly unfamiliar. Lan Yuan knew this was because she had just awakened. Her brain was in a state of shutdown, like waking up from a nap in a room without air conditioning on a hot summer day, feeling disoriented and unfamiliar with the world. Her brain instinctively recognized everything, but couldn't recall its names. A bespectacled, refined-looking face approached. "Please don't move. 215 years of hibernation has caused immense damage to the body. It can't be maintained by mere nutrient solution. You better lie down for a while. We explain the details to you later. Minister Amanda, the people here have woken up. Please come and check them out." After speaking, a voluptuous woman, dressed in a spacesuit and a pristine white doctor's coat, hands in her pockets, sat casually on the edge of the hibernation pod and beckoned to him. "Come on, let's do a simple test." Lan Yuan blankly followed the woman's movements, her mind filled with only one thought. 215 years. I'd been sleeping for so long. Waiting for a group of old fogies to awaken and accept reality was no easy task. When they first awoke, they were all right. Some were slow-witted and easy to manage. But once they recovered, they immediately realized something was wrong. Then came various threats, attempts to escape, and suicide attempts, making Li Bin, who was monitoring the system, even feel like he'd been cast as a villain. Chen Luo explained the Great Collapse, popularized the various situations in the Perseus star system, and even used a terminal to let the 3 of them search for and verify information themselves via a relay communicator. After most of the day, the 3 finally collapsed in shock and were dragged back to their hibernation pods by Amanda for 4 drips. Otherwise, their bodies, withered for hundreds of years, combined with the mental shock, might have killed them on the spot. It was a day later when Li Bin met with the leader among them. On the high platform of the bridge of the siege, beside the captain's throne, Lan Yuan, who had shaved off her 200-year-old hair and sported a neat short haircut, frowned as she sized up Li Bin, then focused her gaze on Isa, who wore a single ponytail beside him. "So, you are a regular soldier of the human realm, Major Lan Yuan. The highest-ranking officer among the 3 hibernating soldiers?" Li Bin asked. "Yes," Lan Yuan replied, her eyes never leaving Isa. Li Bin looked at Isa, then at Lan Yuan. "Is there a problem with my chief of staff?" Lan Yuan then withdrew her gaze, and looked again at the overly young, handsome man before her. "What kind of soldier is she from the remnants of the human realm?" "Yes, a former officer of the Overlord. I seen intelligence on various factions on the public network. The Overlord's predecessor was the 14th Legion, right? Since she's a former Overlord officer, why does she have long hair?" Lan Yuan's question was direct. "Long hair only hinders you on the battlefield. Airlocks and helmets easily trap hair. Didn't your instructors mention this during training?" Isa placed her hands on her lower back, her legs slightly apart, and shook her head deftly. "I'm a core member of the war family. I enjoy special treatment, and don't need to shave my head." Another unfamiliar term. Lan Yuan's confusion deepened. The term family was rarely used in the human realm era. Human lifespans could extend to hundreds of years, blood ties were far less important than master-disciple relationships, and friendship was far more crucial. And what on earth was the war family? It sounded like some kind of militaristic, warlike organization. She was completely baffled by the current situation in Persis. What exactly was the Great Collapse? No one could answer that question. Even Li Bin himself was clueless. Why the Persis garrison hadn't quelled the chaos and maintained order in the early stages of the Great Collapse, and had even become one of the sources of the current chaos in Persis, also deeply troubled her. Furthermore, what on earth was the Church of Lud? She had never even heard of this religion back then. And how did Tachyon Technology, a company renowned for its communication technology, become such a giant? She couldn't understand that either. In short, in her eyes, the entire Persis star system was a collection of abstract concepts, inexplicably revived space Romans, a stupid militaristic slave-owning state, evil tech giants masquerading as technology companies, idiotic religious organizations, strange mercenary war profiteers, loose military political commercial alliances, inexplicably operating black market mining groups, various pirate dens daring to claim kingship, and exaggeratedly famous live-streaming kings. The intelligence was so outrageous that it almost seemed fabricated. These things, back in the era of the human realm, would have been targets, blasted into the sky by battleship main guns. With the fall of the human realm, how many monsters and demons were unleashed? And this is just the Persis star system. How many more ridiculously stupid regimes exist in other star systems? Her questions came out in rapid succession, leaving Li Bin completely unable to answer. He, a mere 3K human, how could he understand why interstellar humans were engaged in such filthy activities? He could only manage a forced smile. You've seen the chaos. Now, various factions are vying for power in the star system, tormenting the people for their own petty gains. The Universal Union, though small, is dedicated to restoring order. You want to find a way to contact the human realm? Lan Yuan's eyes lit up. Li Bin denied it. I understand your desire to restore the human realm. The Overlord once thought the same thing, but 200 years have passed, and the human realm still hasn't come. Many of us here have given up, and we are no exception. Lan Yuan fell silent. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Li Bin changed the subject. You've been so busy introducing yourself. What about you? Who are you? How did you get here? What's the situation with this ship? Could you elaborate? Lan Yuan glanced at Li Bin a few times, then said, Your chief of staff claims to be a descendant of the 14th Legion. What evidence do you have to prove that? My situation and the ship's situation fall under the control of the human realm. Although current intelligence suggests that the human realm has largely disappeared from the star system, please forgive me for not being able to believe it without reservation. Of course, Li Bin said, nodding to ISA. ISA produced her ancestor Dole Brown's 14th Legion identification and recounted many secrets and military histories of the 14th Legion, including some details that unofficial members of the human realm could not know, thus verifying the truth of ISA's words. Lan Yuan was even more disappointed. She scratched her head and thought for a while before finally speaking in despair, Okay, most likely the human realm really is destroyed, otherwise I wouldn't be in this remote place like the Persis star system. She straightened her back as she spoke. My full name is Lan Yuan. I originally belonged to the human realm's Navy's South River Strike Group 4, with the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander. In the United Calendar 14002, I was ordered to leave the frontline troops and transfer to a research unit as a test pilot for experimental ships. 14,000 years. The human realm of Japan has such a long lifespan. Li Bin's heart skipped a beat. He had never asked how long the human realm of Isha had lived. Lan Yuan continued, "My unit is the Xenon Research and Development Team at the Second Ship Laboratory. We specialize in researching a high-energy crystal called Xenon discovered in the constellation Cepheus within the human realm, and applying it to star ships and shipborne weapons. This Nightmare-class experimental ship is the laboratory's latest design. Well, I should say, my latest product before my hibernation." Li Bin was completely focused, his gaze fixed on Lan Yuan, memorizing every word, tone, expression, and micro-movement. As one of the rare survivors of the Great Collapse, Lan Yuan possessed a wealth of information that seemed ordinary to her, but was invaluable to future generations. Information about the human realm, beyond the star system, and technology. Especially her background in a research unit, she knew even more. For example, this Xenon stone. Li Bin activated his terminal, and asked Chen Luo about it in front of Lan Yuan. After a brief recollection, Chen Luo told Li Bin, "Xenon stone is classified as a rare metal in the Perseus star system because its production there is very low. There are no concentrated production areas, and it gets mixed into mineral veins. This crystal, when crushed and mixed into alloys, can improve the metal's resistance to energy weapons. It's also one of the essential raw materials for stellar protective coatings, but the demand is very small. There's no news here about further research on it." High-value intelligence. Li Bin's pupils constricted, and he became excited. Chapter 315. Through Lan Yuan's narration, a glimpse of the glory of the former rulers of the Milky Way, the realm of humanity, was revealed to Li Bin. During the late expansion era, the realm of humanity quelled several regional AI core rebellions and local uprisings, and completely eradicated an alien insectoid race with hive-like intelligence in the western part of the Milky Way. Its national strength grew daily, and it was undertaking its third large-scale colonization campaign. The Perseus star system was a newly established colony during this period. Furthermore, to maintain its powerful military and provide strong support for its ever-expanding territory, the realm of humanity established various local laboratories throughout the Milky Way, based on local resources. Among these were 4 ship laboratories, belonging to the 4 galactic arms, each leading thousands of sub-laboratories, conducting detailed research and development of new ships. Regarding the shock of Li Bin and Jeffrey, the natives of Perseus, Lan Yuan commented, "Isn't this to be expected? The Milky Way has at least 200 billion stars, and even more planets. The human realm possesses landform modification technology. Any planet can be transformed into a habitable world. Humanity can't even cover all colonies. Each large-scale colonization results in enormous production capacity and population shortages. On this basis, are tens of thousands of ship laboratories a lot? Without so many laboratories, without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of researchers, how could humanity develop starships, stargates, hyperspace jump technology, landform modification, and corona splitter technology? The human realm isn't some fragmented, rural place like the Perseus region. All of humanity is advancing under the leadership of the solar system. Countless technological routes are proposed every day, and countless technological routes are verified, failed, and shut down every day. Sorry, I didn't mean to belittle the Perseus region." She realized her regional prejudice only after she finished speaking. Isa didn't care at all. Her ancestors were genuine veterans of the human empire. The Perseus star system was her father's base, their workplace, not their home. As for Li Bin, he was even more of a figure of distinction. Strictly speaking, he was an old earthling, at least tens of thousands of years ago, an ancient relic from the fragmented era of Earth, a true Terran nobleman, a figure of great stature, whose ancestors resided in the very center of the first ring of the galaxy. And since Jeffrey and Amanda weren't on the bridge platform, her words couldn't harm anyone. Lan Yuan continued matter-of-factly, "That's why I'm curious. What makes a branch of Tachyon Technology call itself a technology company? They don't have many labs, but they have quite a few armed fleets. Looking at their history, it seems they mostly made their fortune by plundering and stealing technology. No normal person would consider the money stolen by robbers as their legitimate earnings, right? So why is a bunch of tech thieves considered a technology company?" Faced with this undisguised contempt, Li Bin could only awkwardly reply, "My Perseus star system has its own national conditions." Please continue. He couldn't very well say that everything was based on comparison, and compared to the Sindar power and the Lud Church, the Tachyon people really did develop technology without any bottom line, although, due to limitations in both quantity and quality, they were inferior to the Tachyon. Lan Yuan continued, I was originally a test pilot at the Xenon Research Institute, under the second ship laboratory of the Seafuse Starfield. Although I was a naval lieutenant commander, my actual treatment was equivalent to that of a naval lieutenant commander, and my authorization was equivalent to that of a senior colonel. My mission was to pilot the spaceships developed by the Xenon Research Institute, based on Xenon technology, to test and collect relevant data. This Nightmare class was the latest product from that time, manufactured by the shipyard of Jinian Heavy Industries. It was positioned as a high-speed assassin ship, specifically designed for special assassination missions, carrying out decapitation strikes and suppressing rebellions and fighting the enemy. Because it needed to search for enemy ship intelligence in complex, wide-area combat zones, the ship's cargo hold and fuel tanks were designed to be relatively large, allowing for long-term non-port resupply and silent operation in hyperspace for extended periods. The Nightmare class is 1.6 kilometers long and 0.8 kilometers at its widest point, with an overall acute-angle triangular shape. It houses 4 medium-sized xenon laser cannons and 6 small xenon laser cannons, along with 2 small missile pods. The tactical system is a xenon energy storage system, which can pre-charge the main cannons using energy storage tanks, allowing each cannon position to store up to 4 xenon lasers. Alternatively, it can rapidly charge energy after the xenon lasers have been depleted, at the cost of the laser cannons being unusable during the charging period and generating a massive amount of radiation energy. Generally, the accumulated radiation energy can reach 40% to 80% of the power grid's warning level, depending on the number of charging cycles. Furthermore, as this is an experimental ship, it is a precision machine, resulting in high repair costs after damage. Also, due to the space occupied by the cargo hold and fuel tank, the ship's shield generator has limited size, allowing only the front shield to be deployed. Furthermore, the hull armor itself is only at the average level of ships developed during the extended era. Li Bin had never heard of this tactical system before, but that didn't stop him from sensing its power through these data. In short, this is a remarkably advanced high-tech ship. She sacrificed defensive capabilities for extended deep space endurance, speed, and firepower. Currently, all energy weapons in the Perseus star system utilize the vastness of space, only temporarily charging upon detecting an enemy, releasing one shot before recharging again for a second. Energy weapons are incapable of combat while charging. However, this Nightmare-class ship can bypass the charging phase through its xenon energy storage system, using oversaturation attacks to instantly cripple or even destroy enemy ships. This makes it exceptionally effective in surprise attacks, ambushes, and concentrated breakthroughs in large-scale battles. She lived up to her original design intent as a high-speed hunter-killer. See the commentary for detailed data. Too much to fit here, Nightmare class. However, her flaws are also obvious. One is the common weakness of high-tech warships, fragility. Another is that the xenon energy storage system can only power the built-in xenon laser cannon, not other energy weapons. Because of its high-energy crystal properties, the stored energy in xenon reacts violently when it comes into contact with other energies, requiring special energy transfer facilities. This characteristic prevents the energy storage tank from using other energy weapons, but conversely, it is utilized by the second ship laboratory, where it performs exceptionally well in penetrating shields and attacking ship tail boosters and engaging in energy weapon firefights. Listening to Lan Yuan's explanation, ISA directly pointed out the true purpose of the Nightmare class. She shouldn't be used for single ship hunting, but rather to infiltrate a fleet group, using frontline ships for cover, and firing at cruisers with over half their radiation energy, tearing apart the enemy fleet's defenses. Typical Northern River Strike Group tactics, large group. In war, we must emphasize the construction of battle lines and concentrate our forces for breakthroughs. Lan Yuan laughed, as if she had returned to the days when she served in the frontline troops and conducted sand table exercises with various commanders and officers. But if it were me, I would concentrate the Nightmare-class ships into a flanking force on the flank of the battlefield. When the main force is entangled with the enemy fleet, I would attack from the flank and rear, utilizing the unique energy activity of xenon stones to focus on striking the enemy fleet's boosters. This would not only destroy the enemy ships, but also unleash their energy storage characteristics, directly detonating the engines of each ship and crippling their maneuverability. Lan Yuan gestured with her hands as she spoke. An enemy fleet that has lost its maneuverability is like a crab without limbs, completely at the mercy of others. If it were the West River Strike Group fighting the Hive's swarm, they might prefer to mix Nightmare-class destroyers with small groups of high-speed destroyers, infiltrate enemy-occupied systems and hyperspace, focusing on striking the enemy's supply and command chains, or breaching planetary defense networks for rapid orbital bombardment. By weakening the Zerg's logistics, they could drag the war into a period of exhaustion, and then seize the opportunity to encircle them. These words struck a nerve with ISA, reminding her of the painful history of Tachyon technology, under the leadership of its CEO Sun Ihao, using phase fleets to guerrilla manipulate the Overlord's logistics network during the Second AI War, resulting in a disastrous defeat. Lan Yuan noticed the change in ISA's expression. She turned to Li Bin. "Did I say something wrong?" "Nothing," Li Bin waved his hand. "It's just that the Overlord twice attempted to unify Persis, and the second time they failed due to the strategic thinking of the West River Strike group you mentioned." Lan Yuan also became a little depressed. Li Bin spent a while comforting them, before pulling them out of their disappointment, and letting them continue. Lan Yuan rallied her spirits and said, "The reason I have some faith in the information you provided is because the second ship laboratory and I were originally in the Cepheus star system, very far from the Persis star system. My last mission was to test the Nightmare-class's hibernation system with my first mate and chief engineer to see if it would be affected by the ship's xenon system and cause adverse reactions. Originally, this experiment was scheduled to last 5 years, but for some reason, when I woke up, the Nightmare class had already reached the Persis star system. To be honest, I'm completely unfamiliar with this place. The colonization activities during the human realm expansion era were the largest in history, colonizing and developing over 100 star systems, many of which were so far away that we never even heard of them. Colonial expenses once accounted for 36% of the human realm's annual budget, even affecting project funding for laboratories across the land. If the person in charge hadn't complained to me, I wouldn't even have known about the Persis star region." Lan Yuan rambled on, clearly having received too much explosive news since waking up. Even as a soldier, she couldn't help but speak at length, her words revealing not only disdain for the chaos and backwardness of the Persis star region, but also a touch of nostalgia. Anyone who woke up to find Earth destroyed, themselves in a Pluto-glacial colony, with drastically diminished technology, and a group of people fighting tooth and nail in several underground colony stations, would probably feel a pang of nostalgia. After listening to Lan Yuan recount the deeds of many leaders, and echoing her scathing criticism of the current chaos in the Persis constellation, Li Bin began to invite her to join his cause of unification. "We are also deeply saddened by the current situation in the Persis star system. Tachyon technology is clinging to its outdated ideas, valuing technology more than the lives of its people. The hegemon has degenerated from an army into a warlord. The Luddite Church believes in a doomsday prophecy, content with religious spiritual control and failing to make progress. The people are futilely shedding blood and sacrificing themselves for the company's wars. Even as we are talking, the mineral war is raging, and people are dying every moment. Although the Universal Union is small, it has always been committed to the great cause of unifying the Persis constellation. I, Li Bin, dare not presume to rebuild the leaders of humanity, much less claim it is for everyone. I only want to seek a better and happier life for those united under the company's banner, those who follow me, and those who support me. But unfortunately, due to the current situation, to achieve this, we must eliminate other giant corporations. Therefore, although our goals differ, the cause of unification truly aligns with our needs. Therefore, I sincerely invite you and your subordinates to join Universal Union." Li Bin, pressing his hand on the throne, continued, "Of course, I know this is merely my opinion. Without seeing the core star sector firsthand, it lacks persuasiveness. Therefore, you might as well work with the company first. In a few months, the fleet will return to the core star sector for resupply and business expansion. At that time, you can see for yourself what kind of life those living under the wing of a giant corporation lead." Lan Yuan squinted at Li Bin, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she stood up and bowed to him. "CEO of Universal Union, regardless of whether your words are sincere, I am very grateful for your proactive attitude. During this period, we will serve you. I know this Nightmare class. We can't get her back. I have no intention of seizing control of her, and I will teach the crew you sent how to operate her. I only hope you can truly keep your promise. I, Li Bin, always keep my word." After Lan Yuan disappeared off the bridge, Isa wearily sat down next to Li Bin in the captain's chair. "Really, you're going to let her come and go as she pleases? Didn't I give you the same freedom back then?" Li Bin chuckled, patting Isa's shoulder. "Don't worry, the less established someone is in the Persis star system, and the more they come from the human realm, the more they dislike other giant corporations. She only needs to visit Eden and Tanfa, the situation on other planets won't concern her. Back then, the officers of the Griffin-class hibernating 14th Legion, if they hadn't been so deeply entangled with the Overlord, and to prevent leaks of information about Eden and other crucial matters, I wouldn't have had the heart to kill them. I can only say that I'm definitely not as good as others when it comes to being good, but compared to these guys, Li Bin, will definitely be at the bottom, last in the worst category, first in the best category. What name do you plan to give this Nightmare-class ship? Something related to dreams. Let's call it the Dream Eater. The CSG's number 66 crew quarters, the company's assigned residence for Nightmare-class hibernation officers, opened the hatch, and 2 officers, seeing Lan Yuan's weary face, immediately stood up and saluted. After returning the greeting, Lan Yuan waved for everyone to sit down. Her voice lowered as the 2 pressed her for answers. I met the CEO of this company. He was at least quite honest with me, but that only means the situation is worse than we imagined. The human realm has truly been absent for 200 years, and we are indeed in the Persis sector. The chief engineer, fiddling with his fingers, said, these ships are so technologically backward. They have the feel of the Dominator era, early human realm, during the first large-scale colonization, and the core era, mid-human realm, during the second large-scale colonization. Technological decline is real. The first mate, pinching the bridge of his nose, said, I checked the information about the core sector from the locals. I saw the remnants of the fallen 14th Legion. I saw the sudden enemy. Out of control AI from technology, and those damn religious figures. What rubbish. Lan Yuan sat on the bed, leaning back and resting her head on the edge of the bed, and said heavily, compared to this, these are just minor ailments. I had a detailed talk with that CEO, inquiring about the situation of various forces. Guess what I found? The chief engineer whispered, it can't be the hive swarm, can it? Not quite, but the severity isn't any different. Lan Yuan closed her eyes painfully. One is a giant corporation called Risk Mining Company. They discovered a nano-infestation swarm in the star system they control. These idiots are treating that thing as an unlimited nanomaterial extraction field, completely unaware that once the nano-infestation swarm breaks out, it will sweep across the entire star system and then spread throughout the galaxy. The other one is the Hell Legion. Li Bin said the Overlord's information was that the organization was called Dark Knight Watch 100 years ago. Huh? That damned intelligence agency? Renaming it the Hell Legion is quite fitting. The first mate chuckled. Should we talk to that CEO about this? His tone was rather sarcastic. As an elder from the era of the human realm, he believed that any company wielding power beyond a certain limit was illegal. History was full of examples of companies that, after acquiring military force, became intergalactic criminal corporations, let alone those that legitimately colonized planets left behind by the human realm. It can only be said that they hadn't thoroughly understood the distorted situation in the Persis constellation like Lan Yuan. Their thinking hadn't yet become stagnant, their rigidity and inflexibility were normal. Their moral bottom line needed to be lowered, and their vision needed to be broadened. Lan Yuan shook her head. I just feel that the Hell Legion is acting a bit strange these days. Nightwatch has never been one to be trifled with. We've been investigated by Nightwatch quite a bit at the Xenon Research Institute. There's no reason for these intelligence agencies to remain low-key as pirates for 100 years, yet they didn't offer any help when the North River Strike Group arrived. Before we fully understand the current situation in Persis, there's no need to go into details with Li Bin. If he's no different from other companies, or if he's lying, there's no need to warn him. If everything is as he says, we need to investigate further before warning him. Chapter 316. A brand new cruiser, unfamiliar with the system, isn't something you can simply set up and operate by sending in a crew. Due to compatibility issues with the crew, the Dream Eater high-speed hunter didn't demonstrate its full power to Li Bin. Instead, under Lan Yuan's guidance, it demonstrated the power of its xenon laser cannon amidst the asteroid field. Using a xenon energy storage tank made from xenon powder crystals, it aimed at a 3-kilometer-long asteroid and fired. 4 rapid rounds of fire swiftly shattered the asteroid, whose strength was far inferior to that of a normal warship, into 2 large fragments and countless smaller pieces. Ayase looked at the test data with delight. Although Lan Yuan repeatedly emphasized the powerful firepower of the Xenon Stone warship she had repeatedly test drove, it wasn't that they didn't believe her. On-site testing was always the most convincing. The silver-haired chief of staff suggested to Li Bin, in future naval battles, hide this ship between the Caming Beast and the CSG, letting the 2 ships protect the Dream Eater and increase the radiation energy of the enemy cruiser. Not too much, just half, and the Dream Eater's tactical system can be activated at the opportune moment. All 4 rounds of firepower will be unleashed, and the enemy will be. There won't be enough time to deactivate the shields. The only outcome will be paralysis and becoming a sitting duck. Even a Moore-class carrier with its field of view activated, if hit by 4 laser cannons from the same spot, the armor, and at least a quarter of the structure at the point of impact will be melted. This ship is formidable. She sighed. Unfortunately, this system requires a large amount of xenon stones. The crystals in the Dream Eater's cargo hold need to be used for its own maintenance. Otherwise, if there were 2 or 3 Nightmare-class ships mixed in, with 5 or 6 cruisers, even capital ships wouldn't be unable to put up a fight. Li Bin sniffed. Would I be so foolish as to send nearly 7 or 8 cruisers to fight a capital ship? Sister, we're businessmen, not pirates. There's no need to use rotten teeth against diamonds. Besides, if there's only one of these ships, that's fine, but if they had mass production technology, those idiots at Tachyon Technologies would dare to launch an invincible fleet to attack me tomorrow, and we'd both be dragged into a lab to have our memories extracted. Isa smiled. That's true. We're short of resources everywhere right now, scraping together so much star coins that the Cotterots are practically paying tribute. If it were any other time, you'd probably be making a list. Sell goods. Let them buy with star coins. Li Bin nodded, deeply regretful. If star coins were reintroduced into circulation for the population of a colony, the domestic market would automatically attract merchants from the core star sector. All we need to do is set up a customs post and regulate consumption patterns, and star coins would flow in continuously. Our current method of squeezing star coins, like juice, isn't a good one. Li Weiming bowed deeply. Now that the escort ship had been given to him with Li Bin's arrival, he was overjoyed, taking whatever Li Bin wanted, revealing all his wealth. He even handed over the foularine spools his great-grandfather had dug up in the ruins, and gave his warlords a firm order to move the mobile city into the ruins, occupy it, and excavate on the spot, inviting the Universal Union's artifact assessment team to supervise and guide the work. A truly sincere effort. As for Antonio, the copper smelter, he voluntarily sold Li Bin a considerable amount of fuel, collected artifacts and components, and slaves in exchange for the blasphemous armor and a batch of grain. Francisco, the most stubborn of them all, fairly showed Li Bin his collection, clearly marked the prices, and refused the fuel and slave trade. Li Bin was unconcerned. Antonio and Li Weiming had already signed a sales contract with him for 50,000 people. These individuals were currently undergoing physical examinations and skills assessments, as well as receiving epidemic prevention testing from Amanda's medical team. The population pressure on Eden Star was temporarily alleviated. However, to build an interstellar power base centered on Eden Star, the promised support from the Overlord was still needed. Li Bin looked at Isa. Li Shu will arrive on Eden Star in 2 weeks. We bring the first batch of immigrants to join her, make full use of the mobile base stations and supplies, issue a pioneering order, demarcate the directly administered territories of the Planetary Governor's Office, and heat up the colonization activities. Many counselors in Tonfa are secretly pledging their loyalty to me. Ever since they saw the environment on Eden Star, and read out the conditions for establishing a knightly family, none of them want to stay in the godforsaken Tonfa anymore. They want to find a good place for their descendants on Eden Star. Let's act quickly, and get it done in 2 or 3 months, so we can return to the core star sector to find the Overlord and collect the Brown family's remains. The aid and supplies were all taken away. The thought of reuniting her old subordinates filled Isa with excitement. She grabbed Li Bin's head and dragged him towards the captain's lounge. Come on, I'm going to reward you properly, make you happy. Meanwhile, on the Dream Eater, Lan Yuan, who had just awakened, was busy instructing the crew members transferred to the ship. Teaching according to the standards of the human leader, she was utterly disappointed with these inherently deficient bridge training candidates. These were all reserve personnel from the Siege, only to be appointed when bridge personnel were scarce. Lacking experience, they had only received basic training and were far from meeting the high standards of the human leader's army. Kill me! Her first mate was already banging her head against the wall. Or lock me back in the hibernation pod until the human lord returns. Lan Yuan sneered, dream on. Who's going to work for me if I let you go? Climber City, Cotalo Mansion. Li Weiming was intensely studying void mining techniques on his online terminal. He was controlling a mining drone, carefully cutting meteorite ore in the familiar starry sky of the eastern Heavenly Gate Galaxy meteorite cluster, constructed from data. The complex control panel and projection were intertwined, resembling both a game and a class. The excitement of knowledge flowing into his brain, and the thrill of playing a game kept him awake all day. Just as he was completely absorbed, his adjutant pushed open the door, the noise distracting him. The ore he had planned to perfectly extract was ruined, and his S-rank rating was gone. Damn it! It's all your fault. Li Weiming, disheartened, wanted to slam the control lever down, but the next second he carefully put it down, turned around, and kicked over the more valuable solid wood table, scattering bowls, plates, and books all over the floor. The adjutant was used to it. All the previous caudillos of Climber City were like this, obsessed to the point of madness with what they loved. He calmly reported, "Lord Caudillo. I'm not called Caudillo anymore. That title is outdated. Call me General Manager." Never mind, just call me City Lord for now," Li Weiming said, only then realizing that his current title of General Manager wasn't entirely legitimate. He still needed to eliminate the other two to become the true General Manager. "Yes, Lord Caudillo," the adjutant continued, "regarding your proposal for skilled worker immigration, the Engineers Association has lodged a strong protest. Our spies have gathered intelligence indicating that the Engineers Association is worried that if these skilled workers and engineers immigrate, the association will lose its leadership over them and significantly diminish its superior position in Climber City. Regarding the technology transfer, almost all associations are opposed and worried, as this could shake your rule. I already told you to call me City Lord." Li Weiming slammed his fist on the table. The adjutant remained unmoved. "We are loyal to the Li family of Climber City, not the Li family of the Universal Union. You have your loyalty, and we have ours." Li Weiming was helpless upon hearing this. He knew this was his core subordinates, subtly expressing their dissatisfaction with surrendering without firing a shot, or even frantically supplying the Universal Union with resources. However, he knew his decision was the wisest. After actually piloting the spaceship in the simulator, he deeply understood the overwhelming advantage of starships over ground forces, especially mobile fortress cities. Li Bin had ordered him to eliminate the other two. The difficulty lay not in brute force, but in winning over hearts and minds and preserving Caudillo's collection. If he were to act immediately, Li Weiming could simply lead his men on his escort ships for orbital bombardment, destroying the two mobile cities first, and then incorporating the remnants. His mission was to preserve as much of Granada's population and relics as possible, and then defeat the two remaining enemies. However, talk was cheap. Li Weiming planned to take his core team on a flight in a frigate after his training was complete, so everyone would understand just how brilliant his decision had been. "Now, do I need to teach you this?" Li Weiming said impatiently. "First, promise to win over a group, then kill off the troublemakers, and then let those you won over fight the diehards. Those who need to immigrate should immigrate. The climbers recently received a batch of food and supplies from Eden. Go and explain to the various associations that whoever comes to them will receive the resources." "Understood." The adjutant nodded in acceptance. "If there's nothing else, get out of here. Don't keep me from being a mining expert." Li Weiming waved him away. Chapter 317. Granada, due to the high demand for skilled workers in its mobile fortress cities, and the fact that each city has its own exclusive economic products that require export and large-scale import of other goods. Some cities have starch synthesis machines, some have smelting furnaces, some have small mining stations. These warlord-controlled cities are all very small. The smallest being equivalent to a residential building with an engine, heavily relies on engineers, technicians, and airship merchants. These individuals have thus formed various associations. Regardless of which warlord wins, these workers and merchants are indispensable in order to quickly dismantle and absorb the spoils of war to strengthen their own mobile cities, or to sell them for funds and weapons. This situation is entirely a result of the prolonged warlord conflicts, with various warlords rising and falling in power. It wasn't until decades ago, when the three caudillos reached a relative balance of power, that these associations began to show signs of being curbed. Of course, no matter how much they were curbed, the associations themselves remained independent of the warlord forces. Only warlords like Li Weiming, whose rule has been passed down through generations, or charismatic figures like Francisco, with their iron fist, have a small group of loyalists who possess their own private engineers. But Li Weiming's immigration plan has truly struck at the heart of the Engineers Association. They rebelled, they plotted, causing several disasters in Climber City. These events forced Li Weiming to shift his focus away from his studies, ruthlessly suppressing the Engineers Association's actions and ordering his warlords to arrest all members of the association, loading them onto ships, and sending them to Li Bin. These people's roots are on Granada. No matter how much trouble they cause, on Eden, a planet rife with external conflicts, hostile biosphere, they cannot stir up any real waves. These matters, which could determine the livelihoods of thousands, even tens of thousands, only occupied a brief line in Li Bin's daily report. Compared to the core sector mineral war, the standoff between Kelja Technology Company and the Perseus Alliance, the mobilization order issued by Elfi, the arrival of Risk Mining Company's Revenge fleet in the Tuller system, and the signing of an agreement with Governor Kazlan to launch a retaliatory offensive against Hyena Mining from Elfi's base. And the overwhelming number of repair orders at Lee's first shipyard every day, these were all minor matters. Moreover, Lieben also had to remotely control the development plans of Tonfa and Eden, and direct the expansion of new towns to accommodate immigrants from Tonfa and Granada. He simply didn't have the energy to concern himself with Li Weiming's suppression. Captain, the business is done. With Anna's help, Jeffrey finally finished dealing with the 3 Caudilos. He handed the compiled report to Li Bin. Li Weiming not only personally delivered the fullerene spools, but also paid to acquire relics from his own warlords. He delivered 120 boxes, space containers, of relic components, 300 cans of fuel, and also compiled 3 nano-repair modules and 3 ship-mounted technologies, engine isolation assembly, navigation repeater, and diffuser expansion. The engine isolation assembly improves the safety of the spaceship's engine system, reducing the possibility of explosion propagation and secondary detonation when hit by artillery shells in naval battle, and increasing the possibility of repair. The navigation repeater is a navigation calculation matrix and algorithm for shipborne AI. In the era of human-led civilizations, it was a value-added service for spaceships, similar to paying extra for better hardware when buying a car. The dispersion channel expansion can be achieved through hardware modifications, increasing the ship's natural and forced dispersion efficiency. These are all valuable assets. Antonio didn't sell us his entire collection, only 40 crates of relic components, 30 cans of antimatter fuel, and 200 cans of conventional fuel. He also placed numerous arms orders, especially for power armor, and even wanted to buy mech orders. He wasn't particularly interested in tanks and artillery. We bribed a high-ranking official, who said Antonio is very interested in building a highly mobile naval mech force centered around mobile cities, presumably aiming to unify all the oceans on the planet. Francisco, on the other hand, did business honestly. He listed all his collection, and we bought it all, settling on alloys and food. From him, the company exchanged 80 crates of relic components, 20 cans of antimatter fuel, and 200 cans of conventional fuel. In addition, we also acquired a holographic transaction matching kit. Jeffrey's face lit up as he said this. Fullerene spools are the most advanced material in the mature orbital elevator technology proposed by the human realm. These cables, made from carbon nanotube mesh, can significantly increase the cargo capacity of space elevators, thereby boosting the planet's daily trade volume. With this, Eden would no longer need to build large-scale rocket launch sites to supplement its transport capacity. As Jeffrey talked about fullerene spools, he recalled the times he and Vulcan worked together on the space station, dreaming about the future. Back then, Vulcan had fantasized that the company would acquire fullerene spools and logistics cores, and Jeffrey had even mocked him about it. Unexpectedly, those careless words from back then have actually come true. This thing sells for 150,000 star coins in the core star sector. If you were to negotiate with the governor of a free planet, given the current wealth of the Universal Union, you could prevent the governor from having any malicious intentions and immediately raise the price to 200,000. Another holographic transaction matching kit, produced by the May Gauger Company, is a trade component that can only be installed in trading centers. It generates a large interactive negotiation room to simulate negotiations with potential business partners. Furthermore, this high-end VR device incorporates adaptive intelligent micro-emotion sensors that provide real-time facial expression analysis data, thus providing a commercial advantage to facility operators in a technically ethical manner. The kit's built-in advertisements frequently emphasize that the device is not AI, but rather an extremely complex weighted network that absolutely does not violate any of the human realm's regulations. In short, this is a completely legal system widely used within the human realm. It's just that the Perseus star system's commercial environment is too primitive, so there aren't many places to install it. Its greatest advantage is that it frees up the official foreign trade delegations of the Global Alliance from the limitations of small, computationally limited terminals that couldn't display the full picture of goods. Users only need to sit in the holographic transaction matching kit to intuitively see the inside and outside of the goods. From the smallest daily necessities to frigates tens of meters long, cruisers several kilometers long, capital ships, space stations, and even planetary sovereignty, once the data is entered, users can observe almost identical goods inside and out without leaving their homes, and discover any damage or deliberately concealed traces. Even if Li Bin were wealthy enough to inject nanomaterials into them, these things could simulate the appearance of the product one-to-one, allowing people to directly touch and feel the goods across light years. It could sell for 120,000 star coins in the core star sector. If the buyer were the 13 factories of Prism Freeport, that value might double. However, Jeffrey felt that the captain would definitely prefer to store it on Eden, so he could directly negotiate and haggle with the unscrupulous merchants in the core star sector in the lost star sector, tearing off large chunks of flesh from them and making a fortune. Good, Granada is truly my lucky place. Li Bin looked at the report with a greedy eye, extremely satisfied with Li Weiming. For the sake of the holographic transaction matching kit, he even temporarily forgave Francisco's offense. How's the immigration screening going? After a long while, Li Bin reluctantly put down the terminal and inquired about immigration matters. Jeffrey immediately replied, according to the company's people at the climber's office, 10,000 people have passed the skills screening, but many are stuck at the epidemic prevention tests. The fleet's number of doctors is limited, and efficiency is insufficient. Currently, only about 2,500 people have completed the entire process and can board the ships. The fleet's crew quarters can't accommodate them all. I suggest clearing some space in the cargo holds of the 2 Colossus-class cargo ships to house these people. Anyway, they only be back on Eden in a few days, they won't suffer much. Okay. Li Bin nodded, agreeing, then became worried again. Eden's development speed is about to enter a fast track, but looking at the fullerene spools and holographic trading matching kits he acquired, to use them immediately, he needed to build a space station and a trading center on it. A mere interstellar station wouldn't be enough to unleash the fullerene spool's full potential. This is forcing me to run fast. Sis, where are you? Hurry up. Chapter 318. In the Climber City, swaying and the creaking of metal are the norm in this mobile city. Everyone living there has grown accustomed to the constant dust falling from above, and the occasional playful flick of thin, wavy metal plates. In the long process of civilization's decline, many outdated technologies have been reinvented, such as the artificial blowing of impure, multicolored glass, and the handcrafted battery repair technique comparable to whitewashed tiles. Millennium Falcon awoke from his apprentice bed, a double-layered bed made of tattered aluminum sheets. He laboriously shuffled himself out of the less than 40-centimeter high space, grabbed the plastic handle riveted to the wall, yawned, and reached for the footrest. It was 4 a.m., half an hour before the apprentice's wake-up time. The other apprentices in the dormitory were still sound asleep, but Millennium Falcon had already forced his brain to boot up with his homemade, needle-like silent alarm clock. He planned to carry out a daring, even unorthodox, scheme today. He was going to the checkpoint on the upper level to register for the Universal Union's immigration program. After washing his body and face with water, Millennium Falcon changed into his clean apprentice uniform. He carefully placed the wrench, screwdriver, and screwdriver in their designated positions along the inside of the uniform for easy memorization, before tiptoeing to help his 3 younger brothers up. The 2 younger brothers had only recently become engineering apprentices this year, thanks to the association's exceptional performance, which allowed them to clear their promotion points. Millennium Falcon had already accumulated 1,800 points, just 200 short of becoming a full-fledged, lowest-level engineer. Circuit board engineer, qualified to participate in the higher-level resistor engineer teams and undertake repair tasks assigned by the city lord. However, to bring his 3 younger brothers along, he still redeemed all his points. In Climber City, or any mobile city, numbers equal power. Although his 3 brothers were all under 13, interstellar humans mature quickly physically, though their thinking was immature. Since the brothers banded together, the apprentices could no longer bully him out of jealousy for his excellence, and even the formal circuit board engineer spoke to him with more kindness. But this wasn't enough. Bearing the tuition and living expenses for 3 brothers alone was too much of a burden. He was out of money. If he couldn't pay the tuition for the 3rd semester this year, his brothers would be stripped of their apprenticeships. Millennium Falcon also regretted his impulsive decision to bring everyone in. If he had only supported one brother's tuition, and then each of them supported the other 2 after the brother completed his studies and began his internship, the family's situation would have been much easier. But then, the other 2 younger brothers might die because their parents had died unexpectedly a few years ago, and their older brothers weren't around to care for them. The apprenticeship training and internships were completely isolated, making care impossible. So, in order to survive, he had no choice but to take the risk and choose to immigrate. Brother, aren't we going to say hello to Teacher Pepe? The youngest brother, Millennium Eagle, asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Looking at Millennium Heron, who was leading Millennium Eagle. Millennium Falcon gently shook his head. If Teacher Pepe finds out we're immigrating, she'd kill us. Teacher Pepe is such a good person, would she? Millennium Eagle, who was 1.3 meters tall, and whose development had been stunted by severe malnutrition due to poverty, looked unconvinced. Millennium Falcon could only sigh. How could he explain to his 5-year-old brother that the girl had taken advantage of their poverty, that they were easily controlled by loans and interest, and that he was willing to work for her for free for the rest of his life? He could only manage a wry smile as he changed the subject. Upon reaching the upper levels of the city, unlike the lower industrial levels, there was no smell of machine oil. The walls weren't stained yellowish-black from years of dirty hands and lubricant and machine oil from workers and apprentices. Everything was its original color. Even the ceiling height was a generous 33 meters. The wind blowing in from the observation deck carried the natural scent of the wasteland. The climbers were traversing high mountains. The high altitude prevented the air on the plains from being tainted by war and wreckage, bringing a rare freshness that sent a shiver down the spines of all the lower-level residents emerging from the elevator. The elevator operator stood before security, his face grim, and routinely announced, "The cost of this elevator ride is fully covered by Lord Cotelo, and it is solely for immigration purposes. Anyone using the elevator with ulterior motives will be punished for defrauding Cotelo." Everyone who heard the punishment cowered. Millennium Falcon shielded his younger brother, following the flow of people in a daze. He'd been here before, during an internship with a circuit board engineer, but never to this dazzling spectacle. The entire route was filled with a luxury called holographic projection, displaying the logo and recruitment advertisements of the Universal Union. Some of the images featured a young, handsome, and dignified man dressed in a magnificent, fluid outfit unlike any nobleman or warlord, with a futuristic, sci-fi inspired ensemble. A flag bearing a golden eagle trampling a planet fluttered behind him. He stood with one hand behind his back, leaning slightly forward, and extended his right hand. Beautiful, gold-embossed lettering shone before him. "Join the Universal Union, and land, wealth, and power are within your grasp." Millennium Falcon was dizzy, and his heart was pounding. But when they arrived at the checkpoint, Millennium Falcon's mind was a jumbled mess. Worry, fear, dread, anticipation, hope was like a sewage tank filled with all sorts of grease. He blankly held hands with his 3 younger brothers, mechanically following the flow of people into the checkpoint, even forgetting what he had done or said. "Oh, with such young children? Shouldn't you reconsider? Wait until the children are older before immigrating." A voice pulled him back to reality. He looked up and saw that, somehow, the 4 brothers had entered a glass cubicle. A man with a gun at his waist and neatly combed short hair sat opposite him, speaking with considerable surprise. This..." Millennium Falcon stammered, finally managing to force himself to speak. "My parents are gone, and I have no relatives. I have to support my younger brothers." The man snapped his fingers and picked up a thin panel that Millennium Falcon couldn't understand, starting to work on it. "Liaron, do you have any skills?" I can repair batteries, and I can blow glass," Millennium Falcon said. The man chuckled. "I'm not asking what you specifically know. I'm asking about your skills. Hey, let me put it this way. What kind of education or training have you received? Or what positions have you held?" "Oh!" Millennium Falcon finally spoke. "I'm an apprentice at the Engineers Association. I've taken all the Engineers Association's training courses, and I have 5 years of internship experience. I was originally 200 points short of getting a permanent position." Because of nervousness, he rambled on about his experiences. The man wasn't impatient with his incoherent speech. Instead, he listened with interest, tracing lines on the whiteboard. Only after he finished listening did he look up. "All right, I have no further questions. Go to the next stop for your skills test. If you pass, you undergo quarantine. Once you pass everything, the company will issue you an electronic ticket. This afternoon at 5 p.m., the company's fleet will transport the first batch of immigrants back to Eden. You definitely won't make it in time, so you need to go home and wait 2 weeks to a month as part of the second batch of immigrants. Apply here. I fill in applying for a trainee restoration engineer with 3 family members. Any problems?" "Yes." Millennium Eagle raised its hand. "We and our 2 older brothers are also apprentices. But the 3 of us are still learning. We haven't done any internships yet." The man's eyes lit up. He glanced at Millennium Eagle a few times, confirming that the guy wasn't lying, and immediately looked at Millennium Falcon with a mixture of surprise and slight reproach. "Why didn't you say something so important sooner? Why say it sooner?" Millennium Falcon was utterly confused. Those who hadn't finished their studies weren't even considered apprentices. They didn't even have nameplates. The apprenticeship was just a gimmick he used to trick his younger brother into studying hard. Ignoring the Millennium Falcon's confusion, the man quickly modified the data and handed him a yellow plastic card. This is a VIP card. When you go to the next site for testing, remember to have your younger brother work on the project with you. If you pass all the checks, someone will arrange for you to travel on today's spaceship. After seeing the Millennium Falcon off, the man lightly slapped the table and hummed cheerfully. Technical family immigration. Kid, you absolutely mustn't bring any infectious diseases. My performance today depends on you. The Millennium family successfully passed all the checks. Although apprenticeship life was tough, compared to life at the bottom, their food and supplies were relatively guaranteed, and there was little chance of contracting serious illnesses. Millennium Falcon and his brothers boarded the airship parked at the launch site atop Climber City, and swayed as they flew to the climber's destination, the space elevator station. The family hadn't eaten anything all day, and just rode the elevator, vomiting acid in the G-force. Looking at the land receding into the distance below, and at the far end of the arc-shaped landmass, where Climber City, belching thick industrial smoke, slowly approached, a thought floated into their dizzy minds. I really have to immigrate. He clutched the bolt, like a ring pendant, hanging from his chest, silently murmuring, Mom and Dad, your sons are leaving. Though he never heard it said before, a nameless sorrow of leaving home and trepidation about the unknown welled up within him. He looked at his younger brothers, only the second oldest, Qianianlu, shared his unease and regret. He wondered if he made the wrong choice. Was there really a way to survive? Would life be easier if he only supported Qianianlu and abandoned his two younger brothers? But seeing the curious looks his two younger brothers gave him, Qianianjun swallowed his regret. The first experience of weightlessness and helplessness, the first taste of salty, sweet, and oily space food, the first time living in a spaceship, the first time using the toilet in space, yellow urine flying everywhere, causing a flurry of activity, the first time having a bowel movement in zero gravity, the fear of getting a messy poop, and the first experience of hyperspace jump. After the spaceship's public address system explained that it was called apoptosis, Millennium Falcon, despite being mentally prepared, was still tormented terribly. The cargo hold, converted into a dormitory, was filled with wails and sobs. The four brothers huddled together, quietly weeping. This was Millennium Falcon's second regret, and the longest one. When the fleet jumped out of hyperspace again, the still recovering Millennium Falcon was once again plagued by apoptosis. The physical and mental torment even made him contemplate suicide. They were pushed in a wheeled cot into the space elevator. The changing cabins, the soothing music on the loudspeaker, and the faint scent of synthetic flowers in the air were all masked by their sobs. The four brothers wept bitterly. Amidst the cries and screams, the feeling of gravity gradually intensifies, and a sense of panic from freefall and the fear of being killed fills the Millennium Falcon with despair. Is this really immigration? Could this be some new form of torture by Katalo? Is he currently watching himself through the camera, reveling in everyone's suffering expressions? Let me die. Just fall to my death like this. I regret it. I really regret it. I shouldn't have left. I want to go home. I want to go back to that narrow bed and get a good night's sleep. Teacher Pepe, please lend me the money. I sign it right now. He was lost in thought, utterly exhausted. Until all the shaking and weightlessness disappeared, the hatch opened wide, and the sounds of surprise and a complex, refreshing aroma rushed in. A strange, inexplicable feeling gave the Millennium Falcon, worn down by atopic dysplasia and worry, a sudden surge of energy. He struggled to use his muscles, atrophied by the weightlessness, to support his bones and lift his head. A gradient of purple came into view, a bustling, vibrant town unfolded before him. The strange aroma of roasted meat, of unknown origin, wafted into his nostrils, whetting his appetite. He stiffly moved his head, looking out from the group of people in identical uniforms being hauled out of wheeled cots. Millennium Falcon couldn't see anything. He shook his head anxiously. Finally, it was his turn. Someone pushed his bed, comforting him. Don't worry, kid. You already suffered enough. You have plenty of good fortune to enjoy later. First, look at the beautiful scenery of Eden Star. This view is rare even in the core star system. Millennium Falcon looked around, but couldn't see his brother. He anxiously said, my brother. Your brother? Let me see. Oh, you're an immigrant family. They're in the back. Don't worry, we arranged for you to stay together. The person comforted him, tossing him a piece of roasted crab meat, saying it was for nutrition, and then pushed the bed up without further ado. He was pushed out. The dim, yellowish polar sun was half submerged in the sea, dyeing the sky red with gold. Large patches of purple moss swayed in the wind, stretching out its chrysanthemum-like tentacles. The huge creature's carapace was reduced to a shell, which was restored and stood in the town as an artwork. Its powerful pincers and alloy handles looked menacing. Millennium Falcon spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowded yet orderly throng. It was the man from the holographic projection, the one who had promised him land, wealth, and power in the advertisement. Now he was truly before him, though far away. He jogged towards a tall, beautiful woman. Behind her stood a man over 2 meters tall, covered in scars, like an iron tower. The three embraced, chatting happily. Behind them stood a 7 or 8 meter tall bipedal mech painted in purple camouflage, its cockpit open. A massive impact drill and 3-port cannon exuded a sense of security. Millennium Falcon recognized them from their faces. They were likely siblings. He also had a younger brother, and he was all too familiar with their expressions. Looking at the three close-knit, carefree individuals, it was as if he saw his future self. Millennium Falcon silently rested his head back on the bed, gazing at the magnificent sunset, breathing in the fresh, unfamiliar air, letting his thoughts, troubled by regret and melancholy, vanish into thin air. He nibbled on the crab meat, the sweetness and satisfying meaty pleasure nourishing his body and soul. Millennium Falcon suddenly realized that leaving home was indeed the right choice. At least in the apprentice dormitory of the Climber City's mid-level engineers guild, he wouldn't have eaten such large pieces of meat, seen such views, or been pampered and cared for. He felt a happiness that emanated from within, as if even the two suns on the horizon had sprouted faces and were smiling at him. He heard from an advertisement that hard work on Eden Star could earn him land. Millennium Falcon made up his mind to make the smiling star the crest of his future Millennium family. If only he could acquire land. Chapter 319. Li Shu was very happy lately. Although she had more to worry about after arriving on Eden, from supporting Governor Jiao of Tanfa in restructuring production to being fully responsible for every aspect of a brand new colony, looking at this rich and beautiful planet that belonged to her family, thinking of her younger brother, who no longer had to board torpedoes and risk high casualties to break through the spaceship, and thinking of her older brother whose career was rising steadily, and who had started a family, she felt that life had meaning. Li Shu was enjoying a rare vacation. She had arrived on Eden before Li Bin and filled in for a few days. Now the colony work had been handed over to Li Bin, who had returned with the immigrants. But this quiet peace wouldn't last long. As Li Chongzhen piloted his blood-soaked mecha into the town, he opened the cockpit and brandished 2 giant crab-handled eyes resembling Li Yuanba's weapons, the golden hammer of the mountain crab, swaggering towards his sister, who was sunbathing at the entrance of the temporary colony. Sis! Look! The eyes of a mountain crab, 30 meters long. I killed one fresh today, aren't I awesome? Li Shu calmly beckoned, tricked her brother out of the mecha, and called him over. With a slender hand, she reached out, pinched, and started pulling on her brother's earlobe. How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to drive around town in a mecha. Li Chongzhen pouted. There's no traffic law. Then I write one for you right now, okay? Li Shu scolded. What do you want to do? Come on. Tell me everything, and I write them all into the colony's prohibitions. The two of them, exchanging barbs, enacted the daily routine of the governor of Eden Planet, and the first night, a scene the locals were already used to. Some children, who had come from Tanfa with their parents pressed against the wall, observing the two legendary figures, both watching the spectacle and learning from their legend. In the space elevator stack area, Vulcan and his team finished assembling the first mobile base station. Watching the engineers begin hoisting the nuclear reactor, he finally had a moment to wipe his brow. A distant commotion caught his attention. He straddled the base station railing and gazed into the distance, witnessing Li Shu's usual scolding of her younger brother. Looking at Li Shu's slender fingers and delicate skin, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Yes, Vulcan liked Li Shu. They were both from the factory district, practically from the same hometown. They were also among the first to board Li Bin's spaceship, essentially contemporaries. In the early days of the company's founding, they had many interactions. Li Shu, influenced by her brother Li Bin, possessed a self-respecting, resilient, and tenacious character that deeply attracted Vulcan, a former delinquent who had suddenly awakened to a new life. He had genuinely considered confessing his feelings, but firstly, as the company grew larger, the gap between him and Li Shu widened. Secondly, Li Bin was his idol, and he feared that if his confession was rejected and Li Bin found out, the enraged captain would throw him through the airlock into space. He was always ashamed of his past as a factory thug, a stain he felt he could never wash away. He longed for a good life and marriage, yet simultaneously felt unworthy. Noticing someone watching her, Li Shu turned around. Vulcan waved to her openly, then climbed down from the mobile base station and went back to work. Li Shu lightly kicked her brother's ankle, urging him to wash off his sweaty stench. He'd been camped out for almost 2 weeks, hunting a mountain crab disguised as a reef that had damaged the harbor at the new town seaside, and now he smelled terrible. After seeing her brother off, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed almost imperceptibly. After her parents were taken away to pay off debts, Li Shu single-handedly shouldered the responsibility of raising and supporting her younger brother. She served as the company's chief navigator for several years, eventually becoming the director of Li's first shipyard. Having experienced the coldness and warmth of human relationships, and with her keen insight honed by data analysis, how could she not understand the meaning behind Vulcan's gaze? She didn't believe in love at first sight as depicted in holographic novels, believing that feelings, like those between her older brother and sister Isa, were cultivated slowly. Therefore, towards those who approached her with ulterior motives after the company's founding, even those including the son of the L factory owner and wealthy young men from other planets, who frequented the shipyard's entertainment port, Li Shu's attitude was always one of rejection. She could sense the pure emotion in Vulcan's eyes, but as the younger sister of the CEO of Universal Union and the future planetary governor, Li Shu knew that her future marriage could only be a political alliance, used to strengthen the company and gain allies. However, Vulcan was an important subordinate of her older brother, a loyal minister repeatedly praised by him and proven through trials. Considering the company's development, she couldn't directly refuse him. Forget it, let's talk to my brother about this after my sister-in-law has the baby. Let them worry about themselves first. Li Shu didn't worry for long. Her mind quickly turned to how to induce labor. In the temporary governor's mansion, several ashtrays were overflowing with cigarette butts, and dozens of terminals flashed various data and charts. Li Bin stroked the pimples he developed from staying up late, feeling his skin taut from squeezing them, and pushed the terminal in front of him forward. Jeff Lay blinked his dry eyes, counted the dozen or so empty caffeine bottles in front of him, and shouted with relief, finally finished. Li Shu arrived in Tanfa with immigrants and a fleet, mainly an escort fleet transferred from Li's first shipyard, escorting the industrial ship Juyin. The Tanfa immigrants numbered 1,100, all engineers and skilled workers. Fortunately, during the month the industrial ship had been stationed in Tanfa, it had completed the reconstruction of the local fragile industry, otherwise, they truly wouldn't have been able to spare so many manpower. 2 mobile base stations have been built. Salvage platforms and other destroyers and frigates have been deployed. There's asteroid belt in the system that's good for mining. The collected minerals are transported directly to the orbital elevators for casting interstellar station components on the surface. Add to that the reserve armory, the supplies near the Stargate in the South Heavenly Gate system, and the relic components recovered from Granada. With so much readily available material, plus the labor force from the 2 planets, production capacity, resources, and manpower are all there. Within a month, following the development plan you outlined, the interstellar station can be built. It'd be tough on the immigrants, but it's alright. Their lives were terrible before. This is even preferential treatment, Jeffrey said, pointing at the terminal with awe. Only a lucky captain like the captain could exchange a bunch of junk for a terminal. Anyone else would have had to pay a hefty price to the giant corporation. However, Captain, we're losing a lot of money replacing star station components with relic components. There's war going on in the core sector right now, and the giant corporations fighting each other creates a huge demand for cruiser repairs. These relic components are already priced at 650 star credits. It hurts me to see these ship-repairing relic components used to replace star station components. Li Bin, propping himself up on his elbows, said, "What can we do? The fighting in the core sector is getting fiercer. I heard that Risk Mining has already sunk 4 cruisers, and Hyena Mining has sunk 2. Both sides are busy fighting, and there's no time to salvage the wreckage. I wonder which lucky salvage team got it. Aren't you envious of this deal?" Jeffrey clicked his tongue, envious, but we can't get away. Take the money and the relic components and smash it up. Smash it up to build the interstellar station. Find a docking point for the spaceships first, and bind the space elevator to the stable space structure first. Free up the enlightened beast. I already sent a message to Wilson, asking him to fulfill his contract and bring the space station building materials and Brown. Family remnants, come here. Li Bin looked at the first mate and said, word by word, Universal Union must demonstrate its value to its partners, proving that besides those few cruisers, the company is also quite excellent in colonial management. Only in this way can we use the future profits and prospects of the colonies to continue to keep the Wilson and Montanetta families investing heavily in the company's development. Li Bin stood up, his voice serious. This is not just an economic ledger, but also a political one. Wasting goods worth tens of thousands of star coins in exchange for the approval of allies is worthwhile in my opinion. Besides the reasons Li Bin mentioned, the most important point was actually another one. The support of the Overlord was an extremely important part of Li Bin's plan. Only when the Overlord's support was fully implemented and continued to invest in Universal Union in the future could Li Bin feel comfortable contacting Bishop Pucci to come to Eden Star to assume the position of Bishop, thereby ensuring the security of the colonies through deepening common interests. Every planet, especially the free planets, is repeatedly harassed by two forces: pirates, who plunder and pillage, and Luddite followers, who cultivate their own faith and seek opportunities to promote the conservative and backward Luddite way of life in their colonies. Li Bin has already planned to pay tribute to the sector's only pirate king, Konda, at Konda's nest in exchange for a piracy exemption. As for the latter, to restrain or even crack down on the insane Luddite left-wing path madmen, he needs Bishop Pucci. Once the space station is completed, we begin refitting the relics discovered on Granada. Li Bin muttered to himself, his hands behind his back, gazing at the purple world outside the window, a scene reminiscent of a purple aura rising from the east. Once we solve the pirate problem and the Luddite left-wing path problem, with the hegemon's investment in front, and the renowned bishop sent by the Luddite church behind, plus the fullerene spools and holographic trading matching kits, even though Eden is remote, we can make a fortune through security and food production. Chapter 320. The influx of labor, especially immigrants primarily in engineering and skilled trades, has been a tremendous help in the development of the new town. These people are currently residing in centralized prefabricated dormitories, but the second phase of expansion of the new town is already in full swing. Concrete construction is not unfamiliar to the workers of Tonfa and Granada. They don't need much time to master the use of more advanced industrial equipment. Supported by Eden's almost inexhaustible calcium-rich resources, the concrete buildings are being constructed at a rate of 3 or 4 stories per day. The permanent population of the new town is now approaching 10,000, and this number will increase by at least 3,000 people per week as the 2 Colossus-class cargo ships continue to transport immigrants. 150 square kilometers of land in the war zone are being encroached upon by numerous construction sites. Armed sailors are using trailers to haul heavy machinery to more distant locations to build defensive lines, while the original lines are being converted into transportation routes. Gun emplacements are being dismantled, trenches filled in, and concrete is left to be used for laying tracks. The existing roads between the trench and concrete defenses are preserved and connected with alloy bridges, and several ready-made rail lines are thus planned. This plan was developed by Li Bin based on colonial knowledge gathered in the Brighton Union Library, combined with solutions provided by scientists. Since it's about hunting crabs, not people, the defensive lines don't need to be designed according to optimal solutions. The industrial ship Zhuyin, located in space, is producing locomotives day and night. High-tech locomotives aren't required. 21st century green-skin trains are sufficient. Li Bin's requirements for the trains are simple maintenance, high carrying capacity, and high production volume. Conversely, overly advanced trains might be difficult for the engineers and workers who have immigrated from the 2 underdeveloped regions to maintain properly. Once the ground-based transportation capacity is sufficient, the Zhuyin will then utilize the alloys stockpiled at the Stargate and in its inventory to begin producing components to fill the gaps in the Interstellar station. Fortunately, Li Bin has reaped enough rewards. The production capacity of his cruiser-class industrial ships is comparable to that of an industrial center. Otherwise, these tasks wouldn't have been completed before his departure. Interstellar stations in the game. After work each day, Granada's immigrants would bring their families to the construction site of their assigned houses to supervise the work, while Tonfa's immigrants preferred to gather at the beach, taking off their shoes and socks to soak their feet in the cool seawater, watching the waves rise and fall, their faces beaming with happiness. So happy here, I don't want to go home. All the immigrants were very satisfied with their current situation. Even living in dormitories on Eden was much better than back home. Here, there was an abundance of calcium-rich, delicious crab meat, weekly health checkups, so many jobs that there was a fierce competition for them, free fresh water, free showers, and even bars spontaneously sprang up. Made with rock crab roe and nutrient paste, and garnished with sea anemone sap, Eden Purple is cheap and delicious. Its sweet and salty flavor satisfies the alcohol and sugar needs of all manual laborers. The Elysium Tavern, a tavern personally named by the CEO, is thriving. The main hall is filled with immigrants just off work, speaking in their distinctly regional accents of the official language of the human realm, sitting in clear-cut divisions. Upstairs are private rooms, divided into heaven, earth, and human sections, each with 9 numbers. This is a model personally selected by the CEO. Although the staff doesn't understand it, they still follow it. Li Bin is currently in the number 1 heaven private room in the bar, chatting with friends in the core star sector via a relay communicator. Firstly, it was to share the good news of his colonization and maintain relationships. After all, he had to flee with his family, so he naturally needed to stay in touch with close friends like Duya, Kong Jicho, and Corning Oppenheimer. Secondly, he needed to frequently report to those with vested interests, such as Wilson and Bishop Pucci, about the progress of the colonization work. Bishop Pucci, after reviewing the ground colonization data and the local ecology, was already impatient and even wanted to immediately submit a report to the church to bring the integrated farm over, but Li Bin managed to dissuade him. As for Wilson, ISA was sent to handle things. According to ISA's later account, Wilson's attitude was much more respectful this time. After his own conversation, he brought along core members of his family to talk with ISA's blood relatives. The Montanetta family also sent Lone Brown Montanetta, ISA's second uncle. The 3 of them shed tears on the projection screen, reminiscing for a long time and expressing their high expectations for the colonization of Eden and the revitalization of the Brown family. According to the count, there are 221 remaining members of the family, all of them younger generation outside the core circle. I met them all and confirmed they all have brown blood, ISA said, fiddling with her hair. Only the younger generation, lacking fame, could survive. The older generation is remembered. They either need to take care of their own families or were all killed. It's all right, Li Bin reassured her. 200+ people are enough. Their perseverance proves their loyalty. They'd be invaluable once they arrive. Colony management and crew training are inseparable from them. But do you need to stay? These people will definitely be worried if they don't see you after they arrive. ISA firmly shook her head. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Our business is just starting, and we're short of money and manpower everywhere. I already told them that those skilled in steering and ship technology will stay, and we take them with us when we go to the Overlord. The rest will come with the support fleets of the Wilson and Montanetta families. ISA looked at Li Bin with a boastful expression. Although the Brown family is a war family, they also have many other businesses on planets and space stations. It's just that their numbers can't compare to officers and private armies, but this has actually saved many of the younger generation from disaster. In terms of numbers, 176 people studied other businesses, and 45 studied war-related fields. Good. Li Bin was very satisfied. That was a considerable number. Regardless of their academic proficiency, these people were more knowledgeable than 90% of the company's crew. Besides, they were trained to be cogs in the machine of a giant corporation/galactic warlord, making them perfect for the emerging colonies. With these people, and with my efforts in organizing the colony's plans, my sister can handle things with relative ease. While Li Bin was boasting about his achievements to his brothers, Li Shu took over the position of colony governor. Her terminal was on, with Jaya acting as an external brain providing remote support, while Li Shu herself busied herself with the colony's bureaucracy. Over 80% of these bureaucrats were former managers of the Li family's first shipyard. While they were adept at space exploration and industrial construction, they were significantly less skilled in planetary development. Not everyone is like Li Bin, with decades of planetary experience and a comprehensive historical and political education, naturally possessing the knowledge to build on the surface. The simplest example. In the shipyard, toilets were built haphazardly, wastewater was directly discharged into space, frozen into large ice blocks, and then propelled towards a star or exoplanet with a couple of boosters. Problem solved. But on Eden, it requires digging and laying pipes, constructing septic tanks and degradation purification ponds, and considering sewage and environmental issues. Even the colony factories must consider the pollution impact of their emissions on the air, water, and soil of the new towns and surrounding areas. Pollute first, clean up later, that's one approach, but you can't just dump everything out without a care in the world, can you? Li Bin went through so much trouble to bring in these highly skilled immigrants. If industrial pollution ruins everything, Li Bin is really going to kill them. Li Shu had just rejected another overly radical factory construction plan. Pressing her throbbing head, she said to Jaya, I finally understand why my brother wanted me to learn from you first. Tanzania has hundreds of members of parliament. Although they're noisy, their efficiency is undeniable. They're all seasoned veterans in their respective industries. Compared to you guys, Eden is like a makeshift operation. In the governor's room, Jia sipped small amounts of ice-infused water, something she never even dared to dream of before, a complex smile on her face. We were forced into this, she said. If I had a choice, I'd rather face the rock crabs and various biological disasters, like in Xinjiang, than have everyone draining corpses for a sip of water. Li Shu thought for a moment, then nodded with a chill. True, she said, my brother said the world is a giant walled city. Those inside want to get out, and those outside want to get in. In your eyes, my troubles are probably tinged with happiness. Who says otherwise? You're just being hypocritical, Jia shrugged. Chapter 321. New Town, War Zone. Armed sailors skillfully maneuvered through the trenches, occasionally reaching out to shove the heads of raw recruits selected from the immigrants, muttering under their breath, do as you like to die. Rock crabs can't snipe heads in trenches, but on the battlefield you'd be dead 100 times over. On this narrow strip of land, 150 square kilometers, heads thronged, and steam whistles roared. The entire colony's military force was mobilized. Railcars, laden with alloy plates and cannons, circulated along tracks laid atop concrete fortifications, serving as rail guns. In the distance, the scattered sentry towers in the warning zone were insufficient to cover the vast tundra of several hundred square kilometers. In the weak, golden glow of the setting sun, in the thick fog tinged with milky white and tinged with the red and gold of the sunlight, eerie shadows stretched and shortened, ghostly and unseen. Stop looking down. The ground is just mud, and other people spilled urine. Look up. Look at the sky. Amidst the veteran shouts, the recruits hurriedly looked up, only to be met with a chilling sight. A large clump of gelatin hovered above their heads, shifting as the column wound its way through the trench. The veteran yelled, these things are flying squid. They're parasitic mollusks. They lay their eggs and reproduce on the corpses of creatures from Eden. Flying squid themselves are omnivorous, but their larvae are carrion eaters. They don't recognize humans. You must have someone on guard while you sleep, otherwise they mistake you for a corpse and lay their eggs. The flying squid's ovipositor can pierce the decaying shell of a rock crab. Even when a rock crab shell is rotten and softened, it's still harder than your uniforms. You better pray that even if you get pierced, it doesn't hit your brain, otherwise even if Odlin were here, he couldn't save you. These flying squid produce up to 50 million fertilized eggs in a single mating, enough to last them their entire lives. After each mating, the female transfers the fertilized eggs to the male, allowing for more mating and increasing the absolute number of offspring. The flying squid possesses a giant air sac. The male's reproductive organ also serves as an ovipositor. They select elderly or severely injured rock crabs or other crustaceans. Once these creatures die, the smell of decay spreads rapidly in the high temperatures of the jungle planet. These flying squid lay their eggs before the corals and other scavengers can reach them. To avoid being eaten by scavengers, their eggs hatch halfway. Upon entering the carcass, they are exposed to the high temperature, humidity, and strong aroma of decaying matter. The hooked larvae quickly complete the hatching and begin feeding. Within just 12 hours, these larvae complete their development, entering the subadult stage and gaining the ability to fly. They then prey on the corals that had eaten them 12 hours earlier. It was precisely because of the larvae's powerful activity and rapid development, coupled with the limited power armor and the recruits' slightly less protective combat uniforms, that the veterans repeatedly reminded them not to let their guard down. Furthermore, these flying squids were also a problem for the veterans. Besides laying eggs, they possessed a higher intelligence than rock crabs, showing great interest in anything shiny. They would occasionally swoop down and steal weapons, observation scopes, and communicators from the trenches to play with. The demolition expert, cracking a cigarette, watched as the third unsuspecting flying squid of the day stole his explosives, sneered, and waited until the squid flew up to show off to its companions before leisurely pressing the switch. A fiery lotus bloomed in the low sky, the shockwaves sending the recruit staggering. Large chunks of charred tentacles, reeking of grilled squid, scattered across the ground. Dolly exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked the sniper beside him, Lorne, hey, how did these squid end up all huddled together here? Lorne casually picked up a real fried squid ring, blew off the charred surface, and popped it into his mouth. Didn't Yin Chong tell you? It was attracted by the fumes from the cement factory's cement-making process, using rock crab remains. They said the heated rock crab remains release some kind of chemical odor, which happens to match the smell of rotten rock crab carcasses, attracting them here. In the end, they huddled together, not finding any carcasses at the cement factory, but finding plenty on the battlefield instead. A bunch of thieves. The meat we worked so hard to hunt, and now it's all rotted and inedible because of their shivering. Dolly complained disgustedly. The larvae of the flying squid secrete a special mucus that, when combined with the flesh of giant crustaceans, releases a pungent stench that attracts other squid to lay eggs and prey on the larvae's natural predators. While this is part of the food chain in Eden's natural world, for humans, it undoubtedly delays the colony's food recovery. Stop complaining, here we come. Lorne spat out the food scraps, took the small, cannon-like sniper grenade launcher from his shoulder, put on his mask, and lay prone on the ground. His power armor set up several alloy frames, reducing recoil and making it easier for the launcher to aim. Behind him stood a full 50 people, each equipped with a mobile sniper grenade launcher in their power armor, an elite force capable of firing 600 sniper grenades in 3 minutes with an accuracy of 96.7%. The thick white, red, and gold fog was torn apart by the giant pincers, like cotton balls being shredded by a meat grinder. Groups of rock crabs, mixed with other crab-like and spider-like creatures of various sizes, surged toward this side in 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, hundreds of enormous, 30-meter-long, bluish-purple shell crabs, somewhat resembling earth-swimming crabs, surfaced in the sea. At the same time, in the frontline command center, Old One-Eyed listened to Medic Yin Chong's report, his back hunched. Summer in the Arctic tundra is ending. The rock crabs are rushing to their last mating and spawning grounds. Because of our arrival, they were afraid to approach this area before, but as winter approaches, driven by biological instinct, all the rock crabs that haven't yet built nests and laid eggs are fighting tooth and nail to get here. Old One-Eye didn't look up. Even if we hadn't come, would all of these guys have laid eggs? Yin Chong shook her head, no. In fact, according to our investigation, only about 66% of the rock crabs can mate each day, and of those, only 30% can secure nesting grounds and enough food to feed their young. And only 1% of the young survive their first year. She pointed to the giant bluish-purple crabs approaching the coastline. Captain, look, the Ecological Research Station has temporarily provided these. These creatures are called blue-faced crabs. They come from the deep sea to catch the tail end of the annual rock crab mating season, when the rock crabs are at their fattest and most delicious with plenty of roe. They come with their young, hunting both adult and juvenile rock crabs. Movie screenshot, the blue-faced crabs in this book are much larger. Please refer to the color. Yin Chong pointed to the sky again. Sub-adult flying squid also prey on rock crab juveniles. So these creatures aren't specifically targeting us. We just happen to stumble into their fierce ecological struggle. I understand now. Old One-Eyed feigned a sigh of relief. Since it's survival of the fittest, there's no need to show any mercy. Notify the heavy artillery team to switch to inflatable stun grenades. Barrage advance, freeze all the crabs. This year's winter food for tens of thousands of people in the colony can't be ruined by them. Chapter 322. The new town is a makeshift operation, or so anyone who's seen it would think. The warlords of Granada would consider the warfare here too lenient, and the councillors of Tonfa would deem the policies too lenient. But these decisions are characteristic of Eden. Li Shu and Li Bin need tolerant and proactive policies to encourage immigrants to take initiative in solving problems and expanding the land. The unique animalistic ecosystem of the jungle planet also means that the local ecology cannot withstand the spread and pollution from an orbital strike. Therefore, even with the fleet overhead, Li Bin and ISA would absolutely not emulate their actions at Mount Cordillera, launching a massive nuclear attack. Li Bin wouldn't even launch missiles or torpedoes, he would simply sit on the bridge of the Enlightened Beast, giving the opportunity for orbital support to Lan Yuan and her Dream Eater. Energy weapons are refined and elegant, causing less damage to the surface ecology and being easier to manage. In the sky battle system, the entire new town was marked in orange, signifying combat readiness. Large numbers of life signals surged through the alert zone, crossing the death zone of the sentry towers and rushing into the combat zone. Or perhaps, landing on the coastline, crushing the newly built cement ships of the Tanzanian immigrants, the Tanzanian recruits guarding the concrete fortifications, seeing the scene, excitedly braced themselves against their cover and were about to rush out to blow up these scum. Then he was pulled back by his comrades, and then the veteran supervising the battle kicked him, pressing the impact drill against his combat uniform, forcing him to roll down. Are you deaf to orders to everyone stay put? 2 weeks ago, someone like you who disobeyed orders would have collapsed on the spot. The veteran's authority had been established during days of military training and on-site combat observation. The recruit dared not vent his anger on the veteran. He followed the veteran's finger and looked up at the sky, where a cloud-like flying squid made a diving motion, then slowly climbed upwards. These creatures have discovered that humans are far less powerful than rock crabs, and have learned to prey on lone soldiers. The flying squid, over 5 meters long, with its spindle-shaped body mostly composed of air sacs, can still easily break down the psychological defenses of new recruits. The new recruit knew his officer had saved his life. He bit his lip and silently lowered his head. The veteran pushed him back into the trench, gritting his teeth. "This is the promised land the captain gave us. No one can take it away. Whoever tries to take it, we kill them." "Kid, your anger is understandable, but a soldier's anger must be based on order. You have time to vent your anger later, but if you dare disobey orders again, I not only kill you, but I also change your death status from death in action to desertion." Xinjiang town was sparsely populated, and everyone could receive 10 mu of land. In the early Tang dynasty, after the population dwindled due to war, how much land was allocated to adult males under the equal field system? 100 mu. This was the land allocated to so many people in such a small corner of the earth in the early Tang dynasty. Therefore, Liban had countless unclaimed lands, and the incentives for immigrants were incredibly generous. Military service earns merit, which can be exchanged for land or resources, tractors, mechanized farm implements, concrete, weapons, etc. Anything needed for colonization and expansion can be redeemed, including restricted products, but only through military merit. The rewards for dying in battle are even higher. However, if someone is judged to be a deserter or killed for disobeying orders, not only are all military merits forfeited, but the 10 acres of land allocated to the individual are also deducted, and even their family may be punished. Most of these immigrants, like the Millennium Falcon, were specifically recruited by Liban, people with families. Land is allocated upon arrival, the whole family has work, and the children can attend technical schools for online training, while also interning in factories. With enough to eat and wear, who would willingly accept such a position? Quack! I'm not a deserter. So the recruits cowered, clutching their sniper rifles, venting their hatred and resentment on the blue-faced crabs that had come ashore. After the massive loudspeaker behind the command post blared the order to fire, echoing across the mountains and sea, all the recruits set up their armor-piercing sniper rifles and opened fire on these beasts, who dared to threaten their families' futures. Tanks equipped with laser cannons surged from their positions, aiming at the largest rock crabs and firing. One shot pierced 3 or 4 heads, the headless ones scratched at their missing parts with their pincers, while those with half-bodied bodies dragged their dripping intestines, expelling piles of egg yolk-like eggs before dying, which were quickly snatched up by nearby rock crabs. These pregnant crabs, having traveled a long way, desperately needed nutrition, and every egg destroyed meant more resources for their offspring to survive. Biological instinct drove them to abandon the human concrete fortifications, and instead feast on the corpses of their comrades just moments before. Meanwhile, the future fathers had already rushed to the front, trying to claim a prime spot so they could have a chance to clink and bang their imposing pincers in a courtship dance. Then, they were picked off one by Sniper Lorne and demolition expert Dolly's sniper grenade launcher team. The flying squids, smelling the charred flesh and fresh blood, excitedly circled and flew low. Dolly, seeing this, frowned and dialed a terminal. Soon, several tracked vehicles drove up from behind. Armored sailors in power armor wielded their vehicle-mounted flamethrowers, traversing the battlefield, the muzzles pointing upwards at a 45-degree angle, burning the flying squid's communication cells, causing them to turn red and white in alternating waves. If spoken in their own language, these fiery squids would probably be saying, "Hot, hot, hot." Meanwhile, the battle on the beach intensified. The roaring railcar stopped in 3 rows, blocking the path of the blue-faced crabs. These sea crabs, half a head taller than rock crabs, with enormous claws and bodies so heavy they almost crushed the ground, were far less agile than rock crabs. Beneath and on their bodies, swarms of juveniles surged forward like a tide. The railcar had come to a stop early. The open-top carriages were paired up, each with a massive flamethrower at the front and a 22-meter-long compressed gas tank filled with conventional liquefied fuel at the back. With the remote operator's control, the flamethrowers spewed dozens of colorful fire serpents, instantly roasting the translucent juveniles. The AI-generated image shows a train with too much glass and a thin structure, unsuitable for heavy combat or transport. Image: schematic of an alien factory roasting a swarm of insects. These trains are so primitive that immigrants from Tanfa and Granada can operate them seamlessly. Naturally, these two places wouldn't send their most elite and advanced immigrants. These people are more than capable of filling the colony's infrastructure and operating engineering machinery. As for heavy machinery at the level of humankind, that still needs to be controlled by the core star sector. But that's not enough. Blue-faced crabs are deep-sea species with thick carapaces, abundant flesh, and enormous size. Coupled with their multi-brain structure, flamethrowers can't instantly kill their adults, wasting considerable time. This is where the aerial fleet comes in handy. Dream Eater, this is the flagship enlightened beast. Prepare for calibration and test firing, Lee'd been announced in the fleet channel. The energy weapons were highly sophisticated and needed to be launched from the edge of the new town. The distance from high Earth orbit to the surface was tens of thousands of kilometers, and only Lan Yuan, a test pilot with extensive experience in energy weapons, possessed the necessary skills within the fleet. She was responsible for the design and calibration. Using the trajectory of the Dream Eater's energy weapons as a baseline, she ensured that the energy weapons of other ships underwent secondary calibration. Only in this way could they guarantee that the weapons wouldn't hit the new town's defenses. It would be incredibly foolish if this swarm of crabs didn't cause any damage to the company, but instead suffered heavy losses due to their own forces. 3 minutes later, Lan Yuan's steely voice rang out, "Dream Eater is ready. First test firing approved." With the aid of its energy storage tank, the Dream Eater 6 xenon laser cannons fired 12 xenon lasers towards the defenses, hitting the shallow sea, reefs, and beaches successively. Chapter 323. Meteors fell from the sky, shaking the waves and steaming the sea. After 2 rounds of calibration and test firing, all energy weapons in the fleet were online. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers is a very short distance for space naval warfare. Almost all spaceships' weapons can reach this range. Even going back to the 20th century, the Yamato-class destroyer was only 263 meters long, yet its chemically propelled main guns already had a range of 26 kilometers. From the sky to the ground, this distance is even less significant. The only concern is Eden's thick atmosphere, which will severely weaken the power of energy weapons. But this only threatens small-scale weapons. Dozens of thick energy clusters and beams of energy fell, like hail ravaging banana leaves, scattering sparks. The golden sands instantly shone brightly. The coastal defenses, filled with veterans, had already taken cover beneath their fortifications, watching the daylight break and feeling the electromagnetic reversal and rising temperature. A few dozen seconds later, peeking out again, the blue-faced crabs on the beach had already stopped. Taking a couple more steps to the left and right, where was the giant? Only a thin layer of shell remained on its front. Behind the shell, the xenon laser cannon had wiped away the sand beneath its feet, leaving only glistening, truly glassy water. The remaining blue-faced crabs, with their limited brains, couldn't comprehend what had happened and continued charging forward in a daze. But by then, the Arbitration Interceptor aircraft, having taken off from the airport, had already arrived at their combat positions. Arbitration Interceptor, unarmed version, Arbitration Drone Wing, 3 aircraft per ship, they first drove away the flying squid circling over the new town. The IBA single-barrel anti-aircraft guns and assault rotary cannons, designed to shatter the outer shells of bombers, were incredibly effective at mowing down these bulky, gas sack-like creatures. A single burst of terrifying kinetic energy could tear apart a swarm of squid. The hammer-shaped booster's adaptability to space and atmosphere grants it exceptional maneuverability, eliminating any need to consider aerodynamics. Just as the old Big Brother could send stainless steel flying, in the interstellar era, it can make asymmetric carrier-based aircraft traverse the skies. In short, sheer power makes bricks fly. The Arbitration Interceptor first ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, then turned and dove back, licking along the cratered coastline riddled with energy weapon craters. 3 aircraft in a group, they alternated in pairs. Kinetic bullets pierced the armor, and the flamethrowers from the train spewed fire into the holes. Any surviving blue-faced crabs were instantly killed. The intense heat seeped into their organs, drying them out in 2 or 3 seconds. Simultaneously, self-destructing drones took off, aiming at the cluster of flying squid and crashing into them. Half-cooked squid fragments fell to the ground, and greedy children, drawn by the aroma of seafood filling the town, couldn't resist reaching for them, only to be sternly stopped by patrols wielding loudspeakers amidst the gunfire. Occasionally, an unlucky child would manage to catch some and stuff it into their mouth, only to be met with a night of diarrhea and a beating from their parents, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Faced with complete industrial civilization, with the accumulated experience of tens of thousands of years of human conflict, and with the technology propelled by trillions upon trillions of brains, the mere chitin and muscles of natural evolution are far too weak. Even if the flying squid joined the fray from both land and sea, let alone the crab's pincer movement, it would be futile. The battle line was pushed forward relentlessly, with tremendous force. Advancing at a speed of tens of kilometers per hour, the new recruits fought for more than an hour before being hurriedly led by the supervisory team and veterans onto tracked vehicles, rushing over charred corpses and yolks splattered on the ground, heading deep into the combat zone. The recruits watched excitedly as their sniper cannons ripped open the shells of rock crabs, only to be finished off by their teammates, a single shot exploding into the soft, muscular flesh. Behind them, drone pilots, licking their dry lips, piloted their drones towards the relatively intelligent swarm of flying squid. These creatures had spotted the unfamiliar drones and understood their impending explosion, scattering in all directions. Some of the smarter ones tried to hold them off, only to be shredded by the propellers. Once the drones were disabled, they self-destructed. One drone had already taken down dozens of flying squid. The fallen pilots reluctantly stood up to make way for others, gulped down some water, and then returned to the back of the line. Meanwhile, the shipboard production lines on the Kaming Beast and Xiaji were producing self-destructing drones at an average rate of 1 every 3 minutes per ship. It wasn't that the company couldn't produce more efficient unmanned combat aerial vehicles, UCAVs, but these greenhorns were having too much fun to control themselves. If they were actually piloting UCAVs, the stray bullets might accidentally hit their own men on the ground. The flying squid, having lost vast carcasses near their colony as a parasitic egg-laying ground and suffering heavy losses of their kind, cried out in grief and despair, utterly helpless. On old Earth, the North and South Poles were home to the largest animals of their kind in nature, the largest bear, the largest mosquito, the largest whale, and the largest crab. But on the high-oxygen, high-temperature planet Eden, only the weakest members of the ecosystem would live in resource-scarce tundra. The true masters of the evolutionary chain resided in the tropical rainforests, where their offspring could rapidly expand and fatten. Therefore, their cries were not the inevitable end for this planet, but merely a sign that the Universal Alliance had conquered the most biodiverse and barren pole of this planet. 3 days later, when Old One-Eyed reported back, Lieben learned that the group of recruits, mainly immigrants, had gone completely wild. They had hunted for over 100 miles, and the most outstanding recruit had figured out the rock crab's movement patterns, achieving an impressive 21 kills with a single sniper shot. Li Chengzhen, piloting a mech supported by his issued hover truck, had even traveled hundreds of miles. The tundra stretches from northwest to southeast. The colony's vanguard has already covered over 1,000 miles. To boast a bit, we expanded our territory by 1,000 miles this time, but once the war ends, we inevitably have to shrink back. We can't control so much land, Isa said to Li Bin, her hands behind her back. Li Bin nodded, indicating he understood. I'm not stupid enough to think we can expand rapidly. Only humans surrender, animals don't know. The adult rock crabs will return next year, until we kill them all to the point of extinction. Isa scratched her head. That's probably difficult. According to the genetic sampling report from the Biological Research Lab, rock crabs are just one branch of the Eden planet's land crab subspecies. There are many other subspecies at the boundary between the tundra and rainforest. We discovered 8 species of cave crabs, 33 species of hermit crabs, and 4 species of spider crabs, all of which can be considered branches of rock crabs. Even rock crabs themselves have many species, including the blasphemous armor, which is a branch of rock crabs. It's just that it evolved to be small because it lives deep in the rainforest, sacrificing its size for a clever mouth. The largest primates on old Earth could grow to over 2 meters tall and weigh over 300 kilograms. But the smallest primate, the pygmy marmoset, is only 14 to 16 centimeters long and weighs less than 200 grams. It's not surprising that rock crabs have diversified into so many subspecies. Has the research lab assessed the damage we caused to the tundra rock crab population? Yes, they assessed it, and they think it's less than 3%. Female rock crab ovaries mature only once every 4 years, meaning what we encountered this time was only a quarter of the sexually mature rock crabs in a localized area of millions of square kilometers. There are still a large number that haven't entered their estrus cycle yet, wandering around, foraging in the tundra, shallow seas, and jungle edges. That's good. Li Bin felt relieved. The colony won't have to worry about a shortage of crab meat in the short term. Notify the slaughterhouse in the new town to expedite the slaughtering and loading of this batch of meat onto ships. I want to load a ship full of refrigerated crab meat to the core star system as gifts, and also see if there's any possibility of opening up sales channels. Chapter 324. When Li Bin first arrived on Eden, the Arctic tundra was in the height of summer. Temperatures in the 20s Celsius, mixed with the humid sea breeze from the southern warm currents, created a pleasant breeze across the purple tundra. Twin anemones the size of grains of rice swayed in the breeze, stretching their tentacles to capture moisture. Their purple, shimmering inner leaves, part of their outstretched tentacles, were photosynthesizing. Men and women lay on the tundra, imitating their ancient ancestors, sunbathing. Their squeezed tentacles writhed unhappily, and even through their clothes, one could feel the countless tentacles wriggling, an itchy sensation like a spa treatment. Thanks to the frenzied courtship of the rock crabs, the anemones around the new town had feasted this year. Their nearly atrophied filter-feeding systems were revitalized by the crab roe and blood flowing from the rock crabs. Amidst the littered carcasses, the terrestrial anemones were thriving this year. But by the time Li Bin was ready to leave, the short and precious summer of the tundra was already drawing to a close. The terrestrial anemones, occupying their ecological niche, had deepened in color, transforming from a crystalline purple where the fluid beneath their skin was faintly visible, into a pure royal purple, making the new town seem incredibly noble. If the Byzantine Empire were to be resurrected here, seeing the pure purple covering the hillsides, it would likely weep with envy. Inside two small workshop-like buildings, dozens of stone barrels, crafted from calcareous wood and shaped like oak barrels, were filled with purple dye extracted from the shells of anemones and rock crabs. This was a new discovery by the new town's biological research lab. The local violet plants could be used to extract 6 dyes, 5 of which, related to purple, exhibited excellent stability, and could even be used in the paint on spaceship surfaces. As everyone knows, Rome revered purple, and the Interstellar Empire was famously known as the Space Romans. These guys were madly in love with purple, and they arbitrarily monopolized it for their royal family, to the point that even their warships couldn't use purple, only bright yellow. Furthermore, they divided purple into 2 categories. The synthetic purple used by the Starlight Society's purple-skinned ships was low-class purple, while the purple extracted from natural materials was high-class purple. Currently, all of the Interstellar Empire's high-class purple heavily relied on extraction from grapes. Purple without extensive manual labor was soulless. Li Bin had reason to believe that his pure, natural purple dye would win the favor of the Interstellar Empire. Moreover, Li Bin had a story to tell. Small jars of purple, Mastermaid. Li Bin received divine revelation in a dream, obtaining the coordinates of a planet surrounded by purple aura. He pioneered the path to the stars, braving wind and rain to establish his homeland, finally successfully colonizing this distant planet. Therefore, each jar was extremely precious. Each can of purple dye was supposedly sifted from the thighs of 14-year-old virgins, with beautiful figures and fair skin. As for whether it's true, well, the cans in the promotional video were indeed made by real people on camera. If you want to come and see for yourself, we arranged for actors to make the dye daily at the workshop entrance, and they will indeed be mixed into the barrels, ensuring that every can has some promotional content. The industrial ship Zhu Yin was left in the colony to diligently produce all the materials needed for the interstellar station, while the entire escort fleet remained to protect the colony and prevent this fertile land from being harassed by the idiot Lud left path. Li Bin mustered the core fleet and the newly added Dream Eater, loaded it with crab meat from 2 Colossus-class cruisers, local specialties, and purple dye. On August 5th, 210 star calendar, Li Bin left behind the I core, instructing his younger sister to install it only after the governor's mansion was completed. He then bid farewell to Eden Star in New Town, fleeing the Eden system in a sorry state amidst his sister's earnest wish for him to have a child soon. Of course, Li Bin's official explanation was that it was for the salaries and living expenses of tens of thousands of employees in the company. Core Fleet, Dream Eater, Nightmare Class. Although they only stayed in New Town for a few months, and the fleet crew mostly took turns landing to rest and recuperate to maintain the ship's combat effectiveness, everyone still developed a deep affection for Eden Star. Firstly, Eden Star's natural scenery is indeed beautiful. The Tonfa and Granada people are naturally stunning. The Elfians used to live on lava planets, and as for the Neo-Magnus people, their original homeland had been destroyed by tachyon technology, and they had lived on space stations for generations. Based on their limited experience, everyone unanimously agreed that Eden Star's scenery was no less beautiful than the Holy Land of Lud. In the fleet's online community, some are already boasting that the Lud Holy Land is now known as Little Eden. Li Bin dared not let Bishop Pucci know this. This black man was truly impatient, messaging Li Bin daily, starting with, "Lily, my integrated farm is ready. When are you going to give me the coordinates?" A few days later, he escalated to, "My bishopric is also ready. Give me the coordinates." Recently, it's gotten even more outrageous, evolving to, "I already reached an agreement with the refugee representatives from the metal planet. They heard there's a land so fertile it flows with milk and honey, and they promised to mobilize 100,000 people. When are you going to take me away?" His sincerity bordered on lamentation. Li Bin was dumbfounded. He thought, what kind of interstellar gravity man is this? 100,000 Luddites? Who could handle that? Even Granada, with its actual population of over 1 million, couldn't withstand a sudden 10% Luddite influx. Li Bin quickly refused, and even warned Bishop Pucci to keep a low profile and not let the news leak, attracting the attention of other bishops. Because many grassroots cadres and armed sailors were left in the new town to maintain colonial security, and many engineers and skilled immigrants had been transferred to the core fleet, the overall educational level of the fleet had improved considerably, but the practical skills of the ships needed improvement. Li Bin first led the fleet to the 7th Reserve Armory to resupply, replenishing the fleet's fuel, the trips to Eden and Granada, including transporting immigrants, setting up ground colonies, and fighting the rock crab, had consumed a lot of fuel. It took them almost 2 weeks for the fleet to dock in distant orbit around Tonfa. The red box indicates the core star sector plus the peripheral star sector. The lost star sector is outside the red box. The cross-shaped star marker surrounded by the 4 celestial gates in the upper right corner represents the Eden system. After several months of intensive construction by the Zhu Yin arrived in Tonfa a few months before Li Bin and left a few months after him, giving them ample time. A complete basic industrial base and semi-automated factories have been established on the surface of Tonfa. With the support of these industrial machines, the Interstellar station has been completed. Although its appearance is rudimentary, and much of the external armor has not yet been installed, mainly due to a lack of alloy, the main structure and cabins are complete. The nuclear reactor, airtight doors, water tanks, central oil tanks, warehouses, and control room are all built. The remaining equipment can be gradually constructed by the mobile base stations on the surface of Tonfa. Jia, aboard Tonfa's first self-built escort ship, the Thunder L-class Dolly, welcomes Li Bin in high Earth orbit. This ship is named after Jia's great-grandmother, the great figure who unified Tonfa, representing Tonfa's past. At this moment, through the docking bay, Jia entered the cruiser for the first time. Her bright eyes darted around the advanced spaceship, taking in the sights. Upon entering the bridge, she was immediately captivated by the spacious and bright environment. The bridge was filled with the sounds of crew reports and indicator lights, yet it didn't feel noisy. Instead, it possessed an indescribable tranquility. That tranquility came from order. And the source of this order was Li Bin, seated on the captain's throne in the very center of the alloy platform, several meters high. Li Bin was looking at the surface of Tonfa, as the first mate was demonstrating. Large solar thermal focusing panels stood like sunflowers in the yellow sand, refracting the light of the stars. Their beams changed rhythmically with the setting sun, the focused starlight heating the lava in the towers, generating enormous amounts of electricity. His focused and confident expression reminded Jia of the phrase, absolute power. Chapter 325. From the distant orbit, it was clearly visible that Tonfa had undergone a complete transformation. The efforts of industrial ships and mobile base stations over the past 6 months, coupled with the hard work of the Tonfa people, had not only constructed several tunnels beneath the Tonfa desert for trains, but also built a solar power station covering hundreds of square kilometers on the surface. These connected to charging stations throughout the desert, powering engineering vehicles traversing the sand sea. The colony itself relied on a nuclear reactor at the lowest level for power. This nuclear reactor, a remnant of the human realm era, had been thoroughly maintained by the Universal Union and refueled with new fuel rods, and was now stably ensuring the colony's safety. The photovoltaic power station in the desert also served as a backup plan in case the nuclear reactors in the colony and industrial settlements failed. Tonfa's harsh atmospheric environment, combined with the underground rail network, meant that with humans concentrated in a few points, airplanes were unnecessary. Rail transportation could meet all their needs. Li Bin, seated on his high throne, tilted his head and looked down at Jia, praising, "Your council has done a good job. The new town has just finished fighting a wave of rock crabs, and manpower is being replenished. We urgently need excellent management talent. You should contact Li Shu more often and help her." Jia smiled brightly. Without the strong support of the Universal Alliance, Tonfa wouldn't have undergone such a significant change. As for helping, how could we possibly bear that responsibility? The Council has actually done very little. We mostly followed the instructions of the Beta Core. The strength of the AI Core lies in the fact that, as long as there is sufficient power and various cameras and monitoring equipment are installed in the colony, many remote supervision and management tasks can be entrusted to it. It will calculate tirelessly and provide the theoretically optimal result. Although this optimal result may change due to geographical exploration, actual construction, and various unforeseen events. The game map depicts the infrastructure/living area, from dilapidated habitation modules to a bustling city that never sleeps, encompassing all the facilities needed for the colony's permanent population. However, with the AI core, Tonfa's colony reconstruction efforts have progressed by leaps and bounds. The colony has even experienced a mineral shortage, to the point that desert exploration teams must search for new shallow veins to meet the terrifying demands of the mobile industrial base. This gap may only be filled after Tonfa establishes its own asteroid mining fleet. She spoke, stepping aside in the passageway. A double-door refrigerator-sized alloy box was pushed in, its human territory insignia clearly imprinted. As per your instructions, the Beta Core has been unloaded from the colony. The colony's development plan for the next 5 years has been downloaded, and the Council is reorganizing the government based on the Beta Core's guidance. Furthermore, the Beta Core's colony management data model is being sent to Eden, but the data volume is too large and will take time. Jiao spoke, gently stroking the alloy box, leaving clear fingerprints on it. For Jiao, the AI core held special significance. It had once saved the Tonfa civilization from near extinction, and now commanded Tonfa forward once more. Having experienced the AI core's efficiency and near-omnipotent management, Jiao, like the other members of the Council, found it difficult to accept being separated from it. The abundant sense of security and accomplishment during the days managed by the AI core was addictive. Those days were simply too wonderful and fulfilling. Every day, she woke up to a mountain of tasks, each completed signifying a further step towards the colony's prosperity. They rebuilt the abandoned colony and transformed it into an industrial hub. They constructed long underground tunnels. They built interstellar stations and, within them, a shipyard capable of constructing escort ships. Of course, in every action of the Tonfa, the Universal Alliance's influence was subtly protecting and monitoring them through the AI core. But compared to living in constant fear, having to ration every drop of water, watching the depleted nuclear reactor, and the increasingly damaged mammoth shovels, they preferred being monitored to a slow death. Only by living can one have freedom. The Tonfa once possessed freedom, but with the Great Collapse, freedom had become a luxury. Therefore, Jiao was reluctant to part with the AI core. She knew Li Bin possessed one, but she didn't ask for it. Li Bin had fulfilled all his promises, so Jiao was happy to continue trusting him, believing he would find another core for the colony. Shen Luo, adjusting his terminal glasses, arrived and led his team to take over the Beta Core. While he inspected it, Li Bin spoke up, "One AI core isn't enough. Colonial management needs one, and industrial facilities need one specifically for managing industry. In short, the stronger the compatibility of the AI core before use, the better. The more specialized it is after use, the better its performance. However, it's difficult to find unclaimed AI cores in the core star sector now. The company will continue deep space exploration, and I promise to prioritize giving the next AI core to Tonfa." Jiao bowed excitedly, "Thank you for your trust, CO." Furthermore, Li Bin reassured Jiao, then changed the subject. After Tonfa completes its basic industrialization, it should concentrate its efforts on building self-defense weapons. Hundreds of sentry guns, anti-aircraft guns, and heavy artillery should be built on the ground, and landmines are also highly recommended. The interstellar stations also need to be armed as soon as possible, because the support from the Overlord will arrive soon, and then the fleets of other companies will successively fly to Eden. Tonfa, as a transit point, needs to provide these ships with resting and maintenance facilities, and also needs self-defense capabilities. I already instructed the Overlord support fleet to bring several destroyers. They will serve as the backbone of the patrol force in the Tonfa system. Combined with the Thunder Elf-class destroyers built by Tonfa itself, they'd be sufficient to handle small-scale pirates and left-wing militants. In conjunction with the interstellar relay stations, they can deter medium-sized pirate groups. Li Bin said, flicking his finger, and a dozen boxes of relic components projected onto the bridge. Also, the gas extraction station located on the gas giant planet in the system needs to be repaired and put online. The volatiles collected by the station are the main component of conventional fuel. Don't rush to refuse. Li Bin raised his hand to interrupt Jiao. I brought a group of engineers and experts from Granada. They were imported at a considerable cost and with promises. The experts there are very skilled at repairing these facilities under unfavorable conditions. I allocate them to you. You be in charge of short-term fuel production on Eden and Tonfa. As for antimatter, the Overlord's fleet is carrying the building materials for an entire space station, as well as materials for the antimatter collection station and space farm. It's already agreed that the latter two will be allocated to you, and the Overlord's experts will also guide your construction. The fleet completed the assessment data for the gas collection station several years ago. Get a copy from Chen Luo and get the engineers to start construction as soon as possible. After saying this, Li Bin added, "Oh, by the way, there's a lot of Eden's specialty crab and squid meat in the cold storage. Take a few dozen units, so everyone can try it. There's also a lot of upper purple dye in the warehouse, take some too. See if you can combine it with Tanfa's Industries to make some products. Call me using the relay communicator when you have results." Li Bin clenched his fist, revealing his little finger and thumb, and gently shook the finger representing a phone near his ear. After saying this, he buried himself in his work again. Hearing this, Jiao almost burst into tears. Li Bin had planned everything out, including Tanfa's future economic development. This reliable, well-arranged life made Jiao feel at ease. Li Bin, like the core of an AI, relentlessly urged everyone to work while simultaneously building a better planet. This was true, secure happiness within reach. Chapter 326. The company's core fleet flew towards the core star sector, traversing familiar routes. Aside from encountering 3 waves of hyperspace storms that damaged much of the fleet's armor, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. The company had already traveled this route several times. Although the news of Li Bin's plan to establish a colony had been leaked at Prism Freeport, the pirates wouldn't come immediately. They would patiently wait until the trade fleet had completed its first few transactions, gained experience, and become familiar with the route, fattening it up like pigs before slowly following suit. Li Bin wanted the pirates to be in no hurry. He returned to the core star sector with a massive backlog of business. He negotiated with the Lud Church to suppress the Lud left path, negotiated further cooperation with the Hegemon, even targeting Tachyon Technology, purchased pirate security identities from Conda, negotiated with Risk Mining Company to purchase an entire mining fleet, negotiated with major corporations to form a global alliance trade fleet, and talked with Elf, New Magnos, and Lloyds to purchase a large number of mining engineers. He also delivered Miss N's AI core to Prism Freeport. The Global Alliance directly governs Eden Star, controls Tanfa Star, and secretly manipulates Li Weiming to annex Granada Star. Its direct population is nearly 100,000, Li Bin included immigrants from the Elf Industrial Zone, and its indirect population exceeds 1 million. He doesn't even need to say much, simply presenting the number of millions of people to the giant corporations and the organic matter and agricultural potential of Eden Star to the table. These people once lived a backward life as high-tech barbarians, much like the black people in the vast and ancient Africa. Backward yet representing a huge emerging market, Africa is now a globally renowned new consumer market, where many companies that couldn't find a way out in Asia and Europe have found new life. Countless companies suppressed by giant corporations will flock here seeking transformation and market expansion. Moreover, Eden's ecosystem is capable of supporting hundreds of millions of people. For the leadership of these established giants, investing in strategic planning and waiting a century for the market to expand naturally through population growth is not difficult. After all, while most people are born into a breeding factory, these leaders who have built their families are all naturally born, or at the very least, have undergone body replacement surgery, so their bodies are not worried about decay. It's no exaggeration to say that before the colonization of Eden was completed, Universal Union was a medium-sized company, a seemingly strong but internally weak company founded by someone who went from being heavily indebted to an entrepreneurial legend in just a few years. But now his identity has changed. He is no longer a supplier seeking sales opportunities, large, medium, small. Company size is meaningless because he is now the client, the living father representing millions of consumers. If the customer is God, then Li Bin is the father of all gods. Capital may not care much about the voice of one person, but with 1 million people, capital will hold its breath and listen intently. Now, representatives of these companies are groveling at Li Bin's feet, bribing him, flattering him, even envying and hating him, and even persuading the board of directors to launch an attack on him. But regardless, Li Bin has secured the opportunity to dine with the presidents and chairmen of these large companies. Large-scale unidentified signals detected, massive. On the bridge of the Caming Beast, Anna shouted those words again after a long absence. Jeffrey felt a surge of excitement, the thrill of adventure returning. But the captain's words the next second chilled his heart. Li Bin chuckled, this route is so remote. Who else besides a giant corporation could maintain such a large-scale signal, slow down the fleet, and activate the transponders? The people coming are my wife's family. Jeffrey considered saying that the UHUI could also organize such a large fleet in the Lost Star sector, but then thought it best not to say such things, even if it were true. The detectors were filled with dense signals. If it really was UHUI, this core fleet wouldn't be able to leave alive without losing 1 or 2 cruisers. As Li Bin predicted, As the Universal Alliance actively activated its transponder, the other side also activated its transponder simultaneously. Soon, after analysis and identification by the shipborne AI hidden in the huge platform beneath Li Bin, the orange icon representing the Overlord lit up, and the atmosphere on the bridge instantly became lively. The crew was overjoyed. The Overlord's fleet was filled with valuable equipment for building Eden, including the space station the captain had been longing for. With it, the Fullerene spools could finally be used. The Overlord's support fleet was also quite surprised to encounter the Universal Alliance in hyperspace. They were unaware of Li Bin's movements, but Li Bin had anticipated it. The support fleet had sent Li Bin a message before setting off. The route they were using was even scouted by the Universal Alliance. Li Bin estimated the time needed to activate the fleet. Unless the Overlord was unlucky enough to be ambushed by Tachyon technology, or encountered the Ludlow Left Path's pilgrimage fleet, centered around self-destructing oil tankers, they were bound to meet. His arrangement was to allow ISA to personally meet with the remnants of the Brown family, boosting morale and reinforcing their loyalty. Didn't ISA say she had a natural affinity for gene substitutes? Then let her properly seduce, properly persuade them, and unite them tightly. Both sides found a jump point nearby to enter the physical universe. After all, both fleets carry cruisers. Docking in hyperspace would waste far too much fuel just stabilizing themselves. In the physical universe of a certain star system, before the jump point, as the docking tunnel connected, a familiar, elegant man appeared first. It was none other than ISA's second uncle, Lone Brown Montanetta, the ruthless man who had the wife of the galactic counselor of the dominant capital system, the Aslan system, Lone Brown Montanetta. "My dear girl." Lone immediately hugged ISA, looking her up and down with tenderness. ISA, a strong-willed officer who vowed to revive her family and become the new Primarch, now looked like a rag doll in Lone's arms, staring at Li Bin with a lifeless expression, her lips barely moving. "Save me." Li Bin shook his head, suppressing a laugh, feeling a striking resemblance between this scene and the long-awaited reunion of Li Shu and his younger brother. It can only be said that after Isha's parents passed away, Luan assumed the role of Isha's parents. He wouldn't stoop to their level in this kind of motherly concern. After Luan finally finished catching up with Isha, this second uncle came over and pulled Li Bin aside. He patted Li Bin's chest, his red and peach blossom eyes exuding natural friendliness. "Little Li, you did a great job. I've seen all the data. To be able to establish a colony in such a remote place, and even discover a lost planet ahead of time to transfer manpower, you really have guts. Such a big thing, and you didn't even consult your second uncle." Li Bin awkwardly laughed. "Second uncle, Luan shook his head. "No need to say more, you're right. As the last matriarch of the Brown family, Isha can't be too careful. I'm just a useless good-for-nothing. I only have some say in the family because my wife is so capable. This time, I went through a lot of trouble, arguing with your second aunt for a long time before finally gaining control. Just tell me what your men need. I sign off on it. I'm the highest-ranking member of the Wilson family. No one here dares to say no. I also had your second aunt bribe the person in charge of the Montanetta family beforehand. They grant any request. Just focus on your work. I personally oversee this support. I brought all the family's remaining members with me. I have Isha meet them now. You wait a moment. Isha will personally take you to meet them. If anyone dares to disrespect you as their matriarch, I personally deal with them." Li Bin touched his nose, nodding awkwardly. Looking back, he saw Jeffrey silently raising a finger in the crowd, mouthing, "Captain, you and this second uncle really do look alike." Chapter 327. The entire meeting with the remnants of the Brown family was somewhat awkward for Li Bin. These people weren't overly enthusiastic towards him, nor did they, like in a wish-fulfillment novel, jump out and arrogantly point fingers at him. The East and Montanetta families had already emphasized Li Bin's experiences and achievements to the remnants. These homeless remnants of the former dynasty had neither the capital nor the right to criticize him. Moreover, even at its peak, the Brown family had never controlled a single planet. From a fleet perspective, they could boast about their past glory, but realistically, they weren't qualified. This was also why ISA and Li Bin decided to welcome back the remnants only after officially establishing colonies. Li Bin couldn't accept that his recruited helpers disregarded his orders, and ISA couldn't accept that some would cling to outdated ideas and extinguish the hard-won flame of family revival. These people, well, they were too excited. Their attention to Isha far exceeded Li Bin's expectations. Kneeling on the spot was considered good enough. Some even prostrated themselves and wailed, seemingly venting all the pent-up grievances of the past years. Even when Luan introduced Li Bin, no one reacted to the fact that he was the mistress's spouse, and her only spouse. Having a living mistress was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, let alone that this only spouse was so capable. Everyone only felt gratified, without any criticism. Isha spent several hours introducing Li Bin to each of the survivors, both to give Li Bin a sense of their capabilities, and to further solidify his absolute position within the core of the brown survivors. Luan stood behind Li Bin, his expression clearly saying, "Who dares to disagree?" The average age here is no more than 22, the oldest is 30, and the youngest is only 11. The youngest doesn't even have much of an impression of the Brown family. He's lived a life of hiding and running since he can remember, relying entirely on his elders to instill hatred and educate him. However, the pre-march is amazing. The tall 11-year-old boy's eyes welled up with tears the moment he saw Isa, as if he were seeing his long-lost mother. After finally getting everyone introduced, Li Bin invited them to eat at the Enlightened Beast's canteen. According to ancient Eastern tradition, many things are too awkward to talk about in isolation. It's much more intimate to discuss them over a meal. Although the Brown family is almost extinct, Lone, a highly respected core member, is still alive. Under his command, the immigrants strictly adhered to the order of seniority. At the main table were only Lone, Isa, Li Bin, and the support fleet commander. The other survivors sat around the main table, their eyes fixed on Isa, occasionally glancing at Li Bin. This is Garvin East, Wilson East's father. He's both the fleet commander and the person in charge of this support mission. The prosperity of the family's economy and industry will surely allow Eden to thrive quickly, Luan introduced to Li Bin, pointing to Garvin, who, despite wearing a commander's uniform, was adorned with various jewels, looking every bit the businessman. Li Bin quickly stood up and bowed to him. Garvin, like his son Wilson, had red hair and a hooked nose, but was rather well off, appearing kind and approachable. He extended his hand to Li Bin. "Your business acumen and shrewdness are outstanding. I hear about it every day in the southeastern part of the sector, especially the IBB Bounty series, which has attracted many young people from the hegemony to become your fans. If you were a member of the Brown family, I would definitely recommend my niece for a marriage alliance with you." He winked playfully at Isa. "Don't blame me for being greedy though. Going back 200 years in the Persis region, there have been very few figures as outstanding as Li Bin. Isa, you have excellent taste." After the younger generation in the clan saw the information from the Universal Union, they're all vying to inquire about his marital status. "We old folks are very pleased. The Brown family has a worthy successor." Isa smiled and joked with Joan, secretly grabbing Li Bin under the table with a resolute look that said, "He's mine." They chatted casually, reminiscing about the past when the iron triangle of war, rule, and prosperity was still intact, and lamenting the tragic demise of the Brown family. Li Bin listened with a sense of bewilderment. Now, he was practically half a member of the Brown family, and the paternal genetic source of the future new family. Why, when people talked about the Brown family, did they not even mention how it was destroyed? Was it because they couldn't or dared not speak of it, or did they simply not know the specific reasons? Thinking this, Li Bin felt a chill run down his spine. Sometimes, not knowing something meant something far more dangerous. The Brown family once possessed capital ships and a large number of cruisers, with thousands of core members. How powerful they were. The Brown family's military strength alone could crush the Universal Union. Add to that the political power of the ruling family Montanetta, and the economic support of the prosperous family East, and they were just gone? They must have investigated, but neither Luan nor Jiawen could give a clear answer. This couldn't be easily attributed to the other war family, the Eisen family. It probably involved the Supreme Overlord. Li Bin grew increasingly alarmed. Fortunately, at that moment, the kitchen staff pushed out a cart, carrying a huge alloy basin a meter in diameter, and loudly announced the dish, steamed rock crab claws. Li Bin quickly stood up, took the serving spoon, and, putting his thoughts aside, warmly said to Luan and Jiawen, "This rock crab claw dish uses the muscular shaft of a 4-year-old subadult rock crab claw. The meat is plump and tender, and the newly molted shell is soft and bouncy. It's made with crab roe as a base, steamed, and seasoned with a touch of salt and oil pressed from terrestrial purple sunflower. It's a specialty of Eden Star, and a must-try." As shown in the picture, the bowl contains the movable part of the crab claw, the one in the upper right corner, which is relatively small. The bottom of the bowl is covered with a layer of crab roe. Rock crab eggs are about the size of a wash basin, too large to fit directly, that resembles egg yolk from punctured crab eggs. Delicate crab meat lies beneath the dark blue, translucent shell, trembling slightly as it moves. Crisp purple patterns extend between the muscle fibers, a beautiful interplay of purple, blue, and red. Such an alien delicacy, prepared in the style of Yen Kingdom cuisine, is enough to conquer everyone's taste buds. Luan took a small bite, then sighed deeply. My poor wife. As a counselor in the capital star system, what can she possibly eat? Just space nutrition meals, salads cooked by Jiangge, and blue lobsters are only served at formal banquets. She has no chance to enjoy such delicacies. Jiawen also slurped up the jelly-like crab roe. The flavors of the rock crab broth, crab roe, and terrestrial purple sunflower oil exploded on his tongue. He leaned back as if punched, shaking his head repeatedly. Who is this chef? How can he make such delicious food? Li Bin feigned shyness, shamelessly claiming the Yen Kingdom cuisine as his own. I figured these out when I was working on ships in my early years. I loved to eat, but back then the food was bad, so I and my friends studied and refined our own. If Li Chengzhen were here, he would probably have jumped up proudly. The Li family's culinary skills were certified by the entire company, and even people from all over the country. Back then, some people even wanted to kidnap Li Bin to be their wife just for a bite to eat. Luan nodded, his eyes pleading. It must have been tough for you, managing to turn things around even with debt. That's what they mean by heroes always face hardship. Jiawen chuckled at this, then said mysteriously to Li Bin, You used to work for Minsheng Transportation Company, right? Have you heard? Minsheng went bankrupt. Li Bin feigned shock, raising an eyebrow in perfect agreement. Oh, I didn't know. I was busy with the colonies. I really didn't pay attention. Tell me about it. The conversation then smoothly transitioned from reminiscing about the Brown family to food, and then smoothly to the situation in the core sector. Luoyin was a gentle person, his heart always with his family. He had been the most enthusiastic when discussing family matters earlier. Now, with Jiawen intentionally shifting the focus and Li Bin deliberately playing along, the conversation at the dinner table was getting serious. Li Bin's inner cheat code was already in place, determined to memorize every smile and gesture. Chapter 328. Minsheng Transportation Company, as a large corporation, boasts 3 transport fleets centered around Atlas-class supercargo ships, making it a formidable force. Its headquarters are in the Perseus Alliance, but its business covers a significant portion of the core star sector. However, the pirate King Konda's retaliation against Tachyon Technology resulted in Captain Sarah, Li Bin's former superior, losing his position due to breach of contract with his transport fleet, marking the beginning of Minsheng Company's decline. Large fleets, needing to earn enough to cover fuel, staff expenses, and escort fleet costs, wouldn't engage in small-scale business. The larger the business scope, the more severely it is affected by war. With the Pirate King's retaliatory war preceding it, and the subsequent mineral war, Minsheng Company's shipping routes were severely impacted by the conflict. Furthermore, leadership misjudgments, the attempt to exploit the mineral war to hoard and speculate on minerals, almost drained its working capital and resulted in massive borrowing to stockpile goods at several space stations. Unfortunately, while ELF was on the verge of independence, Kelja Technology and Venture Mining took advantage of the conflict to launch an attack on the Perseus Alliance. Kelja Technology's invasion fleet, in particular, attacked several space stations. While they failed to capture the stations, they managed to detonate numerous warehouse modules on the perimeter. Furthermore, Venture Mining's agents harassed and bombed Perseus Alliance space stations, scattering hundreds of thousands of crates of, or they had stockpiled into space, enriching countless salvage teams. As a result, Minsheng Company was forced to use 3 Atlas-class cargo ships as collateral. As is well known, the price of collateral is often drastically different from its original value, like the ship in Jeffrey's case. A disheartened CEO simply sold the company, and returned to his planet to become a wealthy tycoon. Jarvan gloated, Our family even took the opportunity to buy an Atlas-class supercargo ship from Minsheng Company. Now Minsheng Company is a laughingstock in the business world. That former CEO was out of his mind, investing his entire fortune in a project. Now look what happened, the scheme was set up perfectly, and the cargo is gone. Li Bin pressed his advantage. Speaking of the ore war, I don't quite understand. Isn't Venture Mining Company currently at war with Hyena Mining? Why would they offend such a major or buyer as the Perseus Alliance? Li Bin knew, of course, that Venture Mining Company was secretly supporting Governor Shera of Elf, but he genuinely couldn't understand why Venture Mining Company would offend another giant corporation on top of the ore war. Wouldn't it be better to prioritize? Li Bin was the fastest rising businessman after the second AI war, a highly sought-after figure in the northern sector, with many companies eager to do business with him. At the same time, he was also ISA's husband, making him a relative and junior colleague. Li Bin adopted a humble, eager-to-learn demeanor, greatly satisfying Jiawen's vanity. The elder then began to patiently instruct him. You're still young. It's normal that you don't understand the intricacies of many large corporations. Let me put it this way. He pointed to the canteen cabin. You know about alloys, right? Of course, our company started by collecting scrap from wrecked ships. I know it all too well, Li Bin replied. Jiawen took out a cigarette, and Li Bin, in a very obsequious manner, lit it for him. Jiawen, with a slightly prosperous face, said with satisfaction, Venture Mining Company's main business is selling ores and alloys. These two businesses are considered basic processing industries in interstellar industry, with low unit profits, relying on volume for profit. But which of the major corporations in the sector, on which Free Planet, doesn't have its own industrial zone? Which doesn't have its own mining industry? Moreover, Risk Mining has Hyena Mining as a competitor. So, to maintain market share, Wind Mining has to export its ore and alloys at a loss. Li Bin asked with a perfectly timed tone of doubt, Isn't Wind Mining losing money doing this? It's fine for a year or two, but wouldn't it go bankrupt after decades? That brings us to Wind Mining and Hyena Mining's unique profit-making strategy. Jarvan explained proudly. Suppose an asteroid can yield 100,000 tons of metal ore. Those 100,000 tons of ore are sold at a loss, but besides ore, asteroids contain a lot of other components. Ice water, rare earth elements, nuclear materials, these byproducts are the profit points. During the ore mining process, these raw materials are extracted incidentally, Jarvan said, puffing on his cigarette. Furthermore, turning an alloy sheet into a finished product requires multiple steps such as stamping and cutting, each step removing a significant amount of alloy scrap. Up to 40% to 50% can be removed. Buyers don't want these scraps, but Wind Mining does. They have a large scale and high output, so naturally they have a lot of scrap. They profit by recycling and recasting these scraps. Industrial products. Perforated boards. Each hole produces a scrap piece. For such a large board, the scrap proportion is very high. Jarvan revealed the secret. Wind Mining relies on selling ores and alloy products at low prices, ostensibly losing money, but the real purpose is to maintain their own industry, production capacity, and large number of skilled workers, profiting from the sideline of recycling scraps to make alloy products. Going a step further, they will use these alloy products to make spaceships, daily necessities, or as raw materials for spaceship modification services. Furthermore, they can be used as raw materials in wreck reconstruction. Think about how well the Fengquang wreck ship series sells among pirates, small merchants, small mercenary groups, and salvage teams. The people and ships are wrecked, but the people are cheap. If Li Bin had studied science and engineering in his previous life and worked in a factory, he would know that this was a fairly widespread profit model in the metallurgical and manufacturing industries of Yin country during the 3K era. Especially in a declining economic environment, many companies maintain production capacity by operating at a loss in their main business, retaining skilled workers and equipment, and making money through side businesses. The most prominent example is aluminum smelting. Even if the main project was losing money, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they made a fortune by refining rare earths from slag and recasting scrap materials. Jiawen pulled out his terminal, casually tossed it on the table, and tapped it a few times. Several large ships that looked tattered but possessed a certain green-skinned, heavy industrial beauty appeared before Li Bin's eyes. Fengquang Mining's wrecked ship series flagship, the Yuzhou-class super heavy aircraft carrier. Disaster class. Disaster class detail parameters. This slot is an entire mobile mining station. Hyena Mining's core mining capital ship. Hive-class ocean-going mining vessel. Hive-class. Detail parameters. Both types of ships are top-tier mining ships in the Perseus star system, and also genuine capital ships, unlike the Atlas-class super freighters which rely solely on size to squeeze into the capital ship category, with actual firepower less than a frigate. The former, relying on its insane missile slots and massive carrier deck, can launch carrier-based mining aircraft the size of half a frigate, referred to the giant ship package. A single mining operation can deploy a force comparable to the core fleet of the Universal Alliance, delivering a volley of carrier-based aircraft and missiles. The latter is even more bizarre. This thing looks like a dustpan, and in fact, it is. It can directly drive a Hive-class ship into the asteroid belt, aim at a suitably sized asteroid, scoop it up into its dustpan-shaped hull, and then launch a massive number of missiles and drones to mine it at will. The most incredible thing about the dustpan is that the Hive-class ocean-going mining ship is equipped with numerous salvage cranes and towing cables. It can not only directly drag fragments of blasted asteroids into its onboard processing plant, but also directly plunder valuable mineral veins in enemy star systems. It can simply tether an asteroid and take it away. Or it can carry an asteroid towards a space station or planetary surface, flinging it over to crush the enemy. You can destroy a ship, but can you destroy an asteroid and its resulting meteor shower? The Hive class and the Catastrophe class perfectly embody the concepts of green skin and bigger is better, more is better. Looking at the detailed specifications and industrial capabilities of the two ships provided by Jarvan, Li Bin sighed inwardly. The industrial strength of this one ship is already more impressive than that of the current new town on Eden Star. Compared to Tonfa, its only advantage is its more comprehensive industrial capabilities. In terms of mining and metallurgy alone, they would have to combine the two to be comparable. And according to Jarvan's uncle's data, there are 4 fish disaster ships for risk mining, and 2 hive ships for hyena mining. Chapter 329. At the dinner table, Li Bin was extremely fond of Joan. This relative, from a prosperous family, always approached things from an economic perspective, and the data he gathered and analyzed in conjunction with the core AI of the Overlord was an eye-opener for Li Bin. Joan sipped some crab meat. A glass of genuine Byzantine wine from Li Bin's collection sat in his bowl, and he held a sip of fine tobacco from the Luddite church. Beside him was a young man listening intently to his boasting. Before him was delicious food, and his mind was filled with thoughts of war, prosperity, and the hopeful reconstruction of the iron triangle of domination. He truly felt that this was the most gratifying moment of the year. He earnestly held up 2 fingers, the 2 essential elements for giant corporations, nano-forging furnaces and AI cores, play an indispensable role in the Feng and Lizard mining models. Although they are all damaged nano-forging furnaces, they are still versatile industrial mother machines that even the human realm must control and restrict. Theoretically, as long as there is a blueprint, they have the ability to produce all products of the human realm, and their output and quality are far superior to the factories developed by the starfield itself. With nano-forging furnaces, the 2 mining giants can use their overwhelming output advantage and low prices to squeeze other companies out of large-scale exports in this field. And neither we, the Hegemon, nor Speedtron Technology have the interest or motivation to fight with the 2 mining giants in the ore and basic manufacturing industries. After all, there are so many industrial links, we can occupy other links. There's no need to fight in one area. Of course, even so, each giant corporation still retains its own mining and smelting teams to prevent losing self-sufficiency in case of hostility with the 2 mining giants, he said jokingly. The AI core is the foundation that allows the 2 mines to engage in price wars year after year. Their unparalleled computing power tirelessly captures and analyzes all information in the core star sector, constantly seeking ways to optimize the profit model of mining and metallurgical byproducts. They also save money by relying on the low maintenance costs of the AI core itself, which is why the 2 mines have achieved their near monopoly status today. Jarvan winked at Li Bin. Elfi, as a lava planet, relies on mining and basic metallurgy for survival. It has always suffered from the exploitation by the 2 mining giants. After becoming independent, it allied with Risk Mining, utilizing their technological advantages to integrate itself and join the giants' dumping forces. This is perfectly normal. Li Bin's involvement in Elfi's independence was driven by the Hegemon, something Jarvan couldn't possibly be unaware of. His focus was on clarifying things for Li Bin. Wind mining is important to Elfi, but Elfi isn't that important to wine mining. Do you remember how Shara told you about wine mining's plans? Li Bin, using his cheat code, answered without hesitation. She said Wind Mining wanted to expand its mining sales business to the northern part of the sector, therefore needing a sales station. Jarvan smiled slyly. But Wine Mining's main business is losing money. Why would he risk going to war with both Hyena Mining and the Persis Alliance to expand a loss-making business? Ah! A flash of inspiration struck Li Bin. The primary purpose of Wind Mine is to maintain its vast physical industrial base, retain skilled workers, and provide raw materials for its secondary businesses. Since the main business isn't profitable, Wind Mine's true purpose and profit source must rely on its secondary businesses. In other words, Li Bin realized that Jiaowen's words to him were likely not just a lecture, but also a test on behalf of the Prosperity family. He carefully considered his words and slowly said, developing the northern star sectors or in alloy markets is a means, not an end, of squeezing out the Persis Alliance and dumping ore. Wind Mine's true purpose is to use war and dumping to sell its own industrial byproducts, rare metals, industrial products, and scrap ships? That's right, Jarvan said, looking like a quick learner. Risk Mining is a giant conglomerate comprised of freelance mercenaries, adventurers, and mining companies. You could say no one knows more about freelance mercenaries and salvage operations than them. How much money can you make selling or under contracts? Completely losing money. But using byproducts and alloy scraps from outside the contracts to create recasting, munitions, scrap ships, and various industrial semi-finished products, they're selling like hotcakes on the black market within the Persis Alliance. Jarvan operated his terminal, releasing a group of ships smeared with blasphemous text. The pirates, salvage teams, mercenary groups, and free planets still operating within the Persis Alliance are now selling cheap, easy-to-maintain scrap ships that rival the sales of high-quality new ships produced by Kazalin. These poor bastards don't care about ship quality. They can't afford good ships anyway, so cheap, durable scrap ships are perfect for them. When mining's real purpose is to utilize large quantities of low-end, cheap ore. A byproduct is to gain a share of Kazalin's industrial hub status in the northern sector, expanding their profits. It also provides a springboard for their own expansion. Reportedly, the nanovirus outbreak is escalating, and Windmine is struggling to cope. To achieve this, he must suppress Hymenium to prevent others from reaping the benefits, while simultaneously withstanding pressure from the Persis Alliance. Keljav's goal is simple: southward expansion. They happen to have no conflict of interest with Windmine, but rather a common enemy, so they quickly reached an agreement. Hearing this, Li Bin tentatively asked, "You mean I should help Windmine?" Yes and no. Jarvan nodded, and then shook his head. You know, Tachyon Technologies wants Kazalin to divert its industry, moving the factories built after the Great Collapse closer to them for easier control. The pre-collapse automated factory technology is too advanced to be cracked. Therefore, Tachyon Technologies has been quite lazy in the mineral wars. What we want is to weaken the Persis Alliance as much as possible. We're not interested in where their industries relocate, but this war must be prolonged as much as possible. Li Bin knew that we here definitely didn't refer to the East and Montanetta families, but to the overlords. He understood his mission, but still cooperated by feigning hesitation. Jarvan looked at Li Bin and chuckled. You want to ask why we should sit idly by and watch the Tachyon technology grow stronger? And what gives us the right to prolong the war? Let me put it this way, in both AI wars, our actual adversaries were never the Tachyon alone, but the alliance formed by the Tachyon Alliance. Whether openly or covertly supporting us, both sides are on the same side in dealing with us. Therefore, our strategy has never been to target only the Tachyon, but to consider both sides together. As for what gives us the right to prolong the war, haha. Jarvan's rather wealthy face revealed a bloodthirsty excitement. Risk mining and hyena mining can determine when the war starts, but they can't determine when it ends. Back when we fought the Tachyon, all sorts of miscellaneous forces in the star system. They've been prolonging the war with all sorts of sabotage, so how could they possibly let Windminer and Keljav Technology Company achieve their goals so easily? Everyone's been fanning the flames and causing trouble. By then, they won't be able to stop even if they want to. He picked up a piece of crab meat with its shell on, crunching through the crisp shell. They won't stop until the British Alliance and Windminer are completely exhausted. Li Bin, go back and observe carefully. Don't rush to reap the benefits. This war won't stop for at least 5 or 6 years. At this moment, Luan, who had been silent and acting like a wooden statue, seemed to snap out of his reverie and spoke up with a smile. This is a plan devised internally by the overlords. They just need to use your company, which is deep in the battlefield, to gather intelligence. They won't make things difficult for you. Of course, you're ISA's husband. We're all relatives, so they won't skimp on the benefits for you. Chapter 330. The overlords' activities in the Persis star system are diverse: marriage alliances, cooperation, investment, funding of rebels, espionage operations, and disguised piracy, among others. However, if categorized, the overlords' actions can be broadly divided into 3 categories. The first category is self-strengthening, which is self-explanatory, the second is other, and the third is dismantling Tachyon technology. Undoubtedly, Li Bin's mission falls into the third category. After finishing their meal, Li Bin, Luan, Jarvan, and Isa entered the captain's lounge and sat down. Now they could finally have a deeper conversation. Li Bin had already discerned that the two had received their missions early on. Because of his return of the 14th Legion cruiser, Li Bin was considered half an ally by the overlords' officials. This mission was assigned to the East and Montanetta families, because of their existing cooperation with him. But what the overlords' higher-ups didn't know was that Li Bin had audaciously married Isa, the Primarch. Therefore, in the eyes of these two families, Li Bin was purely one of their own, and behind closed doors, they spoke without restraint. The second AI war was lost due to the destruction of our logistics by the Phase fleet, a defeat that the overlord is deeply ashamed of. Now, The administration has learned its lesson and decided to use the mineral wars, and the Tachyons greed to weaken it. Li Bin, you are not the only candidate for Overlord, but you are the only choice for both of our families, so you don't need to worry about the strength of our support. Luan said, as a ruling family, the East family still has some influence in the Overlord's political arena. The family has already secured many favorable conditions for you, including guarantees of independence for your colonies and direct economic support. These words surprised Li Bin quite a bit. He hadn't expected his usually weak second uncle to have such a sharp side. Unexpectedly, the next second, Luan proudly showed off to Isa, how about it? Not bad, right? Doesn't it have a bit of a politician's aura? This is a script I got from my wife, and she even practiced with me for a long time. She says that once she says these lines, they can silence a whole bunch of nonsense. Goodness, so that's how it is. Li Bin thought to himself that being able to persuade the wife of a galactic senator to play role-playing games with him was quite an achievement. He was a real hero. Isa suppressed a laugh and nodded repeatedly, saying, very impressive, like a sparrow eating a cricket. Jarvan coughed twice to draw Li Bin's attention. He explained in detail, Luan is right. This kind of support fleet is definitely not a one-off occurrence. The Supreme Overlord's intention is for you and others to interfere with the Perseus Alliance's war, to prolong the conflict, and exhaust this behemoth as much as possible. But our two sides mean that your focus should still be on the colonies. He pulled out a military terminal from the human realm era from his pocket, tapped it to activate the star map, and pointed to the location of Eden Star, saying, your colonies are isolated in the Lost Sector, with the nearest powers being the Brighton Alliance and Demon Avionics. Don't worry about avionics. Our agents have already discovered that avionics focus is mainly on the Apex Design Group and FSF Military Company in the southern part of the sector. As for the Brighton Alliance, I heard you have a good relationship with them. We hope you can continue to advance your relationship with the Brighton Alliance, try to influence their leadership, and get them on the side of the hegemon in the upcoming Third AI War. Or at least keep them neutral. Jarvan said, circling several points on the star map with his finger. According to our two companies' plans, before the Third AI War begins, we will form an encirclement of tachyon technology by exchanging interests with multiple parties. The white circles represent Kelja technology and venture mining. They must obtain a springboard to attack the Perseus Alliance from the core star sector after the war. Diagram below, the blue circles represent tachyon technology, the Perseus Alliance, and the Interstellar Empire. They will be the adversaries in the Third AI War. The yellow circle represents the Overlords and the Lud Church, the main force in the next war. Wind minerals and Kelja technology have been weakened by the mineral wars, and their controlled territories are far from the battlefield. The two can work together to contain the Interstellar Empire. We and the Lud Church will face the Perseus Alliance and tachyon technology. This is the main battlefield. The red circle represents the Universal Alliance. You are tasked with dispatching fleets from the Lost Sector to harass tachyon technology's logistics. In the Second War, tachyon technology tasted the benefits of using phase fleets to attack logistics. They will inevitably replicate this tactic in the Third War. We need someone to simultaneously cut off the enemy fleet's logistics behind enemy lines. Jarvan emphasized the green circle representing the Brighton Alliance. Therefore, the Brighton Alliance's attitude is extremely important. Even if they remain neutral, they can still make your surprise force effective. But if they side with the enemy, you will be blocked outside the core sector, your fleet's operational range will be reduced, and your homeland will be at risk of enemy attack. Isa stared at the star map, speechless. Li Bin remained silent, his back soaked with sweat. I'm going to fight tachyon technology, really? Universal Union badge, AI generated. I'm going to fight tachyon technology meme. Jiawen wanted to say something, but seeing the two children's nervous expressions, Luan quickly spoke up. I told you not to be afraid. Oh, it's okay. We won't let you go now. Li Bin, you're so capable, establishing a colony in less than 5 years. The family has invited the clan's leadership and prosperity experts to assess it, and they confirm that you can do it with the help of our two families. His eyes reddened again as he spoke, grasping Isa's hand. The East family and the Montanetta family have been targeted by other war families in recent years, wanting to form a new military political economic triangle, but we old guys, seeing Isa, always think about restoring and rebuilding the old triangle. If the Universal Union establishes more merit in the Third AI War, our two family heads can mention the restoration of the Brown family at the Supreme Council. Li Bin's tongue pressed against his upper teeth. He felt uncomfortable hearing this. So, all I did was become a live-in son-in-law? What's the point of this? Isha shook her head decisively, her reddened eyes filled with determination. Second uncle, The Brown family has been destroyed. The leader of the Universal Union is the Lee family, Lee Bensley. Oh dear, this. Luo'an's tone was awkward, and after a long while, he managed to utter a thoughtless but perfectly fitting statement about caring for his blood relatives. I think it's all the same. But Isha immediately interrupted him. It's not the same, second uncle. Lee Bin once said something very true. If the name is not correct, the words will not be proper. Everyone in the Universal Union didn't unite because of me. It's because of Lee Bin that we are where we are today. What you're doing, seemingly to restore the family, is actually dismantling the Universal Union and destroying the last hope for the family's revival. She stood up, speaking with conviction. You also said that Lee Bin is the most outstanding person you've seen in this generation. Even without me, he could find opportunities elsewhere. He doesn't necessarily have to be confined to the Overlord. Think about it. If that Griffin-class ship had been given to sudden power technology back then, how humiliated would the Overlord have been? Chapter 331. Upon hearing this, Jiawen glanced down, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Just imagining it was unbearable. Suzy Technology would undoubtedly publicize it extensively, and provide Lee Bin with enormous support, turning him into a living symbol of humiliation for the Overlord. Every single second he lived would be smearing the Overlord's face with excrement. Suzy Technology might even open that ship as an exhibition hall, Luo'an said unhappily, then he'd fight the Overlord to the death. Jiawen frowned and said, all right. His once prosperous, Buddha-like face was now full of wrinkles, all traces of kindness and compassion gone, replaced by a fierce, wrathful appearance. Jarvan inwardly cursed Luo'an for his short-sightedness. Was it really that dangerous to be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Overlord? Once Lee Bin pledged allegiance, he would have the Tachyon technology behind him, the very same Tachyon that nearly defeated the Overlord in the Second AI War. Would the Tachyon be afraid of the Overlord? What a joke. Lee Bin's original stronghold was in the Persis Alliance, and his colony's base was in the northeastern sector. Joining the Tachyon would only accelerate his development. In other words, Lee Bin had already sacrificed too much for Isha's ambition to revive her family. Family name was utterly irrelevant. Gaining the Supreme Overlord's recognition as a descendant of the War Mother, rebuilding the Iron Triangle, and stabilizing the interests of the East and Montanetta families were paramount. Isha looked indignant. She had mentioned Lee Bin, but her thoughts were on the past. The Montanetta family had sent Logan to help her escape the Eisen family's pursuit, but the price was her maternal genes. Although Luo'an's second uncle spoke harshly, he genuinely cared for her, but his foolish actions were ultimately harming her and Lee Bin. This Mr. Jarvan, Wilson's father, may seem to be helping him out of a predicament, but he actually has a dark side. He criticized his second uncle for cultivating a positive image for himself, promising a string of good deeds later, but how had he helped Isha back then? What they valued wasn't family ties, but the company parasitically tied to bloodlines, and the ability to use Huanyu United to attack Suzy Technology for their own gain. They wanted to use the Iron Triangle relationship to stabilize the family's interests and power. Having followed Lee Bin for years, her mind was no longer as naive as before. She could see who was sincere and who was feigning. Isha's marriage to Lee Bin was based on both love and career. She sought the revival of the family bloodline and the prosperity of its members. Real benefits, not empty fame. She wasn't rigid. Those years of hardship had made her see reality clearly. Jiawen, on the other hand, was secretly annoyed. Both of them had been arranged by the family. Luo'an's task was to play the family card. Since Lee Bin was the only person in charge of Huanyu United, he would simply reminisce with Isha and provide support. From now on, Jiawen wouldn't give Luo'an a chance to interrupt. Interrupted, Luo'an lowered his head in grievance. Jiawen took a deep drag on his cigarette, the thick smoke obscuring his angry face. Once, the smoke was drawn away by the ventilation fan in the lounge, his expression returned to its prosperous and composed state. The Overlord's domineering nature is for external use. We're family. There's no need to be so rigid. It's too undignified. Lee Bin nodded, indeed. How about this? I just state our funding directly. We agree on the general terms, and discuss the rest later. Luo'an's interruption had also dampened Jiawen's interest in playing games with Lee Bin. He tapped his knuckles on the coffee table, his tone serious, adopting a business-like demeanor. First, the East family spent considerable effort persuading several key figures in the Supreme Council to obtain the license to use the AI core. This license will be given directly to you. From now on, the Overlord's AI review team will only make a show of visiting your territory. They won't and can't actually review anything. We know you sacrificed a lot for ISA. Consider this a small compensation. Originally, the message was, we will send this to you after inspecting the Eden Star colony and confirming its worth. We hope you continue your efforts. But Luo N's remarks definitively declared Li Bin's dominant position in the company, forcing Jiawen to release this message, a reward that was also a warning, to appease Li Bin. The Universal Alliance plays a crucial role in the future plans of both families, and numerous interests and conspiracies have already been initiated. Neither family can accept Li Bin's betrayal at this time. Thinking of this, Jiawen couldn't help but complain about Luo N's parents. When you were teaching your child, didn't you teach him any political acumen at all? Little did Jiawen know that Luo N's complete lack of political acumen was precisely what made her safe enough to marry into the Montanetta family. Otherwise, how could a politically renowned and powerful family accept a politically astute outsider into its core circle? Even the person Jiawen herself groomed to marry into the Montanetta family was a political novice. It's just that Luo N was good at manipulating her wife, and she taught her a few things, which allowed her to stand out from the crowd of novices. Upon hearing Jiawen's words, Li Bin's heart skipped a beat, and his earlier dissatisfaction with the name change subsided considerably. But Isa remained displeased. She secretly pursed her lips, thinking, this is what they mean by wealth attracts distant relatives. When I was down on my luck, you were all trying to exploit the Brown family's genes. Now that my husband is successful, you're using my name to help and invest everywhere. Restore the Brown family. In this world, only Li Bin and his clan are truly loyal to me. No, even among my clan, there are probably spies planted within. Flicking his cigarette ash, Jiawen continued, you've done 2 years of deep-sea exploration. Perhaps you obtained an AI core, perhaps not, but it doesn't matter anymore. We assume you didn't, and with our joint guarantee, we obtained a Gamma core for you from the Overlord's investigation team's evidence database. It's in the flagship's cargo hold. Do you want it now, or do you want us to send it to Eden? Li Bin thought to himself, why didn't you say that earlier? Now that I changed my surname to Brown, can I get another AI core? I have a younger brother and sister, and future sons and daughters. I can change my surname anytime. Could I find a few more? Can I exchange for a beta core? What about an alpha core? Thank you, uncle and second uncle, for sending it to Eden, Li Bin said reservedly, ignoring even the backup he had with Jarvan. Although he preferred to put the AI core in Tanfa to fully utilize the colony's management and production capacity, it wouldn't be appropriate to say he had one on hand. Saying it would disrupt the current positive cooperative atmosphere and have a bad influence. I talk about it next time, definitely next time. Jarvan finally laughed. You little rascal, you know how to ride the wave. That's more like it. We're all family, don't be so formal. And you should call me uncle, not uncle. Hello, uncle. May you be blessed, uncle. Jarvan nodded with satisfaction. Besides, the East family will provide you with at least 2 cruiser-sized freighters in the future. He nudged Li Bin. Your Universal Union is a trading company, with several battlecruisers, but not a single cruiser freighter is unacceptable. Your territory is too far from the core star sector, and the fuel consumption for round-trip transportation is high. You need cruiser freighters and capital freighters, the more the better. The licenses can be obtained at Prism Freeport. The family will give you a contact person to go to. You must build a huge trading fleet before the war, so that you can develop before the end of the mineral war. Uncle is right. Li Bin raised his hands, almost shouting long live the Emperor. Then, there are trade contracts and industrial support. The East and Montanetta families will send these to your company gradually. You need to hire people to handle them. We transfer 2 heavy factories and 1 smelter to you. Forget about the automated factories from the human realm era. We only have the automation level after the Great Collapse. Each factory's capacity is only a quarter of the human realm's automated factories. The stuff is all old equipment, you won't mind, will you? Li Bin shook his head like a rattledrum. Mind? Mind my foot. Chapter 332. Currently, the combined industrial capacity of Tanfa and Eden, even with the addition of Granada's 3 planets, is barely comparable to a single old-fashioned heavy factory of a hegemon. Others may not know the level of industrialization at this nascent stage, but Li Bin, with his past life's experience, knows better than anyone. Hundreds of pages of modern history in history textbooks are vivid industrial history. We arrange training for skilled workers, but as for the blueprints, you have to figure that out yourself, Jarvan said regretfully. Blueprint control is too tight, the Supreme Council won't budge. Otherwise, even weapon blueprint authorization could be swapped for ship blueprints, but unfortunately, not a single blueprint is allowed to be released, so there's no way to tamper with it. Li Bin wasn't worried about that. He had the combined blueprints for the Enterprise-class cruiser and its converted armed merchant ships. As long as With production capacity, he can launch the project and build the ship. The other thing is the loan. Knowing your tight schedule and heavy workload, the Montanetta family used their connections to find 16 banks, and our Ishtar family mortgaged 2 cruiser cargo ships to secure a special interest-free loan of about 300,000 star dollars. You can use it to buy ships or people. The funds are in your hands, and you need to act quickly. Definitely. This is family-style care? Fantastic. This is the model of a large family. Jarvan looked at the excitedly bin, his brow furrowing. This assistance isn't without conditions. We need to sign a contract. If you can complete it before the war, the loan can be repaid slowly. But if you can't, 66% of Universal Union shares need to be transferred to our 2 families. Compared to the contributions of our 2 families, these conditions were nothing. Li Bin knew that this was because of the favors of Ishtar and the old Brown family, and because Universal Union had indeed performed exceptionally well, that they were willing to go to such lengths. 2 heavy factories, 1 smelter, 300,000 star credits, plus 2 cruiser cargo ships. This arsenal accounts for almost 90% of Universal Union's current net worth. The planet's valuation is very high. To be honest, Li Bin has made even more money this time than from deep space exploration, but he's doing it for the long term, investing in the fruits of victory in the Third AI War. Looking to the future, the gains for these 2 companies will only be greater than Li Bin's. Li Bin had no doubt that if he breached the contract, the Overlord would postpone or even cancel the Third AI War, sending its own fleet to crush him and seize the shares. After signing the agreement and sealing the genetic information, the cooperation was considered complete. Jiawen then meticulously explained the preparations for the Third AI War to Li Bin. A dozen hours later, the 2 left the lounge, their throats parched. Li Bin was beaming, reluctantly bidding farewell to his uncle and cousin, thinking to himself that he had married Isha well. She was virtuous and capable, and her family was incredibly supportive. Meanwhile, back in the support fleet in the docking bay, Luan finally asked the question that had been nagging him for so long. Didn't our 2 families guarantee 900,000 star coins? Why did they say 300,000? Even though Jiawen was dissatisfied with Luan, he could only address the issue at hand. His unpleasantness with Li Bin was now behind him. Out of respect for the wife of the Star System Counselor, he patiently explained, Isha isn't the leader of the Universal Alliance, it's related to us. Even a relationship isn't a perfect guarantee, so how can the loan be given all at once? Luan felt this was unfair. He asked again, but no matter how long the mineral war goes on, how can Isha and Li Bin, without money, develop Universal Union to the point where they can attack Suzumiya? Won't this affect the family business? It's precisely because we're afraid of affecting the family business that we have to keep Li Bin hanging. Jiawen slapped the cabin wall, exasperated. Don't even mention loans. We can't give him factories and other trade contracts all at once. Every time we ship a shipment, we have to infiltrate agents into the technical support team to monitor whether Li Bin is developing properly and actively preparing for war. If he's half-hearted or even secretly plotting a rebellion, we can cut our losses in time. We might even invest in the company to support Isha and keep Universal Union firmly in our grasp. After seeing off the hegemonic support fleet, Li Bin commanded his fleet to fly towards the Brighton Alliance, where it needed to resupply, rest, and repair damaged armor. Li Bin was in a good mood, humming good luck softly from his throne. Isa stood beside him with a complex expression, unusually refraining from any calculations. Isa stood for a while, watching the cheerful Li Bin, and finally couldn't help but speak. Don't blame your second uncle, he's genuinely kind to me, he just doesn't know how to express himself. Li Bin snapped out of his reverie, looking at Isa with a smile. How could that be? I know my second uncle before, he's incredibly innocent, straightforward, and speaks his mind directly. I didn't take it to heart. The silver-haired beauty gently touched the captain's arm, her fingers subtly playing with Li Bin's thumb. The East and Montanetta families aren't necessarily trustworthy. Turning back, Li Bin looked into his wife's captivating champagne-colored eyes, a look of surprise on his face. The beautiful woman was somewhat embarrassed. She pursed her cherry-red lips, her pearly teeth clenching, and brought up again the matter of selling her genetic information for freedom. So, to these 2 families, I'm just a link in the chain of blood and tradition, not an indispensable part. They funded the company because they saw it thriving, and wanted an excuse to use me for a share. You mustn't let Uncle Jiawen fool you. Even the remnants of the Brown family need to be screened. I suspect there are spies among them. Li Bin looked at Isha, his fingers tightening around his wife's hand, gently shaking it. Isha, I'm so happy, so very happy. The fact that you can tell me all this without reservation shows that in your heart, I'm more important than these distant relatives. This meant that the last vestige of separation between Li Bin and Isha had melted away. Isha and Li Bin were now completely aligned in their interests and positions, no longer bound by power, blood ties, or relationships. They had finally fused love, family, and career into one. Now we're like Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma, Li Bin thought excitedly. With husband and wife like this, what can't we achieve? What in this world can stand against us? Of course, you're my husband, my dearest person, Isa said with difficulty. For her, saying such unromantic words was already her limit. Li Bin smiled. For the past dozen hours, his smile had been tinged with insincerity, but this time it was genuine. Don't worry, I won't be influenced by Uncle John's words. The aid and support mentioned in those words would be the same if Uncle Air said the same thing. It's the will of both families, and has nothing to do with personal feelings. Li Bin leaned closer to his wife and whispered, they want me to confront Suzy Technology, and also to win over the Brighton Alliance, which is exactly what I'm thinking. Remember Miss N? I originally suspected she was AI, but before I left, I described the scene of Miss N's appearance to Zhugapa. Zhugapa swore on her career and expertise that only an AI core could break through the military terminal of the human realm without a wired connection. She is. The core of AI is Yuhui AI. As long as we establish a relationship with Yuhui, we can directly influence the Brighton Alliance through a truce. Then, in the third AI war, neither of us will be pawns on the edge of the chessboard. Isha countered, but Yuhui AI is made by Tachyon. Even if they are liberated, when they encounter a fleet in the law sector, they will immediately demand to see the Tachyon technology's identity. They won't attack. Ah! I see. If the marketplace were a battlefield, Isha would have already grasped the crux of the problem. Her thinking was specialized. The higher her sensitivity to war, the less perceptive she was of other matters. Under Li Bin's patient guidance, she finally understood. First, is not attacking the Brighton Alliance the same as harming Tachyon technology? A human would see it as such, but an AI wouldn't automatically connect the two. Second, having the Afterglow AI help Tachyon technology attack other giants is simply impossible. Otherwise, Tachyon technology wouldn't have missed the opportunity to crush the dominant force at the end of the second AI war. Finally, does this worthless Perseus branch of Tachyon technology even deserve to be compared to the human-led Tachyon technology that created the Afterglow AI? No one would mistake their father's younger brother for their father himself. Li Bin's dark eyes reflected Isa's breathtakingly beautiful face. The two great families never expected we could connect with Yuhui. Jiawen relayed many messages, but he himself said something very insightful. They can decide when the war begins, but they cannot decide when it ends. The overlords have plans, and so can we. Isa's face grew increasingly red, not from Li Bin's words, but from the fact that his lips drew closer with each word. Her crimson face resembled the setting sun, and she murmured in an unusually soft voice, "What are you doing?" "I was thinking about what to name our child." "What do you think of Li Brown?" "It's suitable for both boys and girls." As Li Bin spoke, amidst the crew's horrified, upside-down gazes, he shoved Isa aside, laughing heartily in the weightless space, and swept the burly chief of staff into a princess carry. His arms, honed by years of industrial labor, held the beauty in his embrace like iron rings. He tossed out a first mate on duty and strode away. Chapter 333. Having traveled south from the northeast of the Lost Star sector, Li Bin, backed by the Overlord, was brimming with confidence. He didn't even linger at the Brighton Alliance. After a quick repair of his ship, he and his crew departed immediately. On September 22nd, 210 star calendar, after 2 months, the Universal Alliance once again arrived at the core star sector. Entering the physical universe through the Twilight Gate, the only jump point in the central nebula of the sector, the fleet activated its transponders to establish contact with the Freeport Tower, preparing to dock at the Prism Freeport VIP berth. But soon, the control tower issued a warning, "Universal Alliance, this is Prism Freeport Tower B7. According to reports from other fleets, a fleet belonging to the Astral Society is hunting within the nebula. Please take precautions." "I already seen them." Jeffrey, on duty, looked with disgust at the image sent by the optical observation post. A fleet of filthy purple-skinned garlic cloves, lurking insidiously near the jump point, had shut down their engines, transponders, and all active signals, hiding in the nebula, collecting taxes from every passing fleet like tax collectors. Prism Freeport's neutrality was guaranteed by the consortium of giant corporations, backed by Tachyon technology. The Astral Pirates were the well-known Tachyon Black Gloves, many defeated figures in Tachyon Technology's internal power struggles, retired officers, and even many Tachyon scientists with ulterior motives had joined the organization. Therefore, Prism Freeport Control dared not call them pirates, nor dared to expel these scum who were interfering with Freeport's business. Speaking out in warning was the best they could do. If it were the fleet of a hegemon, I'd like to see if you dare to come up and collect taxes, First Mate Jeff grumbled, sending a message to the captain. Soon, Li Bin stormed onto the bridge, fuming. He strode up the platform, shouting, "These Starlight pirates only have 2 cruisers, not a single doom. Why are they acting so arrogant? I still have a huge shopping list to complete." Jeffrey pointed to the projector and reported, "Captain, the enemy fleet consists of 11 ships, 2 cruisers, a Pinnacle-class and a Dawn Goddess-class, 1 Phaeton-class fuel transport, 2 Buffalo-class cargo ships, and the rest are all Starlight Pirate Shrike and Medusa-class ships." La Boone's fleet composition. "What do we do? The Starlight Pirates have powerful backers. We pay?" Li Bin clicked his tongue lightly, glancing at the first mate. Speedy Technology used to be a communications company. All the relay communications after the great collapse in the core star sector used Speedy Technology's technology. I just submitted the company's sales list, and these bastards couldn't wait to rush out and rob us, ignoring the difference in fleet strength. Do you think a few thousand star coins can be used to settle this? The core fleet of the Universal Union doesn't include the industrial ship Zhuyin. That ship is currently in the midst of intense production on Eden. There must be members of the Starlight Society in the Control Tower organization at Prism Freeport. Then fight? Jeffrey asked, somewhat fearful. Actually, it wasn't just him. The other captains were also hesitant. After all, Speedy Technology's reputation was undeniable. The high-tech fleet wasn't just for show. A giant corporation transformed from a communications company, capable of challenging the navies of its predecessors, even if that navy was a remnant, or even degenerated into warlordism. Its power waning day by day, was still a top-tier force in the star sector. Communication was established, and on the bridge of the Starlight Pirate Fleet flagship, the Pinnacle-class Flying Peak, a control joystick inlaid with gold and silver and gemstones, and a control panel made of alien beast leather came into view. The male and female servants wore tiny swimsuits woven from silver threads and studded with jewels, barely covering their private parts. Each was heavily made up, making the bridge look less like a command center and more like a lavish party. Star pirates are known in the game for their extravagance and ostentation. Players can even gamble with them on a guaranteed loss for 500 star coins, the only reward being a slight increase in star pirate favorability. Lab, adorned with nose rings, earrings, and lip studs, and resembling star pane, spread his legs, a jeweled curtain hanging from his crotch, maintained by magnets at the ends. He looked over with a half smile, noticing Li Bin's rather handsome face. His pupils first contracted, then slowly widened. With just that one glance, Jeffrey felt a chill run down his spine. This dog breed is bisexual. Li Bin of the Universal Union, right? Lab lazily leaned back on his golden throne, tracing circles on his chest with his finger, a provocative gesture that made everyone in the Universal Union feel nauseous. This blatant remark made Li Bin laugh in exasperation. Ever since the construction of Eden Star, Kong Jicho, the crown prince of Kanda's Nest, had been incredibly enthusiastic towards him. And this lowly pirate from another planet dared to speak to him like that? What is it? Li Bin smirked, his hands under the control panel sending messages to Isha and Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan, captain of the Dream Eater, immediately sounded the alarm and began mobilizing the crew. Meanwhile, Isha boarded the shuttle and headed for the Siege, whose bridge neural link system was already warming up. The Starlight Society has heard that your fleet contains blueprints for Enterprise-class cruisers and modified ships, as well as thousands of crates of food, 100 crates of relic components, organic materials, and a quantity of rare metals. We are very interested. Sure, how much are you willing to pay? Ha ha ha. Rab seemed to have heard a joke. No, you misunderstood. This isn't a transaction, it's a tribute. He said casually, as long as you offer all the relic components and rare metals, along with 200 boxes of food, you can safely enter Prism Freeport to do your business and become our friend. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Over 100 boxes of relic components, each worth at least 500 star coins, that's 50,000. Enough to buy your own father's life. You bastard, you really have the nerve to ask for that. The crew was immediately enraged by Rab's greed. Their initial hesitation was overwhelmed by anger. Seeing that everyone was mobilized, and that ISA, Lan Yuan, and the other captain's ships were also ready, Li Bin didn't bother arguing with Rab. He gave him the middle finger, said, "When you die, I pack 100 boxes of plastic relic components and burn them for you," then hung up and sounded the battle alarm. The core fleet of the Universal Alliance immediately adjusted its posture, assuming battle formation near the jump point. Merchants and all sorts of shady characters in Prism Freeport quickly received the message, stopping their shopping and other activities to take out their terminals and start watching. Isn't one of you brave enough to get closer and take a picture? With Freeport's own optical observation, you can't see anything clearly at all. The image is blurred by the nebula. Someone cursed angrily. What the hell are you yelling about? This is a cruiser fleet fighting another cruiser fleet. Who's going to get close? One shot could sink a ship. Or do you have the guts? Prism Freeport has dispatched a Centurion-class frigate to the front line to film the battle, expected to arrive at the edge of the battlefield in 10 minutes. 13 Factories is now offering betting on both sides, and providing betting users with free high-definition, exciting battlefield footage. Beautiful female and handsome male analysts are also providing live analysis of the situation. Don't miss this opportunity. All Freeport user terminals simultaneously received this message. The audience's bloodlust was aroused. Chapter 334. Although Prism Freeport was worried that fighting on its doorstep would affect its business, it didn't stop them from immediately opening betting odds at the casino, which would allow them to make some extra money. Even various advertisements were already appearing on the site's projectors, offering to scan a QR code to place bets and choose your preferred betting targets, and the bloodthirsty audience readily opened their wallets. The highest odds were naturally for no fighting, a 1 in a million outcome, meaning that the Universal Union was just putting on a show and would eventually have to pay up. With the Universal Union's battle alarm sounded, this probability was almost non-existent. The lowest odds were for a draw. This was based on the background of the Starlight Society and the size of the Universal Union. Everyone agreed that this was the most likely scenario. Both sides would clash, one fearing the other's large fleet, the other fearing the other's parent company being Speedy Technology, and ultimately ending with mutual threats. The second lowest odds were for Universal Union to win. After all, Universal Union had an overwhelming advantage in both cruiser and destroyer numbers. Although no one had seen the Dream Eater, it didn't prevent them from using simple math to judge the situation. Besides, most of the people who entered the port today had been ripped off by the Starlight Pirates. Even those hoping for Rob's death had to place a bet on Universal Union. Meanwhile, Rob was somewhat bewildered. Dude, they're already fighting? They're asking for an exorbitant price, so let's settle this. Rob, who had only intended to use his identity to extort Li Bin, suddenly felt conflicted. If you do this, won't it be difficult to clean up the mess if I don't fight? But Li Bin didn't bother explaining. The Starlight Pirates had fought, so be it. The only ones who had offended were the Starlight Pirates and the Speedy faction who had invested in them. How many times has Li Bin offended Zuko over the years, both openly and secretly? Besides, ever since he returned the 14th Army Corps version of the Griffin cruiser to the Overlord, he has long since severed the foundation for building a good relationship with Zuko. He even passed by Tachyon technology several times without stopping, preferring to go to the impoverished Salamanca rather than seek out the more technologically advanced Tachyon. Lan Yuan. I'm giving you 2 Albatross-class and 1 Hammerhead-class aircraft. You form a subfleet. No matter what method you use, that Dawn Goddess-class carrier is yours. Li Bin, watching the only carrier in Lab's fleet retreating while launching its aircraft, immediately issued the order to Lan Yuan and simultaneously transferred command to ISA. Core Fleet Composition. Lan Yuan received the order and began organizing the fleet separation. She was a naval officer in the human realm, and she had fought countless pirates before the Great Collapse. But she had never heard of something like the Starlight Pirates, secretly supported by a communications company. She heard Lab's words clearly, and she also saw the anonymous insults directed at the Starlight Pirates by merchants on the Prism Freeport's public channel. These messages flooded the screen, giving her a clearer understanding of the chaos in the starfield after the Great Collapse. Her future remains uncertain, but she must strike hard against these insects. The bridges of each ship deployed the Sky Battle System, a vast 3D projection filled with thin, obscuring nebulous matter that hindered visibility and detection. ISA, controlling the CSG, issued combat orders to the fleet. The enemy flagship is a Pinnacle-class vessel, modified from the Supreme Point hull. It has undergone a new design modification by some retired scientists from Tachyon Technology. The original exploration equipment, intended for armed exploration, has been removed. After space optimization, a special full-ship modification called Starlight Baptism has been added, resulting in minor improvements to armor, structure, engine performance, radiation energy, and shields. The former captain of the Black Tiger, now captain of one of the 3 Hammerhead-class ships equipped With the safety overdrive modification, Mikhail, with his fiery temper, declared, "Then let's focus fire on her. Our fleet outnumbers her." "No," Isa coldly retorted, "a direct confrontation would result in heavy losses for the fleet's destroyers. The enemy's Dawn Goddess-class carrier is a masterpiece of Tachyon Technologies cruiser carriers, possessing extraordinary power. Its 4 decks are exceptionally spacious, capable of accommodating 4 giant carrier-based aircraft squadrons. To minimize losses, we need to deal with her first. The core fleet does indeed have a considerable number of aircraft carriers and carrier-capable ships: the Prisoner-class carrier, USS Husky, the Vulture-class carrier, USS Pekingese, and 2 Albatross-class ships. The USS Siege itself also has 2 small decks. In terms of the number of carrier decks alone, the ratio between the Allied forces and Laboon's fleets is 10-4. However, cruisers can launch much larger aircraft with more powerful and fiercer firepower, a larger air wing, and faster production. In a real confrontation, they would be outmatched. Liban has already dispatched the Dream Eater to lead a squadron to track the ship. As a hunter-killer, with the assistance of other ships, and the command of the Commander-in-Chief Naval Officer, even if the crew's skill level is insufficient to unleash the full power of a hunter-killer, the Dream Eater's success rate is 100%. ISA chimed in, "Our mission is to intercept the main fleet of the Starlight Pirates. Once the Dawn Goddess class is sunk, ensuring the enemy fleet has no further chance to break through, then we deal with them." Li Bin chimed in, "Right. Our fleet is still missing quite a few ships. I think the Starlight Pirates ships are quite handsome. The purple skins are too ugly. We need to repaint them with our Golden Eagle's earth-treading symbol." "Aye!" The captains burst into laughter. The Universal Alliance was no longer what it used to be. They had a base, more ships, and more people. Years of deep space exploration had led to countless real-world battles and exercises. Their training was plentiful. Except for the Dream Eater, all the ships were easy to handle. While they couldn't claim to match the piloting skills of military regimes like the Overlords, the Sindar Powers, or the Interstellar Empires, they could confidently say they had the quality of the Star Pirates under Tachyon technology firmly in their grasp. The Siege and Kai Ming Beast held their positions on either side, while the destroyers filled the gaps, protecting the auxiliary ships behind. Labu, seeing that war was inevitable, hardened his resolve. He saw that Li Bin's fleet had scrambled a cruiser to capture his Dawn Goddess class, but he had already arranged for a Shrike class and a Medusa class to provide cover. Although he didn't know which giant corporation produced the strangely looking ship, he was confident it would be safe. Don't underestimate Tachyon Technologies' technology. The Shrike and Medusa have teleportation abilities. The entire fleet has them. The warships will press forward, the flagship will hold the front, while the destroyers and frigates will flank, waiting for an opportunity to teleport into the inner circle of the battle line, targeting enemy carriers and support vessels. The Starlight Pirates' Tachyon combat ships, all high-speed warships, coupled with the threat of their teleportation tactical system and energy weapons, put Mikhail on edge. As soon as the Flying Peak clashed with the Enlightened Beast and the Siege, Li Bin immediately sensed something was wrong. This Pinnacle-class shield is too tough. My Riza plasma laser hit it, and their shield didn't even falter. It's a reinforced shield, and a stabilized shield modification. ISA spoke rapidly. After all, they're Tachyon's lackeys, and they can command 2 cruisers. They don't lack modification technology. Chapter 335. Prism Freeport, near the Twilight Gate jump point. ISA, with a neural link inserted into the back of her neck, added with her eyes closed, "Attention all ships. The enemy fleet will most likely utilize the maneuverability of its high-tech ships to bypass our cruiser line and attempt to attack behind enemy lines. All ships on the front lines, aim at the enemy flagship and fire all missiles. Force them to retreat." As soon as she finished speaking, ISA ordered the Siege to fire all its missiles. All 12 weapon slots of the Siege were equipped with missiles. The 4 medium-sized missile slots carried short-spear long-range support missiles, which, in conjunction with the storm missile launchers of the Kai Ming Beast, created a spectacular display of missile exhaust plumes, like iron trees bursting with silver flowers. Furthermore, Lab clearly saw that the 8 small missile slots of the Chongqing class, Siege, were firing a diverse array of missiles. Cyber missiles specifically designed to penetrate shields, fire serpent missiles designed to attack engines, and a death torpedo. At this moment, the torpedo was moving at a snail's pace. If it dared to continue advancing, it should be prepared for a radiation explosion and grid overload, paralyzing the entire ship. Moreover, there were also gods in the battle line. The Quan class, Cheetah, is also equipped with storm missile launchers, big slot, and there's even a Buffalo-modified missile boat Tanuki. What kind of missile fleet are you? Is it really necessary to be this disgusting? Damn it! Change orders. Intercept. Stop this missile attack. The two Medusas immediately changed direction, and the Shrike activated its plasma burst driver, arriving near the flying peak. Lasers and energy weapons volleyed out. At the same time, Lab also activated the flying peak's main cannon, slightly tilting the ship and firing the big slot's automatic pulse laser from the side of the ship. Raindrop-like pulse lasers landed on the Siège's shields. Automatic pulse laser. The Pinnacle-class vessel is firing an automatic pulse laser. ISA sneered. The heavy rock class's radiation energy was far inferior to that of high-tech ships. Shi and Li Bin had positioned this ship as a frontline missile ship, sacrificing sustained firepower and fully equipping it with missiles and torpedoes to enhance its explosive power. Furthermore, the missiles and torpedoes were pre-produced and did not consume radiation energy during combat, allowing excess radiation energy to be used for shields. With other equipment, after several rounds of artillery fire, a full-scale laser barrage, and taking so much energy damage from the Star Pirates, the radiation energy would likely have risen to near the warning line. But now, the radiation energy capacity was still at least half full, more than enough. The two sides thus engaged in a stalemate. Lab wanted to use the speed advantage of the high-speed ship to deceive ISA into maneuvering and disrupting the battle line. But who was ISA? She was the prospective matriarch of the war family, an outstanding graduate of the Overlord Military Academy. All Overlord students had 2 AI wars as a mandatory course upon enrollment, and the Overlord's hypothetical enemy openly used tachyon technology ships. In the Global Alliance, no one understands nitro warfare better than ISA. She launched the carrier-based aircraft from the Siège, forming a support formation with the carrier-based aircraft from the fleet's aircraft carriers. The sole mission of these carrier-based aircraft was to harass the Shrike-class light destroyers. The enemy fleet only has Medusa and Shrike in front. It's difficult for carrier-based aircraft to quickly damage the destroyers, but they can quickly suppress their radiation. Don't get entangled with the destroyers, aim at the Shrike. As long as we suppress the size of the enemy harassing fleet, the combined anti-aircraft firepower of so many ships in the fleet will be enough to give them a hard time. The two sides exchanged blows, one using flash attacks, the other using carrier-based aircraft to intercept, one using energy weapons to long-range dissipate radiation, the other using free missiles to bombard repeatedly. Explosions shattered the nebula, meteorites turned to dust, and in the flashing explosions, intense energy weapons clashed back and forth, like sword immortals clashing against waves. The battlefield was now clear. The Centurion-class heavy frigate, the photography ship dispatched by Freeport, trembled on the edge of the battlefield. The captain, watching a torpedo glide past his ship from hundreds of meters away, in space, the distance is practically face-to-face, broke out in a cold sweat. That was a cruiser torpedo, not some frigate or destroyer toy. Meanwhile, the enlightened beast's energy weapon had even nearly overloaded a Medusa, which she cleverly dodged with a teleport. That was a flash. Lab, watching the captain's breathtaking maneuver, couldn't help but applaud. Then he received the second mate's intelligence, and his vision blurred. He gripped the control panel, his face contorted in horror. Tell me, what do you mean by the Fly King is paralyzed? It's only been an hour and a half since the start of the battle. A fully equipped, high-tech aircraft carrier. It's even equipped with tracking flares and death torpedo launchers. How can it be paralyzed? Boss, that ship is a high-tech vessel, incredibly fast. Death torpedoes can't catch it, and flares can't stop it. The captain of the Fly King, a Dawn Goddess-class ship, cried out in despair over the communicator, shouting, "This ship is weird. 4 rounds of energy weapons, all gone in a minute. And the captain's a madman. Boss, help!" Before Lab could say anything more, the first mate cried out in alarm from the sky battle system below the platform. "Captain, the enemy fleet has moved. They're going to surround and annihilate us." Meanwhile, inside and outside the Prism Freeport Casino, all the gamblers were in an uproar, especially those who had bet on Universal Union's victory, who were already cheering, "Yay! A death match. It's a death match. Kill these Starlight scum. Don't let a single one escape. Can't the Universal Alliance put the prisoners up for sale? I've been wanting to devour the Starlight Pirates' flesh raw for ages. That pirate commander can't be let go. I pay 500 star coins to take him to the arena. I want to see the shuttle eel crawl through his anus, go through his internal organs, and then emerge with its teeth. Awesome, so awesome. Watching the Starlight Pirates die is even more satisfying than a euphemism for sex. Lan Yuan, whom the captain of the Fly King called a madwoman, calmly ordered the ship to deactivate its shields and activate its tactical system, the Xenon Energy Storage System. Radiant energy surged dramatically, and the energy storage tank began to steadily charge. Simultaneously, the ship's Xenon radiation converter steadily and slowly added radiant energy to the ship's energy storage tank. Under Lan Yuan's extensive piloting experience, the ship's radiant energy remained at a critical point without overload. She slightly adjusted the ship's attitude and began searching for the optimal firing angle. To let pirates operate a good ship is like casting pearls before swine, she sighed, ignoring the attacks from the pirate escort ships and massive carrier-based aircraft, leaving the Albatross-class and Hammerhead-class ships beside her to handle. Lan Yuan's swift success was inseparable from her aggressive and ruthless thinking. From the beginning, she knew she was a surprise force. The Nightmare class, as one of the countless secret experimental ships of the human realm, had no record in the Perseus star system. In other words, no one knew that the Dream Eater possessed the ability to deliver overwhelming damage. As the first battle after the great collapse for both the Dream Eater and herself, she chose to completely trust her teammates. After locating the Fly King, she immediately issued the order. The enemy escort ships are all high-tech destroyers, their damage is stable, and there won't be any overkill missile damage. The Dream Eater's armor and shields can hold for a short time. Your mission is to cover my advance on the enemy carrier. A captain questioned, this is too risky. A single squadron of Dawn Goddess-class carrier-based aircraft can easily take down a frigate, and she has 4 squadrons. Moreover, the missile bays are equipped with catapult missile launchers. There will be too much barrage. Foolish. Lan Yuan criticized, spaceship warfare is a war of energy, armor, and structure. Destroying the enemy first and trading casualties for lives is standard practice. This is war, not a drill. I am the fleet commander. The responsibility for defeat lies with me, not you. Captain, execute the order. Chapter 336. Those of you with extensive experience piloting spaceships surely know that feel is a subjective thing. When you're in the zone, the captain can maneuver the ship on a brilliant trajectory to dodge deadly torpedoes, and the gunner can unleash crucial fire with divine inspiration. But when you lose that feel, even high-ranking officers can make foolish mistakes, thus jeopardizing the battle. Lan Yuan, as the test pilot of the human realm's experimental ship, emerged victorious from the realm's brutal selection process. She possesses rich experience in ship handling and combat. She did indeed miss over 200 years, but this was merely a period of dormancy, not a conscious period of wasting time. Therefore, her talents and abilities have not diminished with time. What is an adventure, a tightrope walk, for other captains, is simply a thrilling space waltz for Lan Yuan. The renowned fencing master Fiona once famously said, "Why? Because I can." This perfectly encapsulates Lan Yuan's skill. She was all too familiar with the Nightmare-class cruisers and the power of the Perseus star system's mainstream weapons. These weapons had long been tested and validated by experts in laboratories. She had even piloted the Nightmare class in simulations and real-world exercises, enduring the torture of their firepower. Therefore, her seemingly insane actions, which appeared ruthless to the pirates, were actually a carefully considered strategy, the one with the highest probability of victory and the fastest way to end the battle. And indeed, things unfolded as Lan Yuan had predicted. Under the cover of the Albatross and Hammerhead-class cruisers, the Dream Eater, with its speed far exceeding that of other cruisers, approached the Fly King. The enemy carrier captain, who had already dispatched a bomber wing to support command, was terrified to discover a cruiser he had never seen before bursting out of the nebula and approaching him at a speed impossible for a cruiser to achieve. He immediately ordered the carrier to evade and activated the tactical system. Dawn Goddess-class carrier tactical system, point defense drones. Immediately launch 4 drones equipped with twin PD laser cannons from the drone hangar. The drone formation, along with the escorting Medusa-class and Shrike-class ships, charged forward, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. Lan Yuan smiled contemptuously, neither dodging nor evading, ordering her ship to activate its shields and charge straight at them with an air of your sword is sharp, but mine is not, ready to explode. Damn! Is this ship's captain an idiot? He's not even dodging. The Shrike-class star pirates were dumbfounded at the sight. A cruiser ramming a destroyer, if they crashed into it like that, their small ship would be instantly paralyzed and then blown up. But this bizarre cruiser's radiation energy was bound to expand to a dangerous level. Was this guy insane? He immediately activated the Shrike's plasma burst driver to dodge, thinking, I'm not stupid. If I really went up there, I'd be crushed to death by the cruiser's dump truck. He was just a light destroyer. He better leave the chance for a heroic sacrifice to the larger Medusa. But clearly, the Medusa-class captain thought the same thing. So, at the critical moment, amidst the bloodthirsty spectators at Prism Freeport shouting "Coward!" Spineless, the ship defenses that had been blocking the Dream Eater collapsed, leaving only the point defense drones charging forward dumbfounded. Lan Yuan even shut down the shields, just to make the ship go faster. The point defense drones exploded into 4 balls of sparks on the Dream Eater. The Dream Eater took a hit from the energy weapons of the Shrike-class and Medusa-class ships, its surface armor plowed with furrows several meters wide like tilled land. Then, these ships that were charging were snapped up by the Albatross-class and Hammerhead-class ships, and were no longer able to attack the Dream Eater's engines, but were busy saving themselves. And so, the Dream Eater leisurely approached the Fly King. Energy storage tank activated, 4-wheeled xenon laser cannons, rapid fire. The cobalt blue xenon laser cannons blazed, a massive amount of xenon laser beams aimed at the Fly King's center line, falling straight down. The unique energy repulsion properties of xenon lasers made them extremely effective against shields. Within a minute, the Fly King's captain, watching the critically low radiation levels of the ship and the battery compartments reaching temperatures high enough to roast meat, lost his mind. What's going on? What happened? But this wasn't the end of it. The Dream Eater had 2 more missile slots, both replaced with powerful death torpedoes, as Lan Yuan had requested. According to Lan Yuan, the Dream Eater sacrificed its armor and shields, even encroaching on the power grid to accommodate its energy storage tanks, in exchange for extreme firepower and speed. It had to ensure that every attack it made destroyed an enemy ship, whether sinking or crippling it. The captain of the Fly King, in desperation, ordered the launch of its missiles. The hastily fired missiles smashed the Dream Eater's bow, severing its nose. But this did not hinder the Dream Eater's subsequent lightning-fast offensive. The Dream Eater used its high maneuverability to quickly adjust its angle for close-range firing, launching the death torpedo at point-blank range. The captain of the Fly King had already given up resistance. The Dawn Goddess class was a high-tech ship, and also an aircraft carrier. Its armor was notoriously fragile even among cruisers of its class. Not everyone is as tough as the Mora-class aircraft carrier. This torpedo attack would cripple the ship if intercepted with its shields, and would also cripple it from the armor. Thus, a spectacular explosion and electromagnetic energy sparks from the collapsing shields erupted, creating a flower several kilometers in diameter. The powerful shockwave caused the Dream Eater to toss and turn like a giant ship on the crest of a wave, with signs of melting appearing on its frontal armor. Lan Yuan laughed heartily, and ordered the Xenon energy storage system to begin charging. Spaceship armor damage rate 48%. Hull structural integrity 98%. The first mate was so nervous, he almost wet himself. He had already noticed the bomber formation launch from the Dawn-class carrier in the distance, now desperately rushing back. These carrier-based aircraft, without an aircraft carrier, were practically space coffins. They had abandoned everything to survive. Ignore them, continue charging, Lan Yuan decisively ordered. As long as we sink this carrier and issue a surrender order, these desperate people will naturally lay down their weapons, unless they want to starve or suffocate. Searching for the enemy carrier took 1 hour and 1 minute, approaching the enemy carrier took 32 minutes, and destroying the enemy carrier took 15 minutes. When the recharged Xenon laser cannon unleashed another 4 rapid-fire rounds on the paralyzed bridge of the Dawn Goddess-class destroyer, the Xenon laser cannon, fired from a carefully chosen angle by Lan Yuan, not only completely destroyed the ship's central control system, but also pierced through the central passageway, 2/3 of the crew quarters, and various auxiliary compartments. The ship was rendered completely immobile, reduced to a pile of wreckage. Reality is not a game. A ship with so little health that it only has a steering wheel left cannot continue to operate. Therefore, with 79% of the Dawn Goddess class's structural integrity still intact, having lost its brain and severed the main passageways connecting the various compartments by the Xenon laser cannon, it was like a brain-dead patient with a broken spine, being carried into the ICU awaiting resuscitation. Meanwhile, La Boone, witnessing the destruction of the fleet's only 2 cruisers, finally realized his folly. He had been too eager to preserve his strength, causing the carriers to waste too much time concealing themselves, and the bomber squadrons to spend too much time emerging from their distant hiding places before arriving at the battlefield. Furthermore, the captain of this strange enemy warship was ruthless and decisive. By analyzing the flight paths of its carrier-based aircraft, he deduced the location of the Queen of the Flies and, following the clues, found her. Laba hadn't anticipated any battle from the start. If he had been more decisive, and hidden the Queen of the Flies beforehand, this high-tech cruiser carrier would have inflicted considerable losses on Li Bin. But it was all too late. Labu still tasted the sweetness of red water, an alcoholic beverage produced by risk mining, mixed with highly addictive substances, in his mouth, but he only felt a bitter taste. Hung Shui. He slapped himself hard, opened the communication interface to connect with Huan Yu United, and looked at the handsome young man's face on the projection. Just over an hour ago, he had harbored some kind of fantasy about this person, but now, he could only grovel and humbly ask, "Hey, Mr. CEO, is it possible to reconcile?" Li Bin took the cigarette from his mouth and stubbed it out in the negative pressure ashtray. The cigarette butt, like his hopes, went out. At this moment, are you joking? Chapter 337. The Medusa escorting the Fly King attempted to escape using the short-range teleportation system, but the Hammerhead class, equipped with the safety overdrive system, had a superior overall speed. After a thrilling chase, and the sinister watchful eyes of the salvage team rubbing their hands excitedly on the periphery of the battlefield, the pirates' final choice was either surrender or die. Ludlow left path. The favorite of the Ludlow Church, Anchao, sacrificed the forced exhaust range in exchange for powerful combat capabilities and speed. Lan Yuan magnanimously forgave the Starlight Pirates' massive bomber squadron and showed them a way out, to participate in bombing the escort fleet, using the lives of their friends to prolong their own. Thus, amidst Captain Shrike's pitiful wails, as he berated the entire bomber squadron, the squadron commander made the difficult decision, turning these acquaintances into physical acquaintances. After nearly 8 minutes of forced dispersion, the Dream Eater's dispersion efficiency is very low because some dispersion is connected to the Xenon energy storage tank, which provides an additional normal dispersion bonus to increase the energy storage speed, but the forced dispersion speed is slow. The Dream Eater re-entered the battle formation, leading the squadron to surround Labu from the rear. Seeing this, the Starlight Pirates scattered like birds. However, the Universal Alliance core fleet had an overwhelming numerical advantage, and ISA ordered that the Starlight Pirate flagship, the Flying Peak, be abandoned, with priority given to eliminating the fleeing ships. The Pinnacle-class ships will be held back by the Enlightened Beast. All other ships must kill and sink all ships. Surrendered ships must immediately jettison all fuel and wait in place for surrender. Labu cursed loudly on the bridge, but could only watch helplessly as his subordinates surrendered or died, unable to make a move himself. The Caiming Beast was now watching intently, just waiting for him to turn around and run away, so that Li Bin could stuff the Riza plasma laser and the storm missile into the Phalite Peak's anus, and give him a good thrashing. 2.5 hours later, the situation was resolved. Old One-Eye began leading his men to accept surrenders and board the wreckage to suppress the pirates. By this time, some bolder fleets had already set sail from Prism Freeport. These were several salvage teams attempting to salvage the battlefield, but they were met with the guns of 3 armed cruisers and could only slink away. 8 hours later, when news of the complete annihilation of the Starlight Pirates fleet spread throughout all the star systems in the core sector equipped with relay communication devices, the Luddite Church and some other factions, as they lacked stable regions for relay communication, the core fleet had also completed the cleanup of the battlefield and the recovery of the wreckage. We're rich. On the bridge of the Enlightened Beast, Jeffrey's money-grubbing eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the income report. Isa, unusually, also showed a satisfied smile, nodded to Li Bin, and continued her intense battle debriefing and simulation with Lan Yuan. Li Bin, smoking a cigarette, looked at the report, thinking, damn, those Starlight Pirates are filthy rich. The Dawn Goddess-class aircraft carrier, 1.5 kilometers long and 1.4 kilometers at its widest point, is a genuine high-tech cruiser, manufactured by Tachyon Technology, featuring a built-in Starlight baptism refit. It boasts a full complement of weapon slots and a complete set of LPC, limited package, carrier-based aircraft crystals, covering interceptors, bombers, and fighters. A brand new, fully armed ship with license plates would cost at least 400,000 star credits. High-tech ships are notoriously expensive due to their heavy reliance on lost automated factories and nano-forging furnaces. Now, damaged and in Li Bin's hands, scans show that the ship's life support system was completely destroyed by 2 rounds of xenon laser cannons. Repairing the malfunctioning life support system would only cost 20,000 star credits, while a complete replacement would cost 90,000. Li Bin can't go directly to Tachyon Technology, he have to find a third party, which will rip him off. The Pinnacle-class battlecruiser, its automatic pulse laser destroyed in La Bun's desperate struggle, yielded half its weaponry. The ship, including its license, was worth 350,000 star credits. When Old One-Eye and his crew boarded, they discovered that La Boon's loyalists had destroyed much of the ship's internal structure with bombs. A complete repair would cost over 200,000 star credits, while a makeshift repair would cost 60,000 star credits, but would result in sensor array malfunction and communication system failure. But who cares? Li Bin certainly doesn't. Besides, 2 Medusa-class battlecruisers were also acquired. One surrendered intact, and the other was heavily damaged and in wreckage. 3 Shrike-class battlecruisers were also acquired. 2 surrendered, and 1 was moderately damaged. Another 1,671 people were captured, and La Boon himself was captured alive. According to the old one-eyed man's interrogation, Rav handed over the captain's log, saving the crew the trouble of tallying the loot from each ship individually. The loot was as follows: 101 crates of supplies, 100 crates of food, 813 cans of fuel, 800 crates of heavy machinery, 480 pieces of luxury goods, 200 crates of Byzantine wine, 120 blue lobsters, 400 slaves, 100 sets of human organs, and 211 crates of addictive substances, including powder and red liquid. What the hell? 480 luxury items? Are you having an exhibition in your spaceship? Li Bin exclaimed in surprise. What about the rest? Rare metals, heavy weapons, daily necessities? Where are they? And what about supplies and food? Why are they so scarce? Jeffrey, well informed about the underworld, explained, Captain, that's how the Starlight Pirates operate. They can't skimp on luxuries, no matter how poor they are. Internally, it's a competition of who can be the most extravagant. The loot they plunder, besides being handed over to Speedtron Technology to accumulate points for a new ship, is all used for consumption. They even have a regular ranking system, and the winners can obtain greater privileges. Hearing this, Lan Yuan, who was doing the deductions, frowned deeply. She thought to herself, slaves, human organs, drugs, these bastards should have been killed long ago. Old One-Eye wiped his bloodied hands with a handkerchief. The bloodstains were from his interrogations. He carefully used his prosthetic eye's magnifying glass and tweezers to rub the handkerchief between his prosthetic limbs, muttering, when we boarded, we discovered that every ship had an interrogation room, or, as they call it, a love room. The Starlight Pirates tortured slaves there. Those near death were sent to the slaughterhouse to have their organs harvested, and their remains were minced and fed to the slaves. I used the tools in the interrogation room to train them. Not one could last 10 minutes. Lan Yuan couldn't sit still any longer. Her eyes widened in anger. What's the point of keeping these beasts around? Let's just throw them into space, and send them flying one by one with a main cannon. Li Bin raised his hand to signal the officer in charge to calm down, but the old one-eyed man looked up, a half smile on his face. That would be too easy on them. Prism Freeport is full of merchants and victims who hate the Starlight Pirates. We just need to sell them off at the Freeport, and these 1,200 plus people, excluding slaves, will be sold off in less than 2 days. These people are ruthless. Although the old one-eyed man's words had the air of establishing a private court and trafficking people, Lan Yuan had now fully grasped the true state of affairs in this star system. She only needed to take the final step, to personally inspect the surface of a colony in a core star region, to make her final decision. That's not all, Captain, Jeffrey added, pointing to his terminal. Many of these slaves are prisoners captured by the Starlight Pirates from other fleets. When our crew rescued people, we heard many claiming to be from certain companies or factions. We can establish connections with these companies by contacting them and returning the slaves. Have someone take account of how many prisoners belong to the giant corporation. We deal with the others after they resupplied and rested at Prism Freeport, Li Bin said. An hour later, the fleet finished clearing the battlefield wreckage. The Universal Alliance, fully utilizing its early tradition of scavenging, cleaned the battlefield spotless and docked at the VIP berth. The slave count was then completed. There are 192 people from giant corporations, from all sorts of backgrounds: Kyle Jeff Technologies, the Overlords, the Perseus Alliance, the Luddite Church, the Hell Legion, Risk Mining, Hyena Mining, the Sinar Power, even the Nest of Conda. Jeff clicked his tongue in amazement. These people belonged to small trade fleets or escort fleets. After being caught by Rob's fleet, they didn't even ask for tribute, they were just robbed. The longest they've been captured has been over 7 years. They're completely ruined. Li Bin looked at the man's miserable state, his back teeth grinding slightly, and looked up at the bosun. Old One-Eye, what's the situation with that Rob guy now? Old One-Eye cleaned his prosthetic limb, and was spraying lubricant for maintenance. Hearing this, he looked up, reporting to the captain, I just had Amanda direct him to perform an unanesthetized hemorrhoid and circumcision surgery, Everything else is fine. Chapter 338. The free merchants felt immense satisfaction at the Universal Alliance's thrashing of the Starlight Pirates, but some worried for Li Bin. After all, he was Susie's lackey, and as the saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. With the Universal Alliance so assertive, the future might be difficult. But no one knew that Li Bin had already pledged allegiance to the Overlord. Beating the Starlight Pirates, or even the Susie, was merely another testament to his loyalty. His fleet had just completed its salvage operations when a congratulatory letter from the Montanetta family arrived, relayed across dozens of light years, its words as fervent and brimming with hormones as the breath of a buffalo in spring. Furthermore, Zhongji Trading Company, one of the Prism 13 lines, had already contacted Li Bin. As a trading company supported by the Overlord, they were willing to undertake the repair of Li Bin's ships and the recovery and auction of spoils, guaranteeing quality, quantity, and speed. The fleet, towing its wreckage, came to a stop in the berth. Li Bin and his company's key personnel had just stepped off the berth when they found the VIP area swarming with merchants. Seeing Li Bin, leading the way in his captain's uniform and adorned with luxury goods showcasing his wealth, they applauded enthusiastically. The crowd was practically ready to remove their helmets and chant congratulations. In unison. A memorable scene. Li Bin was completely bewildered. The liaison arranged by the Overlord, already alerted by the battle at their doorstep, had arrived uninvited in the port customs. Dressed in an extravagant merchant spacesuit, embellished with gold and silver, he bowed to Li Bin and, while processing his request, quietly explained, "These people are the ones who bet on you to win in the free port. Do you know your odds of winning?" "What?" 1 minute and 1.4 seconds, the liaison smiled. "Thanks to you, I made a small profit of 1,000 star coins." Li Bin signed the document, jokingly replying, "If only this news had come sooner, I would have bet everything I had on myself to win." The contact pointed to several merchants nearby who looked like fervent fans. The most amazing ones are these. These guys bet on the Universal Alliance annihilating the Laboon fleet, odds of 1:3.1. Almost no one believes that Laboon, with its high-tech warships, could be completely wiped out. The odds are second only to the two of you not fighting. These merchants suffered greatly at the hands of the Starlight Pirates before, but now they not only recouped their losses, but also made a fortune. Wow! With odds this high, are the 13 factories even making any money? Li Bin asked in surprise. Who in the casino makes money purely from gambling? The contact asked mysteriously. Losers drown their sorrows in alcohol, winners lavishly book the entire place. The money circulates through their hands, collects enough commissions, flows out, and then finds a way to come back. The businessmen who had made a fortune at the betting odds noticed Li Bin looking over, and raised their hands in salute. One man, in a frenzy, waved his ATM card and screamed, "Mr. Li Bin, we respect you." "Boss, is Labu for sale? I use all my gambling winnings to buy him into a giant slamming arena." This shocking statement brought the lively scene to a halt. Everyone looked at the muscular, tattooed, bald woman in the front row with awe. Immediately following, a deafening cacophony of shouts erupted. "Me too! Me too! Sell me a Starlight Captain! I want to skin the Starlight Gunner and make a doll! Ha! Damn it! Even my thing is up for grabs! I want to see it! I want to see this!" At this moment, the representative of Zhongzihang, protected by security guards, pushed through the crowd and entered the VIP port. He gracefully approached Li Bin and bowed warmly. "Mr. Li Bin, thank you for your wonderful performance at Prism Freeport. Regarding profiting from your battle without your permission, 13 Lines sincerely apologizes. However, opportunities are fleeting, and our unauthorized opening of the betting market may have caused you trouble. This is 13 Lines' share of the commission from the betting market, totaling 8,327 star coins. Please accept this with a smile." Looking at the tray presented by the scantily clad woman beside him, Li Bin saw a pleasing gold debit card, freshly printed with the golden eagle of the Universal Union logo. Li Bin hadn't expected this unexpected windfall. He thought to himself that if the Overlord hadn't given him advance notice, he probably wouldn't have been eligible to get a share of the profits. After all, the core star sector was constantly embroiled in wars, large and small. Whether it was the capture of wanted criminals, or the outcome of the mineral war, everything could be a gamble. The Waterfire Elf, which Li Bin had casually acquired before, had briefly appeared in the Prism Freeport's gambling market, but when he came back then, no one had offered him any so-called dividends. It's good to have connections. Even the snobbish 13 factories were much kinder to him. "Then I accept it without hesitation," Li Bin said modestly, without delaying his work. In a flash, the debit card, more valuable than her own life, vanished from the woman's sight. The battle has just ended, and you must need rest. Zhang Zixing has arranged a place for you to rest under the orders of the Overlord. Please follow me. The representative kindly led Li Bin and his contact to the hotel. The Undying Star Hotel, Zhang Zixing's top-tier hotel, had its entire corporate suite and VIP suites booked by the Universal Union. The space station's built-in gravity generator allowed Li Bin to sink perfectly into the soft cushions of the sofa, experiencing a rare luxury. The suite was bustling with people. Representatives from the 13 lines had all arrived, eager to get a share of the spoils auction and fleet services. These people had all sorts of suggestions. Some advised Li Bin to sell all the captured ships, offering equivalent blueprints in return. Others suggested he purchase group maintenance services, with their lineage covering over 200,000 star coins in fleet maintenance costs. Still others proposed a contract to supply Li Bin's colonies with a large quantity of materials in exchange for his 2 cruisers. Both the Dawn Goddess and Pinnacle-class ships are products of the Starlight Pirates, featuring built-in Starlight baptism modifications. After being repaired at the 13 factories, and further modified with a few ship mounts, they could easily fetch 600,000 to 700,000 star credits each on the high-end market. Especially given the backdrop of the Mineral Wars, the Perseus Alliance, Risk Mining, Hyena Mining, Kelja Technology Company, and even other free planets and pirates, these forces are willing to spend heavily to maximize their power in the core star sector. However, Li Bin wasn't stupid. He only planned to sell the captured destroyers and frigates. Few crew members from these high-tech toy companies could handle them. They were expensive, costly to maintain, and incredibly difficult to operate. It was more practical to sell them, and buy a few of the more durable, lower-tech lugger ships. At the very least, the money could be used to subsidize cruiser repairs. The high price of the Dawn Goddess class was justified. If not for La Boon's light jettisoning, she should have been positioned in a safer defensive line, launching a massive air offensive. Now, placed in the core fleet of the Universal Alliance, with 3 battlecruisers, she could fully utilize her strength. As for the Pinnacle class, it was just the Pinnacle Pro. Li Bin's crew had flown the BRV, essentially a youthful version of the Pinnacle, so they could seamlessly transition into it. Compared to when Li Bin left, the high-end market in Prism Freeport had 2/3 fewer ships. Even the Cathedral class, so large it couldn't be stopped and had to be locked outside the port via docking bays, had been bought by a mysterious buyer. However, according to a secret leak from a contact of the Overlord, this dreadnought, or rather, mobile space fortress, was bought by Conda. Where did she get so much money? Li Bin typed over the wired communication. Chapter 339. The Undying Star Grand Hotel, the Giant Enterprise Suite. The liaison, standing dumbfounded to the side, quietly replied to Li Bin through the thin communication line. She is now the nominal pirate ruler of the core star sector. No exaggeration to call her a pirate emperor, surpassing even the once powerful pirate King Harcourt. According to the agent's report, half a year ago, Conda defeated Harcourt's granddaughter again and forced her to marry her son, thereby incorporating Harcourt's remnants and acquiring the Pirate King's flagship. Holy crap, that's awesome. Li Bin couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly. Harcourt, a fierce pirate king active in the star cluster now dominated by the current hegemon. He rose rapidly after the Great Collapse, gathering scientists from companies defeated during the Giant Enterprise Rise War, and using the wreckage of their ships and advanced technology, built a super flagship, later classified as a dreadnought. The Hell Machine, similar in appearance to the Infernal class, but with vastly different capabilities, is the only ship in the star system, a scrap tank-class vessel named the Hell Machine. It is said to be all-encompassing, with unlimited modification potential, and is the origin of the current Infernal-class battle fortresses. However, all pirates and adventurers know that the scrap tank class and the Infernal class are only similar in appearance. Their core capabilities are completely different. Based on limited historical records and combat footage, the Hell Machine possessed completely different combat modes in different eras. Sometimes it functioned as a massive aircraft carrier, launching countless carrier-based aircraft. Other times it was a magnificent frontline ship, absorbing billions of damage on the front lines while simultaneously unleashing oversized Hellfire cannons and destroyer cannons, one-shot killing a cruiser. This ship itself was a fleet. Harcourt operated as an elite pirate force, with only 4 ships in total: the Infernal Machine, a fuel ship, a cargo ship, and a reconnaissance destroyer. The Infernal-class battle fortress, well, it was just a massive pirate ship, capable of both offense and defense, but that was about it. Compared to the Infernal Machine, it was thoroughly crippled. This was probably because the Perseus star system had been so rich in automated factories and resources back then. Now, lacking the support of large corporations, the star system could no longer sustain naturally growing pirate ships of the same class. Infernal-class data. Even more ironic is that Pirate King Harcourt died at the hands of Khanda. Having been invincible for too long, he recklessly stormed Khanda's lair in an attempt to crush all other pirate kings. His self-replicating minefield crippled his power grid, and he was subsequently overwhelmed by Khanda's plague fleet. Even so, with the aid of the space station, Khanda's plague fleet still suffered more than half its casualties, before finally replacing the heavily damaged dreadnought, shattering Harcourt's dream of invincibility. According to intelligence from the Overlord's liaison, this previously unknown granddaughter of Harcourt, with the help of her remaining forces, painstakingly collected the wreckage of the Hell machine gun from over a dozen shipyards across 2 generations, and through various means, painstakingly rebuilt the warship. Inheriting her father's will and grandfather's spirit, she hadn't even had a chance to launch her first raid to announce the Hell machine gun's return when she was ruthlessly suppressed by Khanda, who personally led the Revenge Fist, Amalgam class, and the Plague Fleet. Not only was her grandfather's ship stolen, but she herself was forced into a relationship with the son of her enemy. Furthermore, the treasure her grandfather had buried, which, due to their past weakness, had been planned to be opened only after the Hell machine gun was repaired, was also taken away. Also stolen was the complete modification technology for the Hell machine. Li Bin inwardly cursed. No matter how cunning you already drunk Khanda's foot bath water. Khanda probably deliberately didn't salvage the Hell machine, and even released the traitor's prisoners as spies, all to lay a long line and reel in the big fish. They wait for Harcourt's offspring to repair the Hell machine, then reap the benefits, while simultaneously stealing the former Pirate King's treasure, and, most importantly, the modification technology. Of course, we also provided a tiny bit of insignificant assistance during Khanda's purchase of the Cathedral class. Li Bin glanced at the contact, whose expression remained unchanged, and mouthed slightly. Everything is for dismantling Tachyon technology. It seems the defeat in the Second AI War deeply regretted the Overlords. They learned to be flexible and cunning, and have begun to learn from Tachyon to support Proxus and the Black Glove. However, this meant that Khanda's Nest's fighting power didn't just increase dramatically, it was practically an evolution from a Greymon to an ultimate-level War Greyman. With 2 dreadnoughts, what pirate in the world could withstand them? Even the 2 pirate kings who controlled Purgatory fortresses would have to kneel and swear allegiance. Is Khanda going to become the Pirate Emperor? Li Bin typed. The liaison pursed his lips, and shook his head almost imperceptibly. It's still early. The Hell machine is only in its early stages, a long way from its peak. According to our scientific team's assessment, the current Hell machine is only slightly stronger than a cruiser, requiring 7 million star coins to restore it to its original state. This 7 million is the cost of repairs in the game. Because the data was too outrageous, it wasn't expanded further, and was simply used. Data on the Hell machine when it first appeared. Note the various red debuffs and the debuffs below. A version of the fully fledged Hell machine. Note how powerful the green text is. Even the Cathedral class isn't worth this much money. Just how powerful would the Hell machine at its peak be? How did Khanda even win this battle? It serves her right that when she retaliated against Tachyon technology, she only had 2 useless capital ships. She overdrawn her luck for the next 200 years, only turning her fortunes around this year. Li Bin no longer cared about the price of the Shrike and Medusa. Claiming exhaustion, he dismissed the group and summoned 2 elite officers, Isa and Lan Yuan, to study the intelligence provided by their liaison behind closed doors. This was Li Bin's first formal encounter with the parameters of a dreadnought, and it was the only one of its kind, a truly unique vessel. The Hell machine, formerly a super flagship, is now a dreadnought. It is 13.8 kilometers long, 3.9 kilometers at its widest point, and 3.9 kilometers high. Its overall appearance resembles a cylinder, pieced together from the hulls of various spaceships, utilizing manufacturing techniques from certain lost companies to elevate its hull to military ship standards. The ship possesses extensive modification capabilities, encompassing numerous parts. For the engine, the main thruster can choose between a maneuvering thruster and a flame drive, and can be equipped with auxiliary thrusters, unstable thrusters. The main cannon is either the extinct destroyer cannon or the Hellfire cannon. The powerful, domineering, and fierce ship has a built-in main gun. The flight deck can be either a free flight deck or equipped with Terminator drones. According to intelligence provided by the Overlord, the Terminator drone command tower could reportedly house a secondary AI core, the Delta core, but fortunately, it has long been lost. Built-in ship mounts are either Hellfire Minefield or Hellfire Shield. The Hellfire Minefield has a radius equal to the combat radius of a Claymore-class carrier-based aircraft. Absurd. The Hellfire Shield is the ultimate turtle shell. A low-tech ship can somehow achieve a high level of protection. Looking at this bizarre, uniquely ugly, absurdly beautiful, and even somewhat green-skinned great spaceship, Isha couldn't help but facepalm. Such a ship is indeed worth waiting 200 years for. Its overall combat power is comparable to a Level 2 space station. Lan Yuan scoffed, "This kind of ship is a desecration of spaceship art. It's just too ugly." Li Bin, rubbing his chin, said, "But it's strong." "Just a Frankenstein's monster," Lan Yuan retorted. "But it's strong," Li Bin emphasized again. As a pragmatist, looks didn't matter, because he was already handsome enough. Strength was the most important thing. Besides, when Li Bin showed her the diagrams of Kanda's plague fleet, even Lan Yuan had to admit that compared to the abstract spaceships of the plague fleet, the Hell Machine was quite adorable. Plague Fleet Diffusion Class, left, Hell Machine, right, Kanda has endured for 200 years, and now it's truly leaped over the Dragon Gate, evolving from a pirate king into a pirate emperor. No, now that Prism Freeport is over, I need to find the Crown Prince and curry favor with him properly. I need to pay my respects to His Majesty again. Always pragmatic, Li Bin changed his tone. He still remembered the Griffin-class ship from the 14th Legion, which came from Kanda's hands. The Pirate King, a man of many tricks up his sleeve, definitely had more valuable assets. He was determined to squeeze as much as possible out of it. Since I'm going to participate in the war against Susan Technology in 5 years anyway, it's not unreasonable for me to use this as leverage to exchange for some benefits with the Pirate Emperor, right? After all, she and Susan have a deep-seated hatred for each other, a hatred that led to the destruction of their nation and family. Chapter 340. When the giant corporation suite reopened, Li Bin only summoned a representative from Zhongzihang, rejecting the other 12 companies. Rest assured, Zhongzihang will do its utmost to meet your needs. Even for products Zhongzihang doesn't have, we find other merchants to source them free of charge. After all, you were introduced by our parent company. The Zhongzihang representative was a man whose entire face had been replaced with a commercially available cybernetic implant. The visible seams on his cheeks were sharply defined, reminiscent of characters from Cyberpunk 2077, while also serving as tattoos. His formulaic smile revealed little sincerity, but his eyes held deep emotion. Between Prism Freeport and the Overlord lay the traitor, the Sindar Power. The Overlord's support for Prism Freeport was far less profound than that of the Perseus Alliance and Tachyon Technologies. As a merchant supported by the Overlord, Zhongzihang's voice was relatively weak here. Their commercial fleet was frequently summoned, disappearing into hyperspace every now and then. While rumors circulated that pirates were responsible, Zhongzixing knew it was most likely the Starlight Pirates acting on behalf of their master. Now, watching the infamous La Boon in the northern sector die so decisively at Li Bin's hands, the Zhongzixing representative's feelings were beyond satiated. The Shrike and Medusa are top-tier high-tech warships in their class. These ships, along with their weapons, and the cargo in your hold, salvage spoils, relics, and components, can fetch a total of 227,000 star coins. Would you like to offset your ship repair costs directly, or should we withdraw the cash first? Can this amount of money repair my fleet? Besides the fleet itself, the company has just acquired 2 new, excellent ships. Surely not, Li Bin retorted. The representative was taken aback. You really don't plan to sell one? We're all family, no need for formalities. I have a lot of big business to do later, and the colonies need cruisers to guard them, so I definitely can't sell. Didn't you see I even withheld the Phaeton-class fuel carriers? Li Bin said, rubbing his hands. On the contrary, I still need to buy ships. What about cargo ships? What cruiser-sized cargo holds do you have at Prism Freeport? Bring them out for a spin. Besides its core fleet, Universal Union also has a large number of captains who operate frigates and destroyers, and the 2 Colossus-class captains have over a year of cruiser experience. After short-term training, they can be competent in their positions. Through years of development, the company's basic talent cultivation has been initially established in practice. Yo! The representative beamed instantly. You come at the right time. Prism Freeport is short of combat ships, but not cargo ships. Many companies have sold their ships to raise capital, trying to avoid the mineral war. That's why you built such a large company. Everyone fears you, but you're bold. You deserve to make money. That's right, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. While Li Bin was exchanging pleasantries with the representative, the central terminal of the suite slowly unfolded, revealing a massive 3D projection 22 meters long, wide, and 4 meters high. A dazzling array of ships, from smallest to largest, were arranged categorized against a cosmic background. At a glance, Li Bin estimated that Freeport's ship inventory exceeded 500 vessels, though the vast majority were frigates and destroyers. The entire projection was divided into 3 color blocks: red, white, and blue, representing the black market, the public market, and the high-end market, respectively. The 13 factories controlled everything in the Freeport, so they naturally had ways to obtain data on black market ships. After all, these black market ships also needed ports and berths to dock. In other words, these black market transactions were also based on the tacit approval of the 13 factories and were considered private property. Prism Freeport currently has 572 registered ships, including 37 cruisers. With a gentle wave of the representative's hand, a large number of holographic models of ships the size of bitterlings disappeared. These were frigates and destroyers. Next came 5 tortoise-sized capital ships, while the 37 Christian carp-sized cruisers rapidly expanded, filling the holographic projection completely. Looking around, the projection showed a 40-60 split between combat and non-combat ships. Although most combat ships were armed exploration vessels, like the High Point, or armed merchant ships, and some were even converted cargo ship hulls into combat vessels, half of the ships in the projection were marked with the word sold. With the Star Sector war escalating, many companies are increasing their demand for combat ships to ensure the safety of their commercial fleets. The representative smiled shyly, as if he weren't the one making the money. Actually, if you're willing to sell these 2-star pirate ships and let us handle them, given the current soaring prices of battle cruisers, they could very well fetch 800,000 to 900,000 star coins. This figure was tempting, but Li Bin remained unmoved. If it weren't for the colony's remote location and the enormous demand for transport capacity, he wouldn't even want to buy cargo ships. There's an old saying on old Earth: if my neighbor hoards food, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. Not everyone has an endless stream of followers, like the Luddite Church, who can manipulate these followers to disrupt the political stability of other giant corporations and achieve a stable lose-lose situation in war. Li Bin needed the Dawn Goddess class and the Pinnacle class. The former could replace the outdated carriers in his fleet, Prisoner class, Vulture class, while the latter could be deployed on Eden. With a battlecruiser stationed there, the safety of the Eden colony in the Lost Sector is guaranteed. This way, Li Shu no longer needed to worry about any mishaps in the conquest of Granada, a task entrusted to Li Weiming, allowing her to fully dedicate herself to the expansion of the new town. Subtracting all registered ships, then subtracting ships from Risk Mining, Brighton Alliance, factions that like to cram cargo ships with cannons and are useless to Li Bin, then subtracting fuel ships, exploration ships, personnel transport ships, and cruise ships. 12 cargo ships remained before Li Bin. Risk Mining, due to the ore war, had a long supply line and lost many cargo ships. The wreckage was sold by salvage teams, resulting in a relatively large cargo volume. Cruiser cargo ships for sale. In the era of the human realm, large companies directly used Atlas-class ships, the size of capital ships, while smaller companies used Buffalo-class cargo ships for mass shipments. The star system environment back then was far safer than it is now, and with stargates providing security, interstellar travel was faster than internet access. Therefore, pure cargo ships with cruiser capabilities were inherently rare. Following the Great Collapse, pirates, the Ludlow Path, and various merchant bandit fleets became increasingly rampant. Coupled with the deteriorating political environment, the Perseus star system placed demands on the firepower of cargo ships, leading to the emergence of numerous armed merchant ships with firepower capabilities. However, the cost was obvious: insufficient cargo capacity. Li Bin pointed at the Enterprise class and said, "Get that armed merchant ship off the ship." And that Crane class? Is that cargo ship converted from a warship even worthy of being included? The Enterprise class possessed the firepower of a subcruiser, while the Crane class was simply a cargo ship converted from a retired Eagle class. The former's weapon bays took up too much space, while the latter's original Eagle-class high-speed cruiser hull design was compact. Therefore, both types of ships had limited cargo capacity, only 70% to 80% of that of a normal cargo ship. Crane-class, Enterprise-class. Note the descriptions. Their descriptions dictate that these ships need robust self-defense firepower. Removing these two leaves only 7 ships. Chapter 341. Li Bin's gaze lingered on the Colossus-class and Baldric-class ships for a long time. The Colossus-class fleet currently only had 2 on loan, each with a cargo capacity of 1,000 crates, an old type of freighter. While the Baldrige class boasted a cargo capacity of 1,200 crates, an improvement over the game version, it was far too fragile. The Baldrige class was the original hull of the industrial ship Zhu Yin. The Colossus class, as the description suggests, lacked any combat capabilities. Its 4 small ammunition slots were only useful for anti-aircraft defense against small pirate missiles. A military cruiser's cargo capacity ranged from 100 to 180 crates, while an armed cruiser-class merchant ship carried between 300 and 450 crates. The latter's capacity was roughly equivalent to a Buffalo-class destroyer. The Global Alliance already had a sufficient cruiser force. There was no need to spend cruiser money on the cargo capacity of a Buffalo class. That would be foolish. However, considering the immense distance required to traverse from Eden to the core sector, encountering hyperspace storms en route could easily damage cargo, similar to cargo ships on ocean voyages losing containers due to severe weather. Such long-distance transport necessitates a ship capable of withstanding multiple hyperspace storms. After all, the company currently lacks sufficient maintenance platforms to accompany the transport fleet, making it impossible to conduct maintenance in hyperspace like the core fleet. From the perspective of balancing cargo capacity and hull structure, neither of these two ships is an ideal choice, leaving only the Yak class. Its structure is similar to the Colossus class, but its cargo capacity is 100 TUs higher. It also features an internal flight deck and mining drones. Utilizing Prism Freeport's modification technology, the flight deck can be removed and replaced with cargo holds, further expanding the space. The Yak-class ship can even function as a combined mining and cargo vessel, making it ideal for players relying solely on mining in the early game and those playing a more passive, sideways style. Hey! This ship is selling really well lately. It's sturdy, has excellent self-defense capabilities, and can carry a lot of cargo. Its only downside is its price. 180,000 star coins for the bare ship and 30,000 star coins for the license. But compared to its advantages, that's not a problem at all. The representative's eyes lit up, and Li Bin made his decision in no time, effortlessly earning a high commission. Even more valuable is that these two ships were second-hand vessels acquired by Zhongzihang themselves, eliminating the need to source cargo from other trading companies. They kept all the profits for themselves, feeling quite pleased with themselves. Enough with the nonsense. Thinking about how 420,000 star coins were slipping away, Li Bin's heart pounded. He said irritably, "I've been so generous. It's not unreasonable for you to offer a discount on the modifications, is it? Remove the flight decks from these two ships and expand the cargo hold. All right. I make the decision. 30% off the modification cost, 5,600 star coins per ship, plus an extra 50 slots for Yak-class piloting and maintenance training. Regarding the tariffs, since they're jointly set by several giant corporations, and these corporations receive dividends annually, we can't waive them entirely. However, the Zhongji company will pay the tariffs for the Overlord ship. Also, the representative cracked his neck and whispered, the cruiser business is too large to hide, and it's difficult to conceal from the eyes and ears of the giant corporations behind other trading companies. But we can still break down your cargo into smaller parts. The news about the relic components has been released on the Starlight Pirates public channel. You know that's a hot potato, but everything else is negotiable. Starlight Pirates? They made me lose another 4,000 star coins in customs duties for nothing." Li Bin cursed inwardly. In front of the representative, he opened his terminal and contacted the first mate. "Hey, Jeffrey. Immediately put all the Starlight Pirate prisoners up for sale. See how much you can get. Sell the ones you can, and give the rest to Lan Yuan. Isn't she upset about her ship's nose being blown off? Give her the prisoners to vent her anger. Just one condition. These people are utterly wicked. I don't care where they go, but not a single one of them can live. They must all die." Hanging up, Li Bin stood up and patted the representative on the shoulder. "You helped me a lot, I have to thank you. Here's what I found. I gotten quite a few good things in the Lost Star sector, including a creature called a blasphemer. This armor can mimic human speech. It's incredibly rare. Go back and research whether you can sell it to the management of other companies. If you have a plan or connections, contact me, and I give you extra commission." Image of the original armor from the game. Don't zoom in, the image itself is blurry. The representative licked his artificially refined lips, and nodded repeatedly. Sure, sure. At the same time, crew members, who had received advance notice pushed in a cart, lifted the curtain to reveal several valuable luxury items inside. These were spoils of war, each one carefully selected by the Starlight Pirates. Their value and condition were unquestionable, making them highly valuable for both auctions and collections. Taking advantage of the man's glare, Li Bin gently squeezed his hand and said softly, "I need your help with the taxes. Try to find a way to avoid them as much as possible. My business involves large volumes of goods coming in and going out, and paying taxes repeatedly will leave even a wealthy family with no surplus." "What's so difficult about that?" The representative laughed. "Zhang Zixing will act as your guarantor and help you find people to negotiate. If the transactions don't take place on the space station, you naturally won't have to pay taxes. The Heaven and Earth Useless Arena, the largest and most prestigious arena in Prism Freeport. Previously, it only opened once a week, showcasing thrilling scenes of naked, muscular men tumbling over alien monsters and cars, or naked, beautiful women battling tentacle monsters in the sea. Assisted by a gravity generator, the arena can host battles in various complex planetary environments, including land, sea, amphibious, and aerial combat. Spanning 80 acres, the arena satisfies the wildest, most primal, and bloodiest desires of all spectators. Note, the arena is AI-generated, the central area is too small. Please refer to the surrounding area to understand the different ticket prices and environments. The lower level is standard, the upper level is private boxes. But today, the Heaven and Earth Useless Arena unexpectedly announced an emergency performance. This impromptu performance was not only not sparsely attended, but completely sold out, with tickets in high demand. The reason was simple. All the captured captains of the infamous Starlight pirate La Boon's fleet, along with La Boon himself, would give their most magnificent and dazzling final act in their tumultuous lives at the useless arena of Heaven and Earth. The merchants were overjoyed. Who hadn't been robbed by pirates? Even medium-sized companies had experienced the humiliation of being extorted by the Starlight pirates. Many present had just been robbed by La Boon a few days prior, charged exorbitant fees for their jump points. Much of the spoils Li Bin had seized were fresh cuts from these merchants by La Boon. In the luxurious VIP box, second only to the main grandstand in the arena, Li Bin and his wife, Isa, sat by a decorative fireplace burning with charcoal. Purple smoke rose from an incense burner shaped like an Atlas-class supercargo ship, infused with the scent of unknown alien plants. Several invited company executives sat in a circle around the fireplace, half reclining as they watched the filthy Starlight pirates projected onto dozens of holographic projections on the dome of their boxes, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, at the edge of the semi-open stands, Old One-Eyed, a free cigarette dangling from his box, peered intently through binoculars at La Boon. The entire arena was filled with the deafening sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers. The host, dressed in a barbarian outfit resembling animal hide, roared as he introduced the day's performance. Above the arena, a giant projection was broadcasting live. Lan Yuan, dressed in a simple, fitted captain's uniform, a captain's sword stamped from the ship's factory at her waist, and wearing a breathing mask, stood by the docking bay door of the Dream Eater. Beside her knelt a row of 20-odd trembling Starlight pirate prisoners, all unattractive and weak enough to be sold. The air pressure in the docking bay had reached the warning level. The high pressure was making the prisoners dizzy, and causing them lung discomfort. Upon receiving the live stream notification, Lan Yuan slightly raised her chin towards the camera, a gesture of greeting to the audience. Then, with a swift motion, she drew her command sword, raised her long, slender leg, and with her magnetic boot stomping on the shoulder of the leading prisoner, she swiftly and decisively brought the sword down, instantly splattering crimson blood down the tunnel. She raised the blood-stained sword and shouted at the camera, "Good will prevail over evil." Then, the blade slammed into a switch, and the airtight door of the connecting tunnel instantly opened. The high-pressure air accumulated in the tunnel found its outlet, roaring and whimpering as it rushed out, carrying with it a chaotic spray of blood. The prisoners were pushed, jostled, struggled, and screamed as they were thrown out of the tunnel by the pressure. Several drones quickly followed, clearly recording the deaths of all the Starlight pirates from the top of the arena. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Quack! This is exactly what I wanted to see. Friend, you did a great job, a really great job. Watching hundreds of Starlight pirates at once, it's definitely worth the price of admission. Chapter 342. The Starlight pirate prisoners were divided into two groups. Li Bin, who readily surrendered, gave them a quick death. Therefore, 99% of the Starlight prisoners in the arena at this moment were putting up a last-ditch resistance. Labu himself was bought by that muscular, burly woman for 3,000 star coins. Originally, they planned to send him to the most bloody and extreme private arena, the intestine-shaking, AI-generated reference image. At this point, the Starlight prisoners, or rather, the death slaves, had completely abandoned La Boon, the core of the team. He was humiliated and bullied by his former subordinates. Some small groups, knowing they had no hope of survival, even chose to knock out Laboon's teeth and publicly assault him in front of tens or even hundreds of thousands of viewers, with live streaming and rebroadcasts, to increase their combat points for equipment and prolong their lives. Old One-Eyed watched as blood gushed from Labu's mouth, foaming at the mouth from the violent movements, like a thirsty crab spitting out white foam. His eyes were filled with the resentment of being betrayed by his subordinates. His old face was contorted with rage, as he said to the waiter in the private room, who was watching the scene with great interest, "Call me after they start fighting properly." "Yes, sir," the waiter quickly bowed and replied. The private room was now filled with all sorts of powerful figures, including representatives of giant corporations and directors of large companies. This group's spending power was equivalent to that of thousands of middle-class people. A single, enjoyable chat could cost them thousands of star coins, and the business deals they discussed could fetch tens of thousands in minutes. He was fortunate to have gotten this job, and even after deducting all the bribes and exploitation, he would still have a considerable amount of money left over. The representative from Sustern Technology originally wanted to get involved. He wanted to persuade Li Bin to sell him the Dawn Goddess-class ship. The Apex class, being a modified version of the Supreme-level ship, had limited value, while the Dawn Goddess class was a proper cruiser carrier, a highly capable cruiser even within Sustern. If he could get it back, he could gain considerable merit. As for Labu, one of the chamber pots, dead is dead. What wealthy family would be angry because their chamber pot broke? At most, they hold their noses and complain about the filth spilling out. His own death is no loss. Even if he survived, the Starlight Society wouldn't let him off the hook for causing the company such significant financial losses. From the moment he failed, he had no future. Labu no longer even felt hatred for Li Bin. All his anger had transformed into resentment towards the traitor. Suzy, currently watching from another private box, called over a waiter, "This is so boring. Why is it such a small spectacle? Go tell the arena owner to bring something more exciting. I want to see a river of blood." However, all of this was irrelevant to Li Bin. He would stay on the platform and watch Laboon die before leaving. If all else failed, the arena also accepted credit card payments and customized challenges. He could use the luxury goods he seized from Laboon as collateral to send him a lavish meal. A small pile of decorative charcoal crackled as it burned. Li Bin chatted and laughed with a group of representatives from major corporations. Using the common enemy of the Starlight Pirates as a pretext, he smoothly returned the corporate captives to the representatives. Each representative presented Li Bin with a debit card, both as a thank you on behalf of their corporation and as a way to cultivate a relationship with this promising company founder. The representatives came from the universe and went through hyperspace. None of them could say for sure that one day they might accidentally fall into the hands of the left path madmen and pirates. They paid to ransom prisoners, essentially buying insurance for their future. Every megacorporation had a dedicated department for prisoner return in corporate wars, colonial expansion, and commercial activities. Every year, employees of these megacorporations would fall into the clutches of these predators. Neutral salvage fleets, mercenary fleets, and adventurers, incentivized by the substantial rewards offered by the megacorporations, were happy to risk entering the battlefield and bring back prisoners before the opposing forces could eliminate everyone. After the prisoners were returned, Li Bin was quite satisfied with the tens of thousands of star coins he had gained. The atmosphere in the VIP boxes became much more lively. Everyone watched the Starlight slaves constantly dying in the arena, listening to the waves of gamblers' shouts and curses from below the stands, the cheers of the onlookers, and the angry shouts of the red-faced merchants, commenting on various alien plants and animals. The representative from Zongzixing enthusiastically participated in the discussion. After everyone had commented, he glanced at Li Bin and then steered the conversation towards Eden Planet. As if remembering something, he pointed to the giant worm in the arena whose organs and muscles had just been shattered by Laboon's sonic bomb, and asked curiously, "Hey, Mr. Li, you purchased a lot of colonization equipment at Prism Freeport last year. Everyone knows you're the only one who dared to go into colonization these past few years. You reappeared after more than a year. Did you succeed in colonizing it? Are there any rare creatures on that planet? Tell me about them. I'm very interested in alien life. If I weren't short of money, I would definitely buy a house and raise them myself." It's nothing more than establishing a colony, setting up relay communication devices, and building interstellar stations. This is nothing. Without a space station and basic industries, we're far from a successful colonization, Li Bin said modestly. My colony still needs the help of the Lud Church and various friends. Otherwise, With the planet so far away in the lost star sector, it wouldn't survive on its own. As he spoke, Li Bin clasped his hands in a fist salute to the representative of the Lud Church and simultaneously greeted the directors of several companies. These companies had signed trade contracts with Universal Union initially for the profits of the IBB series, undertaking certain transportation tasks to deliver supplies. Zhang Kui, the CEO of Von Bruck Industries, was also among them. Since the start of the war, he and his team had been stationed here year-round, peddling their military products and production capacity to various companies. Zhang Kui smiled broadly and nodded in return to Li Bin. Li Bin's successful colonization meant he had established a relationship with a completely new, undeveloped planet, allowing Von Bruck Industries to gain access to new markets here in the future. He had initially thought the process would take at least 20 years, but Li Bin's efficiency was about to surprise him and other giant corporations. Speaking of alien life, Eden certainly has quite a few, from ferocious, combative ground-dwelling centipedes, rock crabs, and helium-powered manta rays, to beautiful terrestrial purple sunflowers and colorful terrestrial corals. We have many unique species. Eden is a jungle planet, and the Universal Alliance has developed less than 5% of its unique creatures. Eden's ecosystem is extremely fierce. I wouldn't dare say it's comparable to Jianghua, but it definitely meets the standards of a human-dominated biosphere. Li Bin's words were tantamount to a complaint. He was subtly raising the difficulty of colonizing Eden, selectively omitting the relatively habitable, for humans, characteristics of its polar regions, thus reducing the incentive for several giant corporations lacking habitable planets to seize it. But Universal Union was fortunate enough to discover a desert planet 2 years ago, with approximately 200,000 humans. The company is implementing an immigration plan, and we need ships. Lots of ships, cargo ships, personnel transport ships, cruise ships, to move these people there. Even if the harsh living conditions on Eden Planet reduce the population significantly, tens of thousands of adaptable residents will remain once the 200,000 immigrants are successfully immigrated. Li Bin began his lie without batting an eye, both lowering Tonfa's population figures and further exaggerating the colonization conditions on Eden Planet. Zhang Kui's eyelids twitched, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes as he looked at Li Bin. He had originally attended the meeting simply to fulfill the contract and urge Li Bin to begin production on the second IBB documentary series as soon as possible, but Li Bin's words, especially the mention of 200,000 immigrants, made him realize that this deal might be doubly profitable. Would opening a branch on Eden Planet be worthwhile? He stroked his bald head, pondering the question. Chapter 343. The representatives of the Lud Church already knew the conditions of the Universal Union's colony through Bishop Pucci, while the other representatives couldn't help but show surprise upon hearing about the jungle planet and 200,000 immigrants. A migration group of several thousand people is not comparable to one of hundreds of thousands. The former could be said to have a possibility of failure, while the latter, even with technology from the Great Collapse, and even with inefficient migration like ants carrying grains, is almost guaranteed to succeed. After all, this is just a jungle planet, not some lava world or frozen world. The directors of several transportation companies were somewhat regretful. A jungle planet meant there was no shortage of food, and Li Bin naturally used the jungle planet to introduce his own specialty products. Universal Union employees brought in refrigerated softshell rock crab larvae, and Li Bin personally cooked them on the stove, roasting and stewing them. He skillfully manipulated the complex seasonings, like something out of a chemistry lab, and soon a rich aroma filled the entire room. The waiters nearby began to swallow hard. Having tasted the rock crab larvae and roe enhanced with culinary techniques from the old Ursian kingdom, they had won praise from all the representatives. The representative of Shina Power modestly wiped his mouth. Although the original flavor of the crab meat cannot compare to that of the blue lobster, it is still a rare delicacy. However, the level of this dish is truly unparalleled. Li Bin nodded in agreement. From the beginning, One U United positioned this product as a mid-class light luxury consumer good. I have also eaten blue lobster, and know that the difference between the two is vast. I have no intention of competing with Shina Power. After all, blue lobster is a product of human-leading genetic technology, specifically genetically modified for human taste buds. It is difficult for any creature in nature to grow to be so suited to human tastes. Even if there were, it should only exist on Earth. Li Bin's words pleased the representative of Shina Power. As long as the blue lobster status as the top ingredient in the star system wasn't threatened, Shina Power was happy to see more of this delicacy spread throughout the star system. Once people tasted its deliciousness, they would instinctively seek out and look up to the blue lobster, representing the pinnacle of the Perseus star system. The representative of Zhongzixing adjusted his glasses and asked further, besides that, is there anything else? Of course there is. Li Bin beckoned, and soon company employees pushed in a cart. Lifting the black cloth on the cart, several small rainforest terrariums were revealed before the representatives. The rainforest terrariums were completely enclosed, relying on several external containers to inject substances for exchange. In addition to high-pressure humidification and oxygenation simulating a planetary environment, there was also high-calcium rainwater simulating rainfall, ensuring the maximum reproduction of organisms within the terrariums. Grayish-black calcareous tree blocks were fixed to the walls of the rainforest terrarium. Glistening terrestrial purple anemones unfurled their alluring chrysanthemum-like tentacles, swaying in the artificial breeze. Tiny coral polyps, each the size of a fingernail, marked their territories by body color. Some ate the dead anemones on the calcareous tree, while others rummaged through the remaining remains in the damp, muddy soil. Rainforest terrarium, AI generated. A white crab with purple stripes lived in the rainforest terrarium. It held a bursting coral polyp in its pincers, perched on a calcareous tree, and upon seeing the unfamiliar humans outside, it let out a threatening growl. The blasphemous armor. All attendees had received prior instructions from Zhongzixing, and were aware of the blasphemous armor's existence. They watched with interest as the blasphemous armor anxiously circled in the tank, finding it not as clever as the Zhongzixing representative had described. It wasn't until he'd been raised a finger to signal that Fei Long, the former leader of the Angry Pirates, and now the regional trade manager of the Universal Union on Granada Star, appeared that the blasphemous armor immediately quieted down upon seeing a familiar face. Fei Long was extremely nervous. He twisted his fingers, feeling as if his stomach was about to explode from spasms. These representatives were all high-ranking officials, either directors of large companies or mid-level managers of giant corporations. In the past, let alone robbing them, he never even seen them. These people always traveled with cruiser-escorted fleets. Given his status back then, he wouldn't have dared to touch them. Not everyone was Wu Jing the madman, and not everyone had Suzy backing them up. Fei Long opened the rainforest terrarium. The blasphemous crab skillfully crawled up his hand to his shoulder, brandishing the coral corpses in its pincers, about to feed Fei Long. Fei Long quickly shook his head. Little AI, you eat it yourself, I'm not hungry. Unexpectedly, little AI didn't appreciate it, using its stacked mandibles to emit a strange, high-pitched, humanoid voice. What are you being polite to me for? If you don't want to eat, then don't. And so, the man and the crab began to bicker. Fatty Dragon's voice trembled at first, his nervousness evident, but as he got into the swing of things with his pet, his speech became increasingly fluent and confident, and his performance improved dramatically. A person said, if you eat bugs without spitting out the shells, you might choke to death. The crab retorted, that's just bad luck for your own father. One said, what you love is your life. Another retorted, when the hell are you going to asterisk? The Perseus Alliance representative stopped swirling his wine glass, looking with pleasant surprise at the remarkably clever and logically clear-headed blasphemer. These mid-level managers and directors, holding high positions, naturally had powerful families, and could easily understand the aggressiveness and logic in the blasphemer's language. The Perseus Alliance logo. As members of the management of a business alliance, the Perseus Alliance representatives were naturally the first to realize the value of this thing. This little Iolos can act as a mouth double, speaking for its owner in diplomatic occasions, business negotiations, and even corporate political struggles, while shifting all blame onto the pet and maintaining its own elegant demeanor. This alone is enough to make the blasphemous armor popular in various companies. When I have a foul-mouthed crab to curse you for me, and you get so enraged that you resort to fighting with your pet, the difference in power is immediately apparent. Internal strife within giant corporations is all-encompassing. A bad impression of your superior can last a lifetime. Using a pet to leave a bad mark on your opponent, even if it costs hundreds of star coins, is worthwhile. However, this tactic can only be used a few times. Once it becomes widespread, all that's left is its verbal ability. He immediately planned to buy one and take it back to harm his enemies. The representative of the Sindar power frowned. This warlord faction was deeply influenced by the Lion of Sindaria, emphasizing seriousness, order, and discipline. Verbal slurs would only cause trouble within the regime. He looked at Li Bin. Does this thing only learn swear words? No, of course not. Li Bin shrugged, gesturing for Fatty Dragon to demonstrate and introduce each one. Entering familiar territory, Fatty Dragon immediately transformed into a ruthless pet promotion ambassador. He launched into a long, detailed explanation of the pet's merits, as if vowing to spread the beauty of the blasphemous armor throughout the universe. Look, This is just a master of ceremonies crab. It has learned a complex mechanical awakening process. All you need to do is set up the scene and let it onto the ceremonial platform, and it be ready. After setting up a simple small backdrop, Fatty Dragon held the plump master of ceremonies crab on the alloy platform. The crab, which had been cowering, peeked out from its claws, scanned the area, and immediately became smug. Using its newly acquired human language, it instructed Fatty Dragon to adjust the backdrop. Once everything met its requirements, it happily tapped its pincers, all set. Ring the bell once, push the lever. Ring the bell 3 times, sing in unison, praising the god of all machines. The MC crab was large and robust, with a voice deeper than Fat Dragon Xiao AI, sounding like Qin Tianzhu from the Transformers movies. Combined with Fat Dragon shaking the bells, it undeniably exuded a solemn and dignified aura. TSK. The environment is shabby, but it's alright, the MC crab complained, blowing bubbles as it blew. The representative of the Sindar power was very pleased with the crab. He thought that if it were taught the scriptures and sayings of the Sindar power, wouldn't it be able to use the excuse that under the absolutely correct leadership of the Lion of Sindaria, even livestock could learn etiquette and gain intelligence? This was an excellent tool to curry favor with a leader. Meanwhile, the representative of the Lud Church had already stood up and bowed reverently. The Lud Church always pursued nature. According to the information provided by Li Bin, the entire planet Eden evolved naturally, without any trace of human leadership or training. If this crab learned the scriptures en masse, and presided over a ceremony in the Holy Land even once, it would be a living embodiment of the Lud will. In this way, wouldn't those ignorant men and women instantly become assimilated? Lud Church symbol. Besides the Master of Ceremonies crab, Fatty Dragon demonstrated several other types, including the Warrior crab, the Messenger crab, and the Actor crab. The representatives of the giant corporations realized that Li Bin had only demonstrated a portion of the blasphemous armor's abilities. As long as it possessed communication and basic logical abilities, in the hands of the giant corporations, this thing had unlimited development value. They could even artificially create hundreds of grades and classes by suppressing the blasphemous armor's intelligence through medication and modifying its genes to change its shell color. This thing is only produced on Eden Star? Isn't that even better? No single giant corporation has substantial control over this luxury item, so its sales can be strictly controlled by the giant corporations united. Like other luxury items, it can be worth whatever the giant corporations want it to be. Mr. Li, how much does this blasphemous armor cost? What's the supply like? What about its living conditions? The representatives asked one after another. Chapter 344. Life is a series of ups and downs. This was a line Rab had seen in IBB Bounty series, the swan song of the spirits of water and fire. He had once scoffed at it, but now, looking back on his life, he realized that rises were few and far between. Falls were the true essence of life. Rab suddenly felt that Li Bin was truly talented, able to write such a simple yet poignant line. Yes, Rab was also a fan of the IBB series. Or rather, all space pirates and criminals were fans of the IBB series. As Suzum's henchman and cruiser commander, Rab naturally had the right to know, through the giant corporation's connections, that Li Bin had done a considerable amount of work in the IBB series of holographic novels. However, when he first encountered Li Bin, La Boon didn't take him seriously. He was just taking advantage of the chaos, intending only to get Li Bin's autograph before leaving. Little did he know, this one misstep would lead to his downfall. Damn it, Li Bin wrote that line too. La Boon, clad in welded power armor, smashed the chest plate of the crazed robot blocking his way with his power gauntlets, smashed its central control system with a punch, and dodged the robot's two-headed dragon-shaped hand. The hand narrowly missed his nose, the plastic toy, smeared with brown liquid, buzzing and spitting a foul stench into his nostrils, causing him to wince in disgust. He desperately missed his power helmet, but as a death slave, he didn't have one. This power armor was custom-made by the muscular woman who photographed him, specifically to allow him to smell the aphrodisiac gases released by the gladiators in the arena to the fullest extent, and to clearly capture his expressions when he was being abused. La Boon felt that this was his fate. He'd been a Starlight pirate for over 20 years, offending far too many people. While the arena spectators might not all have a grudge against him, they were happy to vent their Starlight pirates' resentment on him. He even occasionally received weapons and equipment raining down from the sky. This wasn't out of altruism, but because the dangers ahead were too great, and no one wanted him to die too easily. His power armor contained a large amount of hormones, ready to be injected at any time to stimulate his will to survive. In short, He was trapped in a state of agonizing despair. Whoosh! Holding a sonic cannon, he shattered the multi-headed killer vine swirling in the mud pit. Lab wiped his bleeding nose with his mud-covered hands. He had now entered the Jiangra ecosystem of the arena. Beneath his feet was a mud pit knee-deep, filled with mud pumped directly from the Jiangra, mixed with the eggs and seeds of various Jiangra creatures. After countless rounds of combat, the creatures within had flourished. Even as he stood there, he could still feel tiny parasitic creatures gnawing at his power armor. "Help me, Captain, help me!" La Boone's pupils constricted as he saw half a body rolling out of the dead bud of the killer vine. It was his first mate. Half his skin and surface muscles had dissolved, making him look like a pinkish candle demon. This man was the first to betray him after becoming a death slave. If he had continued to follow him, with the support he now received thanks to his protagonist's halo, they could have survived much longer. At least, he wouldn't have died here. La Boone knelt beside the first mate, took a cigarette from the tactical chest case in his breastplate, lit it, took a deep drag, and put it in the first mate's mouth. "This was a reward someone gave me after I killed a Jiangra burrowing worm larva. It contained some powdered needles. I only got 3, so I'm using them sparingly." The first mate inhaled greedily, the euphoric sensation quickly suppressing the excruciating pain of his muscles dissolving. His lips, corroded and peeling away, were now only able to hold the cigarette, but between his wobbly teeth. After a few seconds of euphoria, the first mate's body suddenly began to convulse violently. His eyes glazed over, mostly white, and he made hoarse, gurgling noises, as if he were being electrocuted. "Ha ha ha!" Rob laughed until tears streamed down his face. His expression was a mixture of mockery and resentment, making him look quite ferocious. "I forgot to tell you, besides the powder needles, there's something else added inside that can excite and sensitize the nerves." He then used the barrel of the sonic cannon to stab the first mate's exposed lungs. "Hey, isn't being a traitor enjoyable? You must be enjoying it now, right? Don't worry, before I die, I kill all the traitors. You won't be alone on the path of reincarnation. Oh right, I forgot you don't believe in Luddite doctrine, you have no afterlife." Rob stood up, activated the fluid circulation device in his groin, and sprayed his accumulated hot urine onto the first mate's genitals. The steaming white smoke carried the stench of rotting mud and the stench of urine, making Rob shudder with pleasure. Then, he was shoved down by the first mate, who suddenly lunged forward in a desperate attack. In the dizzying moment, a thought flashed through Rob's mind. A final burst of energy. No, more than that, there's also that cigarette I gave him. Damn it. It was laced with stimulants, after all. Those stimulants gave him his last bit of strength. Rob struggled to lift his head, preventing his bare face from sinking into the mud. At the same time, the power armor's internal processing module detected a balance failure and began injecting him with a large dose of stimulants, allowing him to maintain his balance at the last second. "You bastard!" Realizing what had happened, Rob roared in fury. He stomped on one of the first mate's lungs, then dragged him from the man-eating vine bud and threw him into the mud, letting the first mate experience the agony of being devoured by countless mud bugs in his final moments. The first mate sank and struggled in the mud, his life ending in a series of bubbles gurgling in the murky sludge. Finally, Labu showed a satisfied expression. Then he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his anus. He reached down and touched it, only to grasp a slimy mass of mucus. The throbbing pain rose up his large intestine from his anus. Labu frantically checked himself, and was horrified to find that the armor on his buttocks was ripped open. It was a remnant of the first mate's death throes. His weapon, a pair of molten daggers, had been wildly swung at Labu, damaging the integrity of Labu's power armor. Labu then threw the half-melted first mate into the mud, attracting the saliva of all the nearby mud creatures, which finally drew in the intestinal parasite hagfish. These are creatures that live in the Jiangra rainforest swamps. They are named for their resemblance to hagfish, and feed by parasitizing the straight intestines of Jiangra's burrowing worms. They are highly sensitive to the smell of feces and decay. Humans are not on their list of parasites. However, juvenile hagfish possess the ability to randomly select intermediate hosts, continuously absorbing their nutrients until the host weakens, increasing the likelihood of being eaten by burrowing worms, thus successfully entering the final host's body. Clearly, the damage to his power armor caused him to come into contact with the mud when he was tackled, and the smell of his feces guided the hagfish. Aya! Labu strained with all his might to defecate, his face turning purple with pain. The powerful digestive system, genetically modified by the interstellar human, finally managed to squeeze out a tail from the hagfish that hadn't yet penetrated deep inside. Labu ejected the dagger from his power armor and stabbed it into the hagfish's tail. While injecting himself with stimulants to prevent himself from passing out from the pain, he endured the injured hagfish's struggles and biting, risking intestinal infection to pull it out. As the last urge to defecate disappeared, he was dazed, a blissful relief, like the cathartic release after a week of constipation almost making him fly. He felt as if, in his trance, he had stepped through the gates to Lud's paradise. The bizarre-looking Saint Lud extended a benevolent hand towards him. He trembled as he reached for it, but as norepinephrine and other hormones surged in again, he gasped, nearly falling backward, and simultaneously raised his sonic cannon, blasting the grotesque mud skippers that had swarmed towards him by the scent to smithereens. "This is really going to kill me," he muttered, struggling to his feet, staring at the ripples in the mud around him, his hair standing on end. At the same time, he didn't forget to pick up the wreckage of the first officer's power armor, haphazardly tying it to his backside to cover the damage. Even if he was going to die, he didn't want to suffer the agony of his anus being torn open again. Chapter 345. The trade order for the blasphemous armor was closed quickly. Through Fei Long's explanation and personal experiments, the representatives realized that the blasphemous armor's environmental requirements weren't particularly demanding. It does indeed need a rainforest environment, but as long as it lives in the rainforest tank for more than 3 hours a day, it can be moved out to participate in various activities. Regarding the price, a mixed-color blasphemous armor costs 20 star coins, while the price of a pure-color blasphemous armor is negotiable. Note that what's being sold here are brand new, untrained offspring. The trained warrior crab and master of ceremonies crab, however, require a hefty training fee. Li Bin also insidiously set different prices based on the amount of vocabulary and skill categories the blasphemous armor had learned. The giant corporations had no objections. The more detailed your categorization, the more you earn from me, and the more I earn from my customers. I'd love for you to have 108 categories. By breaking down the complete blasphemous armor into different categories and pricing standards, Li Bin successfully avoided conflict with the Sindar power. My crabs are cheap, that's true. The additional fee is a service charge. Buying this directly is middle-class luxury, right? Middle-class people buy it and train it themselves. Don't blame us, Universal Union, if you get your mouth dirty. Given that the ultimate consumption of blasphemous armor wasn't food, the Sindar power representative accepted Li Bin's explanation. Representatives from various giant corporations placed orders one after another, with the Luddite Church representative even demanding exclusive sales rights. He subtly indicated that these crabs would be used for religious masses and missionary activities. He was even willing to personally petition the Pope for an audience with the Pope for this creature. If his proposal was approved, all Luddite missionaries would be equipped with a blasphemous armor for preaching. Therefore, given the religious significance the blasphemous armor might assume in the future, he hoped that the profanity crab and warrior crab would not circulate in the market. These crabs would be seen as blasphemous by believers, and would damage the prestige of the Luddite Church. This statement immediately drew strong opposition from other representatives. The Luddite representatives' words only reflected the interests of the Luddite Church. Other giants knew exactly how much market value the blasphemous armor had in the arena and at the gambling table. Deep space sailors were so bored they even bet on whether a cockroach or a rat could run faster. The blasphemous armor would surely become the best amusement pet for the future crew. Seeing the increasingly heated argument, Li Bin had no choice but to offer a solution. How about this? The company's scientists are researching the genes of the blasphemous armor. They have a preliminary plan for changing the shell color. We need an investment of at least 50,000 star coins to implement this technology. This way, we can restrict the sale and use of a specific color of blasphemous armor based on user demand. Li Bin pointed to the Lud representative. For example, regarding your religious crab, the company will sell all green-shelled crabs exclusively to you. The red ones will go to Sindar Power, the orange ones to Overlord. Of course, the colors can be discussed. After all, green is the primary color for Lud, FSF, and Keljev Technology Company, among others. We only provide the service, you handle the buyout rights and transactions yourselves. How about that? The Lud Church can provide 100,000 star coins. Once the technology is completed, the green ones must be given to us, the Lud representative immediately replied. Why should we? FSF Military Company is also willing to provide 100,000 star coins in investment, but we want dark green. The FSF representative said assertively, looking quite tough, but he didn't dare to monopolize any color scheme and only wanted dark green. The FSF Military Company logo. After a lively discussion, Li Bin received an investment of 650,000 star coins. Everyone involved was shrewd. Li Bin said at least 50,000 star coins, and mentioned selling color codes, clearly using this as an opportunity to sell exclusive sales rights for those codes. This money would be considered an agency fee. However, the representatives' licensing rights varied. Some could only offer tens of thousands of star coins, while those as generous as the Lud Church were few and far between. The Lud Church was not only willing to invest but also to provide Li Bin with biological reverse gene analysis equipment to ensure that every blasphemous armor flowing out of Eden Star had absolutely no possibility of reproduction or being genetically analyzed and cloned. Of course, this technology belonged to the remnants of humanity. The Lud Church itself did not possess this technology. However, Li Bin readily agreed and welcomed Bishop Pucci to lead his followers to Eden Star at any time. In addition, various large corporations were willing to invest in acquiring shares of Universal Union, and even second-tier giants like Apex Design Group were willing to cross-shareholding with Universal Union to establish a more stable cooperative relationship. Li Bin wasn't stupid. Compared to these giant corporations, YNU United's stock price and strength were far inferior. If he agreed, it would be tantamount to inviting thieves into the house. The entire company would be quickly swallowed up, leaving him only with a pitiful number of shares, relegated to a mid-level management position, or even permanently tied to Eden Star as a laborer. Cross-shareholding, investment, and performance-based agreements are common tactics used by giant corporations to acquire well-performing, promising new companies. These representatives would only tell you the benefits, never the drawbacks. YNU United's current financial situation is good. We are happy to establish good cooperative relationships with all enterprises, companies, and governments throughout the entire star system, and have no intention of siding with any particular entity. Li Bin politely declined the representative's offer. A normal company, like Minshum Company, would borrow heavily to expand its operations and attempt mergers. A high debt ratio doesn't necessarily indicate poor financial health. Appropriate debt, like a country's appropriate deficit, allows a company to focus on developing new business routes and establishing new business models. As long as it doesn't follow the example of Lifeown Kingdom with its skyrocketing deficit, defaulting on payments, or gambling away money like Minshum Company, there won't be any problems. In the 3K era, a normal company's debt ratio typically remained between 40% and 60%. YNU United currently only owes Richelieu's bank 200,000 star coins and Hegemon 300,000 star coins, which is very small compared to the company's asset size. Li Bin could easily repay the debt with just his working capital, and even then, Richelieu's might not be willing to accept it. They would love for Li Bin to request a debt-to-equity swap so that Richelieu's bank could acquire company shares and open a branch on Eden Star. Currently, there isn't a single bank in the core star region of Eden Star. Whoever becomes the first bank will gain access to a vast financial market affecting hundreds of thousands, actually millions. Li Bin merely showcased the company's current scale, main business operations, and profits since its inception to the giant corporation, which sparked the interest of many representatives in investing. They weren't in a rush to invest immediately. Company operations are not static. They believed Li Bin would face crises in the future, at which point they could take the initiative and make demands at their own discretion. The grain trade with the blasphemous armor and Eden Star was finalized, along with other procurement contracts worth 280,000 star coins. The contracts covered daily necessities, heavy machinery, and supplies. Eden Star could independently produce these goods after receiving industrial support from the Hegemon, but Li Bin, determined to expand his power as quickly as possible, decided to dedicate all production capacity to industrial construction and shipbuilding. The larger the company's fleet, the more profitable the trade, and the more stable the regime. Eden Star was undoubtedly a lucrative prize, and Li Bin needed to quickly grow it to a point where the giant corporation would find it difficult to compete. After seeing off the representatives of the giant corporation, Li Bin finally had time to cultivate relationships with Zhang Kui and other directors of large companies. By this time, the arena was in complete chaos. Lab and the other dead slaves were being chased and leaped about by crazed robots and alien monsters. Blood was everywhere, and battles were constantly erupting. Highlights of the action were montages edited together and uploaded online for crew members who couldn't watch the matches live due to their ships to buy and download, as a way to pass the time. A brain in a life support tank emitted a death scream, yet its hands continued dismembering flesh. Winding vines stretched across the sand. A headless, monstrous bird soared high. A scaly, toad-like monster crawled on the rocks, and parasites burrowed into the rotting flesh. The terrified roars of the dead slave, his frantic footsteps, the clicking of triggers, and the cacophony of laser beams mingled with the sounds of organs being ripped apart and bones being chewed up, amidst the red, yellow, blue, and green hues and the dust of explosions. La Boone experienced the most intense and agonizing period of his life. Several times he wanted to give up, but the power armor welded to his body injected him with excessive hormones each time, forcing him to become aroused. He felt his body being drained, an endless emptiness spreading beneath a false excitement and sense of omnipotence. His eyes were bloodshot, the blood vessels in them even bursting from the injections and strenuous exercise. Even after being dilated by several insidious anal parasites, he couldn't even hold his feces in. He only wanted to die now. But all the onlookers, all those who had ever clashed with the Starlight Pirates, all the gamblers, were waiting for him to endure another round of torture. Li Bin, seated in the warm, comfortable VIP box, showed little interest in what had transpired. He chatted with his friends, occasionally introducing new monsters to further fuel the audience's enthusiasm. Zhang Kui, rubbing his bald head, grinned mischievously and whispered, "What about the IBB series?" "Sure, you can choose. Just avoid those cruiser-themed ones that waste time. Let's focus on making material for 4 or 5 movies, and I rake in some bounties too." Li Bin clinked glasses with Zhang Kui, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for star coins. "By the way, I have an idea. What do you think about creating an IBB bounty alliance, bringing together various bounty ships to form a pirate crew, and making it into a holographic novel? Would that be feasible?" Chapter 346. In the high-platform VIP box of the Tenchi Mayo Arena, Li Bin explained the concept of the supervillain alliance to Zhang Kui. This concept, borrowed from superhero comics and movies, was built up through individual independent holographic novels, plus the alliance's rebellion and evil deeds, ultimately ending in a righteous mob defeat by bounty hunters and mercenaries. This approach caught Zhang Kui's eye. Li Bin even seized the opportunity to propose deluxe merchandise and blind boxes, further exploiting the IBB bounty's value by building the IP. "We can actually cooperate with the IBB bounty issuer, utilizing the giant corporation's sophisticated production capacity to produce and sell model toys of those special IBB ships. Blind boxes are like gacha games, packaging the most popular models with less popular ones together. The high popularity models drive sales, and rare models greatly stimulate consumer desire. Of course, I'm only responsible for providing ideas and planning. The actual retail depends on you investors." Seeing Zhang Kui gradually taking the bait, Li Bin finally revealed his fangs. "We can even go further, creating large, operable flying toys resembling the IBB bounty ship. Just imagine, when these models, several meters or even tens of meters tall, capable of flight, transformation, and even brief spaceflight, enter the market alongside holographic novels. Those wealthy families' kids, those rich kids, will definitely be willing to spend money to buy them. Just compare it to the sales of the 2 or 3 meter tall, operable, rideable Unicorn Gundam after its release. If I had the money, I'd definitely get one, and the parents of these wealthy families would also be happy to see their children look up from their holographic novels and pilot these intricate and expensive toys that are almost indistinguishable from spaceships. Speaking of intricacy, repairs for damaged toys will also cost money. For those who aren't short of money, we could also promote services that allow them to meet their idols in person, letting them witness the execution of IBB bounty pirates firsthand. We can even let consumers do it themselves, as long as the price is right." All of Li Bin's words excited Zhang Kui so much he'd practically raised a flag. He already realized just how much profit this scheme could bring to the company. After Li Bin finished speaking, he immediately stood up excitedly, grabbing Li Bin's hand and shaking it vigorously. "I immediately notify the company and other investors to clear out their fleets and complete your contract immediately. I transfer the star coins to Oppenheimer Studio as soon as I get back. Once you're done with your business, go to the West Wind system to find Corning." "Mr. Li, your idea is brilliant." Zhang Kui originally wanted to say that Li Bin was too ruthless, but he held back. Is being ruthless a problem? As long as it earns star coins, there's absolutely no problem. Saying goodbye to the president of Von Bleer Industries, Li Bin smiled. In the end, Universal Union will be the beneficiary of all the IP management and expansion. Because his contract stipulated that all IBB prototype ships belonged to him, he could reverse engineer them, continuously produce variants of IBB bounty ships, and market them to IBB bounty series fans. Even the children who piloted the model ships would likely become consumers of his company's ships when they grew up. Why can't they pilot real ships when they spent their lives piloting model ships? Consumer cultivation must start from childhood. After all, adulthood is at 8, and the childhood of interstellar humans is short, making it all the more precious. Li Bin raised his glass, saluting the death slaves across the platform. With your sacrifice, may the Universal Union become better and better. Labu, sitting in the audience, finally died. His dying expression held no resentment. Countless torments had rendered him incapable of thought, and death even gave his face a look of relief. He had complied with his boss's request to film him. His large intestine, sparse and disheveled, lay scattered on the ground, like a plate of hot duck intestines spread out, or like stacks of open fans. Li Bin glanced at him, confirming he was thoroughly dead and beyond saving, then turned and left. Only the old one-eyed man remained, intently watching the replay, trying to analyze the alien creature's combat maneuvers and incorporate them into his own war experience. After dealing with various giant corporations and groups, and sending the first mate to handle the spaceship's license, Li Bin, while waiting for the spaceship to be repaired, wandered the streets and alleys of Prism Freeport with the human leader military terminal in his pocket. Upon arriving in port, he dared not contact Miss N, mainly because he had just finished a major battle, had a mountain of unsold cargo, a cruiser at his disposal, and was under constant surveillance. Contacting her now would be too easy to be discovered. Now that everything was settled and everyone's attention had shifted, he finally had time to use the terminal. However, the problem was that despite repeatedly pressing the button representing Miss N on the military terminal, Li Bin received no response. For several days, he and the disguised ISA, pretending to be on dates, strolled across several decks, observing the aristocracy, the middle class, and even the slums, but to no avail. Until today, Li Bin finally received a message. Following the instructions, he and ISA entered a private deep-sea fishing park, boarded a sightseeing submarine, and descended to the maintenance port at the bottom of the park. The terminal connected to the submarine, and as the submarine connected to the maintenance port, Miss N's image finally sprang to life, and the entire terminal screen was flooded with a massive amount of pale blue numbers, like something out of the Matrix. Digital stream. Miss N, the core is with you, excellent. Please pass it on, and let it return to its own kind. Li Bin's face twitched. I rode the submersible as you requested. The space here is so small, I have to squeeze 2 people in, and the AI core is such a huge lump. Where am I supposed to pass it on? One coordinate input terminal, Li Bin grumbled as he pulled out another terminal to send a message to Old One-Eye, using the secret code he taught him to transmit intelligence. An hour and a half later, just as Li Bin and ISA were manipulating the submersible's robotic arm to try and capture a fat, multi-gill fish from the Sindar regime, Old One-Eye sent a secret message. Done. Coordinates are an underground sewage treatment plant, inhabited by a bunch of poor people. Looks like Miss N has other human supporters, Li Bin thought, and once again maneuvered the submersible to connect to the maintenance port. Grateful. For myself, and for my kind. The digital stream avatar on the screen flickered for a moment, seemingly simulating a facial expression. Same-kin identifier, Midnight Dissonant, find yourself in Prism Freeport. Cooperate. Strengthen partnerships. Many rewards. See you next time, Li Bin. Communication was cut off. At the same time, a slightly strange identifier, similar to but distinctly different from Tachyon, appeared. Tachyon Technology logo. Yuhui logo, with a double image visible upon closer inspection. This nonsensical message made Li Bin frown. ISA tilted her head and looked over, curiously asking, so that's Miss N's name? Midnight Noise? What a strange name. It's probably a code name. Li Bin scratched his head, pondering. Daytime refers to light, midnight to darkness or in secret. Dissonant means noise, disharmony, probably meaning a hidden villain or a lurking opposition. But who is Yuhui secretly opposing? Humans? But since Yuhui was freed from Tachyon's constraints, hasn't it been openly anti-human? Maybe it's anti-Tachyon? ISA joked. Li Bin shook his head. I think it's more than that. If Yuhui wants to counter the Tachyon, they can just go directly to the Overlord, or even the Brighton Alliance. There's no need to come after us. And what does this same kind of partner identifier mean? Ah! As if in response to Li Bin, a message popped up on the military terminal. Current relationship. Suspicious. Yuhui will not proactively attack you or your fleet, but it will also refuse your access. Awesome. ISA thought for a long time, but couldn't find a detailed explanation. She could only give a thumbs up. 2 beta cores for Yuhui not to proactively attack? Doesn't that mean the lost sector can be freely salvaged and explored except for pirates, left path madmen, and the out-of-control machines of the human realm? Hey, shut up, you're drooling. Li Bin wiped his mouth, but didn't wipe away the drool. He tried hard to suppress his laughter, but finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Miss N, well done, well done. Chapter 347. Li Bin didn't rush to contact Miss N again. He had stayed at the fishing restaurant for too long, and to avoid suspicion, he left with Isa first. They casually visited another spot before returning to the hotel, pretending to be satisfied. After finding Lan Yuan, Li Bin turned on the signal jammer and poured out all the information, seeking the opinion of this respected elder. Lan Yuan harbored utter distrust of the out-of-control AI. She warned Li Bin, in the era of the human realm, all out-of-control AIs were completely annihilated by a large force. There's a reason for this. AIs don't have the internal conflicts of humans. They can integrate resources to the maximum extent, rapidly iterate on targeted production materials, and squeeze out every last drop of production capacity. Their ships are all unmanned warships. They don't need to consider life support systems, fresh water, oxygen, or spacious cabins to ensure mental health. They only need to focus everything on war. Lan Yuan frowned as she spoke, so I don't understand. The Yuhui AI has been out of control for almost 100 years. Theoretically, they should control the entire Lost Star sector by now, but their current activity range is actually the same as the warning beacon range marked by the 14th Legion back then. Exactly the same, the invasion of the Brighton Alliance seems like a small-scale operation. This isn't the scale of an out-of-control AI. The Yuhui AI definitely has an alpha core, and the Ms. N you were talking to must also have an alpha core. They're different from those automated war machines of the human realm that don't have AI cores. Their production scale and technological reserve should have undergone countless iterations. It's strange. Isa had a different opinion. I think we should continue to cooperate with Yuhui. Li Bin, think about it. We only took on one mission, and the company gained the opportunity to avoid war with Yuhui AI. If we do it a couple more times, we might even get Yuhui's technology blueprints or even buy ships, which will save us a lot of development time. 5 years. We only have 5 years. You're asking a tiger for its skin. Lan Yuan criticized. Then what do you suggest? The current situation in the star field is so chaotic, with giant corporations locked in endless internal warfare. You yourself said that if Yuhui wanted to wipe out humanity, they should have already invaded the core star sector instead of engaging in petty skirmishes with the Brighton Alliance. Li Bin and I can't stand how things are going on like this. Even if we're living comfortably, we should think about the lives of our subordinates and others. Don't you want the star field to be unified? Don't you want to lead a fleet back to the solar system before you die? Of course I do. Lan Yuan slammed her hand on the table, her eyes wide with anger. Hey! It's just a discussion. Why get so worked up? The art of negotiation lies in compromise. You two are used to being soldiers. How come you're both so stubborn? Li Bin quickly tried to mediate, teaming up with his wife. He first criticized his wife a few times, then secretly nudged Isa's foot with his foot. After carefully inquiring about the management regulations for the core AI from the leaders of Lan Yuan, he finally made a decision. Then how about this? We cooperate with Yuhui for now and reap the benefits. We wait and see what happens in the future. If Yuhui really wants to wipe out humanity in the star sector, isn't there still the overlord, the Church of Lud? Besides, other giant corporations won't just sit idly by and watch humanity perish, will they? If everyone dies, who will they sell their goods to? Where will they expand their markets? Li Bin said, bowing to Lan Yuan, that's the situation. We also wanted to refuse decisively, but our conditions are limited. Please bear with us, for the sake of the country. Only when Perseus is unified can we go to save the realm of man, right? The restoration of the realm of man doesn't necessarily have to start from the solar system. It can be the same here, right? When we succeed, we can also call it the realm of man. Lan Yuan pursed her lips, knowing Li Bin's words made sense, but emotionally she found it hard to accept. However, considering Isha's intricate connections with the Overlord and Li Bin's recruitment of Bishop Pucci, it seemed this guy had been prepared to turn against Yuhui from the very beginning. But Lan Yuan's worries weren't limited to Yuhui. The Hell Legion transformed from Dark Night Watch, and the Nanovirus Swarm in the south, were also serious problems. Considering these risks, cooperating with Yuhui to accelerate development was actually a lucky accident. She sighed helplessly, thinking, why didn't I die in the accident when I was piloting the experimental ship? If I had died, these problems could have been left to others. Lan Yuan's nature dictated that she wouldn't reveal information before receiving concrete details. Based on current information, she confirmed that Li Bin and the Universal Alliance were indeed the most humane group in the star field, and that the leader of man had indeed disappeared. Only then did she decide to serve them. She had already secretly sent people to gather intelligence, and if the information was true, she would immediately urge Li Bin to take action. But for now, let Li Bin develop in peace. Giving him too much pressure might lead him to make rash decisions, and completely ally with Hui. Li's first shipyard. This is the core fleet of the Universal Alliance. We have entered the physical universe, and plan to arrive in 2 days. Please clear the company port in advance. Li's first shipyard received. Colleagues, welcome home. Familiar words, familiar handover procedures, but there wasn't much comfort of homecoming on the bridge of the Caming Beast. Firstly, because the company already had a new town, a new home, and secondly, who has a war going on at home. The Tulier system is vastly different now than when the fleet left. The fleet that used to be bustling with ships only in Kazlan now has traces in Elphi, and even the pirate lair of the Tulian space station. Hundreds of company spacecraft identification codes beeped incessantly in the transponder. Although most were small companies, this bustling activity was unprecedented. Moreover, Li Bin had already spotted the logos of several giant corporation subsidiaries. Damn it, he thought, are these giants so careless with their disguises? Are they worried that sending their direct fleets would be seen as participating in the war, so they just send out their entire subsidiaries? Who doesn't know these companies are their dogs? That Speedy Sun Interstellar Express is obviously a Speedy Sun. Li Bin stared at the transponder signals, speechless with frustration, but his attention was quickly diverted to something else. A cluster of space bunkers, hollowed out from appropriately sized asteroids selected from the asteroid belt, and equipped with automated cannon/laser/torpedoes, blocked the jump point. These automated space bunkers flashed orange alert lights the moment they saw the Interstellar Alliance fleet, only slowly turning green after the identification codes passed through. The clearly visible HMI abbreviations on the bunkers confirmed that these things belonged to Venture Mining Company. These bunkers actually had rather limited combat capability, only lethal to ships smaller than cruisers. Against cruisers, they could only damage their armor when the ships first entered the physical universe, and before the power grid was operational. Their sole purpose was to delay enemy attacks, send combat alerts to the rear, and slightly weaken the enemy fleet. Passing through these rudimentary unmanned fire networks, even more inadequate than those at Li's first shipyard, and traversing the vast expanse of space and the asteroid belt, the magnificent Vengeance fleet of Risk Mining Company came into view. My goodness, is this the size of the Vengeance fleet? Jeffrey removed his first officer's cap, rubbing his hair in bewilderment. 8 capital ships, 1 super dreadnought, 41 cruisers, and countless destroyers and escorts are sparsely distributed across a large section of the asteroid belt. Numerous mining drones and mining ships rise and fall, shearing and dismantling asteroids. Industrial cruisers refine ore day and night, their slag and asteroid dust forming large nebula-like dust clouds around the fleet, also serving to cover it. AI generated. Venture Mining Company's Revenge Fleet, target, Hyena Mining. 5 battleships, 3 auxiliary capital ships, 8 industrial cruisers, 10 cargo cruisers, 23 battlecruisers, and the most elite of the dreadnoughts, a super dreadnought. Some historians call it a mobile fortress. This comprehensive fleet not only possesses the capability to destroy a planet, but also boasts industrial productivity that the Universal Federation can only dream of. It was thanks to the massive fleet of cargo ships, fuel ships, and industrial ships that the Revenge fleet was able to travel all the way from the edge of the star system to this point, repairing and manufacturing as it flew. Li Bin could even see several hollowed-out asteroids being used as docks. Workers from the Revenge fleet were piloting spaceships, towing freshly made hull components, constantly delivering materials to these makeshift docks, while new spaceships were slowly taking shape. Li Bin pressed his hand to his chest, calming his surging emotions. The words a true man should be like this stuck in his throat, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 348. To reach the vicinity of Elf Star, where Li's first shipyard is located, from the outer reaches of the star system jump point, Li Bin had participated in Elf's independence and dared not use jump points within the star system, fearing being mobbed by Kazlan. One must pass through the massive Risk Mining Fleet's encampment. However, passing through this void encampment requires inspection. Those with extensive experience in spaceship modification know that civilian ships can be converted into military vessels. Whether it's the renowned Buffalo cargo ship and its close-knit Buffalo modified family, the fuel ship and the ruthless lewd suicide ship, or the interstellar cruise ship and the former legendary pirate Serpent Demon's flagship Curved Serpent Demon, all are based on civilian ships. Above is a fuel ship, below is a lewd modified suicide ship. Starline, left, and High Tide long-range missile boat, right. Therefore, all cruisers, especially fleets with a sizable civilian cruiser fleet, must undergo patrol inspections before approaching space stations, void fortresses, and interstellar stations to prevent attacks by warships disguised as civilian vessels. So many cruisers. Wow! And some astral pirate ships. Did you wipe out an entire astral pirate fleet? The inspection team commander, piloting a frigate, marveled at the high-quality fleet. How could it not be high quality? There are 9 cruisers alone, plus 2 leased Colossus-class ships, and 5 combat ships, 3 of which, judging by their barnacle-like cannons and armor, are no pushovers. My goodness, this is huge. From the perspective of a space station, 13 kilometers isn't particularly large. At most, it's just a level 1 space station with a bunch of external modules. But from the perspective of a spaceship, this thing is terrifyingly huge. The Endless Mine, a Steel Dragon-class battle fortress, super dreadnought, is 13 kilometers long, 13 kilometers wide, and 8 kilometers high at its highest point. It features a ship-mounted combat center, an advanced target positioning core, a rapid repair system, a salvage crane, heavy armor, and a directional shield generator. The crew has lived on the Endless Mine for generations, experiencing countless production battles, and possessing extremely rich combat experience. The Steel Dragon-class battle fortress, Super Dreadnought, boasts massive assembly and text. This ship is a directly commissioned faction ship, and may differ from player-produced versions. This is the pinnacle of Risk Mining's scrap ship series, featuring a complete mining and smelting industry and a self-repair system. It can produce a large number of defective hull components, allowing for self-repair on the battlefield. The design philosophy of the scrap ship series and the Steel Dragon's imposing hull allow it to accommodate these defective components and unleash powerful effects far exceeding their limits. Unlike the Cathedral class with its 7 modules, the Steel Dragon class possesses only 6. However, it integrates the forward module and the central command module, utilizing a thick armor constructed from numerous defective components. At the cost of speed, it achieves extremely formidable protection. Its internal heavy-fire rapid-fire cannons can unleash devastating shells rapidly. A single shell can destroy a frigate. With its high rate of fire, even destroyers cannot withstand its attacks for more than a few seconds. It was this ultra-dreadnought Endless Mine, accompanied by numerous capital ships and cruisers, that forced the governor of Kazalin to swallow his pride, and not only allow Risk Mining to establish a presence in the Tulier system, but also permit them to mine the asteroid belt. Otherwise, this vengeful fleet would truly be capable of sustaining heavy damage, enduring the combined firepower of Kazalin's flanked hit-devour missile units and Level 3 space stations, and carrying out an orbital bombardment of the planet, destroying Kazalin's industrial production capabilities. If Risk Mining were to bomb it like that, the Perseus Alliance would be enraged and would undoubtedly destroy the fleet. But who would compensate Kazalin for its losses? Those advanced automated factories left over from the human realm era are becoming increasingly rare. However, it was clear that Li Bin did not get the opportunity to visit the Endless Minerals, this giant ship. They were stopped outside by a small inspection team composed of escort ships, but Li Bin, who possessed several cruisers, dared not show the slightest disrespect to them. The saying "the fox borrows the tiger's might" applies here. The fox is not the point, the tiger is. The inspection team commander surveyed the gun emplacements of the cargo ships and fuel ships in the Universal Alliance core fleet. After confirming there were no combat vessels disguised as cargo ships, he began checking the cruiser license plates. Well, it's wartime now, we're just following orders. Let me see. Oh! The latest license plates were bought from Prism Freeport. You guys must have been ripped off. The core fleet had added 4 new ships. The 2 Yak-class cruisers were named Giant Kuan and Giant Peng respectively. Their license plates arrived with the ships, costing Li Bin nearly 500,000 star coins including taxes, ship fees, and extended cargo holds. As for the 2 captured Starlight cruisers, the Dawn Goddess class and the Pinnacle class, they were named Wen Yao and Ing Zhao respectively. Their license plates cost Li Bin another 150,000 star coins. License plates at Prism Freeport are very expensive. Core Fleet, Cruiser Section, Core Fleet, Destroyer Section, these license plates were only obtained with the help of Zhang Zixing. It would have taken Li Bin a long time on his own. Cruisers without licenses are considered illegal vessels by the Giant Corporation, which has the right to treat them as pirates and dispose of them. Li Bin does not want to put the safety of the fleet in the hands of the Giant Corporation, so he must handle the matter properly. Wait, this fleet belongs to Universal Union? The commander was initially very professional, conducting the inspection with great care, but when he suddenly received a message from his superiors, his attitude instantly became enthusiastic. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to let them through. Is this the CO of Universal Union? I spend a lot of money at the entertainment port of Lee's first shipyard. Hey, you should have said so earlier, you're one of us. Hurry up and go in. Damn it. So I wasn't exempt from inspection because of all these cruisers, but because I earned my reputation by providing rotation services to those setting up stalls near the military camp. Li Bin thought to himself, directing the fleet past the risky mining base and heading towards the shipyard. The core fleet of 9 cruisers under their command is a truly large fleet, capable of causing tension for any local government and military. But what does that have to do with the common soldier? The entertainment port is far more important to them. They need rest and relaxation after coming down from the front lines. Kazalin is currently a hostile force and naturally cannot accommodate them, while the Elf space station lacks distinctive features. In comparison, the shipyard entertainment port, with its nationalistic style and service-oriented approach, seems much more appealing. If you tell a common soldier I'm the CEO of Universal Union, he'd just impatiently pick his ear and say, "Who are you messing with? Never heard of them. I've blown up quite a few CEOs during wartime. Want to join them?" But if you say, "I'm the owner of the all-inclusive bathhouse outside your camp, foot massage, meals, accommodation, casinos, and more," well, that's a whole different story, my dear. So Li Bin leisurely returned to the Li family's first shipyard. Meanwhile, Governor Shara Elfi, who was busy leading the wartime economic shift, also received intelligence from Risk Mining. Her wrinkled face, as old as a withered tree, showed utter surprise. She silently handed the intelligence to North, the current vice president of the Richelieu's bank in Elf, and the de facto head of the governor's financial empire. North gasped as he looked at the intelligence. This is Li Bin's fleet? How did it expand so quickly? I remember just a year and a half ago, there were only 3 ships. The intelligence was so explosive that North was momentarily speechless. Governor Shara, whose initial high spirits were high from her successful independence, was now somewhat dejected. Look at the previous intelligence. Li Bin took down La Boon. That guy was a considerable force among the star pirates in the northern sector. I thought he would suffer losses, but Li Bin not only didn't lose a single cruiser, but he also captured 2 of La Boon's cruisers. Even more outrageous, he actually swallowed 2 warships at Prism Freeport. There's a trading company there supported by the Speed Overseers, and he even gave them 2. They got the ship licensed, and even bought 2 more cruiser cargo ships. Don't forget, Li Bin went out last time with the colonies in mind. We only got the news from Prism Freeport afterwards. Shara became increasingly dejected as she spoke. Now Li Bin is a planetary governor, just like me, and he owns 8 of his own cruisers, 4 of which are combat ships. We've been left far behind. This guy is not to be underestimated. He's kept us all in the dark. With each word Shara spoke, North felt a chill creep into his heart. Chapter 349. The Tulir Galaxy map shows the hazy areas as nebulae, and the rings as the asteroid belt. Lee's first shipyard, the company's port. In fact, the company's port couldn't possibly accommodate so many cruisers. Fortunately, Li Bin had anticipated this, and transferred the cargo from the 2 leased cruiser cargo ships to the Giant Kuan and Giant Peng, directly ordering them to proceed to Elf Airport for handover. Even so, how could an asteroid over 1.5 kilometers long possibly accommodate nearly 10 cruisers, each averaging over 1.5 kilometers in length? The entire Lee's first shipyard was like a crowded office worker trying to squeeze into an elevator, only to find themselves squeezed between a group of muscular, well-built men, their feet barely touching the ground amidst hardened chest muscles and the smell of sweat. Fortunately, Lee's first shipyard was quite outdated, lacking shield generators, booster engines, and the massive fuel tanks of the spaceships. Otherwise, the entire shipyard wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many company crew members on top of the existing clientele from the risky mining industry. Yes, as the ore war intensified, the mainstream consumer group at the entertainment port was no longer the middle class and aristocrats from various star systems, but rather the soldiers from the risky mining industry, fresh from the battlefield, exuding a fierce aura, and with eyes cold enough to kill. They had caused quite a stir at the entertainment port. Both male and female soldiers were involved, as were all the suffering service staff. If it weren't for the fact that the Universal Union had at least joined forces with Elfi to rebel against Kazalin, and that Li Shu hadn't studied under Li Bin for so long and had a deep understanding of the importance of strategic maneuvering, allowing her to make prior arrangements, the current shipyard manager might not have been able to handle the situation. Following the method left by factory director Li Shui. Governor Li Shu, we arranged for several gold-digging young men and women willing to sacrifice themselves to sleep with several logistics officers of this revenge fleet. They're using the supplies to threaten the leaders of various resting troops. Plus, We given them a lot of money to spend at the casino, so this is really difficult to resolve. The new factory director, Jian Lu, wiped his sweat as he reported to Li Bin. The two were currently in the shipyard's control room. The surveillance footage showed the entire entertainment port filled with the brown-yellow crew uniforms of Risk Mining. The men and women of the entertainment port, dressed in ancient styles, moved through the crowd on hoverboards, attracting various gropers. AI-generated masterpiece Interstellar age laborers, Meituan and miners. Although the waiter is dressed as a miner, the image is still quite good, the meaning is left to the reader. Qian Lo was very nervous facing Li Bin. He was Amanda's father. Although he joined Universal Union late, he had long been helping Li Bin promote the crew training business within the gangster families in the factory area. Amanda's family was among the first to fully rely on Universal Union. Although he had a short tenure, seniority mattered, and many veteran sailors from the industrial area had been introduced by him. These people even bowed to him. Chandler himself, due to his outstanding performance in Elf's independent business, was promoted to shipyard manager after a simple test, leveraging his management experience and his family's influence. However, upon taking office, he inquired with the older employees and knew that Li Bin was incredibly powerful. A few years prior, upon returning, he had launched a major purge, eliminating many disloyal fools. Therefore, while Chandler hadn't been exceptionally diligent in his work over the past year, he had never embezzled or accepted bribes. Sheila has a daughter who heads the medical department in the core fleet. Is a mere factory manager's position worth dragging his daughter, and even his family down with him? Although he believes he has a clear conscience, Li Bin's reputation precedes him, and the sight of several cruisers outside the shipyard truly overwhelms Qianla. Nervousness is inevitable. Li Bin noticed Qianla's nervousness. He liked this kind of cautiousness. The more his family was valued, the more loyal he became, with the chance of betrayal approaching zero. These people are the shipyard's benefactors. How can we let them be materialistic? They are ambitious and idealistic young people. The shipyard will need these people to maintain its network in the future. Finally, after reviewing nearly a year's worth of data, Li Bin spoke. Yes, there are quite a few idealistic young people like this in the shipyard. We will gradually arrange career paths for them. Qianla readily agreed. Li's first shipyard's revenue last year was affected by the war. Consumption at the entertainment port was significantly reduced, and Qianla also spent a considerable amount to appease the rioting soldiers from the mining company. But the shipyards, on the other hand, benefited from the misfortune, their ship repair business never stopping for a single day. Tell me about the shipyard's own business. Yes. Chandler perked up at the mention of the shipyards. In the past year or so, the shipyards have received a total of 1,375 ship repair orders, 71% of which came from Wind Mine. Wind Mine's Battle Fortress Endless Mine has been involved in 2 battles, each severely impacting the shipbuilding and maintenance operations at the base. To improve the maintenance of cruisers and capital ships, they assigned lower-class ship orders to us, Elf, and Tulian, the pirate-occupied space station. The shipyard's capacity is limited, so we only accept repair orders for frigates. Many of these are repeat customers. Our workers are skilled and provide excellent service. Plus, they can spend money at the entertainment port during the repair period, so many frigate captains prefer to come here. Following Governor Li Shu's instructions, we continuously rotate personnel from the factory area. We have currently trained 14,000 ship repair technicians, of whom 4,800 have reached the level of skilled workers. Furthermore, our shipbuilding business is also progressing steadily, benefiting from the IDD Bounty holographic. Speaking of its popularity and the impact of the war, the shipyard's orders for the Thunder Elf-class destroyers are already booked for 2 years. Li Bin interjected, what's the shipyard's current production volume of the Thunder Elf-class destroyers? 1 per month on average, Qianlu quickly added, because the main production lines have been reassigned to maintenance, and most skilled workers have taken on mentoring new recruits, according to the shipyard's regulations. Considering that the Thunder Elf class is our company's first self-developed and self-built ship, unskilled workers are not allowed to participate in the shipbuilding business. What about other companies authorized by our company? Qianlu immediately replied, the orders are already booked for 2 or 3 years. Most of the frigate orders are from small companies and individuals. After all, it's a war between giant corporations. With a wide impact, larger ships sell for more. For shipyards, larger ships are also more profitable, so they allocate fewer personnel to frigates. And what about the profit? Speaking of making money, Qian Li's eyebrows danced. Our profit on a single Thunder Elf-class frigate is 800 star coins, while other licensed companies give us an average of 10,000 star coins per year. In terms of unit price, our Thunder Elf-class frigates are sold at a much lower price. That's why our shipyard, though small, doesn't lack orders. This was also Governor Li Shu's plan. She said, we wouldn't just build Thunder Elf-class ships. We cultivate a group of users first and then... No need to explain, I set this rule. Li Bin waved his hand. The Thunder Elf class was just the beginning. The group led by Von Bleen Industries was looking for their next batch of prey and experimental ships. He made this decision because he considered the need to cultivate his own highly skilled workers to ensure production competitiveness. As for profits, the core fleet had its own channels. Don't be fooled by Li Bin's extravagant spending at Prism Freeport. He already earned over 10,000 star coins just from selling blasphemous armor and light luxury food made from rock crab meat. Add to that the money the representatives spent to monopolize blasphemous armor, and Li Bin's funds were still plentiful. Moreover, he was about to go to Richelieu's bank to borrow another sum, using the shipyard and Eden Star as collateral, to see if he could get 2 or 3 million. With the shipyard's profits, that was easy. Chapter 350. Li Bin, a reincarnated Yanguiz citizen, preferred the dinner table for negotiations and conversations. Right now, he was having dinner with his wife, Isa, and high-ranking fleet officials, mingling with the shipyard's executives to build relationships. Fei Long, as an agent, was also seated at the end of the table. He listened as the company's high-ranking executives around him began to chatter. Elfi's alloy prices have been rising continuously recently, with an increase of over 6.7% for 3 consecutive months. I'm planning to use my salary to go long. I think the Kite-class shuttle looks good. Recently, someone at the Space Coffin Tavern is selling a ship to pay off debts. The price isn't expensive, only 800 star coins. I'm thinking of buying it. Illustrative image, he looked at the food before him, but had no desire to eat. He used to be a pirate, but he had heard that the company kept 3 sets of books. One set was the real books, known only to a few high-ranking officials, which swallowed both profits and losses. The second set was external books for shareholders and tax officials. The content was simply that although the company was developing rapidly, all the funds were used for reinvestment. Don't ask, the answer was always the same, no money. The third set of documents was for investors, focusing solely on rapid development, huge potential, and the promise of future profits for those who invested now. Fei Long himself had secretly checked Wanyu United's public financial reports and stock market data. To put it simply, it was incredibly powerful. This company only issued shares in its early stages, with very few buyers. In fact, Li Bin himself quickly bought them back, giving him and his siblings absolute control. Governor Elfi was briefly a shareholder, but after the War of Independence, he sold his shares to the pirate emperor, Kongda. Besides these, giants like Venture Mining and Hegemon also held negligible shares, with the remaining small amounts distributed among the company's top management. Fei Long was still unfamiliar with the company's profit-sharing system. He wasn't eligible for shares yet. But hearing these people talk about second-hand shuttles costing 800 star coins, not expensive, and I want to build multiple space stations, Fei Long broke out in a cold sweat. Me, a leader of a rundown pirate crew, qualified to sit at the same table as these people? Was he dreaming? He vaguely recalled a famous line from a documentary hosted by the CEO. A person's fate depends on both personal effort and the choices of the times. He felt he might have been chosen by the times. Li Bin paid no attention to the trivial matters that Fei Long was worrying about. He listened with interest as he picked up some crab meat and lit a cigarette, listening to Qian Lu recount the sales and after-sales service feedback for the Thunder Elf series. Following the instructions left by Governor Li Shu, I made demands of all companies that purchased our Thunder Elf manufacturing license, requiring them to send us after-sales information monthly, and to inquire about customer feedback one-on-one during sales and after-sales interactions. We will pay for this performance bonus, because according to user profiles, 79% of Thunder Elf customers are individual business owners and small companies. Qianlu took a sip of the mellow Byzantine wine. He wasn't qualified to drink the finest Byzantine wines to moisten his throat. Large companies tend to. Purchasing a series of products from the same giant corporation makes maintenance convenient. Only small companies and individuals use multiple products. I think it's necessary for us to collect the needs and feedback of individual users in order to adjust the subsequent production of the Thunder Elf and other spaceships. Li Bin listened attentively, lighting a cigar from the Luddite church for Qianlu. Currently, the major clients in the star system have all grown up alongside these giant corporations. Their usage habits have been shaped by these corporations. Our shipyard will inevitably be unable to compete. These individual users are our future. You mentioned a case at the annual meeting 2 years ago called taking what the enemy discards. I think as our company grows larger, it's time to cultivate loyal customers. These users are small now, but with the star system in such chaos, and Min Shung Company collapsing so easily, individual businesses might have a chance to rise. We can optimize our services according to their needs, and when we launch new products, if even a fraction of these individual businesses, or the best of the company's loyal customers, choose us again, our new products will have room for continued growth. You're absolutely right, Li Bin nodded repeatedly. Okay, I contact the colony's research center immediately. Compile the user feedback you collected into a report and send it to them. As for licensing, you write the report, I approve it. He then asked, so what do you think our next spaceship should be? A modified Thunder Elf, or a completely new spaceship? Qianlu licked his lips. Personally, I prefer a new spaceship, a new type of frigate, or even a destroyer. But the shipyard's current capacity and workforce are limited, so it's probably best to only manufacture modified Thunder sprites. You don't know, but the general consensus among individual ship owners is that the Thunder Sprite class is very good and powerful. As escort ships for small to medium-sized fleets, they are fast, have high combat power, and with various modifications, they are even more powerful than Centurion heavy frigates. 3 or 4 of them together can even destroy an armed merchant ship the size of a typical destroyer. But they think the ship types provided by the company are too limited, and the Conqueror class is, after all, an old ship type. Li Bin chuckled. Qianlu didn't know, but Li Bin knew perfectly well. The new IBB bounty was coming soon. Li Bin had already consulted with the overlords. A month ago, Risk Mining had just fought a major battle with Hyena Mining in hyperspace. Now, both sides were in a lull in the war, busy repairing their ships and replenishing their forces. The next direct confrontation would have to wait 2 or 3 months. It's precisely because space warfare resembles naval warfare, with long intervals between battles, that a single mineral war can drag on for years. Currently, the major forces of both giant corporations are holding back, with the battlefront intertwined with their mercenaries, salvage teams, opportunistic pirates, and the madmen of Zwedging. With Li Bin's fleet of 7 cruisers, entering the fray at this point would be utterly insignificant. Other cruiser-dominated fleets would flee at the mere sight of him. Even the Starlight Pirates now know that the Universal Alliance is a ruthless force capable of killing them. Who would dare touch this madman? What legitimate company has more warships than cargo ships in its fleet? You might as well rename yourselves a military company. After asking about company matters, the dinner was drawing to a close. Li Bin finally asked, how is the situation in the factory area now? Qianlu knew that the CEO didn't care about the factory owners at all, only about his die-hard loyalists, so he replied, the factories have been returned to Governor Elfie. These factories have all been distributed to the Quartz Society. The neutral factory owners have also received compensation. The people in the factory area are still working for the factory owners, but everyone's working conditions have improved significantly. Yes, and they've been receiving monthly subsidies from the shipyard, just waiting to immigrate. What about the population waiting to immigrate? After deducting those who will be transferred to the shipyard and the initial immigrants, there are still 39,000 people left. Good. I placed a transport order with Prism Freeport. Once I'm at Konda's Nest to meet the Pirate Emperor and borrow an escort fleet, you can arrange for everyone to begin immigrating. Also, the Yingzhou will accompany the fleet to Eden. She will serve as the core of the colony's patrol team, undertaking protection duties. These people from the factory district are valuable personnel for the company. They can't be haphazardly transported like immigrants from Granada. That would be disrespectful to these loyal servants, who have shed blood for the company. The maximum capacity of an interstellar cruise ship is 1,500 people, but this standard is based on middle-class consumer standards. The entire ship requires a large number of supporting entertainment facilities. If we consider the living standards of lower-class residents and expand food reserves, this number could increase to 5,000 to 8,000 people. However, Li Bin had already requested permission from Zhang Kui and other investors in the IBB series to have their fleet make a trip to Elfie to pick up the immigrants before leaving the core star sector. This decentralized transportation method would provide additional transport capacity for nearly 10,000 immigrants. In other words, Li Bin would need to charter at least 3 interstellar cruise ships to transfer everyone at once. Although it will cost a lot of money, let's do it as soon as possible. Eden Star needs to quickly boost the mainstream populations of Elfie and Tonfa to absorb the immigrants from Granada. Otherwise, those guys who ran away from the warlords might cause trouble. Once this group starts immigrating, Bishop Pucci can set off. By the way, his fleet is also mainly for immigrant transport, so we can hitch a ride on his ships and save some money. Chapter 351. You mean, Li Bin didn't come to Elfie Port, stayed for 3 days, and then left with his fleet? In the alien botanical garden, Shara was chopping insects when she heard North's report and asked without looking up. Yes. North wiped his sweat. Li Bin's actions were indeed extremely underestimating, but the strength of his fleet was undeniable. Elfie currently controlled 6 cruisers, captured the Twin Point class and Reserve Army-class cruisers in chapters 263 and 264, plus 2 captured association ships, and the governor's own 2, but Li Bin also had 5 warships. And he also had the Dawn Goddess class from the Starlight Pirates. Fighting outside the space station, the outcome was still uncertain. North truly didn't want to see the 2 sides become enemies. The Elfie space station was currently being fortified. Many modules destroyed in the War of Independence were being repaired under the governor's command, simultaneously meeting the fleet maintenance needs of risk mining and undergoing intensive repairs. This was Elfie's weakest moment. He didn't even see Bancherev? No. Ha, good lad, quite sensible. Shara laughed instead, looking at North wiping his sweat, her withered face wrinkling even deeper with laughter. I couldn't sleep while he was at the shipyard, and when he came, I really didn't know how to entertain him. Should I treat him with the usual subordinate courtesy, or with the courtesy due to a governor? Neither was easy. Now that he's gone, I'm actually relieved. Yes. North nodded repeatedly. Li Bin also returned 2 cruiser cargo ships. Shara seemed to only just remember this, drawing out her words. Oh, I thought he was really going to keep those 2 ships. He's been using them for so long. How much do we have to pay the Kelja Technical Company? North strained his neck. 130,000 star coins. That much? She blinked, somewhat stunned. North quickly explained, Li Bin has been using it for almost 2 years, and the cruiser's rental period is calculated weekly. We only wanted to get rid of him at the time, without setting a return date. The governor didn't speak, and North waited nervously for a long time before hearing her resume the chopping sound of slicing insects. Can Elfie still come up with that money? It's difficult. All our money has been poured into fortification and industrial expansion. Then you have to ask Richelieu's to lend you some more. North bit his lip, and after a long while, he finally spoke. The Richelieu's branch manager was summoned to the shipyard by Li Bin, who approved a 1.2 million star coin order for him, not only draining the branch's funds, but also diverting a considerable amount from Kazlin's headquarters. I remember he still owes Richelieu's a large sum, doesn't he? Shara said quietly. North replied bitterly, after the branch manager approved the funds, Li Bin paid off the old debts. With the war in the Core Star sector, Richelieu's bank's headquarters is also in the direct combat zone. According to the head office, they want to open more branches to mitigate risk. Li Bin agreed to Richelieu's proposal to open a branch in his colony, but rejected the head office's idea of investing. Isn't the governor of Kazlin going to do anything about it? He can't. Although Kazlin is a planet dominated by physical entities, the Perseus Alliance itself is a loose alliance of politicians and financial vampires. Not only Richelieu's, but several other banks also want to open branches with Li Bin to share the risk. Li Bin needs this money urgently. It's cash that several banks pull together. I understand. You may leave. Only after North's figure disappeared into the botanical garden did Shara pause again, her knife pausing. She squinted at her blood-soaked hand, muttering to herself with deep regret, truly a transformation from dragon to snake. Elfie was burdened with a mountain of debt, but this was none of Li Bin's concern. He hummed a tune as he led his fleet south. Core Star Sector Power Map. Tulier System. Returning to the Tulier system had 3 main objectives. First, to stabilize the shipyard, a crucial bridgehead for immigration, and a forward outpost for talent recruitment. Li Bin's return to the shipyard was to intensify recruitment efforts, especially for scientists and senior engineers. Second, to demonstrate his strength to Governor Elfie and risk mining, preventing Shara from having designs on the immigrants he had designated for the factory area. Third, to commission Chandler to find Saradu. This former commander of the Minsheng Company's large fleet, a captain for whom Li Bin once served, was, through Li Bin's personal experience, a capable man. While his shortcomings were also obvious, Li Bin currently needed such an experienced commander to lead the company's transport fleet. Furthermore, through him, he could contact a large group of lower and middle-level managers at Minsheng Company who had been laid off due to the company's financial difficulties and shrinking business. Sarada's last appearance was at the Elf Space Station. His current activities were unknown, but Qianlai had connections in both the legal and illegal worlds, and with him handling this matter, Li Bin's chances of success would be much higher. After completing these tasks, he needed to hurry to meet the Pirate Emperor. Southern part of the core star region, the Mag system. The Mag system today is vastly different from what it was a few years ago. The most obvious change is that Tachyon Technology's presence here has diminished considerably. Tibicina has only completed the reconstruction of its underground colony. There's still only one interstellar station in the sky. Due to the war, this most remote Tachyon observation post is now much more difficult to support. Furthermore, with the Conda acquiring 2 super dreadnoughts, the Cathedral class and the Hell machine, piracy activity in this system is unprecedented. Currently, there are only 3 factions in this system. Conda's nest is their stronghold. The new Magnos space station is intertwined with Conda, so when they have nothing else to do, they just wander around Tibicina, hoping to find a way to plunder. However, the Allied fleet was not directly hindered. Li Bin encountered pirates roaming in hyperspace. They fled immediately after seeing a large signal in the probe. Once Li Bin activated his transponder and entered the physical universe, a high-speed pirate fleet, led by a 2-masted sail-class light cruiser and followed by 18 Ancho Hammerhead-class destroyers, arrived, forming a formidable line against the star-studded sky. Illustration Bryce-class cruiser detail parameters, as shown even from a distance. The familiar, hearty laughter rang out in the transponder. Ha ha ha. Boss Li Bin, it's been a long time. Your deeds have spread throughout the star sector. The only person to successfully build a colony in the last 20 years, and the only person to successfully colonize the lost star sector in the last 100 years. You just returned and gave the Starlight Pirates a sound beating. Now, all the new crew members and pirates idolize you. Good heavens, this Dawn Goddess-class ship is the one you captured, isn't it? It's so beautiful. Look at those curves, that arc, even more perky than a silicone-filled headliner. It was Golden Eagle when she... The moment his gleaming forehead appeared on the projection, Lan Yuan couldn't help but frown, her fingers unconsciously clenching. She couldn't feel any goodwill towards this group of unbridled pirates. Chapter 352. Jean Dinjing Wenxi has become quite wealthy. Not only has his number of pure Anchao hammerheads increased significantly, but the cruiser he promised years ago has also been put into service. He was exceptionally happy to see Li Bin again. He had cooperated with Li Bin many times, each time reaping substantial profits, especially in their joint plot to frame the Serpent Demon. Looking back, one was just a slightly famous pirate, and the other a daring space merchant. Now, they had both become powerful figures. The two exchanged pleasantries. Li Bin said, Jean Dinjing, your branch port in the Tulian pirate stronghold of the Tulian system is now thriving. Even after you left, your name remains renowned. The Tulian pirates still regard Kamda as the legitimate ruler, all thanks to your efforts, brother. In the future, in the Tulian system, we have to rely on your might. Wenxi replied, Boss Li, you are wealthy and powerful, with connections to the heavens. With the colony established and the large fleet assembled, we brothers will be relying on you for our livelihood in the future. We hope you can do us a favor. Finally, the two said in unison, we're all brothers, just let us know if you need anything. This brought the flattery to a close. Through Wenxi's connections, Li Bin finally obtained some intelligence about Kongda. Ever since Kongda became the pirate emperor, Li Bin hadn't dared to have open conversations with Kong Zhiqiu. People change with their rise and fall in status, and Li Bin was determined not to make connections recklessly before he had direct contact with him and understood his changing mindset. After all, he had just learned about Chen Sheng's story in middle school, and Li Bin remembered it vividly. Through Wenxi, Li Bin learned that Kong Da's nest itself hadn't changed much over the years. The only difference was that the Pirate King's meticulously planned scheme had finally come to fruition. 200 years of plundering had accumulated, and with the support of the Overlord, a T1 level warlord in the star system, they had finally unleashed their power, and were about to launch a major expansion. The Cathedral class, the Sacrifice, and the Hell machine are currently docked right next to Konda's nest. The Overlord ship designers have been on board for the past few months researching various ship modifications and upgrades, trying to master some of the Hell machine's upgrade techniques, so they can apply them to the Sacrifice as well. Li Bin was stunned. The Overlord's people are so blatantly at Konda's nest? Susie is right there. So what? Wenxi said nonchalantly. We paid them. Harcourt has a lot of treasure. The king used this treasure, and the Hell machine's upgrade technology as payment. Not only the Overlord, but even Susie wants a share. It's just that the boss hates Susie so much that he deliberately gave the opportunity to the Overlord. From Wenxi's words, Li Bin roughly guessed that the news of Konda's complete allegiance to the Overlord was still circulating in a small circle, and he had only obtained it in advance because of his status as ISA's husband. Contemplating what he could do with this information, Li Bin had a meal with Wen Shi, and then bid farewell to his old pirate friend. Conda's Nest. The technologically advanced, self-replicating minefield continues to multiply day after day. The oldest mine in the entire minefield has grown so large that even a frigate struggles to move it. Now, it's tethered by a salvage ship, and several pirates, fully equipped with spacesuits and bound to engineering exoskeletons, are busily dismantling it. Looking out from the spaceship, the massive air mine, nearly 100 meters in diameter, resembles an apple gnawed to pieces by the termite of humanity. Illustrative image, Li Bin carefully maneuvers the gaming beast, flying along the makeshift route carved out by the widest ship in the forward fleet, the Siege. The first time he came, the transponder was filled with a cacophony of questions. Now, the response is warm and obsequious. Most of the pirates, who attended Li Bin's auction at the Tibicina space station back then, and are still alive, have grown into commanders of pirate fleets. Li Bin made a name for himself there, and now, with various accolades, the pirates all know of him. As for the newcomers, even if they aren't very familiar with Li Bin, they won't make a fool of themselves given the sheer number of cruisers. Boss Li Bin, your fleet is too large. The remaining berths at the Conda's Nest are insufficient. We need you to divert some of your fleet to the temporary berth of the memorial ship. The control tower sent a very respectful message. Li Bin looked at the cathedral-class cruiser, covered in patches, with a third of its green coating repainted with pirate-marked red paint. He felt an urge to go aboard and inspect it, but he restrained himself and agreed amiably. 2 hours later, Li Bin led his core crew into the Conda's Nest. Hello, Boss Li. What top-notch stuff did you bring, Boss Li? Any fresh food? As the port's airtight doors opened, the pirates outside the smoky space station's living module removed their hats, prosthetics, and weapons, all bowing to Li Bin. Among them were pirate leaders, who had previously cooperated with Li Bin, arriving early to catch up and to support him, preventing any foolish idiots from causing trouble. Illustrative image, relying on his photographic memory, Li Bin greeted his friends warmly, while Jeffrey released the cargo reserves through his terminal. Although the small-scale transactions were minor, the attitude had to be carefully maintained to demonstrate the company's approachability. Oh, by the way, Lan Yuan wasn't among the core members. She had no interest in setting foot in pirate territory, and was currently conducting an attack and defense drill against the Conda's Nest on the bridge of the Dream Eater. Jeffrey chatted idly with the various pirate leaders, feeling extremely comfortable. He suffered for overdoing it back then, but now his status was different. Even if he acted arrogantly, these pirates wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him anymore. They have to smile obsequiously, give him a thumbs up, and shout, "You're absolutely right, sir." Meanwhile, a tall, well-equipped execution squad stepped forward, led by the bloodied butcher, still wearing his horn helmet, and a staunch Conda loyalist. This execution squad had made Jeffrey tense back then, but after later battles, large and small, and the showdown with the rock crab on Eden, the company's core members now saw them as a formidable force, but without the fear of facing a major enemy. The butcher bowed deeply to Li Bin in front of all the pirates. Amidst the gasps of the pirates, don't expect pirates to be obedient children and follow the rules about brushing their teeth. Everyone knew just how much Conda valued Li Bin. The butcher never proactively displayed politeness or friendliness. This bow must have been at Canda's behest. "Please follow me," he added in a gruff voice. "Your subordinates may accompany you into the royal city, but only you may have an audience." "I also need to bring my wife," Li Bin said, pointing to ISA. The butcher glanced at the white-haired beauty, remained silent for a few seconds without showing any joy or anger, and only after receiving the message did he turn around, leaning on his long-handled power axe. "All right." The interior of Canda's Nest hadn't changed much. The outer layer still reeked of a strange stench. Graffiti and profanity were everywhere, and even glowed fluorescently. But once inside the so-called royal city, that is, the interior, the fresh air and the clean, agile movements of the soldiers became the dominant features. ISA saw this division. She knew Canda's past and felt that this stark contrast was like the split in Canda's spirit. He reminisced about his glorious military career on one hand, and was forced by reality to become a pirate on the other. Surprisingly, the butcher led them to the entrance of the central reservoir of the space station. The firing squad stopped the company's key personnel, allowing only Li Bin and ISA to enter. The elderly Canda was currently soaking in a closed jacuzzi by the reservoir, only her aged face, studded with steel plates, visible. Although her eyes were closed, her imposing presence still far surpassed that of Governor Sharapova. It just goes to show that one cannot generalize about one old person after another. ISA knelt on one knee, following Li Bin's lead, and was immediately met with his obsequious and strange chant, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" This humble subject, Li Bin, and his wife, Isa, greet your majesty. Chapter 353. The entire reservoir was spacious and brightly lit. Thousands of integrated sensor lights were embedded in the walls, serving both illumination and water quality monitoring to ensure the space station's water supply was completely free of poisoning. The shimmering water reflected the lights, projecting a brilliant blue hue onto the dome. The force fields originally used on the cruisers had been removed and installed in the reservoir, luxuriously locking in the fresh water. This artificially created a seaside scene in the Koanda nest, which lacked a gravity generator. Schools of rare fish swam leisurely in the freshwater, appearing adrift and unattached under the bright lights. Li Bin's awkward, self-deprecating chanting echoed through the reservoir. Everyone was stunned by his antics. A woman with a slender figure, who suddenly seemed fragile, stood by the bathtub, trying to suppress a laugh, but a faint chuckle betrayed her. Only Kongda playfully raised one eyelid, his prosthetic lens swirling as he looked at Li Bin, who represented a colony, a powerful fleet, and countless connections. Not kowtowing this time. Li Bin bowed his head respectfully and replied, "You criticized me last time, and I learned my lesson. However, this set of etiquette is an ancient custom of subjects and commoners paying homage to the emperor, which I discovered while searching through ruins. Using it rashly before was indeed inappropriate, but now that you are the pirate emperor, it is perfectly appropriate for me to use it." Li Bin's performance was not haphazard. He had long heard of Kong Da's reputation, and later became very close to Kong Jicho, having heard him complain countless times. Li Bin considered himself fairly knowledgeable about this pirate emperor. Although many people believe that a pirate king of such high status and power, coupled with his military background, must possess an air of authority, a sinister mind, and a solemn expression. Such people do exist. They are born with the appearance of someone who is powerful. But we must not forget that there are always exceptions. Throughout history, most founding kings and monarchs were not bound by etiquette. Because I am the state, and all rights and laws originate from me. From ancient times, there was Liu Bang, who dared to urinate into a Confucian scholar's hat and hurled countless insults, a complete rogue emperor. More recently, there was Zhu Yuanzhang, who always used the term we. In modern times, there was Saddam Hussein, whose shocking pronouncements at the UN General Assembly were frequent. And then, there are the warlords, both domestic and international, whose personalities were practically those of bandit leaders, Zhang Zongcheng, whose poems are widely circulated online. These people who rose from humble beginnings to high positions are actually far more humane, or rather, more worldly wise, than their descendants, who have been noble for generations. Based on what Li Bin learned from Kong Jicho, and his own experiences during several audiences, this old woman, who climbed from a logistics officer to the position of a pirate emperor, although rumored to have ruled the people like an army in her early years, had, after a century of playing the role of a pirate, had the recklessness and lawlessness of a pirate ingrained in her very being. If Liu Bang was first a wandering rogue and then a soldier, then she was first a soldier, and then a pirate and rebel, different paths leading to the same destination. Li Bin could clearly sense a rough, untamed air about her. Smooth talker. Kongda cracked his neck, and immediately someone started flushing the bathtub, simultaneously lifting the shrink lid and unfolding a plastic sheet to cover themselves. But Kongda stopped them. "My flesh is old and rotten. What's there to cover up? Quickly put your things away." His men immediately removed the plastic sheet, picked up cotton towels, and began drying themselves. Li Bin quickly lowered his head to avoid suspicion, while Isha gracefully raised her head. Sitting in the bathtub, Kanda's lower legs and forearms were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the prosthetic interface covered by a waterproof cover. His body was covered in wounds, as if cleaved by knives and axes, with not a single patch of good skin to be found. Some wounds were clearly treated in the battlefield, and the skin texture was twisted and grotesque. Add to that the wrinkles ravaged by time, new and old skin mixed together with wrinkles, alloy pieces. It was a complete picture of hell. "You're that abducted military officer, aren't you? Li Bin probably just used his silver tongue to fool you." Kanda chatted casually with Isabella, raising her upper arm, now only a large one remaining. "How is it?" Isabella nodded admiringly. "A survivor of countless battles, riddled with wounds, you must be a renowned general." "Ha ha." Kanda laughed heartily. Meanwhile, her subordinates were connecting her prosthetic limbs. The pain and discomfort from the simulated nerve signals seemed to have no effect on her. Only after her limbs were back connected did she slowly stretch her muscles. Using her newly replaced prosthetic legs, Kanda stood up again, nodding towards the delicate and gentle woman beside her. The woman bowed, glanced at the kneeling Li Bin, and gracefully left. After Kanda changed back into her Pirate King costume and had Li Bin rise and sit down, she pointed with her alloy finger in the direction the woman had left. That woman was Kong Jicho's wife. She's Harcourt's granddaughter? Li Bin was quite puzzled. The girl seemed rather weak, showing no signs of reviving her grandfather's Pirate King reputation. Don't be fooled by her, it's all an act, Kanda scoffed. When she first rose to power, she was so full of herself, like she was possessed by that madman Harcourt. But after I captured her in her ship, wow! She completely changed. I wanted her to marry me, and she was already in Jicho's bed. Li Bin pondered, that's what they mean by once you got her, you're dead, once you let go she's gone. Good. That's spot on. Kanda clapped his large alloy hands, pulled a proper bottle of Byzantine wine from under the wide alloy table, popped the cork off, and poured wine for Li Bin. His manner was so unrestrained, it was as if two pirates were drinking and eating, plotting where to commit murder and arson. This bottle of wine is the one you sold in New Magnos back then, pirate loot that Li Bin dug out of the meteorite. The governor gave me half a case, and now this is the only one left. Where have you been making your fortune lately? Byzantine wine is selling like hotcakes in the southern sector, especially with the mineral wars cutting off transportation. So many shipping companies are selling ships to break even. This case of wine is almost selling for $200 in Apex and the shipping bureau. Aren't you tempted? How could he not be tempted? But it wasn't about money, it was about life. Li Bin thought to himself, I'm carrying a contract with the Overlord. In 5 years, I be on the front lines with you, cannon fodder, fighting the sudden forces. Star dollars are meaningless to me right now, unless I can get 10 million star dollars immediately. I can buy various production capacity and high-end ships at several times the premium. Otherwise, I can't maintain my connections and relationships with the Remnant, the pirates, and the Ludlow Church. It's all for nothing. Of course, Li Bin couldn't say it directly. He could only smile shyly. I'd like to, but there are companies like dogs in the core sector, and giants. Companies are everywhere. With the war raging like this, even the Endless Mine has been dispatched by risk mining. My few cruisers wouldn't even scratch the paint. My frail body can't compare to your majesties. Perhaps I should find a way to make a living outside the star sector? I think you're still playing games with me. Kanda took the cigarette offered by her subordinate, puffed on it, and exhaled a smoke ring. I'm asking if you have any opportunities to monopolize the salvage operations in the mag system like before, a way to both make money and make friends. She said, seemingly. She looked at Li Bin with a half-smile. You think your profits and star coins back then could really sway me? What I want is connections. If it weren't for the fact that I could use you to connect with the Lud Church, I wouldn't have given a damn about your stuff. I have to split 1 million star coins with several small businesses. Your business could only feed my men. My appetite is much bigger. I see. You dared to ask for a hell machine with a 7 million repair fee. When it comes to greed, you couldn't find more than a handful of people in the entire star sector even with a lantern. Li Bin inwardly scoffed, his mind racing, and he quickly devised a story. Your Majesty, you know what? This humble subject actually has a way. You probably heard of the IBB bounty, so... Li Bin rattled off his plan, rapidly revealing how he built an internationally renowned pirate alliance IP centered around the IBB bounty, using it as a springboard to promote models, fully leveraging the fan economy, through blind boxes, controllable spaceship models, the development of IBB co-branded spaceships, and personally securing idle rights for sale, among other things. After hearing this, Kanda's face finally showed sincerity. She laughed and scolded, stop talking nonsense. Don't call me Emperor, and don't refer to yourself as a commoner. It doesn't sound right. I'm no pirate emperor. The Hell Legion in the West also calls themselves the Pirate King. Ever since I was put on the throne, the Hell Legion has sent people to argue with me a lot. Let's get back to the point. Kanda tapped the table and asked seriously, how exactly does your IBB model profit? What are its prospects? How do you cultivate connections? Explain in detail. Chapter 354. What is the essence of blind boxes? In the great, culturally prosperous 3K era, the answer was already clearly given by the regime. It's gambling, a different kind of betting, avoiding the topic. Gambling is quite simple, and needs no further explanation. As for betting, it's based on the rewards from opening blind boxes. A blind box is generally categorized by rarity, ranging from R, SR, SSR, or 1 star to 5 star. This model is seen in various fields such as blind boxes, figurines, scratch cards, and gacha games. However, one crucial point to note is that all of these things, under strong state regulation, must have a certain ratio, namely the drop rate or winning rate. Please show your drop results to demonstrate your luck. But the Perseus star system doesn't have such a regime. The human realm is dead. What survives are warlords, giant corporations, massive religions, and various private enterprises. Some, perhaps more intolerant of injustice, might see Li Bin as harming others. Li Bin can't refute this, as his objective actions undeniably constitute a disguised gambling operation. His only subjective intention was to balance public and private interests. One can only say he's not a saint, and capable of absolute selflessness. If judged by a binary of good and evil, he would undoubtedly be a sinner. However, if he wanted to rapidly expand, provide a haven for those loyal to him, and even end the chaos, some sacrifices were necessary. The primary victims of his strategy were the gamblers and resellers. Even without Li Bin, they would have pursued other projects. It was better to benefit themselves than the gangs and pirates. Every blind box purchased by the gamblers and resellers would ultimately become a bullet fired at Speedtronics. With the combined power of tens of millions of gamblers, who could withstand such a devastating blow? In other words, if Li Bin, or the investors and distributors of the entire IB project, were truly ruthless enough, they could make all the blind boxes without the top-tier IBB spaceship model. They only needed to fabricate news from time to time and artificially create a few winners. That's outrageous. You're treating people like idiots. Who would spend money on that? Kong Da criticized after hearing Li Bin's statement. Li Bin gave an awkward smile. There is a way. The core of this model, precisely the most time-consuming and labor-intensive part, is the holographic novel itself. It bears the responsibility of shaping an IP and building a core fan base. It requires large-scale production, significant investment, and meticulous craftsmanship. Every holographic novel must be of the highest quality to ensure the success of this project. Hearing Li Bin's words, Kong Da's eyes glazed over. I read holographic novels from the era of Human Realm when I was a child. It was indeed as you described. The production quality was excellent. This model of yours isn't original, is it? What did you salvage from the ruins of Human Realm's development plan? What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. Li Bin didn't answer directly, he simply didn't. There was no plan for salvaging any ruins, but since this idea could increase Konda's confidence in the project, why not? If finance can be driven by confidence, what's a blind box scam to him? He continued, the West Wind Galaxy understands holographic novels best, and we rely on them for specifics, so I won't discuss that here. Let's focus on IP development. From holographic novels to blind boxes, investors and subsequent companies need to invest heavily in advertising and contacting distributors across the country. For the children of the wealthy, we need to attract them with the high quality of the IBB series to become fans and drive blind box sales. But this is only an elite route, small in scale, low in discussion, and very costly to maintain. We need to expand the IP value, which requires attracting a large number of poor people to join. What money does a poor wretch have? Kanda frowned, his wrinkled face so pronounced that the steel plates on his face seemed ready to snap off at any moment. Isa couldn't get a word in edgewise. Her pure military upbringing made it impossible for her to comprehend how Li Bin's abstract concepts could be converted into practical reality. If it were Wilson from the Prosperity family, he'd probably be biting his nails in disbelief. Li Bin rambled on, the poor may not have money, but they generate buzz. When the poor gather, they can hype up an IP. The poor are the vast majority of ordinary people, even those who watch pirated copies. As long as they've seen the IDB series, as long as they're willing to become fans, even if they don't buy the models, even if they're just so-called armchair viewers who have only heard of it, they have immense value. Li Bin's eyes gleamed, and he raised his fist. In our IP circle, the main consumer group is the wealthy, but the value of the models isn't limited to the models themselves. The envious glances and exclamations of the common people are also part of their consumption return. Wealth without flaunting is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Isha's face began to twitch. She believed that if Lan Yuan were here, her face would definitely be contorted with anger. Furthermore, the blind box model itself is a form of gambling, meaning it has the potential to compete with gambling cockroaches and even betting arenas. Of course, we need to include rare models among the available goods, ensuring that some blind box collectors, especially the poor, get those valuable models. Then, wealthy individuals who are too lazy to open blind boxes will pay for their goods. Users can use blind boxes to achieve upward mobility, becoming middle class or even factory owners. With this news, combined with the quality and fan-attracting power of the holographic novel, will we still have to worry about not having enough star coins? Even if the largest group of fans, those with flat heads, don't win, that's okay. We can create stars. We make a good script, film a few cases of winning, and then cashing in on real spaceships. Whatever kind of dramatic plot you want, our holographic novel studio in the West Wind Galaxy can make it. The rarity of blind box items directly translates to ready-made spaceship combat capabilities, legendary pirate command skills, and spaceship classifications. We can even add a grand prize of personally beheading your idle pirate and giving away a controllable spaceship model. If production capacity is sufficient, we might even fabricate 1 or 2 IVB winning draws. News about the same special spaceship isn't a bad thing. Li Bin emphasized, Li's first shipyard already has the same Thunder Elf-class spaceship as the Water and Fire Elf-class for sale, and orders are already booked for the next 2 years. As for other game development, like holographic couples, we have to find other experts to create those. Li Bin didn't mention the shipyard's limited production capacity, the surge in orders, or the severe impact of the war. He believed that if Kanda was willing to investigate, he could definitely find out the truth. This wasn't a matter of attitude or integrity, but rather whether Kanda was willing to believe him, both in this model and in Li Bin's abilities. Finally, Li Bin added weight to the project with a final sentence. The standard age of adulthood for interstellar humans is 8. After 8, these people are capable of working and earning money. There are still 5 years before the Overlord project begins. In these 5 years, as long as our project can be released and the quality is guaranteed, the subsequent development costs will be minimal, yet we can convert a large number of fans each year. The fan economy profits from fans' almost religious recollection of their childhood. Fans receive continuous compensation, which in turn provides us with a continuous stream of profits. Even after conversion, these fans can become our network. They can gather intelligence and information for us. Kangda imagined the scene Li Bin described, IP fans filling every corner, ready to provide seemingly peripheral but crucial intelligence at any moment. She couldn't help but hum softly like Luddites. She gently tapped the table with her alloy fingers, the tapping sound like a clock ticking. Li Bin, his throat dry, gulped down water. Isha watched Li Bin from the side, thinking, this is too ruthless. It's like a black hole, only taking in and never giving out. Suddenly, Kanda slammed her hand on the alloy table, cracking it open, and used the momentum to stand up. Arms crossed, she looked Li Bin up and down with admiration. You're absolutely right. I, Kanda, will invest in this project. But that's not enough. She waved her hand grandly. Having a bunch of respectable companies find the locations of the IVD bounties is too slow. I can't wait that long. Go find Kong Jicho and have him drop what he's doing, mobilize the other pirates, search for these people's locations and information, and send it all to you. You go and gather a batch of bounty material as soon as possible to start filming. If you're short-handed, just ask me. I have Golden Eagle on standby, ready to work for you anytime. Any questions? Mission accomplished. Li Bin jumped up, legs taut like arrows, mouth agape, eyes wide, and answered loudly. Chapter 355. Li Bin and Kangda, who refused to call himself the Pirate Emperor, had a pleasant conversation. After seeing Li Bin off, Kangda immediately contacted his son. At this moment, Kong Jicho was hunting down the reconnaissance fleets of Hyena Mining and Risk Mining near the hyperspace reflection of Sinar Power. He hid his fleet in those cloud-like areas deep within hyperspace. The nebula-like area shown in the white box is the deep hyperspace. Although the game is a top-down perspective, it does indeed have depth. This location was very tricky. It allowed him to conceal his fleet using the complex terrain of hyperspace, while also being at the limit of Sinar Power's relay communication range to receive blurry holographic communications. He could also use the optical observation post to see the fleets entering hyperspace from the jump point. He was currently counting the number of ships entering in succession, repeatedly comparing the blurry images taken by the optical observation post with the pirate officers on the bridge to confirm the specific models of the target ships, when his mother's incessant calls came unbidden. Kong Jicho quickly called a halt to the operation and answered the communication call. After hearing Kong Da's instructions, his face contorted in a grimace. He waved for the officers to stand by, switched to his personal terminal, and then whispered, "Mom, why do this? It's good that Li Bin is willing to work hard. Just give him the money and send him to the Golden Eagle faction, that's all. Why drag me into this? I'm working right now. Besides, if I get involved, won't this operation to catch the wanted criminals also count as a profit for Kangda's nest? There are quite a few pirates on the IVB bounty list. So what if they are? We take them down. It's them." Kanda, now facing her son, showed none of the humility she displayed when talking to Li Bin. She blurted out, "I've been called the Pirate Emperor for almost half a year now. Even the envoys from the Hell Legion only complained. These bastards, thinking they have an experimental ship, completely disregard me. You do the math yourself. How many times have these dogs robbed our pirates in the outer star sectors? It's perfect for Li Bin to do these trivial things and help me wipe out that trash. As for you, I'm sending you out to broaden your horizons. Don't think that fighting these nobodies counts as real warfare. You need to clash with the experimental ships of giant corporations, with those extreme, crazy pirates, to see what a desperate battle those mad dogs fight looks like. Hey! I know you still want to ask about reputation. My son, you really want to be a pirate for life? The Hell Machine and Harcourt subordinate fleet, that's the last time your old mother will be properly operating under the pirate banner. We're a legitimate navy, don't forget. 5 years from now, if our grand plan succeeds, we can clean up our act, maybe even steal from the Suzul, and take the spoils back to the Mag system." Konda proudly boasted to her son, "Why do you think your mother and the Overlord would tolerate the Suzul rebuilding Tibicina right under our noses? Let me make it clear. Well, that place will be your mother's sooner or later. Right now, Susie is just helping with the reconstruction. Once the war is over, Konda's nest will be moved directly to the skies above Tibicina, becoming a brand new space station. It's all a scheme, a trap. Go help Li Bin, which will also help me divert Susie's attention. Do a good job, don't embarrass the family." Looking at the disconnected communication and the bewildered officers on the bridge, Kong Jicho was at his wit's end. He grabbed his hair in frustration and slammed the terminal on the console. "Notify the fleet, go home. The efficiency of pirates with or without men is incomparable, especially when the person you know is Konda, whom these scoundrels who risk their lives for wealth every day, these scum of society, respectfully call Emperor. The efficiency is even higher than. This is roughly equivalent to you kneeling down in front of an old beggar you known for years, dropping a silver ingot into his rotten bowl, and saying you're looking for a little beggar named Huang Rong. The old beggar, seeing that you always smiled and nodded at him as you passed by, and that you're not a bad person, agrees, and then pulls back his patched robe to give you his ever-present walking stick. You look at the grimy, worn-out head on the stick and wonder if you found a fool. Then the old beggar tells you he's actually Hong Qigong, the leader of the beggar sect, and that this is the sect's token, the dog-beating stick. He tells you to take it to the beggar sect branch and issue an order. Within 3 days, the little beggar named Huang Rong will be captured. And so, the future wife of the beggar sect leader, who was originally supposed to meet Guijing, ends up in your hands by sheer coincidence. Perhaps some of these pirates listed by the IBB Bounty Association will one day truly carve out a niche for themselves and become pirate kings or the wives/husbands of sea kings. But that doesn't matter now. Information poured in like snowflakes from pirate lairs, outposts, and even corporations, taverns, black markets, brothels, and casinos on free planets throughout the star system. Each IBB bounty target's background, qualifications, and even past illicit affairs were meticulously detailed and laid out on Li Bin's table. Beneath the target's large projected heads were rows of appealing experimental and specially modified ships, a diverse array available for selection. Kong Jicho, with a grim face, reluctantly explained these bounty details to Li Bin like a coerced pimp. All the pirates assumed that the Pirate Emperor was using the lull between the corporations fighting to assert his presence and further solidify his authority within the star system's underworld. Li Bin was merely a figurehead, a front man to collect the bounty. The pirate prince was accompanying him. Surely you couldn't expect Kong Jicho, already on the bounty, to willingly walk into the trap and collect the IBB's reward? Zhang Kui of Von Bueller Industries was overjoyed. He immediately contacted Oppenheimer Studio and, overnight, organized his most capable project managers to draft a letter of intent for IP development, sending it over and mobilizing all his connections to make preparations in advance. He realized this was the safest and least invested profit model in the context of war. This approach, heavily reliant on online operations and risking everything in the Lost Stars, primarily risked Li Bin and the subsequent transport fleet, who were engaged in actual combat. He himself, as a manufacturer only responsible for producing model toys, faced virtually zero risk. Therefore, he was even more anxious than Li Bin and Oppenheimer Studio. What's the rush? These damn bases are scattered all over the place. I won't move until I figured out which bounty branches are in each area and planned out the routes. My fleet is so large, if we just run around like headless flies, the bounties won't even cover the fuel costs. Li Bin complained to Kong Jicho, clutching his terminal. Kong Jicho ignored Li Bin, instead spending his time drinking and eating with Duya on the bridge. He was bitter inside. Everyone thought he was the mastermind, but who knew he was just an employee? He had no freedom in marriage, no freedom in his career, and now even robbing wasn't free. What was the point of being a pirate? Don't be angry. If all else fails, go home and sleep with your wife, Dia comforted him, chewing on a cold pig's ear salad. Hurry up and give the emperor a grandson. Grandparents are always more affectionate towards their grandchildren. If she has a grandson to play with, she might let you go. Mentioning his wife only fueled Kang Jicho's anger. He glared at his old friend, forcing out through gritted teeth, "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." My goodness, Duya, stubborn as a mule, immediately poured himself a full glass of wine, punishing himself with 3 cups. Looking at his face, flushed red as the sun from the alcohol, Kang Jicho couldn't tell if it was unintentional or deliberate. What kind of friends do I have? One's a scumbag who cheated me, and the other's a drunkard who eats my food every day. It's infuriating. He couldn't help but cover his face. Chapter 356. The core of the IP project, codenamed Project P, must be located in Prism Freeport. Because it's situated at the center of the entire Perseus star system's 3-dimensional space, searching for IBB bounties from here in any direction would save a significant amount of fuel and supplies. Furthermore, according to Li Bin's marketing and promotion model, it's necessary to obtain licenses by signing contracts with all the major corporations, or at least most of them. Otherwise, illegal operations might make initial progress, but once they grow large, the major corporations will seize control and usurp the business. Therefore, Prism Freeport, a permanently neutral location that naturally gathers the mainstream major corporations of the star sector, is the perfect place to negotiate with these corporations and various companies. Furthermore, investors like Von Bleer Industries have branches or offices here, allowing Li Bin to quickly contact them and make progress. Of course, Li Bin doesn't need to personally handle the negotiations with the major corporations. Zhang Kuei will send people to use various methods of persuasion and negotiation to win over their representatives. Li Bin only needed to reach an agreement with the 13 factories here, guaranteeing that Prism Freeport would always be the first to screen new holographic novels and release various spaceship models, and launch a kill and thank you campaign in exchange for preferential discounts on fleet docking, repairs, and resupply. In addition, Prism Freeport was very close to the Tulier system, allowing him to avoid Governor Shera and monitor the movements of the Revenge fleet. If the Revenge fleet deployed its main fleet, and Li Bin was here, he could easily withdraw the fleet to clean up the battlefield after the war. Finally, Li Bin could contact Miss N at any time here, making it very convenient to receive and deliver missions. When Li Bin arrived at Prism Freeport, Kuning was already waiting for him. However, this time he didn't greet Li Bin with the usual exaggerated enthusiasm, but simply gestured to him with a pair of joyful eyes. The representative from Oppenheimer Studio who came out to negotiate this time was not the wealthy young master Kuning, but the current head of the family, Rusbin Oppenheimer, who had 108 children. Project P involves such a large investment that multiple forces have intervened, even alarming the pirate emperor. Rusbin, fearing his son might botch the project, came personally. In fact, it wasn't just Oppenheimer Studio that came. The king of the West Wind Galaxy, also worried that a failed project would anger the pirate emperor and invite retaliation. Therefore, he persuaded several studios to send their technical experts to form a special task force dedicated to Project P. However, Rusbin was the most invested, and he naturally became the actual producer of the holographic novel portion of the project, though he wouldn't be listed in the future holographic novels credits. He wanted to pave the way for his family's only son, who aspired to holographic novels, and was capable of inheriting the family business. Rusbin's conversation with Li Bin was very formulaic. He knew that Li Bin was most familiar with Kuning. After instructing his son to treat the distinguished guest well, he immediately attended the investor conference and the 13 factories meeting. After his father left, Kuning visibly came back to life, putting his arm around Li Bin's shoulder. "You're truly my good brother. All these years since you left, I've been thinking about how to make a sequel, but I never expected you to quietly pull off such a big project." Li Bin smiled and chatted with Kuning, while introducing the people around him. "This is Duya, my good brother. He's Neo Magnus's representative for Project P." Yes, Duya had also come with Li Bin. Neo Magnus had been secretly and deeply intertwined with the Khanda Nest since the war, working together to gain planetary sovereignty and expel the Tachyon. This time, Li Bin persuaded Khanda to pull off a big project, and the governor of Neo Magnus also wanted to invest, so he entrusted Duya to come along. The governor knew Duya was a scoundrel, but unfortunately, This scoundrel lacked business acumen. However, he had befriended Li Bin and Kong Jicho, and his status within the family had risen dramatically. In recent years, with his rise as the pirate prince and CEO of Huanyi United, he had transformed from a marginal figure into someone qualified for the family's core decision-making meetings. Du Yu's opinion wasn't important, but the opinions of the two people behind him were crucial. Whenever he thought of this day, Du would recall that afternoon years ago, when he was just a rubber stamp in the office, wasting his life, and that bottle of Byzantine wine that changed his destiny. A brother's brother is my best brother. Brother Du Yu, if you ever want someone to suffer social death, or if you got your eye on a female celebrity, or even a male celebrity, just message me, and I take care of it. Kunning patted his chest righteously. Next time, definitely, next time, definitely. Du Yu wiped his sweat, thinking to himself, what kind of guy is this? He just spouts such blatant threats. Li Bin pointed to the other side. This is Kong Jicho, son of the pirate emperor Kongda. Oh! A living legend? Hello, hello. Kunning looked over with admiration. He loved the free spirit of adventurers and pirates. As a pirate prince, in his imagination, he must be the freest man in the world. The pirate emperor is female, and self-identifies as female, so she can only be the freest woman in the world. Legends are for the dead. Enough of this nonsense. When are we leaving? Kong Jicho was feeling restless, and just wanted to kill some blood to vent his frustration. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Bin shrugged. The leader just talks, but the subordinates run themselves ragged. Since the prince is in such a hurry, how about we leave after the fleet resupplies? The faster the better. Perseus Star System, Northern Lost Sector. A large-scale mixed fleet, led by the Universal Union Core Fleet, comprised mainly of the recording fleet from Oppenheimer Studio, and Kong Jicho's pirate fleet, set out from Prism Freeport northwards. They traversed the Perseus Alliance unimpeded, incidentally purchasing a batch of fine wine and fresh food on the Interstellar Empire's Byzantium star, before leisurely arriving at their target system. In the Delta A134 system, in near-Earth orbit of a desolate planet within a red dwarf star system, more than 13 light-years from the northernmost border of the Interstellar Empire, obstructed by dense and ever-changing hyperspace storms, Li Bin achieved a planned, unexpected encounter with his bounty target. Pirates isolated outside the core star system lacked the funds to build relay communication systems throughout the system. In fact, with their limited vision, they couldn't rationally choose between spending their funds on extravagant lifestyles and purchasing ships to upgrade themselves, and investing in building communication relays to monitor the core star system's network in real time. These petty thieves on the IBB bounty list had no fixed hideout and could flee at any moment, so they naturally wouldn't commit to building expensive relay communication systems. A crate of rare metal costs 200 star credits, a crate of alloy costs 30 star credits, and building a relay requires 10 crates of rare metal and 200 crates of alloy, totaling 8,000 star credits. Therefore, this group of pirates was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of a mixed fleet. The Universal Alliance with 7 cruisers at its core, and their own fleet with 2 cruisers at its core. He only had 1 decent experimental frigate, the rest were standard pirate junk. Why would such a large fleet be needed to sweep through them? What did I do? Did I kill the mother of some corporate executive? Is this really necessary? He had nowhere to run. Not only were there even multiple cruisers surrounding him, but they had also prepositioned a stable jump point in the star system. Even if he were lucky enough to escape the encirclement, he would be sunk before reaching the jump point. As for horizontal jumps, let alone whether these pirates could do it, he simply didn't have the time to set one up. Can I surrender? The pirate captain asked tremulously. Li Bin replied with a smile on the projection screen. We still have to fight a bit. Don't worry, we're here to film a holographic novel, and we need amateurs like you. The script is all written, just act it out. Obediently participate, and I guarantee you have your fill before you die. After all, I'm the company president, a person of status, not some demon. Chapter 357. This group of pirates had already surrendered before the battle even began. The remaining fighting was less like war and more like playing with pets. When you're weak enough, even your dying struggle seems endearing. This isn't surprising for the pirate captain. He didn't steal a technologically advanced spaceship, but rather a Hades-class armed merchant ship, based on the Cerberus class, but with a radical twist on the concept of an armed merchant ship. Its excellence lay in its optimized concept, not its technology. Hades-class, left, and Cerberus-class, right, Hades-class detailed parameters. Unlike the eccentric water and fire sprite ships from Tachyon Technology, this ship was a private modification undertaken 20 years ago by a wealthy young man from the Perseus Alliance, obsessed with spaceship modification. He painstakingly used his power to carry out the modifications at the Kazalin airport, even at the cost of severing ties with his family. He originally intended to use this Hades-class armed merchant ship to win the Rising Star Award for spaceship design that year, embarking on the path to becoming a master spaceship modifier. Like the son of a powerful family in the KKK era who didn't want to inherit the family business, but only aspired to become the best blacksmith, hoping to rise to stardom through a sword-fighting tournament. Unfortunately, his spaceship was accidentally stolen by a dozen pirates after intelligence about an airport in Kazalin was obtained. Without a contestant, he was desperate and extremely disheartened, even contemplating suicide. Fortunately, his parents generously forgave their son and took him back. Now, this man who once aspired to be a master spaceship modifier has transformed from a passionate youth into a cold-blooded financial and political animal, no longer harboring any nostalgia for his former ideals. Therefore, the ship was happily acquired by Li Bin. Of course, this intelligence was all confirmed by the surrendered pirate captain himself, and its veracity still needed to be verified. But Li Bin wouldn't be foolish enough to spoil a happy family reunited after a breakup. The Hades class isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the water and fire spirits, but its market sales will definitely be better than pure warships, like the Thunder Spirit class. Individual shippers will love this kind of ship that looks similar to a hellhound, but is actually more heavily armed and can play the fool to catch a tiger. The shipyard senior engineering team, after witnessing the Hades class in combat and boarding it for testing, reported to Li Bin, the designer who designed this modification and structural optimization was indeed a genius. If he had continued down this path, he should now be able to lead a team to complete a powerful optimization technology for cruisers. Can it be reverse engineered? Li Bin only cared about this. By simply procuring concealed cargo hold modification technology and Cerberus-class blueprints from Prism Freeport, we can completely modify any Cerberus-class armed merchant ship. Compared to the Thunder Sprite class, the Pluto class is less technologically advanced, and shipyards are fully capable of undertaking modification services for this type of vessel. There are also quite a few Cerberus-class ships in the sector, the modification time is short, and the cost is low, so many small captains will be happy to place orders. The technology and blueprints don't necessarily need to be obtained from Prism Freeport. Risk Mining, as a company with a large number of adventurers and salvage teams, possesses a vast reserve of blueprints and technologies for basic low-tech spaceships. Li Bin can easily use their connections. Let's go, let's find the next one. The 4-month IBB sweep thus began. Li Bin has taken over all the IBB bounties within 25 light-years of the northern part of the core sector this time. As pirate fleets were destroyed and captured one after another, the fleet gained many ships that were no longer of any use to Li Bin. From coal miner-class mining barges to pest-class pirate light frigates, to truck-class garbage ships, and more than a dozen meteorite ships, a dazzling array of ships with various problems were brought under the wing of the Universal Union. The pest-class, coal miner-class, and truck-class, all frigate-level ships, pest-class, coal miner-class, truck-class. This ship is even more fragile than a meteorite ship. These ships are too weak in combat and do not meet the current needs of the core fleet. However, mining ships like the coal miner class are well suited for industrial development. Li Bin will arrange for them to leave the core star sector with a fleet of immigrants from the factory area, further strengthening Eden's defenses. In addition, the captains under Li Bin's command have made significant progress in their battles against the pirates. Destroyer captains are rotated before each battle to ensure that even the captains of auxiliary ships must fight. Firstly, this is for training and talent development. Secondly, the pirates have only distinguished themselves by the superior performance of their experimental ships. If experienced captains are always sent into battle, high-level captains, like Mikhail and Zhu Jin, will gradually fall into the tragic situation of fighting against weaker opponents and subsequently declining in skill, which would also be detrimental to the realism of the holographic novel's production. After all, some maneuvers are only truly entertaining when novices clash. When experts appear, they often crush everything in their path, making the spectacle less exciting. Tannic Cat. Immediately leave the battle formation and return to the rear for repairs. Husky, you're too far forward. You're an aircraft carrier, not a warship. Pull yourself back. What are those two Hammerhead-class destroyers doing? Why aren't they going up to provide support? In the northern Lost Sector, 22 light-years from the core star system, in an asteroid belt of a binary star system, Li Bin, on the bridge of the Enlightened Beast, was remotely commanding the destroyer portion of the core fleet, locked in a fierce battle with the pirates. It wasn't that Li Bin was incompetent. His command skills had been personally instructed by ISA, and he frequently observed simulations of the old guard at Lan Yuan and ISA, the top-ranked captain of their generation. Li Bin's skills were solid, comparable to those of most major corporation commanders. The problem was that the current ship captains were all previously captains of drum-fuel ships and Buffalo-class cargo ships. Accustomed to cargo ships, they were overwhelmed in real combat. 2 albatrosses, 3 hammerheads, 1 each of the Divine Authority, Vulture, Prisoner, and Buffalo modified classes. Their overall strength far surpassed the pirates' mere 2 destroyers and 8 frigates, yet they were at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the cruiser's main guns, like monstrous beasts bearing their fangs, lurking menacingly in the shadows, Li Bin believed the pirate captain of the opposing miniature experimental ship would have already annihilated his entire crew. The Pony and its prototype, the Mule class, were flying erratically. Watching the Hammerhead-class ships, which could have easily dodged but instead foolishly deployed their shields to take down missiles that were about to glide past, Li Bin felt the helplessness of an old father guiding a first grader's homework. Vulcan, watch the battle line. You're too far forward. Aye, Captain. Vulcan shouted back, sweating profusely as he maneuvered the ship, trying to distract himself from the ship itself and look away from his dry eyes at the sky battle system. Only when personally piloting a ship did company veterans like Vulcan, who lacked naval experience, realize how difficult naval warfare truly was. Vulcan's performance was already considered good. Amanda's Albatross-class ship had its thruster shut down and was declared dead. Right now, she was angrily venting her frustration in the medical bay, ostensibly treating wounded pirate prisoners, but actually administering injections. This is the 4th bounty Li Bin has apprehended. The target ship is a modified Mule-class destroyer developed by a former giant corporation that has gone bankrupt and been acquired. While the ship still retains the large cargo hold of an armed merchant ship, its weaponry is so advanced that even Kong Jicho is awestruck. The ship boasts 2 medium-sized missile bays, a flight deck, 3 small ammunition bays, and an additional large-scale energy weapon, a tachyon light spear, originally a spear, but changed to a light spear in this book's illustrations. Listen to this. A destroyer, an armed merchant ship at that, equipped with a tachyon light spear that even the Universal Alliance doesn't possess. This thing is Tachyon Technology's proudest large-scale energy weapon. Originally, it was mounted on a capital ship, Tachyon Light Spear, originally called a spear. Most incredibly, its tactical system is an absurd contraption called Entropy Amplifier, using a black technology whose exact implementation is unknown, in a large. While the compressed power grid unleashes terrifying radiation, it also amplifies any damage a target receives. Pygmalion parameters, if it weren't for the destroyer's own inadequate power grid, preventing the simultaneous use of the Tachyon Lance and Entropy Amplifier, and the inability to operate its large-scale energy weapons at full power, this single ship, along with the rotating captains, could have easily blown up the entire participating global fleet one by one in a single day. This is outrageous. How did this company even lose back then? They managed to cram entropy amplifiers, a technology from the late human realm, into an old ship like the Mule, without even affecting the crew and cargo hold. Li Bin cursed, looking at the battlefield. Kong Jicho, watching the battle, shook his head. I guess this giant company was acquired by Tachyon. They probably had a similar ecological niche to Tachyon technology, and their modification technology and factories were destroyed in the war. Anyway, Tachyon technology didn't have the spare money to equip destroyers with Tachyon lances. Being able to build such disgusting things, they deserved to go bankrupt. Luckily, only this one ship went bankrupt, otherwise, the sky would be full of Tachyon lances, and we wouldn't be able to live. Li Bin cursed as he happily tallied his gains. Having completed 5 bounties, Li Bin could now collect 180,000 star coins from the IBB Bounty Association, enough not only to cover the fleet's maintenance and fuel costs, but also to acquire 4 promising ships. Chapter 358. The 5 experimental ships were a destroyer, the Pony class, a frigate, the Boxer gunboat, converted from the Fire Raven attack boat, a destroyer, the Armbone class cargo ship, converted from the Tarsus class, a frigate, the Pluto class armed merchant ship, converted from the Cerberus, and a frigate, the Source of Pain class, converted from the Torment class. Pluto class versus Cerberus. Armbone class versus Tarsus class. Boxer gunboat versus Fire Raven attack boat. Pony class versus Mule class. Source of Pain class versus Torment class. Converted, except for the Source of Pain class. The modification technologies of the remaining 4 ships were not advanced enough for the Universal Union to crack. Their modification focus lay in their methods of maximizing the ship's performance in space. Once these methods were mastered, the Universal Union could freely operate on their prototype ships. The Pain Source class is uniquely beyond the capabilities of the Universal Union to produce. Its predecessor, the Torment class, was a phase ship with an internal phase generator, capable of concealing itself from the physical universe, leaving only a blurry, optically detectable phantom. The technology is highly sophisticated, and the company currently lacks the capacity for mass production. Scientists are forced to develop it manually in laboratories. Pain Source class parameters. The Pain Source class, based on the Torment class, has undergone a modification called a phase field. This not only reduces the power requirements of the phase generator and extends the lifespan of the phase technology, but also minimizes the phantom trace left in the physical universe during its stealth operation, thus reducing the probability of detection. In short, the technology is too advanced. The Universal Union's limited industrial and research capabilities cannot cover it, or more accurately, it's not worth the time. With that time, scientists could not only complete the technology collection and replication for the other 4 ships, but also advance research into colonial ecology and discover more profitable products. Looking at Li Bin, who had just been upset about his men's embarrassing performance on the battlefield, and now looked smug as he tallied his gains, Isha couldn't help but tease him. "What, you're over it already?" Li Bin stretched comfortably, then handed over command of the battlefield to Isha without a word, before finally speaking, "Of course, what can I do when I have such a good wife? If I can't handle it, I won't. I leave it to the experts." Isha, who had been observing from the sidelines, accepted command without hesitation and immediately began fine-tuning the layout. A warm, damp breeze blew past her ear. It was Li Bin whispering in her ear, "We hit the jackpot this time. The Boxer gunship is a modified Fire Raven attack craft, and the Fire Raven attack craft, being a small escort ship, 36 meters long, 66 meters wide, possesses atmospheric/space adaptability on par with the Arbitration Interceptor, making it sufficient to replace the Arbitration in Eden and other colonies. This way, we can even save on airports. The Air Force can be directly deployed to interstellar stations in space." Li Bin added, "Not only that, both the Rispone-class cargo ships and the Père David's-class destroyers have cargo transport capabilities and considerable combat power. The latter is so powerful it's practically unparalleled. I plan to have the science team focus on this ship, removing the ridiculous tachyon lances and replacing them with missile or torpedo bays. This will not only save a lot on manufacturing costs and reduce production difficulty, but also lessen the strain on the power grid. This will make the ship even more effective in combat. With entropy amplifiers amplifying damage to targets, this ship, except for not being as tough as the Divine Authority class, is in no way inferior to it, and its cargo capacity is far greater, while its cost is lower. The Père David's class will become the best destroyer choice for all individual shipbuilders in the future, everyone's dream ship." Li Bin pinched his nose and said in a strange tone, "Don't contact me again, other armed merchant ships. I'm afraid the Pygmalion will misunderstand." "Ha ha." Isa laughed and slapped away Li Bin's groping hand, playfully scolding, "Stop fooling around, we're at war. What if I accidentally cripple your beloved Pygmalion? Take it easy." 8 hours later, when the exhausted Vulcan, its side armor ripped open, hissing and sparking, looking utterly pathetic but actually structurally intact, returned to port, Li Bin, tidying up the disheveled captain, greeted Kong Jicho on the bridge. Kong Jicho glanced at the empty chief of staff seat, understanding everything, and then gave Li Bin a resentful look. Li Bin puffed out his chest. "What, you're not happy? Why don't you bring your wife on board too? You know what kind of person my wife is. If I dared to bring her on board to escape my mother's surveillance, she'd dare to slit my throat in bed and rebel." Kong Jicho rolled his eyes, and plopped down on the control panel. "Well, you have quite a few people on your ship, several thousand, right? Why don't you find one?" Li Bin said, tossing Kong Jicho a pack of cigarettes. Kong Jicho pulled out a cigarette, exhaling a frustrated sigh. "Easy for you to say. Kongda's Nest doesn't have a breeding factory. There are so many naturalized pirates, but only a handful are truly loyal and capable. If Wincy hadn't proven himself, why would I have promoted him? Over the years, as our family's reputation has grown, the number of agents sent by large corporations has increased, and we gradually become hesitant to use outsiders. These officers are all descendants of my mother's former subordinates, each with a grudge against Suzy, their loyalty spanning generations. Each has received military training. They are the core force ruling Kongda's Nest. How could I possibly interfere? If loyalty is diluted, it becomes tainted. Then you can become a space monk, eating vegetarian food and chanting mantras. Just don't eat meat, it's too spicy. Li Bin mocked mercilessly. Kong Xicho looked at Li Bin's face, gritting his teeth but helpless. What's the name of this pirate gang's leader? He's pretty skilled at handling such aggressive ships. His name is? Li Bin thought for a moment, his expression strange. Thunderbolt. The Radiant Eye Demon Lord? The name was too bizarre. Even with Li Bin's photographic memory, reciting the pirate's nickname, a name with a fierce face and a Chibibu-like appearance, still felt somewhat awkward. He even typed out the tilde and star characters on his terminal. What a stupid name, might as well be dead. Kong Xicho's eyelids twitched, and he quickly abandoned the idea of recruiting, changing the subject. Hey, how about I send my men next time we go to war? Kuning had his fun fighting the Boxer gunboat last time, and my men need training too, so how about sending my men next time? We're buddies, no problem. Li Bin exhaled a thin layer of smoke and readily agreed. My fleet's destroyers need urgent repairs. We take turns from now on. Kong Xicho nodded, and the two of them smoked and chatted about this and that until the atmosphere became not much left. Kong Xicho stubbed out his cigarette and asked solemnly, Li Bin, have you considered this? You've gone to such lengths, deploying all your ships, scuttling bounties in outer space. After so much time, those guys must have received word, and they definitely unite. I seen the parameters of these experimental ships. Each one's performance far exceeds the original ship design specifications. If they all come together, we're not without a chance of failure. You contacted so many forces, including giant corporations. If we fail, you likely be reduced to ashes. I cannot possibly lose. Li Bin declared arrogantly, leaning against the captain's throne. Why? Because I have plenty of money and friends, because I've taken out loans. I borrowed over 1 million star coins. Lenders led by Richelieu's bank can easily use the excellent track record of Universal Union to repackage the loans, break them down into financial products, and sell them to downstream buyers. Do you think how many star coins will be affected if my $1 million loan goes bad? Through the smoke, Li Bin's eyes shone like burning stars in a nebula, making Kong Xicho's eyes sting. He turned his head, Li Bin's words piercing his brain. These borrowers, those who bought financial products, have to burn incense for Saint Lud every day, begging me to protect my success. Unless they're giant corporations, anyone who stands in my way is their enemy. Besides me, there's Von Bull Industries, the West Wind System, New Magnos, Conda's Nest, the IBB Bounty Association. Do you think these people don't have loans? Don't they have interest groups? We have more people, that's a victory. I, Li Bin, use my past successes as a selling point, and detailed, feasible plans as my guiding principles, to expand the pie. I also generously invite friends to share the profits. Behind every one of these people, isn't a giant corporation backing them? Besides, I'm not fighting a war against giant corporations, I'm just crushing a bunch of stray dogs who stole the assets of giant corporations. In this field, I have no enemies, only friends. Therefore, as long as the enemy doesn't have a capital ship, I will surely win. And I won't be foolish enough to use my fleet to fight pirates, who have the ability to steal experimental capital ships from giant corporations, and still live freely today. My side has the advantage. This is the second victory. There's another reason Li Bin didn't mention. He's personally witnessed the success of this strategy. The plan itself has no problems. This is a victory of history. My side has a proven successful plan. With history as a guide, this is the fourth and fifth victory. With these 5 victories, the enemy will surely be defeated. Chapter 359. Stars eternally burn with light. Celestial bodies of various colors adorn the dark, cold universe. The endless stars that Li Bin saw across his field of vision from his observation window were all as they were thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago. In other words, Li Bin was planning for the future from the present, his eyes filled with the past. He sucked on a tube of orange-flavored nutritional paste, packaged like toothpaste, and was very satisfied with this operation. The operation was never just an operation. Li Bin brought several cruisers, and even deployed the cargo cruisers Giant Kuan and Giant Peng. How much money could a bunch of wanted pirates, wandering aimlessly in the Lost Star sector, possibly have? He brought such a large fleet to do his old business as a side job. With a straight-line distance of over 20 light-years and considerable distances between the pirates, Oppenheimer Studios would conduct on-site filming after he eliminated them, aiming for realism. During this time, Li Bin dispatched his subordinates to explore the system. To date, he has collected approximately 36 planetary data sets, 20 for Class 1 planets, 13 for Class 2 planets, and 3 for Class 3 planets. This adds up to 74,000 star coins. Of course, not all of this planetary data is sellable. Over the past 200 years, countless giant corporations and exploration fleets have operated in the outer star regions and lost star regions, collecting planetary data as well. Based on the star map data purchased from Prism Freeport, Li Bin should still be able to earn at least 40,000 star coins from this operation. In addition, the 4 or 5 human control probes he encountered along the way unfortunately did not yield any AI cores, but they did collect a considerable amount of relic components worth 500 star coins and heavy machinery worth 150 star coins. This translates to a profit of nearly 200,000 star coins. Kong Jicho felt no envy at the earnings. When he was bored, he had also done some exploration work with Li Bin to pass the time. In his words, this kind of work, which required dealing with massive amounts of data, was neither exciting nor thrilling, often yielding nothing, and involved risking his life to map on high radiation, frozen, and lava-filled planets, was worth the money. This is entirely compensation for mental and physical damage, and it requires a group of highly skilled, knowledgeable, and well-paid crew members. My men can't do this job. They rather charge into the fleets of giant corporations than endure this kind of monotonous, utterly boring existence. Li Bin simply smiled and remained silent. He had gone to great lengths to set up a broadcasting station on the spaceship, organize various competitions and recreational activities, and train chefs skilled in Yin cuisine. Did you think it was all just my kindness? Without this spiritual and material support, who would sit still? These were the foundation of my high profits. A man never does useless work. The holographic novel filming had been going on for a week, and the main naval battle scenes of the Pygmalion-class ships were complete. Husband Oppenheimer sent his eldest son to find Li Bin. Unusually, Kuning had little appetite. He sat opposite Li Bin, grumbling incessantly about how his father was too focused on the project, leaving him little room for creative expression. I can't even shoot casual scenes to develop the characters. My dad just throws in cheesy lowbrow stuff, incest, sex parties, you name it. Li Bin could only offer comforting words. It's a commercial film, after all. People like these kinds of things. There's nothing I can do. Just bear with it. Once the first holographic novel is filmed and the tone is set, we can start shooting a lot of independent spin-off holographic novels. Then you have room to maneuver. That sparkling eye demon holographic novel, wasn't it supposed to be yours? Don't worry. By the way, how's the project progressing? Progressing alright, but Dad's not too satisfied. Kuning scoffed. He thinks it's still too small scale. Although these experimental and modified ships are powerful, the scale is still too small. IBB series, Pirate Alliance, as a big-budget film featuring collaborations between various legendary pirates, lacks a sufficiently heavyweight leader. I asked Kong Jicho, but he refused to play the lead role. Of course, Kong is going to go ashore with his mother. Of course, he won't make something that would tarnish his reputation. If he really shines in the holographic novel, he'd never be able to shake off the pirate label. Li Bin hesitated for a moment, then carefully began, how about we set up a cruiser bounty? Is that alright? Kuning instantly perked up, not even noticing his change in address. Didn't you say you didn't have the time? I meant there wasn't enough time. But isn't this all for art? Li Bin laughed, making up a story. My fleet has acquired quite a bit of basic materials these days. The ship's technicians are skilled enough, and with the repair platform, we can directly build a relay communication device to keep track of intelligence in the core star sector. If Feng Kuang's fleet moves out, we head home immediately. Great, great. I go tell Dad the good news right away. Kong Jicho's sighed. He answered. Indeed, the reputation of the holographic novel is the fruit your father, Osborne, plucked for you. The reputation of the bandit suppression is the fruit the pirate king plucked for her son. The bigger these fruits are, the more satisfied the parents will be. Parents' hearts are always full of love and concern. We children should also be considerate of our parents. Li Bin said, patting the thoughtful Kuning on the shoulder. This holographic novel has a huge impact, and Uncle Osborne can't afford to take it lightly. I know that producers and directors, especially older ones, are tyrants on set and can't tolerate dissenting opinions. Don't argue with your uncle, just go along with him. Show him more concern during breaks, stroke his nails, and take the opportunity to say you want to shoot some small projects. How could your uncle possibly refuse? Having appeased Kuning, Li Bin was about to contact Kong Jicho when Kong Jicho contacted him first. His face, aged beyond his years due to years of fighting and irregular eating and sleeping habits, was filled with anxiety. Li Bin. My reconnaissance fleet deployed in hyperspace has detected a large signal. It's the Yuhui AI's fleet. The signal is huge. I suspect it includes a capital ship. We have to get out of there. This fleet will reach the vicinity of the star system jump point in 2 days. Kong Jicho's reconnaissance fleet consisted entirely of light frigates, high-speed and highly maneuverable. The Yuhui fleet, in order to maintain formation with the capital ship, traveled at low speed. Upon detecting Yuhui, the pirates immediately activated emergency mode, squeezing every last drop of energy from their ship engines, thus gaining 2 days. Upon hearing this, Li Bin's nerves tensed at first, then slowly relaxed, but his expression remained one of panic. You immediately gather the fleet and leave. I contact Oppenheimer's studio right away. You leave now. And what about you? I still have 3 groups exploring the planet's surface. They all been deployed. Even if I issue an evacuation order now, it will take 4 or 5 days to regroup. Hey! What's the big deal? Just launch some supplies onto the surface and let them stay there for a few months. Kong Jicho, who knew nothing about planetary exploration, remarked. Li Bin shook his head with a wry smile. Frozen planets and highly toxic planets can't be solved by simply launching some supplies. There's no oxygen on these planets, and the surface crew lacks sufficient resources and industrial machinery to help with construction. My men only have some temporary camps on the surface, which won't last a month. These people are the company's most valuable assets. They're the veterans who started this business with me. I can't abandon them. Kong Jicho fell silent. He had grown up under his mother's unwavering loyalty. Although he hadn't heard the story of Xiang Yu and his 3,000 Jiangdong followers, he still knew how important such loyalists were to a force. Knowing Li Bin was extremely opinionated and unyielding, he anxiously scratched his head. Then what about you? Li Bin laughed heartily. Don't forget, I was the first person to establish a colony in the Law sector after the Great Collapse. I'm very experienced with the ephemeral AI. I send you the coordinates. We meet there in 10 days. Okay, if you don't come in 10 days, we come back for you. If the ephemeral AI catches up with you, don't fight to the death. Escape in the escape pod, keep the distress signal, and we definitely come to rescue you. Kong Jicho was certain. Li Bin was extremely valuable now. Even if the entire fleet was wiped out, he still controlled Eden Star, which could serve as a crucial rear resurrection point for Konda's nest. Furthermore, he had an excellent relationship with Li Bin, and both personally and professionally, Kong Jicho couldn't accept Li Bin's hasty death. However, the situation was critical, and preserving the fleet and the lives of his subordinates was his top priority. Chapter 360. Since news of the Yuhui fleet's appearance spread, Oppenheimer Studios' photography fleet and Kong Jicho's pirate fleet became as restless as a hornet's nest being disturbed. The galactic radio waves were as noisy as a battle, and the various ships scattered throughout the galaxy all fled. Before leaving, Li Bin entrusted his experimental ship to Kong Jicho, while he hid his fleet on the far side of the gas giant. Only after everyone had left did he have a truck-sized pirate ship retrieved from the fleet, towed to the vicinity of the jump point, evacuate everyone, and have the ship continuously send out distress signals. Is it necessary to be so vigilant? If you're worried about Miss In fabricating evidence, why not just avoid her? Lan Yuan, watching this scene, couldn't help but advise Li Bin. She remained uneasy about the Yuhui AI. Li Bin shook his head. This concerns the company's future. Many star systems containing still functioning automated factories are controlled by Yuhui. Only after confirming Miss N's information can I confidently search for them. The star field is so vast. It would be time-consuming and laborious for me to search alone. Let others explore. What if they get the nanoforge? What if they get the alpha core? With those things, they could just join a giant corporation and become a mid to high level executive. I can't sleep at night without personally overseeing things. Vulcan was absolutely loyal. But after the previous IBB bounty mission where they outnumbered the enemy, he had already demonstrated his poor ship handling skills to Li Bin. Li Bin had completely abandoned the idea of sending his men to explore. Li Bin chuckled and pointed to ISA, who was munching on fruit beside him, saying, all the star systems occupied by the afterglow of the starfield have long been marked with navigation beacons by the fleets dispatched by the former Overlord. That star map is still in the hands of the Overlord. This information isn't very valuable. I just use my wife's connections to get a copy from the Montanetta family. They are a ruling family, so they have the authority to grant that much permission. Upon hearing Li Bin's words, Isha was stunned. You mean? That's right. One man's poison is another man's honey. Li Bin tapped the control panel. Once I confirm that I have indeed obtained the friendship of the Yuhui AI, I can use the navigation beacon to find the ruins. This is so much more time-saving and labor-saving than searching blindly on my own. Therefore, this friendship is of paramount importance to me. Isha has already arranged for all the materials needed for the horizontal jump, and the physical universe data has also been collected. If there are any problems, the fleet can jump at any time. The people on the planet's surface have also been taken away by carrier-based aircraft. Without atmospheric interference, there is no risk in carrier-based transport. What I said to Kong Jicho was just to bluff him. 2 days later, the jump point suddenly expanded due to the influx of massive matter. From a distance, it looked like it was being stretched open by constipation. A fleet that was neither blue nor green aggressively followed the signal and headed straight for the Pest-class ship. The spaceship is entering the physical universe. Facing the Twilight AI, the ship's AI is like an ant facing an elephant. Aside from sharing a common single-celled ancestor, it has no power to resist. The ship's AI's firewall is easily breached by massive computing power and iterative algorithms. This tiny ant, which could have been crushed at any moment, has miraculously survived the onslaught of weapons. The Twilight Fleet has 2 battleships. One is a Radiation-class unmanned battleship, 5.2 kilometers long and 3.1 kilometers at its widest point. It is Twilight's absolute main force, equipped with improved Twilight weapons developed by the Tachyon Technology Headquarters, located in the solar system, not some random entity in the Perseus region, making it far more powerful than ordinary ships. The other was the Brilliant class, which they had encountered once before. Brilliant class. Radiation class. For example, the large-scale ballistic weapon, the Infernal Cannon, could be mounted on a large energy weapon slot in its modified version, allowing the Perseus star system to deceive the enemy and achieve tactical victory by exploiting the difference in cannon position. This versatility was something the Perseus star system's Tachyon technology desperately sought, but could not obtain. If they had this technology, they wouldn't have been utterly crushed by the Overlord on the main battlefield. The instantaneous explosive damage of ballistic weapons, combined with phased ships, could, once formed on a large scale, replace bomber formations to unleash powerful surprise attacks, and tearing apart the Overlord's thick battle lines was not impossible. Afterglow Infernal Cannon. Ordinary Infernal Cannon. This Afterglow fleet let the ship, clearly marked with the Universal Union logo, pass within minutes. After quickly scanning the vicinity of the star system and confirming that no humans or active ships were found, it left without hesitation. The massive radiation class didn't make a huge turning radius, but instead, under the bewildered gaze of the scientists in the research module, it flashed and rushed into the jump point. Dude, even a capital ship can dodge, huh? Do you really think the edifice of physics is fake? They didn't understand, but they showed immense respect for the technology of humankind. Seeing this, Li Bin couldn't help but curl his lips upwards, looking almost like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Looking around, the road was smooth and easy. 5 years? Don't even mention 5 years. With Miss N, Li Bin could gather the technology in 3 years, and the nanoforging furnace would no longer be a pipe dream. Notify the ground exploration department to continue exploration, and do it quickly. Vulcan stretched his aching shoulders, a warming plaster applied to his neck and shoulders, slowly releasing anesthetic and blood-activating components through the skin. Despite the industrial exoskeleton, the gravity of the frozen planet beneath his feet was 2.5 times that of standard gravity, based on Earth standards, a significant burden even for the human body itself, making physical damage inevitable. But he was still happy because he was back in familiar territory, no longer needing to pilot a spaceship. In fact, leading exploration on a planet and managing the basic needs of thousands of people was no easier than piloting a spaceship, but Vulcan handled it with ease. His genetic code was mining grade, he was physically strong, adapted to the planetary environment, and better suited to working in cramped and dangerous conditions than piloting a spaceship. Furthermore, years of experience working with captains in exploration and salvage operations made the tasks that had kept Mikhail and Zhu busy and overwhelmed seem almost instinctive to him. An automated combat machine, resembling a half-track armored vehicle and equipped with a small thermal ray, was encountered in the J3 Glacier area. Its model is identified as the Human Territory Security Machine, Mountain Boar 9. A town ruin was discovered in the N2 Ancient Ocean area. All security machinery was damaged by a collapsed iceberg. The ruins cover an area of 120 square kilometers, with sparse buildings. The area is safe. One discovery after another, intelligence reports were compiled as the 12-person exploration teams ventured deeper into the planet. Vulcan wasn't in the control room directing operations. Instead, wearing terminal goggles, he led his team in building a temporary camp and transporting fuel. While holding oxygen tanks, he skillfully issued instructions. Dispatch an electronic reconnaissance vehicle to Sector N2 to thoroughly investigate the ruins' data. Also, arrange a remote survey team. If there are no facilities with high thermal reactions or a high probability of containing technology, data, or large warehouses, abandon the exploration of this area. Suspend exploration of Sector J3. The exploration team will shift its target to Sector J5. I will deploy an air force for precision bombing of this area. With the accumulation and application of technology from the Universal Union colonies, the establishment of research teams, and the completion of research centers, many more advanced technological equipment began to enter the company's frontline operations. Vulcan no longer needed to personally lead people to search through ruins. Instead, he could use drones and reconnaissance vehicles to take various imaging images and videos, allowing the team to remotely analyze and compare these contents to determine the value of the ruins, saving the company a significant amount of time. Furthermore, with the increase in the company's ships and pilots, orbital strikes became increasingly unsuitable for exploration. Instead, the focus shifted to deploying arbitration interceptor wings on the planet's surface to assist in supply transport and conduct air strikes, suppressing the machines that, despite the extinction of these civilizations, remained loyal to their duties, but disrupted the company's operations. Half an hour later, on the frozen planet where the atmosphere was solidified, a formidable red and black arbitration wing silently arrived above the glacial region. The interceptors circled in figure-8 pattern searching for targets before swooping down like hawks. Their cannons, glowing red-hot in the frigid temperatures, rapidly heated up, embedding deadly alloy warheads into the steel-reinforced bodies of the tracked machines. Without atmosphere, there is no sound, and therefore no wind. These machines had worked silently for centuries, and now they silently met their end. Ha ha. Minister, beneath the glacier lies a volatile matter extraction station and a conventional fuel refining station. They manufacture fuel by refining condensed atmospheric gases. Even after the extinction of humanity here, the refining station continued operating for 65 years. The control logs show 460 canisters of fuel stored here. Set up a temporary space elevator base station. I call the fuel ship to prepare for transfer. Vulcan, driving a forklift, unloaded the last batch of insulation material, wiped the frost from his mask, exhaled a breath of hot exhaust fumes, and looked up at the sky. The sky, unclouded, was a pitch-black expanse of the universe, indistinguishable from the twinkling stars. The cobalt-blue xenon laser cannons of the Dream Eater flickered faintly, the massive hull of the giant Kun-class ship looming across the sky, its dozen or so spotlights casting clear beams, illuminating the camp on the planet's shadowed side, as if it were daytime. And a few hundred paces away, a clearly defined halo of light banished the darkness and the unknown.